start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, Lu Ping fights against Patriarch Shengwen, and the giant Long Taoist soldiers appear. How dare you, young man? A voice like thunder exploded in Lu Qingyun's ears. She was struck by lightning, her brain went blank, her body suddenly sank, and she fell to the ground, spitting blood, with a strong sense of suffocation. The next moment, roar, 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 the dragon roared. A surge of domineering blood rushed up to the sky, like a beacon of smoke, sweeping across the sky. Lu Qingyun immediately felt the pressure on her body dissipate. She raised her head slightly. A tall and burly man appeared in front of her. His whole body was dazzling, like cast in gold, full of powerful power. At this time, a roaring roar came from her body, like a raging sea, forming a golden ocean around her body. "Brother!" she shouted weakly. "Senior, you bully the weak with your bigness, and you think that there is no one in my Lu family." Lu Pingin's body fully recovered, and the ground under his feet continued to crack, collapse, and break under such a terrifying blood power. Like the blood and qi bursting from a river, it formed a substantial golden energy and rushed towards Qingzhu Mountain. What's going on? It looks like the people from Qingzhu Mountain killed the people from the Shangwen family. This Qingzhu Mountain is so bold that they dared to kill the children of the divine sword Shangwen family. These immortal families, don't you know that we, the casual cultivators, can only be slaughtered by them when we enter the secret realm? The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is probably forced into a corner. Tisk tisk tisk, kill it, but this one still has a breath left to escape from the secret realm. No wonder this Shangwen ancestor is so angry. What a terrifying blood and qi physique. This Lu family ancestor is not simple either. Yes, he doesn't look like an ordinary body refining cultivator. The cultivators outside the secret realm saw this sudden situation and looked surprised and suspicious, and talked about it. I didn't expect that this scene would be staged just after the secret realm ended. This is not the place for you to go wild and make trouble. At this time, the giant's Henrin of the Qingyun Sect looked at the two and scolded them. There was a sharp and cold edge in his words, and he was intimidating without anger, like a heavenly sword slashing at the two people, causing Lu Pingin and Qingzhu Mountain to tremble, and their magic power and blood surged. This Zidiao secret realm is controlled and presided over by their four major immortal sects. Now that the secret realm has not been completely ended, the two people are making trouble here in public. If it were not for the family under his control, he would have directly killed them with a sword. I didn't control my emotions for a moment, please calm down. Qingzhu Mountain hurriedly bowed to the giant's Henrin of the Qingyun Sect and suppressed his anger. Please forgive me. Lu Pingin also bowed to the giant's Henrin. Don't do it again. The giant's Henrin of the Qingyun Sect retracted his gaze, and the scene was silent. Xiaoyan, how are you? Lu Pingin helped Lu Qingyun up and asked with concern. Brother, I'm fine. Lu Qingyun said weakly. If she hadn't broken through the second level of physical training, her bones would have been shattered by the momentum and pressure just now. But it was still uncomfortable at this time, with blood and qi flowing backwards, and flesh and bones ruptured. Lu Pingin, dare you fight outside Zidian Gorge? At this time, Qingzhu Mountain fell down, poured away the body of Shangwen Fei who died of suffocation, looked at Lu Pingin, and whispered. Although he didn't know what happened exactly. But the body of Shangwen Fei in front of him, with several soul tablets on his body broken, guessed a general situation. So he must have an explanation for what happened today. In the Purple Nether secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. If you are not as skilled as others, just admit your defeat. An old man with a fairy-like style and a Taoist bone not far away looked over here and said lightly. He is the giant's Henrin of Qingyun Sect. As a family under the rule of Qingyun Sect, Bihushan is also considered half of Qingyun Sect. If you allow others to bully, it is equivalent to slapping the face of his Qingyun Sect. And he remembered that Bihushan had some friendship with Qingyun Peak. Now Qingyun Peak has two giants, and Yun Wanshang has even broken through the late giant period, so he is naturally willing to sell it well. The Zhenrin is right. Although Qingzhu Mountain is a sword cultivator, he has a strong and overbearing personality. But in front of the giant's Henrin, he still knew how to advance and retreat, and was very polite. You want to fight? You can. Let's fight outside Ziyan Gorge to settle the grudge. Lu Pingyan knew that the Shangguan family would not give up until the matter was resolved today. And the other party attacked Lu Qingyan in public, and he, as the eldest brother, could not have no expression. What's more, he not only represents himself, but also represents the family. If he shows weakness and dares not fight, it will be the family's face that is lost. Okay. Shangguan Jiuyang heard the words, his eyes suddenly burst into sharp light, and he said aloud, in the battle of Ziyan Gorge, if you beat me, today's grudge will end here. After that, he returned to the Shenshao holding Shangguan Fei's body. As for Lu Pingyan's loss, he didn't say it. Because if he lost, he would be the dead soul under his knife. Why say anything more? Seeing this, the Jindans Henrin of Qingyun Sect frowned slightly. He saw that Lu Pingyan was not Shangguan Jiuyang's opponent, so he said something good. Unexpectedly, Lu Pingyan didn't appreciate it. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Lu Pingyan immediately bowed to the Jindans Henrin to express his gratitude. He knew that the other party was doing this for his own good. But before the medicinal bath, he had almost reached the peak of the 8th level of the Balian Baodiju. He also had the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier in his hand, so he could fight as long as he didn't meet his Hendon cultivator. Well, Zhenrin Bayun shook his head, thinking that he was young and full of energy after all. But he could understand it. As a clan cultivator, Lu Pingyan had achieved such an achievement at a young age, and it was normal for him to be a little arrogant. But many geniuses are too arrogant and die halfway. Zhenrin Bayun sighed, planning to rescue Lu Pingyan if he was seriously injured by Shangguan Jiuyang. This would not only make Qingzhu Mountain a favor, but also avoid losses. After all, the war of reclamation has been determined. The next step is to discuss in detail, arrange preparations, etc. And the family under their rule is also one of the main forces in their war of reclamation. If Lu Pingyan died at the hands of Shangguan Jiuyang, it would also be a loss for their Qingyun Sect. Lu Pingyan, interesting. The ancestor of the Su family looked at Lu Pingyan, with a slight smile on his face. He had seen the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers before, so he wanted to find an opportunity to get this Taoist soldier method. At this time, the Lu family and the Shangguan family were in trouble, and they were naturally happy to see it. Lu Pingyan, Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. In addition to the beast-controlling Su family, many family forces looked at Lu Pingyan, wanting to know where he got the confidence to fight. After all, Lu Pingyan's famous battle was to suppress the ancestor of the Sima family in Qingzhu Mountain, Sima Tong. But this battle relied on the ambush of the formation. And Sima Tong underestimated the enemy. Now it's a one-on-one head-on confrontation. No matter how you look at it, there is no chance of winning. Does Lu Pingyan have any secret treasures to protect himself? The Shangguan family has always been tyrannical and domineering. Even if Lu Pingyan doesn't fight, Shangguan Jiuyang will intercept him on the way. It's better to fight openly and settle the grudge. Lu Pingyan dares to fight, he should have some confidence, but the Shangguan family is famous for the divine sword, and the family cultivators all sacrifice their own divine swords, which are sharp and domineering, far superior to the cultivators of the same level. Tisk tisk tisk, Lu Pingyan is so young, and he has achieved such achievements in body refining. If he doesn't die young, it's a foregone conclusion that he can break through the 3rd level body refining to form a pill. If he is willing to bow his head, Master Bayun is obviously willing to protect him. Such a genius, which one is not full of arrogance and confidence, and will not turn back until he hits the wall. Many people sighed in their hearts, and even felt sorry for Lu Pingyan. I don't think Lu Pingyan is Shangguan Jiuyang's opponent at all. Brother. At this time, Lu Chenxia and Lu Mingfang came out of the secret realm and instantly saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Are you alright? Lu Pingyan looked at the two. Brother, we are fine. The two shook their heads, and then whispered, Brother, I have caused you trouble. What happened to the Shangguan family? Lu Pingyan came to the side with them and asked. Before the secret realm. Lu Chenxia immediately told the situation in the secret realm directly. When Lu Pingyan heard that several people had used their substitute talismans, Lu Kings and Lu Yanfei had been unconscious, his face became a little colder, and he looked at Shangguan Jiuyang. Brother, do you want to send a message to your family? Lu Qingzhu next to him looked at Lu Pingyan and whispered. He knew that his eldest brother's strength was extraordinary. But he didn't know the specific combat power. Don't worry. Lu Pingyan smiled, patted his shoulder with his broad palm, and said that he didn't need to trouble his father. Not long after, Lu Ziyan, Qingzhu, and the three people of the Mo family came out with the unconscious Lu Qings and Lu Yunfei. Yu, the foundation-building ancestor of the Mo family, saw that his children were actually together with the children of the Lu family, and sweat broke out on his forehead. If it were before, he would naturally be happy to hear it. But he was really afraid that what happened with the divine sword Shangwen family just now would implicate his own family. However, Lu Pingyan was right next to him, so he didn't dare to say much, and just called the three people over. "Brother, ancestor." Lu Ziyan and others stepped forward and shouted to Lu Pingyan. "It's good that you are all okay," Lu Pingyan said, and then looked at the situation of Lu Yunfei and Lu Qings. Lu Yunfei's bones were almost broken all over his body, and he relied entirely on spiritual medicine to maintain his physical condition. Lu Qing's was similar, with damaged internal organs. He was not a doctor and didn't know how to treat. He could only take out 2 second-level healing talismans from the storage bag to treat the two people, so as not to delay too long and have sequelae. Immediately, Lu Chensha, Lu Ziyan and others went to the location of Qingyun Sect to hand in spiritual medicine. Well, so many. The supervising disciples of Qingyun Sect were surprised to see Lu Chensha and others handing in spiritual medicine. Although Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain are two families, but the number of spiritual medicines is obviously more than most families. However, they probably realized what happened with the Lu Pingyan and Shangwen Jiwang just now. They didn't say much about this. Such a rich harvest. The ancestor of the Mo family was surprised when he saw his children's harvest. He knew what was going on with his family. He was lucky to get 1 or 2 shining fruits. "Ancestor, these harvests are from Qingzhu Mountain," a Mo family child explained, saying that most of these spiritual medicines were handed over by the Lu family through them. After all, the spiritual medicines handed over by the Lu family have exceeded the average level. In order to avoid trouble, some of them were put in their hands. Alice, the ancestor of the Mo family, sighed and said nothing. He could only pray that Lu Pingyan would not die in the hands of Shangwen Jiwang. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the Shangwen family implicated their own family. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu family. At this moment, the foundation-building cultivators of the Jin family and the Sima family all stared at Lu Chensha and others. Through the share of spiritual medicines handed over by the Lu family, they had guessed that their children were likely to die in the hands of several people from the Lu family. After all, the Shangwen family's children were all killed by Lu Qingyan, which shows that the strength of these Lu family's children is extraordinary. Why are there so many geniuses in Qingzhu Mountain? Sima Jiaji's foundation-building master clenched his fists hidden in his sleeves, and his fingers turned white. If he could not do it, he would have wanted to kill Lu Chensha and others right now. The Jin family's foundation-building master looked similar to him. But at the same time as he was angry, a sense of sadness and even fear surged in his heart. The rise of the Lu family is too amazing. It is not comparable to his Jin family at all. If this goes on, at most 10 or 20 years, Qingzhu Mountain will surpass his Jin family. By then, his Jin Yangling can only survive in front of Qingzhu Mountain and wait for death slowly. If there is a problem with the ancestor one day, he will only be swallowed up. He looked at Shangwen Jiwang standing on the spirit boat. Now he can only pray that the other party will kill Lu Pingyan. As long as Lu Pingyan dies, there will only be Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj in Qingzhu Mountain, and their family can start to fight back. As monks came out of the secret realm one after another and handed in their spiritual medicines, it was also the time for the major families to recruit monks and purchase spiritual medicines. However, because of the matter between Lu Pingyan and Shangwen Jiwang, not many monks were willing to join the Lu family. Even though many casual cultivators had seen Lu Pingyan's dragon-drawn cart and came to ask for conditions before. But after knowing the conflict between them and the Shangwen family, they immediately chose to give up and turn to other families. "Humph, you are really blind," Lu Ziyan said, a little unhappy. There were not many people present who were optimistic about their family, which made her, as a younger sister, a little worried about her elder brother. However, seeing that Lu Chensha, Lu Qingyan, and Lu Qingzhu all looked calm, she did not ask much. This kind of thing is human nature. As long as the elder brother resolves this grudge, there will naturally be many casual cultivators who come to join him. Lu Qingzhu, dressed in a green brocade robe, smiled and said, not annoyed at all. Since the elder brother said he was sure, he naturally chose to believe it. Qingzhu is right. Lu Chensha laughed softly. He knew that Lu Pingyan could use the Black Water Dragon Taoist soldiers, and he had absolute confidence in him. This confidence came not only from Lu Pingyan himself, but also from his inexplicable trust in his father. Although no one joined Qingzhu Mountain offered a high price for the purchase of spiritual medicines, and many people were willing to sell. After being busy, Lu Pingyan took out a few talismans from his storage bag and handed them to Lu Qingyun, Lu Chenxia and others, in order to avoid a sneak attack when he and Shangwen Jiuyang fight later. "Let's go." He glanced at Shangwen Jiuyang, who had been watching him, and said aloud. Immediately, the Black Water Dragon roared, pulled the spirit boat, and flew out of Ziyan Gorge. How brave! Seeing this, Shangwen Jiuyang's eyes were fierce, and he immediately drove the spirit boat away. "Let's go and see the excitement." The ancestor of the Su family chuckled, and the bird under his seat cried loudly, pulling the spirit boat to fly out of Ziyan Gorge. Lu Pingyan, the ancestor of the Wang family, saw this scene. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Then the unicorn pulled the jade chariot and took his own children to join in the fun. In addition to them, there were many foundation-building monks from family forces who went to watch the battle and join in the fun. Xiao Jiang, Baiyun's Henren of Qingyun Sect, glanced in the direction of Lu Pingyan, and then ordered a disciple to go over and take a look, and report to him if there was any situation. A quarter of an hour later, outside Ziyan Gorge, Lu Pingyan placed Lu Chenxia, Lu Qingxun and others on a mountaintop, guarded by 3 black water dragons. Then he stood on the air, looked at Shangwen Jiuyang, who broke through the air, and said, "Let's go here." As he spoke, a silver shining metal armor appeared on his tall and burly body, which was cold, making him look extraordinary and majestic. In his hand, a dark halberd appeared, as black as ink, like a black dragon entrenched. Now this battle suit and halberd are naturally not the middle-grade spiritual weapons of the early years. Under Lu Changsheng's recasting, the hardness is almost as good as that of the magic weapon. It's just that Lu Pingyan's cultivation is too low, so the power effect is far inferior to that of the magic weapon. Lu Pingyan's battle suit and weapons are not simple, at least they are top-level spiritual weapons. His Qingzhu Mountain has risen so fast and has such financial resources. He must have a great opportunity. His weapon is like a black dragon, somewhat similar to his 3-headed dragon spirit beast. Could it be a technique passed down from generation to generation? The cultivators watching the battle were at least at the foundation building stage, with extraordinary eyesight, and someone immediately saw some of the door. "Please." Lu Pingyan made a gesture of invitation. "How?" Shangwen Jiuyang was dressed in a purple robe, with an upright figure and his hands behind his back. In his straight spine, it seemed that there was a peerless heavenly sword, domineering and sharp. Facing Lu Pingyan, he was not even willing to draw his sword directly. He just raised his hand and slashed, and several feet-long purple sword energy broke through the air and killed Lu Pingyan, and the lightning was exciting. Boom! The black dragon halberd in Lu Pingyan's hand shook, and then he swung it fiercely, like a black dragon baring its fangs and claws, slashing with the sharp sword energy surging with lightning. Countless sparks flew, and the sword energy dissipated. "You have some strength, worthy of my sword." Shangwen Jiuyang snorted coldly, patted his ki-high dantian, and his purple robe rustled, and his pupils were glowing with purple luster. Boom boom boom, it seemed like thunder roared between heaven and earth. Strong purple lightning spread from Shangwen Jiuyang's body, thunder shook, and swept in all directions. Then a long sword with a simple shape, purple-red color and almost black, and covered with lightning marks appeared. It was his life magic weapon, the Thunder Blade. Although it was a low-grade magic weapon, he was like a sword cultivator. He had been nurturing and cultivating since he started to refine his ki, and his power far exceeded that of ordinary magic weapons. Black Dragon Slash. Lu Pingyan had a majestic body and a tall physique. Without waiting for the other party to continue to attack, the black dragon halberd shook, revealing a heavy breath like a mountain. Then, his body glowed with golden light, collapsing the void and slashing towards Shangwen Jiuyang. Boom boom boom, the black dragon halberd twisted the void, and a surge of blood and energy like the ocean surged and pressed forward. Buzz buzz buzz. Shangwen Jiuyang held his life magic weapon, and his magic power continued to flow into it, vibrating wildly. On the blade, lightning marks intertwined, and 108 blade ki like lightning snakes burst out, mighty and stirring for dozens of feet, filling the sky and the earth with lightning blade ki. Is this the divine sword Shangwen family? Such strength is simply terrifying. It is said that the divine thunder sword passed down by the ancestors of the Qingyun family is extremely powerful and is a top-level magic weapon. The Qingyun ancestor holds this sword and is invincible even in the Qingyun stage. No matter how good the Qingyun family is, it is still one level weaker than the Qingyun Sect. I wonder how amazing the strength of the Qingyun Henrin of the Qingyun Sect is. Although this Lu Pingyan is extraordinary, he doesn't look like a match for Qingyun Jiuyang. The onlookers saw this scene and exclaimed. Lu Chensha, Lu Qingxun and others in the distance could not look directly at this level of battle. The fluctuation of this mana was too turbulent, and the lightning was too bright and dazzling. They could not bear it. Boom boom boom, 108 sword auras submerged Lu Pingyan. However, with bursts of roars and clangs, Lu Pingyan broke through the lightning sword aura, and the blood and energy of the top of his head rolled to Qingyun Jiuyang, with a fierce momentum. Boom! The collision between the Sky Thunder Blade and the Black Dragon Halberd set off a terrifying wave like a tsunami, rushing in all directions. Some of the Foundation establishment monks who were close to them had their blood and mana rolling, and they hurriedly retreated to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the two. As the two fought, many people saw Lu Pingyan holding the Black Dragon Halberd, facing Qingyun Jiuyang's attack, and he was not at all inferior. 100 Refinements Armor. Lu Pingyan practiced the 100 Refining Treasure body art, and the silver shining armor seemed to be covered with a layer of golden battle clothes, and he killed Qingyun Jiuyang with arrogance. The Black Dragon Halberd in his hand was constantly waving, like a black dragon filled with wind and thunder, and it was like a divine axe that created the world, a peerless divine tower that suppressed the sky, with overwhelming power, and the void was constantly collapsing and rumbling. And Qingyun Jiuyang's Thunder Blade energy, in addition to some killing moves, directly hit the flesh body, clanging. How is this possible? How can his flesh body be so powerful? Some cultivators exclaimed, unbelievable. No matter how good the body refining cultivator is, it is impossible for the flesh body to hit the power of the magic weapon. Question mark. And the god sword Qingyun family is famous for attacking this flesh body. The fake Dan ancestor of the beast-controlling Su family narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. As a beast-controlling family, his Su family has cultivated many monsters in the family. And monsters have always been synonymous with strong flesh bodies. But at this time, he couldn't find many monsters that could match Lu Pingyan's physical body. Even if they could, they didn't have such a fierce attack as Lu Pingyan. This boy not only has the method of cultivating Taoist soldiers, but also has the top-level body refining inheritance. The ancestor of the Su family thought to himself, with a bit of greed in his eyes. Boom! Lu Pingyan and Qingyun Jiuyang fought fiercely again, causing a huge explosion that shook the world, forming a lot of shock waves, causing a mountain next to it to collapse directly. Damn it! Qingyun Jiuyang's face was a little ugly. Lu Pingyan's strength was beyond his imagination. If it goes on like this, he can't win unless he fights for his life. But in such a public place, he can't kill Lu Pingyan quickly, which is extremely shameful in his opinion. Boom! Bursts of thunder in the dry land, thunder snakes dancing wildly, the magic weapon in Qingyun Jiuyang's hand trembled, the sword energy was like a rainbow, piercing through the sky, bursting out with terrifying thunder blade light, slashing towards Lu Pingyan. And his breath also rose a few points in an instant. This Qingyun patriarch actually used a secret method to improve his strength. A cultivator saw this scene and exclaimed loudly. Qingyun Jiuyang's strength was already higher than Lu Pingyan, and at this moment he actually used the explosive secret method. This kind of magic will cause certain sequelae no matter what. It can be seen that this Qingyun patriarch really wanted to kill. And there are puppets. When Qingyun Jiuyang slashed at Lu Pingyan, 4 puppets holding golden knives and glowing with a cold metallic luster appeared beside him. This is the Qingyun family's 100 battle sword puppet, each of which is comparable to the second-level top existence. This Qingyun patriarch is really murderous and wants to kill Lu Pingyan here. Such means are simply unfair. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. How can this be unfair? Alice, this is not only a competition of personal strength, but also the family background. How can ordinary cultivators like us have so many means to obtain such top-level puppets? With the flesh of this Lu patriarch, it's actually not too late to escape now. The onlookers saw this scene and talked about it, feeling very emotional. In their opinion, Lu Pingyan's strength is no less than that of many old-fashioned fake pill cultivators. But he met Qingyun Jiuyang. Well, Lu Pingyan knew that if he continued like this, it would be difficult for him to defeat the other party. If it continued, it would only consume his physical strength and blood. Roar, roar, roar. Several pet bags in his arms suddenly opened, water vapor filled the air, and black water dragons flew out. In the distance, the 3 black water dragons pulling the spirit boat also suddenly soared into the sky. Is this a Dao soldier? I said that the 3 dragons are not ordinary monsters, but Dao soldiers. How is this possible? How long has the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain been established? They actually have so many Dao soldiers. 9 second-level Dao soldiers, 72 first-level top-level Dao soldiers. This is definitely not something that can be cultivated in just a few decades. This is not a matter of time at all, but money. To cultivate so many Dao soldiers, at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are required. Moreover, the cultivation of Dao soldiers requires corresponding secret methods and elixirs, which is not something that ordinary families can support. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators present changed their colors. Dao soldiers are the benchmark for measuring a family's heritage. Like the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, in the eyes of most people, they belong to the nouveau riche family. Rising by chance and luck. There have been many families that have risen like comets over the long years. But without enough accumulation of heritage, they may slide down like comets when encountering some crises. But now, Lu Pingyan actually has Dao soldiers. Although there were not many, only 81, it was already very terrifying. Black Water Dragon Curse, Black Water Dragon Battle Formation. Lu Pingyan didn't care about the exclamations of others, holding the Taoist soldier talisman and running the Black Dragon Code. Roar, roar, roar. 81 Taoist soldiers were arranged neatly, and the Black Water Dragon Curse in their bodies automatically ran, and the ki blended to form a huge dragon phantom. This dragon phantom was more than 10 feet tall, very solid, and filled with a terrifying aura of the second late stage, circling behind Lu Pingyan. At the same time, Lu Pingyan's blood roared, his body was much taller, black dragon scales appeared on his body, and his mana aura rose steadily, from the 4th level of foundation building to the peak of the 6th level of foundation building. At this moment, Lu Pingyan felt full of strength, and the whole person was better than ever. Boom! He threw the black dragon halberd and shot it out, leaving a terrifying mark, and then his fists burst into golden light, with a vigorous and heavy aura, and he suddenly killed Shangwen Jiuang. Boom boom boom, the terrifying and domineering blood and dragon phantom rushed into the sky, stirring up the world and exuding a savage and frightening aura. Clang! Shangwen Jiuang slashed with his long sword, blocking the black dragon halberd that was roaring like a black dragon, but the whole person was still shaken and flew backwards, and his blood was churning. Looking at Lu Pingyan, who was like a god or a demon in front of him, his eyes twitched and a bad feeling surged out. Suddenly, he felt that it was a wrong decision to fight with Lu Pingyan. But he was determined and did not hesitate to retreat. He pinched his hands, and the Sky Thunder sword burst out with purple thunder blade ki, slashing straight at Lu Pingyan. The 400 battle swordsman puppets also rushed towards Lu Pingyan together. Clang clang clang, the sword ki fell on Lu Pingyan, as if it did not cause any damage, and the opponent directly punched out, like the ancient sacred mountain suppressing down, and blew up the 100 battle swordsman puppet. This physique. Shangwen Jiuang raised his eyebrow again, activating a second-level top-level defensive talisman. His body was shining, lightning surged, and then he roared, and continued to fight with Lu Pingyan. It feels like the Shangwen ancestor is going to lose. Is this the power of the Taoist soldiers? Only 81 Taoist soldiers are so amazing. I suddenly understand why the 500 Taoist soldiers of Qingyun could compete with the late stage of the Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pingyan. The onlookers were all shocked and speechless when they saw the situation in front of them. Boom boom boom, after several rounds, Shangwen Jiuang finally couldn't hold on, and was killed by Lu Pingyan in front of him, retreating step by step. Boom! Lu Pingyan punched out, his breath roared, and the unparalleled power hit the void and exploded, twisting and collapsing. The coiled dragon phantom rushed down directly, submerging Shangwen Jiuang, and it was like a giant axe, and the divine tower suppressed it. Bang! 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 Shangwen Jiuang's protective aura was completely shattered, and the whole person flew out with a bang, and the thunder blade flew out of his hand. Lu Pingyan's huge and majestic body shot out like a cannonball, shattering the void, and directly hit Shangwen Jiuang, causing him to spit out blood and break bones. He had just performed some kind of secret method, and was seriously injured by Lu Pingyan at this time. He was immediately deflated, and his breath was rapidly weakened. Dao, do you want to admit defeat? Lu Pingyan stretched out his hand and clenched it, and the black dragon halberd appeared, pointing at Shangwen Jiwang, and said in a deep voice, not continuing to fight. Seize the opportunity to pursue the victory and have a chance to kill the opponent. But doing so will also completely arouse the hatred between his family and the Shangwen family. He didn't want to do this. Dao is extraordinary, I admit defeat. Shangwen Jiwang's face was pale, and the straight spine that seemed to contain a heavenly blade seemed to bend and hunch at this moment, and he said with some unwillingness and bitterness. Chapter 527, the second most famous Qingyun master, famous in Zhang country. All the monks watching this scene were stunned, shocked and unbelievable. Before the fight, none of them thought Lu Pingyan could win. At most, they guessed that Lu Pingyan had some secret treasures or trump cards, and could maneuver around. But they never expected that Lu Pingyan won. And he won thoroughly. If he wanted, he could even kill Shangwen Jiwang. Confront, defeat, and kill are 3 levels. Each level represents the gap in strength. Lu Pingyan was able to defeat Shangwen Jiwang, even though he took advantage of the Taoist soldier's surprise attack and Shangwen Jiwang's underestimation of the enemy, but his strength is unquestionable. This ancestor Shangwen actually lost. Is this the power of Taoist soldiers? It's so terrifying. I suspect that Lu Pingyan, like the early true person Qingyun, has obtained the supreme opportunity and cultivated a good Taoist soldier monster seedling. The ancestor of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, has risen from a son-in-law to establish the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain in just a few decades. He is already a man of great luck. I didn't expect that his son would also have such a supreme opportunity. His Lu family is not blessed by heaven. The 81 Taoist soldiers are so terrifying. If there are 500 Taoist soldiers, wouldn't they be able to defeat the true Dan cultivators? Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pingyan. This person is probably the number 1 under the true Dan. It is estimated that only the 4 major immortal gates, or the false Dan true person of the Su family of the beast tamer, who controls the spirit beast Taoist soldiers, can fight him. This Lu Pingyan's martial arts inheritance is obviously in the same lineage as the Taoist soldiers, far superior to others. If he is given another 100 years to grow, I'm afraid he will be the second true person Qingyun. The rapid rise of Qingzhu Mountain may be related to this Lu Pingyan. These people looked at Lu Pingyan and exclaimed in a low voice. Their eyes revealed awe, respect, envy, fear and so on. Big brother. On the top of the mountain, Lu Qingyan, Lu Chensha and others were so excited when they saw this scene. Although they were confident. But when the two really fought, they were still a little worried. At this time, the eldest brother suppressed the Shangwen patriarch with great force. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. A sense of pride and glory surged in his heart. Is this the power of the Tao soldiers? Lu Chensha's eyes revealed a look of desire. There are also methods for raising Tao soldiers in the beast formula. If he can train his own Tao soldiers. However, as soon as the idea came up, Lu Chensha thought of the resources his father spent on training these 81 Blackwater Dragon Tao soldiers, and he gave up the idea in his mind. His current expenses for raising spirit beasts are all funded by his parents, so where can he find spare money to train Tao soldiers? When my iron fire ants exceed 10,000, I think their power will not be worse than that of Tao soldiers. Lu Chensha comforted himself like this. I don't want to say more about the right and wrong of the secret realm. If your Shangwen family still wants to entangle, I am willing to accompany you in Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Pingyan looked at Shangwen Jiwang, his voice sonorous and deafening. He did not kill, not only because he did not want the hatred to escalate, but also because there were no dead in his family, and he killed the other party's children. Especially Lu Qingyan, who killed people in front of Shangwen Jiwang. In this case, he could understand that the other party was angry. It's just that the battle of cultivating immortals is stepping on corpses, and there are not so many right and wrong. In the battle of the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. Shangwen Jiwang said with a pale face. Even if he was unwilling, he couldn't get entangled in such a public place. And if he dared to get entangled again, Lu Pingyan would kill him in front of him, and even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. That's great. Lu Pingyan put away the black dragon halberd in his hand and sighed slightly. He has seen a lot of cruelty in the world of cultivating immortals, but every time he sees it, he still feels a lot of emotion. He looked at all the onlookers, showed a kind smile, clasped his fists and said, "I'm really sorry for disturbing you all during this fight. If you have time, you are welcome to visit my Qingzhu Mountain for tea. If there is any cooperation in family business, it is also very welcome." These people in front of him can be said to be from the major family forces of Jiang State. Being able to make friends with one or two of them and negotiate business cooperation will also be of great help to his family. Although Lu Pinggan does not participate in family affairs, he still knows a little bit from what he has seen and heard. Of course. Dao Ayalu is so polite. "If I have time, I will definitely come to visit. I heard that your father is both a master of Dan and Fu, and his family puppets are famous. My Li family just happens to have this need. I will definitely come to visit when the time comes." The onlookers bowed their hands one after another, their expressions were respectful and solemn, and their attitudes were completely different from before. In their eyes, Lu Pinggan before was a quasi-third-level body refiner, and he could not be compared with a real fake Dan Xianren. But now, his magical powers have surpassed most fake Dan cultivators, and he is almost the first person under the real Dan, which really makes them odd. "I am Wang Muayan, and I am honored to meet you, Taoist fellow Lu." At this time, the ancestor of the Wang family came forward with a kind smile on the jade chariot pulled by 3 scaly horses, and said with a bow, "Meet Senior Wang." Although Lu Pinggan has the combat power of a fake pill, he still calls himself a junior in the face of these fake pill real people. "Taoist fellow Lu, my 5 elements Wang family has many aspects that can cooperate with the nobles. I will send someone to visit Qingzhu Mountain later to discuss in detail," Wang Muayan said with a smile. The lifespan of his family's giant ancestors is not much, so over the years, they have been on good terms with many families, and even married. It is to arrange more ways out for the family. Now that Lu Pinggan has shown his edge and has the real talent of Jiandan, his Wang family is naturally willing to invest in a wave, and even help in times of need. What's more, his Wang family and the Su family are not on good terms, and Qingzhu Mountain and the Yashao Su family are both under the rule of Qingyun, so he also wants to use this opportunity to disgust the Su family. As for whether it will offend the Su family and the Shengwen family, his Wang family doesn't care at all. Once the ancestor of his family passed away, the 2 families would definitely suppress him secretly, so it didn't matter whether he offended him or not. "You are most welcome." Lu Pinggan had also heard about the situation of the 5 elements Wang family. But since the other party was so polite, he naturally would not refuse. "Okay." Wang Muayan chatted with Lu Pinggan for a few words, exchanged tokens, and then said in a voice transmission, "If you use Dao soldiers, it is likely to attract the covetousness of the beast control Su family, so you must be more careful. And the Su family absolutely does not want to see the rise of the nobles, so you need to be more careful. If you encounter any trouble, you can send a message to me. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Although the ancestor of the Wang family is now short-lived, his ki and blood are declining, and his combat power is not as good as the ancestor of the Su family and the ancestor of the Shengwen family. Even among the Jiandan cultivators, he is at the bottom. But because of this, no Jiandan cultivator is willing to fight to the death with his Wang family at this time. They are all waiting for the ancestor of the Wang family to pass away. In the early years, the ancestor of the Su family came to Qingzhu Mountain and broke the mountain gate, relying entirely on the power of spirit beasts and Taoist soldiers. "Thank you for your reminder, Senior, I know," Lu Pinggan replied in a deep voice. Although his family has not yet had a direct conflict with a beast-controlling Su family. But with the rise of his family, he will sooner or later face the beast-controlling Su family head-on. "Okay." Wang Muayan nodded with a smile, secretly sighing why he didn't have such a unicorn son. Otherwise, why would he fall to this point? But thinking of the mess of his family now, he couldn't help but sigh. Dao Ayalu is so extraordinary at such a young age. Su admires it. Our 2 families are under the rule of Qingyun. We should get closer and come to visit my Longsha Mountain when we have time. At this time, the fake Dan ancestor of the beast-controlling Su family stepped forward and said to Lu Pinggan with a smile. Although not long ago, he was still thinking about intercepting Lu Pinggan. But the superficial work should still be done. "Thank you, Senior. If you have time, I will definitely come to visit you." Lu Pinggan still clearly remembered that 30 years ago, his father killed the 2nd ancestor of the Su family here, and said with a fist, "Yet, Su Yinglong was not as enthusiastic as the ancestor of the Wang family. He nodded with a smile, then drove the spirit beast and took his own children back. Prepare to report Lu Pinggan's situation to the family. This Lu Pinggan's growth rate is too amazing, and he can't stay anymore. If he continues to grow, I'm afraid he really has the hope of becoming the second ancestor of the Wang family. But thinking of the attitude of Bayun Zhenren just now, he has a headache again. His Su family does not want Bihu Mountain to rise. But Qingyun Sect is afraid that it is very willing to produce another Jinden family to check and balance his Su family. At this time, other cultivators saw the Beastmaster Su family, Shangwen Jiu Yang and others leave, and immediately stepped forward to greet and show their familiar faces. They can't do things like sending charcoal in the snow, but they are still happy to add icing on the cake. Of course, the main reason is that Lu Pinggan is very gentle and looks approachable. Not far away, a man in the robe of a Qingyun disciple looked at Lu Pinggan, somewhat at a loss. Not long ago, Master Bayun told him that if Lu Pinggan was seriously injured and in danger, he would hold the Qingyun order, come out to stop, and then send a message to him. But now, Lu Pinggan defeated Shangwen Jiuang. What should he do? Should he report it? Lu Pinggan did not greet others too much, and was not used to this. After a few words, he took the Lu family disciples back. Considering that he had just consumed a lot, and now the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers also appeared in the public eye, he directly ordered 9 Blackwater Dragons to pull the cart together and increase the speed to the fastest. Boom boom boom, the 9-headed second-level Blackwater Dragon flew into the clouds, the water light flowed, and pulled the spirit boat away from the air, and saw other family forces amazed. Some of the casual cultivators who wanted to join Bihu Mountain before also regretted seeing this scene. I didn't expect that the Lu family ancestor was so powerful. The rise of the Lu family of Bihu Mountain is probably unstoppable. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This Lu Pinggan is too evil. I'm afraid some people don't want him to break through to the Jinden stage. The world of immortal cultivation is ever changing. Only by breaking through to the Jinden stage can one truly enter the high level. If you can't achieve the Jinden stage, you will end up being an ant. I am Lu Pinggan. I will give up my family now and go out to look for an opportunity to achieve the Jinden stage. As long as he doesn't die, no one will dare to touch Bihu Mountain openly. Besides, Bihu Mountain has Lu Changsheng and his wife in charge. The couple are also equivalent to fake Dan cultivators. Alice, I don't envy Lu Changsheng for other things, but I envy him for having a good son. I heard that he has a son who joined the Qingyun Sect of Yu State and is also a Qingyun Sect's Jinden seed. If these two sons both break through to the Jinden stage, wouldn't it be a double Jinden stage in the family? The Lu family of Bihu Mountain is really blessed by heaven. These onlookers sighed after seeing Lu Pinggan leave, their voices full of envy and jealousy. Family forces like the Z family of Lingxi, the Yuan family of Daoan Mountain, and the Mo family of Timulan, who have dealt with Bihu Mountain and have a good understanding of it, are even more filled with emotion, as if they were dreaming. Once upon a time, the Lu family of Bihu Mountain was at the same level as them. But in just a few years, they have revealed the foundation and terrifying strength of a top-level fake pill family. Outside the Purple Nether secret realm. Huh? Xiao Jiang, why are you back? How are Lu Pinggan and Shangwen Jiuang? When Master Bayun saw his own disciple coming back, he frowned and asked. He had clearly told him that as long as Lu Pinggan lost, he would send a message to him. Why did he come back directly? Reply to the elder. The young man called Xiao Jiang spoke respectfully. What? You said that Lu Pinggan beat Shangwen Jiuang. Master Bayun looked surprised. Although he didn't know the specific strength of Shangwen Jiuang, he knew a thing or two. Among the fake pill cultivators, he is definitely in the upper middle level. But this Lu Pinggan, it seems that he has only been famous for a few years? How could he defeat Shangwen Jiuang at this age? Not far away, the Jindens Henrin of Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect opened their eyes and were a little surprised when they heard Xiao Jiang's words. Although Shangwen Jiuang was not as good as their eyes, he was at least a well-known and long-established fake Dan cultivator. As for the name Lu Pinggan, they had never heard of it. They only noticed it a little when the secret realm was opened and had some impression. But now, such an unknown junior actually defeated Shangwen Jiuang, which was really beyond their expectations. Especially the Jindens Henrin of Qingyun Sect. Yes, elder, this man has 3 second-level dragons, 6 second-level dragons, and 72 first-level top-level Dao soldiers. It was with the help of the power of Dao soldiers that Shangwen Jiuyang was defeated. Xiao Jiang said so, telling the story of the battle just now. Dao soldiers. Zhenren Baiyun narrowed his eyes slightly. He naturally saw that Lu Pinggan's black water dragon was cultivated by some kind of Dao soldier secret method. There were only 2 or 3 heads, and no one would call them Dao soldiers. But unexpectedly, the other party actually had 81 heads. Although it is not much, it is already very surprising for a clan cultivator. I didn't expect that I was wrong. Baiyun's Henren laughed at himself. He had thought of helping out because of the relationship between Qingzhu Mountain and Qingyun Peak, as well as the war of land reclamation. Now, after hearing about Lu Pinggan's situation, he had some other ideas in his mind. The Su family of beast control has been in existence for so many years, and the family has a deep foundation. They listen to orders but not announcements, and have a certain impact on the ecology of their Qingyun. Although their Qingyun sect can destroy the Su family. But if there is no legitimate reason for this behavior, other families will be sad and move away from Qingyun's rule, and will not be willing to work for them. Now that Qingzhu Mountain has risen and Lu Pinggan has emerged, if the other party is close to Qingyun sect, they naturally don't mind supporting 1 or 2 to check and balance the Su family. After all, they are just a little dissatisfied with the Su family of beast control. But after the other party is weakened a little, they are willing to obey, and they are still very happy. The Jiandans Henren of Qingyun Sect, Yuling Sect, and Luoxia Sect heard about the general situation of the Dao soldiers, but did not say anything. They just remembered the name of Qingzhu Mountain and Lu Pinggan in their hearts. 20 days later. Qingzhu Mountain. Several Lu family members and monks were stationed and patrolling at the mountain gate. Although few people came to attack, they still had to be vigilant. At this moment, they suddenly saw a stream of light flying towards this side in the distant sky, at a very fast speed. Roar, 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 only to see the dim light flashing, and 9 terrifying black figures came in the clouds. Huh? It's Big Brother. Uncle and the others are back. Hey, aren't there 3 black water dragons at home? Why 9? The black figure was 2 or 3 feet long, with horns on its head and fins on its abdomen, like a black dragon, mighty and ferocious. The Lu family members immediately recognized that this was their own black water dragon. After a while, the black water dragon landed outside Qingzhu Mountain. Big brother, uncle, meet the eldest son. These people saluted respectfully. Yet, Lu Pinggan nodded, without saying much, and took Lu Chensha and others into the family, and then found his aunt Lu Maoyan to report the matter of the Purple Nether secret realm. This situation is of great importance, and Lu Maoyan couldn't make up her mind, so she sent a message to Lu Changsheng. Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Lu Changsheng was telling Lu Maoyan about the wonderful principles of yin and yang. Binger was also listening on the side. Although she didn't understand. But when she heard the profound parts, she would hum and sing in unison. I don't know how long it took, yin and yang met, and the sermon ended. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at the communication talisman in the storage ring, put on his robe, and brought Binger to the Lu family mansion. The Shangwen family of the Divine Sword. After listening to Lu Pinggan's description of the situation, he raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect that this trip to the Purple Nether secret realm would cause so many things. Before, he realized that the Jin family and the Sima family might take action against his family. But he didn't expect that he would run into the Shangwen family. It's okay, next time you encounter such a thing, you can send a message directly to your father to avoid danger on the way. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Although Lu Pinggan fought with Shangwen Jiuyang and barely resolved the matter, he was also pushed to the forefront. In the early years, the 3 ancestors of the Su family secretly ambushed him, a foundation-building cultivator. Who knows if the Jiandan ancestors of the beast-controlling Su family and the Jiandan ancestors of the Shangwen family have shame and will do such a thing. After chatting with Lu Pinggan, Lu Changsheng came to visit Lu Qingyun, Lu Chensha, Lu Yunfei and others. After taking pills and being treated by Lu Maoyan and Chu Zhenzhen, Lu Yunfei and Lu Qing's are in very stable conditions. It is estimated that they will wake up in a few days. It's just that the injuries of the 2 have been delayed for a long time, and their foundation has been damaged. However, for Lu Changsheng, the damage to the foundation at this level is not a big problem. It can be repaired by warming it with the 9 treasures Ruai Bone and Mayaoja's Ether, 1 true water. You performed well this time. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Qingyun, Lu Chensha, and Lu Mingfin. Although it caused a lot of trouble to the family, his performance did not disappoint him. Especially Lu Chensha. He actually contracted a second-level monster, the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider, in the secret realm, which was beyond his expectation. Immediately, Lu Changsheng asked his son to release the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider and check his physical condition. Contracting 3 spirit beasts can make your foundation so powerful? This beast art is really interesting. Lu Changsheng saw that Lu Chensha's physical body, magic power, and foundation were far superior to those in the same realm. It was no worse than Lu Lengxiao and Lu Wangshu. If Chensha could contract a true spirit-level pet beast at the peak of his foundation building, wouldn't he be able to directly impact the Immortal Golden Pill or even the Great Dao Golden Pill? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of it. The opponent's beast art has not reached the upper limit and can continue to improve. The gap between the true spirit-level monster beast and the heaven-level monster beast is a world of difference. If you contract a true spirit-level monster beast, not only can the beast art be upgraded to the mysterious level, but also the talent, foundation, and potential can be greatly improved. But Lu Changsheng just thought about it. At present, his true spirit-level bloodline monster beasts are Zumi and Jinpeng, which he can't give to others. Besides, it is not that easy to contract and subdue a true spirit-level pet. You should practice well at home and prepare for foundation building. Lu Changsheng said to the 4 people. The foundation building pill in his hand was already ready. Next, the family will start a wave of foundation building. The family can no longer keep a low profile on this trip to the Purple Nether secret realm. The family's opening of a branch can also be put on the charter as soon as possible. Before, he planned to hand over the opening of a branch to his son Lu Lengxiao. Now seeing the situation of his son Lu Chensha, he thinks it is more appropriate for him to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. With the end of the Purple Nether secret realm, the story of Lu Pinggan and Shengwen Jiuyang began to spread. This incident caused quite a stir. Directly to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pinggan's name resounded throughout Jiang country. Some people even regard Lu Pinggan as the second King Lunzhenren. However, as a family cultivator, Lu Pinggan has achieved such achievements at a young age, and is also regarded by many people as a peerless prodigy like the first ancestor of the 5 elements Wang family. It is believed that Lu Pinggan, like the first ancestor of the 5 elements Wang family, has some kind of top-level spiritual body. The first ancestor of the 5 elements Wang family was famous all over the world for his 5-element body. This Lu Pinggan's body is like a dragon, and he directly challenges the power of magic weapons. It is very likely that he is a kind of body-refining spiritual body. Yes, I heard that his whole body is golden, and his blood is like beacon fire and wolf smoke, rushing straight into the sky, sweeping the world, and is somewhat similar to the rumored Great Wilderness War body. Why do I feel that it is a bit like the body of Vajra? I remember that the body of Vajra is also the same. The body is strong and comparable to magic weapons. As the news spread, many cultivators and forces were amazed and discussed this matter. With this incident, the name of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain gradually went out of the Qingyun territory and was known by the major forces in the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. And these days, Qingzhu Mountain is also very lively. On the one hand, the children of the Lu family cheered for this matter and were proud of it. In addition, many family forces also came to visit Qingzhu Mountain. Now that Lu Pinggan has shown such amazing strength, these surrounding forces should come to pay their respects and congratulate him. Otherwise, what if the ancestor of the Lu family suddenly holds a grudge against you when he thinks that you did not send gifts to congratulate him? In addition to these surrounding family forces, there are also some monks from more distant forces who come to visit and be guests, and want to cooperate with the Lu family through marriage, etc. Chapter 528 Transplanting the Method of Longevity of Heaven and Earth. Bailing gave birth to a ball. Dao soldiers, repel the fake Danzhenren. Lu Quanzhong has been living in seclusion these days, and most of the time he has been healing and observing the Zuanshan Ling Ten. Seeing that the family is so lively, he also understands the situation. After hearing about the Ziao secret realm, he was filled with emotion. Thinking back to the past, he and Lu Pinggan entered the Ziao secret realm together and fought together. But now, his body is half disabled, and it will take several years to get better. And Lu Pinggan has grown to an almost invincible existence under the Qingzhu stage, supporting the white jade pillar of the family and the purple gold beam of the sea. With my father protecting the Tao, I think my eldest brother can grow steadily and break through the giant stage, Lu Quanxian murmured in his heart. Although Lu Pingyan was pushed to the stage. But he knew very well that his father was the real stabilizer of the family. With his father, even though Lu Pingyan's character was generous and not suitable for fighting in the world of immortal cultivation, he could still go on. Without thinking any more, he came to the Bian Peak, the spiritual vein area, looked at the Zuanshan Lingtang in front of him, and sat cross-legged. In addition to the withering and flourishing technique, he has been observing the Zuanshan Lingtang these days, and has gained many insights into withering and flourishing, life and death. However, these insights are still very vague and not clear enough. But he feels that if he can completely comprehend it successfully, he will get great benefits. Qingyun Sect. Lu Pingyan of Qingzhu Mountain, in charge of the Jia Oshdeo soldiers, defeated the divine sword Shangwen family. Shangwen Jiu Yang Qin Yi was stunned when she saw the message in her hand. The boy who was once honest and simple-minded has unknowingly grown into a celebrity in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. And she bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. In the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a stronghold of the beast-taming Su family, a tall and slender woman with straight and slender legs and long fiery red hair stood quietly on the attic. Her eyes were dark and deep, like blue waves, smart and mysterious, looking at the jade slip in her hand. Everyone was paying attention to the battle between Lu Pingyan and Shangwen Jiuyang. But she saw a Lu family member named Lu Chenxia from this message. This boy has a second-level demon beast. He is the leader of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain in this trip to the Xiao secret realm, and he takes the lead in hunting down the children of the Shangwen family. Lu Chenxia Su Ruang's red lips are bright and fiery, and her dark eyes suddenly turn red like the moon. The whole person is like a high and inviolable divine phoenix, with a fluttering skirt, ready to soar into the sky. Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Peak, Qingyun Hall. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pingyan. Yun Wancheng looked at the head of Qingyun in front of her, frowning slightly, a little surprised. I didn't expect Qingzhu Mountain to make such a big fuss again. However, this Lu Pingyan is growing too fast, right? She remembered that a few years ago, this Lu Pingyan barely fought with Sima Tong of the Sima family, and relied on the formation to ambush and suppress the opponent. How could he defeat Shangwen Jiuyang of the divine sword Shangwen family in a blink of an eye? Could it be that this boy is also like the thief Lu Changsheng, always hiding his strength? If so, this family is too cowardly, right? Yes, I heard that Lu Changsheng from Qingzhu Mountain is a guest worshipper at Qingyun Peak, and he knows you, junior sister. So I want to ask junior sister if you know, if Qingzhu Mountain is trustworthy, you can support one or two to check and balance the Su family. The head of Qingyun is thin, calm, and has an invisible majesty. After Baiyun's Henrin came back, he reported to him as soon as possible about Lu Pingyan's affairs. After he learned about it these days, he also wanted to ask Yun Wansheng for her opinion. Yun Wansheng's beautiful eyes were filled with a bit of strangeness. Others don't know, but she knows that the strength of Qingzhu Mountain is not as simple as it seems. Lu Changsheng, this hateful little thief, not only broke through the Jinden, but also he had a top-level third-level demon king in his hand. His combat power can be said to be invincible below the nascent soul. Even she may not be his opponent. In this case, by supporting Qingzhu Mountain to check and balance the beast-taming Su family? It's almost the same to check and balance Qingzhu Mountain through the beast-taming Su family. This person has a good character. He once saved Xiao, and we have some karma, so I'll let him serve as a guest minister in Qingyun Peak. If the head brother wants to support one or two, just look at the arrangements. Yun Wansheng, wearing a colorful skirt, tall and elegant, said calmly. Although she didn't know the specific situation of Qingzhu Mountain, she was willing to go with the flow when the HUD said so. Okay, in this case, I will send someone to meet this Lu Changsheng and Lu Pingyan later. It's really as rumored, he has a good character and is close to my Qingyun Sect. As long as this boy performs well in the future war of opening up Wasteland, I can even consider giving him a crystal pill. The head of Qingyun nodded gently. His Qingyun Sect supports Qingzhu Mountain, and the main support is still Lu Pingyan. After all, only by breaking through the Jinden can we compete with a beast control Su family. Crystal pill. Yun Wansheng had learned about the Yinming Ghost Sect before. Knowing that Lu Changsheng extorted 2 crystal pills from the Yinming Ghost Sect. And considering the mysterious situation of the other party, he might have more than 2 crystal condensing pills in his hand. Well, you can arrange it as you see fit, master. Yun Wancheng said nothing more. Although she was willing to take care of Bihu Mountain and help Lu Changsheng, she would not be too partial and affect the interests of the sect. And she couldn't say that she could not praise Lu Changsheng against her conscience. After that, Yun Wancheng looked at Master Qingyun and said, "Master, I will go out to travel in a few days, so I plan to hand over the law enforcement hall to Year." Go out to travel. Master Qingyun was startled and instantly knew that Yun Wancheng was going out to look for the opportunity of the nascent soul. Although Qingyun Sect is one of the 4 major immortal sects in Zhang Kingdom and has a rich heritage, it can only gather a few nascent soul spiritual objects at most. There is no way to obtain rare pills like Huaying pill. If you want to break through the nascent soul, the sect can only give assistance. It is impossible to directly support it like building a foundation and forming a pill. Junior sister, it has only been a few years since you broke through the late stage of Jinden. Why don't you prepare for it for some time? Now all the countries are making moves, and it is very likely that a war will start. If a war is about to start, with your talent, you may have a chance. The head of Qingyun said thoughtfully. Most cultivators who break through the late stage of Jinden will choose to go out for training and look for opportunities for the nascent soul. But Yun Wancheng is only over 200 years old, and has enough time to accumulate. In addition, in his opinion, his junior sister has a spiritual phoenix marrow body. If she wants, she can find a true monarch to teach her, or the heir of a true monarch to be a Taoist partner, so as to obtain support from the resources of the nascent soul. Even if the war starts, it will take time to ferment. If it really comes to that time, if the sect needs it, I will return. Yun Wancheng said so. She went out to travel, on the one hand, because the immortal golden pill has been cultivated. On the other hand, she was stimulated by Lu Changsheng's situation. The other party's growth rate is too amazing. If she just practices hard, she may be caught up and surpassed by him one day. One day, I will step on the top of Qingyun and embrace the colorful clouds in my arms. 3 years ago, Lu Changsheng's words to her are still vivid in her mind and often echo in her mind. If it were someone else, such words could be regarded as a joke. But the former key refining cultivator has grown to an amazing level. Maybe this day will come in a few decades. Thinking of this day, Yun Wancheng's heart trembled, and she sighed faintly, not knowing how to face it. Okay, let's follow what junior sister said about a matter of the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall. What preparations do you need to make for this trip? The head of Qingyun didn't persuade her too much. Everyone has their own destiny. Breaking through the late stage of Jinden, going out to experience, and looking for the opportunity of Yuanying is also the tradition of their immortal sects. If Yun Wancheng can get the opportunity and break through Yuanying, it will be a great joy for their Qingyun sect. It's almost ready. Yun Wancheng said softly. She was still a little worried about Xiao Ziyu. But now Xiao Ziyu's heart is on Lu Changsheng, and the two of them even started to solve the supreme forget love Zhu. In this case, she was too lazy to worry about it. Besides, Chu Qingyi was still in the sect. But when she thought of her apprentice Chu Qingyi and Lu Changsheng, she felt a headache in irritability. This is also one of the reasons why she chose to travel. Seeing that both of her apprentices were harmed by Lu Changsheng, she couldn't concentrate on practicing, and needed to travel to relax. Okay. The head of Qingyun chatted with Yun Wancheng for a while, then said goodbye and left. Yun Wancheng watched the head of Qingyun leave, stood still for a long time, then looked at a courtyard on the mountainside, and said in a voice transmission, "Ziyu, go to Bihu Mountain." Qingyun Sect should not have told Lu Changsheng about the support of Bihu Mountain. But after thinking about it, she decided to let him know and see what Lu Changsheng thought. Bihu Mountain has been very lively these days, and there is an endless stream of visitors. However, Lu Changsheng doesn't need to worry about such family trivialities, and his children can handle it. At this moment, on the top of Beiyan Peak, Lu Changsheng and his wife Lu Maoyan, Lu Maahun, and Chu Hansong were looking at the auspicious tree in front of them. During this time, Lu Changsheng had accumulated the spiritual energy of the Xianyun Baohurong Lotus Cave to a certain extent. He was preparing to transplant Chu Hansong's natal spiritual root, the auspicious tree, into the Xianyun Baohurong Lotus. The auspicious tree was transplanted because it had a mysterious connection with the Zumi Tree King, so that unexpected situations could be dealt with in a timely manner. Chi. The Xianyun Baohurong Lotus in Lu Changsheng's hand swirled up, shining brightly and swaying gently, as if it was intertwined with Tao and reason, and the aura was mysterious. In the center of the lotus seat, waves of ripples surged, forming a small vortex, as if connected to another world. The auspicious tree rooted next to the Zumi tree king suddenly entered the Xianyun Baohuang lotus. Seeing this scene, Lu Miaohun and Lu Miaoyan immediately looked at Chu Zhenzhen with expectation. Zhenzhen, how do you feel? Lu Changsheng also looked at Chu Zhenzhen and asked with concern. My husband, I can still sense the auspicious tree, but there is an invisible barrier, just like I have been far away from Beiyan Peak, and my magic power has been affected. Chu Zhenzhen felt her own situation and said so. Okay, Zhenzhen, you take a look at the situation these days. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said gently. Although after his analysis, there is a high probability that there is no problem. But just in case, it is better to maintain it for a while. After ensuring that there is no problem, take the three women out for fun. After all, the three women have been practicing the heaven and earth longevity method for decades and have not left Qingzhu Mountain for half a step. Yet, Chu Zhenzhen wore a light green silk dress, her skin was fair, her face was gentle, and there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth at all times. She had both the freshness and refinement of a girl and the charming style of a young woman. Next, Lu Changsheng and Chu Zhenzhen continued to test the heaven and earth longevity method. She could only stay hundreds of meters away from Lu Changsheng now. The farther away she was, the more serious the decline of her magic power would be, and even the whole person would feel an invisible restraint. This situation is similar to usual, but it is more serious now. But as long as she is with Lu Changsheng, it is not a big problem. Husband, Fairy Ziyu is here. Just when Lu Changsheng and Chu Zhenzhen were testing the effect of the heaven and earth longevity method, a message talisman appeared in Lu Miaoyan's storage bag. Because Lu Changsheng often retreats and is busy, so Ziyu has no urgent matters, so she sent a message to Lu Miaoyan. Oh? Ziyu is here. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. Ziyu just went back not long ago, and now she comes again. It is very likely that something happened. Immediately, he and several women went to see Ziyu. Longevity. Ziyu was wearing a moon-white dress, with a cold and holy look. After seeing Lu Changsheng, her eyes immediately softened and she told the purpose of this trip. Support. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect there would be such a good thing. I don't know the specific situation, I just know that the Beastmaster Su family has a deep foundation now, which has caused some dissatisfaction in the sect, so they want to make a few threats and prepare for war. Ziyu explained the sect's attitude towards the Beastmaster Su family and the Lu family. Although Qingyun Sect is willing to support the Lu family, it also values potential and is preparing for war. War of Reclamation. 4 years ago, Yun Wanchang talked to Lu Changsheng about the War of Reclamation. He didn't expect it to be confirmed so quickly. There is no problem in this regard. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. He is not opposed to such things. After all, what his family has to do is to express their attitude. Then actively respond to some things in Qingyun Sect. There is nothing else to do. As for Qingyun Sect's condensing crystal pill, he didn't have much idea. For true disciples like Ziyu and Chu Chengyu to obtain condensing crystal pill, they just need to fight for it. But if the families under their rule want to obtain condensing crystal pill, they must work hard until death and pay a lot of conditions and prices. Therefore, with the name and banner of Qingyun Sect, they can continue to develop steadily. Well, the master and the head have already nodded, so as long as there are no major problems, it's basically settled. Ziyu nodded and expressed her opinion. She knew the development policy and strategy of Qingzhu Mountain, so she also gave some suggestions. After Ziyu's trip, she learned about Lu Changsheng's attitude and did not stay for long, and returned to Qingyun Sect to report. Lu Changsheng told Lu Pingyan about this matter and continued his daily life. On this day, Lu Chengxia found Lu Changsheng. He said that he was ready and could attack the foundation at any time. Okay. Although Lu Chengxia's foundation was almost useless for the foundation pill, but Lu Changsheng still gave him a top-grade foundation pill. The family already had so much experience in foundation building, Lu Changsheng did not watch it all the time. He just asked Huanglian to pay attention to it, and he went to care about Bai Ling's situation. Not long ago, Bai Ling said that she was about to give birth. These days, the fetus often moved in her belly, causing her to sleep a little restless now, and the whole person was very weak. Time passed little by little, and 8 days later, a fake Danzhenren came to visit Qingyun Sect. She did not mention any support during this visit. It was as if she came to express her condolences. She said that Qingzhu Mountain has been in the limelight in recent years, and that Lord Lu is really lucky and has a good son. Qingyun Sect also hopes to have more family forces like Qingzhu Mountain under its rule. If you encounter any troubles or need any help, you can seek more help from the upper sect. With Xiao Ziyu's advance instructions, Lu Changsheng was well prepared in this regard and had a good chat with the elder of Qingyun Sect. Afterwards, this fake Danzhenren went to Qingzhu Mountain to meet Lu Pingyan. Although Lu Pingyan is not good at this, but he has a personality that says whatever he wants. After all, Qingyun Sect had already investigated the situation of Lu Changsheng and Lu Pingyan for this visit. Especially Lu Pingyan. He is not arrogant or impatient. He has chosen to stop when he fought with others several times. He is gentle and generous, which makes Qingyun Sect very satisfied. Zumi Cave Heaven. In the Hall of Longevity. This little guy is just hungry. Here, another baby nourishing pill. Lu Changsheng held Bai Ling and put a pill into her mouth, then used the yin-yang magic power to dissolve the medicine for her, warming her body and the fetus. According to his and Honglian's analysis, this fetus is a true spirit bloodline, which requires nutrition far beyond that of ordinary people. But Bai Ling's nutrition is not enough, resulting in long-term sleepiness. So Lu Changsheng specially refined a lot of top-grade pills for strengthening the body and nourishing the essence, named baby nourishing pills. Bai Ling leaned softly in Lu Changsheng's arms, suddenly frowned, and said ouch. Lu Changsheng hurriedly comforted Bai Ling, thinking that this child was really naughty. Brother, I seem to be giving birth. Bai Ling bit her bloodless lips and said with a painful face. Sister Mayaoj. Honglian. Lu Changsheng hurriedly called Honglian and Lu Mayaoj to help deliver the baby. In a situation like Bai Ling, ordinary midwives are of no use at all. Thinking that Lu Mayaoj, Lu Maahun, and Chu Hanson all had the ability to warm and heal, Lu Changsheng called them together. Immediately, Lu Changsheng asked Zumi to look after Bai Ling, and then waited for the birth of the child. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a faint sound sounded in the cave, causing a transparent white spiritual light to rise in the cave. Is this a strange phenomenon? Lu Changsheng was surprised. He didn't expect that the birth of this child would cause a strange phenomenon. This situation is very rare. Not long after, Bai Ling gave birth. Even though Lu Changsheng had expected it before, he was still confused when he saw this child. This is a meatball, or egg, that is flowing with mist and emitting a white and gold transparent luster. It is about the size of a pumpkin, and there is still some heat on it, indicating that it is freshly baked. Brother. Bai Ling looked at her baby with a pale and weak face. But seeing that it was still an egg, she didn't know what to say for a while. Not only her. Lu Mayaoj, Lu Mayaoyan, Lu Maahun, and Chu Hanson all looked confused. Although I already knew that Bai Ling's child had some problems. But this one was born as an egg, which was two. Could it be that it would take some more time to incubate? Don't panic. Lu Changsheng saw that the appearance of this meatball was somewhat similar to the platinum cocoon that Bai Ling had turned into, and raised his hand to say. Then he stepped forward and held the meatball in his hand. He immediately felt a warm current and a faint fragrance. Baby, I'm daddy, are you there? Lu Changsheng looked at the meatball for a moment, stretched out a finger, poked it gently, and asked. Although according to Li Jing's experience, it would be enough to split it with a sword, but he really couldn't do such a thing. The meatball exuded a strong vitality, but there was no response. Young master, this situation is a bit like insufficient nutrients, it is premature. At this time, Honglian next to him said. Although she didn't know how the children of the true spirit family were cultivated and born. But as a third-level beast master, she had a lot of experience in cultivating spirit beasts. It can be seen that this egg is very full of vitality, but it may be a little far from being born. Then what should we do? Lu Changsheng frowned when he heard about premature birth. Bai Ling's condition did seem like she couldn't support the fetus. Young master, why don't you put her in the spirit eye spring and see? Honglian said uncertainly. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng shouted, and asked Zumi to move the spirit eye spring outside the Changsheng palace over. In an instant, the spirit eye spring appeared in the cave, with 3 Xianyun treasure lotuses swaying inside. Lu Changsheng carefully placed the egg in the spirit eye spring. Gurgle, an amazing scene appeared. The egg began to absorb the water from the spirit ice spring. Young master, put the refined spiritual medicine into the spiritual spring again. Seeing this, Honglian knew that her judgment was correct and said immediately, "Buzz." Lu Changsheng immediately took out several spiritual medicines from his collection, refined the medicine juice, and dripped it into the spirit ice spring. Then he asked Lu Maoyan to fetch some spiritual medicines from the treasure house at home. Just like this, as the spiritual medicines were continuously put in, the meatball with a white and gold transparent luster began to gradually glow, flickering and flowing. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian again and asked what to do in this situation. "Young master, wait a moment and put in the spiritual medicine later," Honglian said hesitantly. "This child's situation is unusual, and she dare not mess around." Lu Maoyan, Lu Maoyan, Chuzhansun and others looked at this meatball, holding their breath and not daring to speak loudly. Buzz, 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 the meatball flickered for a long time, almost draining the water and spiritual medicine of the spirit ice spring, and then an endless holy and gorgeous light bloomed, almost illuminating the entire cave, accompanied by bursts of silent sounds. This silent sound was much louder than before. But it was much worse than the sound of the great Dao when Lu Changsheng condensed the golden elixir. At this moment, Lu Changsheng's whole body was filled with a strong throbbing of spiritual roots. And two system prompts sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to a child with true spiritual blood for the first time, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Detect the conflict between the host's current spiritual body and blood effects. Do you choose to merge? Lu Changsheng didn't pay attention to the system prompt in his mind, and looked at the child in front of him with a serious face. I saw the light gradually dim. A baby was lying in the spirit ice spring. Her skin was white and delicate, similar to ordinary babies. There was a small snake pattern with a white and gold luster at the center of her eyebrows. Looking closely, her eyes were also different from those of ordinary people. There are dots of platinum-colored light in the depths of the pupils, slowly rotating around the pupils. It is sacred and peaceful, yet gives people a somewhat weird feeling. Chapter 529 Bloodline Effect, Chaos Body. What a cute baby. It's a daughter. She will be as cute and well-behaved as Linger when she grows up. Several women looked at the baby in front of them and praised it. After being married for so many years, they knew that their husbands did not favor sons over daughters. In fact, many times, they believed that sons were the family's responsibility, while daughters were to be loved, and they would prefer some daughters. Baby. Bai Ling looked at her daughter carefully with the support of Lu Maoji and called weakly. The baby did not cry or to make a fuss. She put a white and tender finger in her mouth and sucked it, looking at the person who was looking at her, as if she was a little confused. Come, my dear daughter, let Dad hold you. Lu Changsheng held the baby in his arms with a look of joy. Her skin was very soft, fine and warm with a little coolness, as if she was covered with a layer of pearl powder, silky to the touch, and very comfortable. The baby did not resist and was held in Lu Changsheng's arms, looking at Lu Changsheng with eyes that were shining with a little platinum. Husband, why doesn't the baby cry? Bai Ling asked worriedly when she saw this. She had seen many births and helped take care of many children. She knew that babies would cry loudly when they were just born. Why didn't her baby cry or to make a fuss, and had a blank expression on his face? My daughter is born with supernatural powers. Isn't it normal for her to not cry or to make a fuss? Lu Changsheng said nonchalantly. He had hundreds of children, and some of them didn't cry or to make a fuss. But this daughter's birth method was the first time he had seen it. Come, Linger. He didn't hold her for long, and handed her daughter to Bai Ling. Baby. Bai Ling immediately reached out carefully and hugged her daughter, fearing that she would scare her. The baby tilted her head and looked at Bai Ling steadily, with a smile on her face. Hey, she smiled, the baby smiled. So cute. Husband, does this child have a name? Lu Maoyan, Chuzhansun and other women all looked at the child. Over the years, they have witnessed the birth of many children, but this is the first time they have seen a child born like Bai Ling. As for the name, it's Baxi, Lu Baxi, which means the gurgling stream, tranquility, clarity, and vitality. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and said. He had several ideas about the name, but they were not put to use until now. Baxi. Xiaoxir. Bai Ling and Chuzhansun said the name. Bai Yan. Honglian next to him thought of Bai Yan's bloodline at the first time. Baby, your name will be Lu Baxi, Xiaoxi from now on. Bai Ling said with joy in her beautiful eyes. Then she looked at the girls and handed them to Lu Miaoji and others. Wow, Xiaoxi smells so good and is so soft. Xiaoqi was not as soft as Xiaoxi at the beginning. The girls took turns to hold their daughter and pinch her white and rosy face. However, the little girl seemed to be a little resistant to the pinching of her face by others. She pursed her mouth and cried loudly. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng took his daughter and let Bai Ling have a good rest. He could see that Bai Ling was very weak and tired, and was just trying to hold on. Yet, Bai Ling looked at her daughter reluctantly, and then lay back on the bed to rest. Next to her, Lu Miaoji used her magic power to nourish her body through Tai True Water. Lu Changsheng also used the 9 treasures Rui Bone to warm her body. After a while, Bai Ling fell asleep. At this time, the daughter in Lu Changsheng's arms pointed at the Spirit Eye Spring and wanted to leave him. Lu Changsheng didn't know what she was going to do, but he still put her next to the Spirit Eye Spring. This daughter was about to crawl in. Goo. As soon as she entered the Spirit Eye, she sipped the spiritual spring inside, and even opened her little mouth to bite the Qinyun treasure lotus. Lu Changsheng quickly picked her up. It's not that he felt sorry for the Qinyun treasure lotus, but simply because this daughter had just been born, how could she eat anything she wanted? This daughter bit into nothing, and immediately looked at Lu Changsheng with tears in her eyes, feeling very aggrieved. Sir, she should be hungry. You can try to feed her some spiritual liquid or spiritual medicine. Seeing this, Honglian beside her said softly. Spiritual medicine. Lu Changsheng took out a spiritual medicine he had just prepared and placed it in front of his daughter. She sniffed it, immediately stretched out her white and tender little hand, then opened her mouth wide, ate the spiritual medicine with a smack. Wow! Chu Hansun couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw this scene. Lu Miaoj, Lu Miahun, and Lu Miaoyan beside her were also amazed. This daughter had just been born, and she could actually eat spiritual medicine directly. Will this really be okay? Lu Changsheng confirmed to Honglian. Honglian was also encountering this situation for the first time, and she didn't dare to guarantee it. Then she looked a little hesitant and said, Xiaoxi is a true spirit bloodline, which cannot be measured by common sense. She has many characteristics of the demon race. After Lu Beixi finished eating a spiritual medicine, she seemed to have a little aftertaste, then blinked her eyes, and said oh a little excitedly, indicating that she wanted to eat more. Damn, you're already the father of hundreds of kids, but you don't know how to raise them. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but complain, and he activated his yin-yang magic to check on his daughter. Seeing that she looked like a monster cub, with a body that was almost as healthy as a peak level 1, Lu Changsheng was relieved and handed her a few more spiritual herbs. Chirp, chirp, in a few blinks of an eye, his daughter had eaten all the spiritual herbs. Immediately, her eyes, which were sacred and peaceful, glowing with platinum, looked at Lu Changsheng expectantly, puling. Lu Changsheng saw something in her eyes. She wanted to eat more. Haha, if I didn't have a little financial resources, I really couldn't afford to raise such a daughter. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but pinch her cheek, then looked at Lu Miaoyan and said, Yuner, bring all the spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits that can be taken at home. He wanted to see how much his daughter could eat. While talking, he took out 2 bottles of elixirs for strengthening the body and nourishing the essence from the stored ring to see if she wanted to eat. The daughter sniffed it, and then immediately swallowed the pill into her mouth. Her pink and sweet lips seemed to want to eat Lu Changsheng's fingers. In this way, in the cave, 2 giant cultivators and 4 foundation building cultivators took turns feeding a baby. Lu Beixi accepted everything and ate as much as he could. He kept making sounds to express his happiness. About a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Beixi's eating speed slowed down, and her eyes with a platinum luster became a little dim, and her eyelids began to tremble. Xiaoxi won't have an upset stomach, right? Chu Hansun saw this and immediately asked with concern. Not to mention a baby, even a cultivator would not be able to eat so many spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits. She should be full and sleepy. Lu Changsheng paid attention to his daughter's physical condition throughout the whole process. He immediately held her in a comfortable position and patted her gently. After a while, the little guy closed her eyes and fell asleep quietly in Lu Changsheng's arms. Husband, Xiaoxi is such a good eater, should we prepare more spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits at home? Lu Miaoyan asked softly at this time. The spiritual medicines and pills that this daughter just ate are estimated to cost tens of thousands of spiritual stones. If it weren't for the strong foundation of Qingzhu Mountain, ordinary foundation-building families would not be able to raise such a child. Prepare more. Lu Changsheng said with some emotion. Sure enough, the more magical this child is, the more expensive the milk powder money is. I remember that when he was a son-in-law in Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pingyan and his children didn't even eat spiritual rice until they were 3 or 4 years old, and they only had it every 3 or 5 days. As for spiritual fruits, he rarely tasted them until he went to Jiulongfang market. But this daughter ate many spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits that casual cultivators would never eat in their lifetime as soon as she was born. Xioxi should be congenitally deficient, so she supplemented it after birth. Honglian gave her own judgment. When Bailing was pregnant, she observed it. There is always a mysterious medicinal power nourishing the fetus. Otherwise, with Bailing's blood concentration, it would be difficult to give birth to this child. It is for this reason that the child's blood concentration is too high, causing Bailing, the mother, to not be able to keep up with the nutrition, and to be weak and sleepy for a long time. And through Bailing's pregnancy, she suspected that this handling family should have a mature system and secret method specifically for pregnancy and the training of children. Otherwise, it would be difficult for this handling family to maintain the continuation of the bloodline. It's okay, being able to eat is a blessing. Lu Changsheng smiled. With his current financial resources, as long as his daughter doesn't eat like this every day, he can still afford it. If his daughter eats like this every day, he, an old father, will have to go out hunting soon. After chatting with the girls for a while, Lu Changsheng held his daughter to check on Bailing and whether to deal with the excess dairy products after delivery. After finishing his work, he held his daughter to accompany Bailing, Lu Miaoj, and choose Hanxian to rest. System. After several hours, Lu Changsheng handed his daughter to Lu Miaoj, walked out of the cave, and said silently in his heart. Name, Lu Beixi, lifespan. 1/181, talent, earth spiritual root, cultivation, none, talent, music, 90%, 181 years of lifespan. Lu Changsheng looked at the panel in front of him with a surprised look. When his daughter Nangguanyao was born with a pure heavenly fragrance body, her lifespan was over 100 years, which was considered longevity. But this daughter's initial lifespan was 181 years, which was comparable to some foundation-building cultivators. However, thinking of this daughter's situation, like the body and appetite of a monster beast, Lu Changsheng felt that it was normal. After all, this daughter looked like a human, but in fact, there was no problem in treating her as a monster. Bloodline is still not displayed. Lu Changsheng frowned as he looked at the talent column. As for the earth spirit root, he had already realized it when his spirit root was throbbing before. But this daughter's cultivation may not consider the spirit root. Just like Bailing. Her spirit root is only of the 5th grade, but her cultivation speed is comparable to that of the 1st and 2nd grade spirit roots. So he suspected that this daughter's spirit root was just a side effect of the yin-yang wrongling pill. Is Bailing's blood good at music? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's talent again. At that time, Bailing passed the yin-yang wrongling pill, and her blood awakened, and obtained the Book of Music Skills Inheritance, Zional's secret book. Now his daughter's talent once again illustrates this aspect. At that time, Xiao Linger also obtained the skills inheritance. I wonder if Xiao Zai will have the skills inheritance when she grows up. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Music skills are very rare. Over the years, in addition to the system lottery, he also obtained a lot of skills from kind people. But there are almost no music skills. If his daughter does not have the top skills inheritance, she can only practice Zional's secret book with Bailing. System, fusion. Immediately, Lu Changsheng looked at his own situation again. He wanted to know the effect of this Bailing bloodline and which of his spirit bodies it conflicted with. Boom. In an instant, Lu Changsheng felt that his Zhaoqing spirit body, the 5 elements body, the blood talisman spirit body, the Taiyi soul body, the dragon yin body, and the immaculate heavenly fragrance body all trembled at this moment. Although these spirits were not harmonious before, they at least maintained a balance. But at this time, the balance was directly broken and the origin began to blend. Lu Changsheng understood. The human spirit and the demon bloodline are completely different. This bloodline effect addition is equivalent to another kind of spirit, which completely disrupts the balance. So at this moment, All his spirits began to merge. However, during this fusion process, he can choose to preserve the effect of a certain spirit as much as possible. Lu Changsheng thinks that the dragon roar body and Tai soul body are very practical, so he naturally does not want to weaken them. Then there's the immaculate heavenly fragrance body. Although he always thinks that it is not good for a man to have a body fragrance. But this spirit has the effects of prolonging life, poison resistance, charm, and even weakening the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. Lu Changsheng naturally does not want to be weakened. As for the Zhaoqing spirit, which is naturally close to spiritual energy and has no stains, Lu Changsheng said it doesn't matter. The same is true for the 5 elements body and the blood talisman spirit. These 2 spirits are indeed extraordinary. But for Lu Changsheng at present, the effect is limited. Especially the blood talisman spirit. You can burn blood essence to increase the probability of making talismans, and consume blood essence to nourish talismans. Lu Changsheng tried the effect in his early years to speed up the warming of the 3rd level talismans, but never used it afterwards. At the same time, he knew the effect of Bai Yan's blood 1. Born to fit the avenue of music, the practice of music skills progresses rapidly, and the power of performing music skills is doubled too. The bloodline magic power has the effect of suppressing demons and exorcising evil spirits. 3. Improve charm. Improve charm. Lu Changsheng can understand the first 2. But what the hell is this 3rd one? If it goes on like this, will he really develop into a succubus? However, it can be seen from Bai Ling that Bai Yan's bloodline does have this effect. And Bai Ling's thin bloodline just inherited this ability. In that case, melt it. Lu Changsheng was like a furnace at this time, melting several spirits and bloodline characteristics into one furnace, becoming his unique physique and bloodline. Time passed little by little. It seemed like a long time, and it seemed like a moment. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. The whole person seemed to have completed a transformation. Although he still looked the same as before, handsome and elegant, he had an inexplicable change. It was hard to describe his appearance and temperament in words. If you look closely and look into his eyes, even everyone can find a bit of the unique charm of the man in their dreams. What a blood spirit! Lu Changsheng did not care about the improvement of his appearance and temperament, but was happy about the fusion of the effects of the spirit. Through fusion, all his spirits merged into one. It became a physique that belonged to him alone. This physique has the effects of the dragon roar body, as well as the characteristics of the Tai soul body, the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, and the white blood. It's just that these spirit effects are somewhat different. For example, in order to balance, the extremely yang and strong attributes of the dragon roar body are weakened, and it needs to burst out with all its strength to achieve the peak effect. But like the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, the effect of the body's fragrance is completely controlled by him. Unlike in his early years, he had to suppress it through magic power in the 9 treasures Rui Bone. The biggest change was the blood talisman spirit body. The effect of warming the talisman with blood essence is greatly reduced. But burning blood essence not only has the effect of warming the talisman, but can also be used to irrigate spiritual medicine and warm the elixir. And the blood has the effect of suppressing demons and exorcising evil spirits, and has a restraint on the magic and ghost ways. But what surprised Lu Changsheng the most was that this physique obtained the genetic characteristics similar to the blood of the demon race. In the future, when he gives birth to children, they can more or less inherit some of the physical characteristics. For example, the talent in the way of talismans, the talent in rhythm, or the 5 elements of the body are naturally friendly to the spirit, and the power of the magic surpasses others, etc. There may not be much effect, but it is very easy to inherit. And with practice, the potential of the blood can be tapped. If my physique is integrated with countless spirit bodies and countless true spirit blood effects, wouldn't it be possible to create an invincible Lu blood? In the future, the children in the family, in addition to spiritual root practice, can also tap the potential of the blood, so as to get twice the result with half the effort. Lu Changsheng exclaimed. Although the breakthrough of the realm of the cultivator has improved the talent of giving birth to children, but compared with his current situation, it is simply not on the same level. As his cultivation level improves and he continues to break through, the inheritance of blood characteristics will be stronger. Maybe in the future, the effect of his blood will not be weaker than any spirit body. However, this physique also has a disadvantage. His blood is getting stronger and stronger, making it more and more difficult to get pregnant. Even ordinary mortals and key refining cultivators can hardly bear his offspring. Even if she gets pregnant, she will be too weak to be like Bai Ling and Lu Beixi. God will not let down those who work hard. As long as you are willing to work hard, it doesn't matter if it's a little difficult to get pregnant. It just meets the requirements of eugenics. Lu Changsheng's eyes sparkled and his expression was delighted. In addition to the true spirit blood, does the ordinary demon blood have a bonus? If it can be added, can we find a few demon maids? Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly paused. If he wants to find another woman with true spirit blood, he will definitely not find one. Even if he has a thin blood, it is estimated that he will be like Bai Ling, unable to get pregnant for a long time, and cannot have too thick blood. But for ordinary demon descendants, it is relatively simple. But most of the people in Baiyu Tower are half demons, descendants of the demon race, and are born through elixirs or secret methods. If you want pure demon blood, you can only have a 4th level transformed demon king. Lu Changsheng had paid attention to half-demons and beast-eared girls in Baiyu Tower in his early years. Most of them were strings, or cultivated by special secret methods, and basically could only be used as playthings. But he is now different from the past, so he can go and see if there are any high-end half-demons or descendants of the demon race. After thinking for a while, Lu Changsheng opened his system interface bar. Name, Lu Changsheng. Identity, Lord of Qingzhu Mountain. Cultivation, 4th level of Jinden. Lifespan, 84/701. Spiritual roots, Earth spiritual roots. Physical constitution, unknown, unknown. Lu Changsheng looked at the 2 words behind his physical constitution, but he didn't expect that there was no level after the fusion. It is said that above the spiritual body is the Tao body. I wonder how my current physical constitution compares to the Tao body. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, and then his mind moved slightly. In an instant, the physical constitution column changed. Constitution, chaos body. Although my current constitution is still far from the chaos body I knew in my previous life, it has taken shape. I believe that one day, I can accommodate everything, evolve everything, destroy everything, and be favored by heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng set a goal for himself. Melt all the bodies in all the bloodlines, and finally form the unparalleled Lu bloodline. I heard from Honglian that the True Spirit family has some kind of True Spirit bloodline flowing in their bodies. As long as I keep growing, this True Spirit bloodline will be nothing in front of my Lu bloodline. At this moment, Lu Changsheng was in a very good mood. He saw a way to continuously improve his talents and the talents of his children. He didn't practice much on weekdays, and the improvement of his children's talents was equivalent to his talent being improved again, and his practice was accelerated. Then his cultivation level improved, and the first rich led the later rich, forming a positive feedback and a continuous cycle. Draw. Lu Changsheng woke up from joy, thinking that he still had a lottery reward, and silently said, "Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic weapon, Qingyan Binding Belt. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Belt." Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the system space. Magic weapon, Qingyan Shadow Belt, grade, top grade magic weapon, description, contains 9 huge mustard seed spaces, which can store various items, natural treasures, spiritual beasts, spiritual medicines, spiritual veins, etc. When worn, it has the effect of concealing the body's magic power. When in danger, it can automatically protect the owner and resist the attack of the middle stage of the Danji. This belt is not bad. Lu Changsheng saw the belt and smiled. Nowadays, ordinary magic weapons are really useless to him. Although this Qingyan Shadow Belt is a bit useless, the effect of concealing the body's magic power is the same as that of the Yuankong robe. But this 9 mustard seed spaces are very good. When he goes out sometimes, 1 storage ring is often not enough, and he has to carry multiple storage bags. Moreover, many spiritual medicines, elixirs, and demon pills need special brocade boxes and jade boxes to store them to prevent the loss of medicinal power and demon power. It was the same when he intercepted the spiritual veins in the Qingzhu Mountains before. He had to rely on the Shanding to seal the spiritual veins to prevent the source from leaking. If I had this Qingyan Shadow Belt, I could solve the problem directly. Moreover, this belt can also prevent dangerous sneak attacks. Immediately, Lu Changsheng extracted this Qingyan Shadow Belt from the system space. The whole thing is inky black, with delicate dark vortex patterns on it, and evenly inlaid with 9 thumb-sized glass jades. It feels light and smooth in the hand. This Qingzhu shadow belt is very good. With just a thought in my mind, I can store items in a radius. It is much more convenient than storage bags and storage rings. I can only say that the products of the system must be excellent. But after so long in the lottery, I have drawn magic weapons from low-grade to top-level magic weapons, but why haven't I seen any spiritual treasures? Lu Changsheng sighed. I feel that unless you are extremely lucky, it is difficult to see spiritual treasures in ordinary draws. Bai Ling's childbirth did not have any impact on Qingzhu Mountain, that is, Bai Ling finally gave birth, and he didn't have to worry about it all the time. These days, Lu Changsheng spent most of his time with Bai Ling and her daughter. The daughter was still a big eater. She consumed thousands of spirit stones from Lu Changsheng every day. Even though Lu Changsheng was rich, he began to feel pain. However, the daughter's growth rate was amazing. In a month, she was almost the size of an ordinary child of 2 years old. She could walk by herself and even vaguely called her father, mother, and aunt. Binger woke up from the coffin and liked Xiao Beixi very much. She looked at Lu Changsheng with expectation and said that she also wanted a baby. However, facing such a thing, Lu Changsheng was powerless. He could only hope that his physical transformation could make a positive difference and make Binger pregnant. In fact, given Binger's situation, he also wanted to see what kind of offspring they could give birth to if they got pregnant. That day, Lu Changsheng looked at the spiritual energy vortex that began to sweep across Zumi Cave heaven, and knew that his son Lu Chensha had reached the critical moment of breaking through the foundation. Honglian was watching his situation from the side. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng held his daughter and Bai Ling to see the situation. After these days of recuperation, Bai Ling's condition was much better, but she was still weak. It can be seen that giving birth to Lu Beixi had a great impact on her. Well, Su Ruian is here. Seeing that his son still had some time to build his foundation, Lu Changsheng took Bai Ling to continue walking around the Lu family mansion. Suddenly, Lu Miaoyan told him a piece of news. It seems that she must have heard about the Xiao secret realm and came here. Lu Changsheng roughly guessed why the other party came. Since Su Ruian was in charge of several strongholds in the Su family's 10,000 Beasts mountain range, she has not been to Qingzhu Mountain for more than 4 years. Now she came here, she must have heard about her son Lu Chensha's situation. Although she rarely sees her son, and there is no conversation when they rarely meet, she is a mother after all. It just so happens that I also understand the situation of the strongholds in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Lu Changsheng handed his daughter Lu Beixi to Bai Ling, and then went to see Su Ruian. She came here in disguise, and the whole person looked very ordinary. But her temperament is still outstanding, standing out from the crowd. In the outside world, although Su Ruian has some relationship with Qingzhu Mountain, she is also the Yushu Su family and the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family. She was usually cold and seldom got close to people, so it was naturally inconvenient for her to come to Qingzhu Mountain alone. Especially with the current situation of Qingzhu Mountain and the Beastmaster Su family. My husband. Su Ruian took off her disguise, wearing an exquisite red dress and fiery red-black hair. She looked like a phoenix rising from the ashes, revealing an unconcealable holiness and nobility. Decades later, her feelings for Lu Changsheng were still somewhat complicated. Even she herself didn't know how to describe this relationship. There was admiration and gratitude, worship and admiration, fear and submission, and humiliation and shame. Whenever she was outside and faced compliments and praise from others, Lu Changsheng's appearance would appear in her mind from time to time. So the whole person gradually developed a cold aura that kept strangers away and was frightened by it. Yiner, I haven't seen you for a long time. I'm going to take Chensha to see you in a few days when he succeeds in building his foundation. Lu Changsheng looked at the beautiful goddess in front of him, and there was no strangeness after not seeing her for many years. He said naturally and stepped forward to hold her white jade hand. Su Ruian's body instinctively resisted. But facing Lu Changsheng, she still let him hold her hand. An inexplicable and long-lost feeling gradually surged in her body. Chensha, is he ready to build his foundation? Su Ruian asked in a low voice, a little dazed. Although her son was very old, she had met Lu Chensha only a few times. Every time they met, it was just a simple gathering. Well, Chensha is already at the last moment of impacting the foundation. Since you are here, it's just right to go over and take a look. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. The whole person was as gentle as jade, giving people a spring breeze, comfortable and cozy. Well, even though Su Ruan had seen another side of Lu Changsheng, at this moment, she still couldn't help but feel palpitations and trembling in her heart. Then, they followed obediently, lowering their heads. If the Beastmaster Su family, or people who had had a lot of dealings with Su Ruan, saw this scene, they would probably be shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 530. Su Ruan was shocked. Lu Chensha broke through the foundation. Su Ruan and Lu Changsheng came to Zumi Cave Heaven. The moment she entered, she was shocked. The whole secret cave was completely different from what she had imagined. Rich spiritual energy rushed towards her, fresh and dense. This was definitely not a second-level spiritual vein, but a third-level spiritual vein. Even in the beast-controlling Su family, she had met the ancestor of the fake pill, and the third-level spiritual energy she felt was not so rich. In addition, there was a medicinal field in front, planted with exotic flowers and herbs, with mist flowing and the fragrance of medicine filing the nose, all of which were rare spiritual medicines. The most amazing thing was a huge ancient tree in front of her with a strange shape, covered with fine veins and colorful colors. There were only 5 fruits on the whole ancient tree. But the luster of the fruit flowed, like the replacement of the 5 elements, forming a mysterious trajectory, which made people see the extraordinary at a glance. This ancient tree was very similar to a spiritual tree called the 5-element spiritual fruit tree that she had seen in ancient books. Su Ruan was stunned. Unexpectedly, in just a few decades, the secret realm of Dongshan has undergone such earth-shaking changes. Everyone thinks that Qingzhu Mountain has risen from an ordinary foundation-building family to a fake pill family in just a few decades. Little do they know that Qingzhu Mountain is just the surface, and the real foundation lies in this secret realm of Dongshan. Su Ruan's heart was in turmoil, and she was extremely shocked. "Su girl." At this moment, a soft and elegant voice with some complex emotion sounded. Su Ruan heard the words and looked back. She saw a woman wearing a red gold and silver silk embroidered dress, a peach blossom pearl crown on her head, with an elegant and luxurious posture, and a peerless figure coming and looking at her. Senior Honglian. Su Ruan was surprised and delighted when she saw this peerless figure. But the next moment, she realized that something was wrong and thought she was hallucinating. "Senior Honglian, are you reshaping your body?" She didn't know that Honglian had obtained the Peachwood spirit fetus and reshaped her body. Seeing that Honglian was no longer in the state of a residual soul and had a body, she was very surprised, and it was incredible. Although Honglian can attach his soul to someone else, she has seen the appearance of Honglian's residual soul. It is very similar to the appearance, temperament and charm in front of her. Moreover, ordinary cultivators, how can they have such a gorgeous face, temperament and spirit? Well, thanks to the young master, I can reshape my body so quickly. Honglian looked at Su Ruan in front of her, and she was also a little dreamy. She once slept in the ancient beast talisman and was awakened by Su Ruan, who regarded her as a successor and benefactor and cultivated her wholeheartedly. She also hoped that one day Su Ruan would break through the Jinden and Yuanying, and then reshape her body for herself, go to the Bianziuxin world, and look for the mystery of her fall. Unexpectedly, she met Lu Changsheng in a disaster. Chance and destiny, blessing and disaster depend on each other. From the other party, she not only saw the opportunity to reshape her body and return to the peak, she also saw the opportunity of transformation that was once out of reach. The facts did not disappoint her. In just a few decades, she obtained the spiritual fetus of heaven and earth and the soul-melting pill from Lu Changsheng, which allowed her to reshape her body and stabilize her soul in the shortest possible time. I believe that as long as she keeps following Lu Changsheng, she will continue to grow and return to the peak, and it will only be a matter of time. Even though Su Ruan saw that Honglian had reshaped her body. But she was still shocked to hear her admit it herself, and it felt too incredible. In her early years, she heard Honglian talk about the requirements for reshaping her body. It requires the body of a Yuanying cultivator, or the spiritual objects of heaven and earth that can be refined into an external incarnation. Such treasures are difficult to obtain even in the Jinden stage. No matter how extraordinary Lu Changsheng is, it is impossible for him to gather them all so quickly. At this moment, deep in Su Ruan's heart, admiration and awe for Lu Changsheng, fear and submission surged into her heart. She knew that what she saw from Lu Changsheng was just the tip of the iceberg. The other party was much more mysterious than she had imagined. That is why Senior Honglian was willing to follow him. Congratulations, Senior Honglian. Now that you have reshaped your body, it is just around the corner for you to return to the peak. Su Ruian immediately bowed and congratulated. Alice Honglian saw that there was an invisible barrier between herself and Su Ruian. She knew it was related to Su Ruian's experience over the years. A person who ventures out alone and lacks a sense of belonging to the family will naturally become indifferent and reject others. Like a kind elder, she stepped forward and gently stroked her long red hair, saying in a soft and elegant voice, "Su girl, when did you learn such a boastful style? Have you fallen behind in your cultivation during these years? Do you have any doubts?" Honglian was wearing a luxurious dress, and her flawless jade body was flowing with a hazy luster, noble and sacred, so that people could only watch from a distance and not blaspheme, but it gave Su Ruian a sense of being close to nature. She recalled the time when she was young and picked up the ancient beast-controlling talisman, and Honglian's earnest teachings to her. Although she has good talent, she has a fourth-grade spiritual root. But if it weren't for Honglian, it would be impossible for her to be so outstanding and stand out from the family. Senior Honglian. Su Ruian looked at Honglian, who was both her teacher and mother, and felt a little embarrassed. But the gap between her and Honglian gradually melted. After all, Senior Honglian's fate was also related to her. If it weren't for Senior Honglian, she wouldn't be where she is today. Chensha is now breaking through the foundation building. If he sees you, he will definitely be very happy. Honglian patted Su Ruian and said softly and pleasantly. Yes, Su Ruian nodded. For some reason, she actually felt that Senior Honglian had already looked like a hostess. But with Lu Changsheng's character, Senior Honglian would not be able to escape his clutches now that he has reshaped his body. Thinking of this, Su Ruian subconsciously glanced at Lu Changsheng. But after looking at it, she suddenly felt that the two of them looked like a match made in heaven, a pair of immortal lovers. Even though she always had a sense of respect and admiration for Honglian, who was both her teacher and mother, she also felt that only someone like Lu Changsheng was worthy of Honglian. Immediately, she looked at a courtyard not far away with a vortex of spiritual energy hovering in the sky. She guessed that her son Lu Chensha had broken through the foundation building here. Don't worry, Chensha has a solid foundation now. It's easy to break through the foundation building, and there is a high probability that he can condense the Heavenly Beast Foundation. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, and sat down with the two women next to the Spirit Eye Spring to drink tea and chat. Heavenly Beast Foundation. Su Ruian's cultivation method is the beast formula, so she naturally knows what the Heavenly Beast Foundation represents. You must contract a heaven-level bloodline monster beast. In his early years, Lu Changsheng named his son Chensha, thinking that it means dust and gravel. In the following few visits to Qingzhu Mountain, when he visited his son, he was always dull and ordinary, thinking that he was not valued. Unexpectedly, his son actually contracted a heaven-level monster beast. For a moment, Su Ruian's heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion, joy, gratitude, or perhaps an emotion that she couldn't say. Well, and Chensha himself is also very motivated. This time in the Xiao secret realm, he tamed a second-level monster, the ghost-faced soul-devouring spider. Lu Changsheng said softly while holding a cup of tea. The way he raised his hands and feet gave people a sense of elegance and was pleasing to the eye. It was all my husband's cultivation. Su Ruian knew the general situation of the secret realm. Lu Chensha didn't know how he tamed a second-level monster. But he didn't expect that his son would directly tame the monster by contract. You know, taming in a short time and taming by contract are completely two different concepts. Lu Changsheng smiled, and then asked Su Ruian about her situation over the years. Su Ruian said that she is now in charge of several bases of the Su family in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The main thing is to hunt monsters or support the solution of monster dangers. This time, I just had time and saw what happened in the Xiao secret realm, so I came to take a look. Is there any movement from the Su family on the Xiao secret realm? Lu Changsheng asked. I don't know about this either, but the performance of Taoist fellow Lu Pingyan is likely to be noticed by the Su family. Su Ruian said. The Fire Crow Taoist soldiers and Water Snake Taoist soldiers of the Su family are well known in the world. In fact, the two Taoist soldiers are not static. The Su family has been adjusting and optimizing their breeding. Lu Pingyan's Black Water Dragon Taoist soldiers are worth learning from and referring to by the Su family. Moreover, the Su family has long noticed Qingzhu Mountain. It's just that there is no reason for the teacher to come, And there is no direct friction, so there is no end, and Qingzhu Mountain is allowed to fight with the Jin family and the Sima family. Even if the Su family is concerned about the Qingyun Sect, they will choose to suppress Qingzhu Mountain's performance in the Ziyao secret realm. As for the specifics, Su Ruian is not clear. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked Su Ruian about some things about establishing a base in the Qingzhu Mountain range. He wanted to go to the Qingyun Sect to establish a branch family, just as a transit point, so as to attack the Qingzhu Mountain range and establish a base in the Qingzhu Mountain range. Or according to the situation, he could take over a few shops in Qinglu Immortal City. In this way, no matter how many foundation building cultivators there are in the family, they can be accommodated. Otherwise, when Lu Chensha and his group break through the foundation building, in about 10 years, the number of foundation building cultivators in the family will reach an explosive point. Although they can be sent out to experience and travel on their own, it would be better to give them a transition period. Su Ruian explained in detail the process of the Su family establishing a base in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, training children, hunting monsters, material processing, raising spirit beasts, etc. Through this understanding, Lu Changsheng realized that it was much more troublesome than he had imagined, and it was not something that could be accomplished overnight by a few foundation building cultivators. After reminiscing about the past with Su Ruian for a long time, Lu Changsheng took her to the Changsheng Hall for a deep emotional exchange. After all, only in this way can one reach the soul and conquer the body and mind. In the Changsheng Hall, as a person with a lot of experience, Lu Changsheng was not impatient at the beginning. He took out a pot of wine that had a fun effect, and then talked to her while drinking. Through the contact just now, he keenly noticed that Su Ruian might be influenced by his early years and was somewhat repulsive to men. As a result, after not seeing each other for many years, she had some instinctive resistance to him. So at this time, it is natural to proceed step by step and treat him gently. In this way, the two drank wine, became closer and closer, and hugged each other tightly. Facing Lu Changsheng's intimacy and tenderness, Su Ruian only felt that the masculine smell on the other person seemed to rouse her sense of smell and heartstrings at all times. The whole person was like a young girl who had just fallen in love, and a little deer rushed around in her heart. Then she shyly catered to his domineering tenderness. Let him grab and taste the sweet fragrance in her mouth. After a while, a rustling sound was heard. Su Ruian's exquisite and luxurious luoshang was half untied. Her white skin was as rosy as clouds, and with a fiery red dress, the whole person was like a blooming flaming rose. Lu Changsheng looked at her with admiration. Looking at the familiar and attractive ravine, the 5 fingers overflowed. Then he slowly took off the fire phoenix boots and played with his soft feet wrapped in snow-white stockings. The jade feet were white and round, the curve of the instep was beautiful and soft, and the 10 slender toes with red nails were faintly visible in the stockings. Even through the stockings, you can feel the soft and elastic touch, like white jade. When the jade feet were played with like this, Su Ruian felt like she was electrocuted. Her red lips opened slightly, and she hummed, and her breathing became more and more rapid. However, her early memories gradually revived. She looked at Lu Changsheng with her beautiful eyes burning like fire and red moon, and said, "Please ask my master husband to go to bed." Immediately, the beauty got up quietly. After many years, it was a little strange. But Lu Changsheng did not blame her at all, and treated her gently and guided her earnestly. In the cave, the charming atmosphere became more and more intense, and the two gradually blended into one. It may be that it has been many years, or it may be Su Ruian's psychological problems. Not long after, she seemed to be exhausted and collapsed like mud. As a result, she felt a little guilty when facing Lu Changsheng. There is no need to rush for a good time and beautiful scenery. Lu Changsheng soothed her burning body and said gently. In this way, the two of them enjoyed the long-lost time in the cave and talked about the Tao without thinking about external things. Although Su Ruian was not in a good state, her physical strength and endurance in practicing beast skills were far beyond ordinary people. She used the secret method of fusion that Lu Changsheng had seen in Huzhou. After merging with Yan Yao Wang, the whole person was like a phoenix goddess bathed in flames. If Lu Changsheng had not been so strong, it would be difficult for a foundation-building cultivator to bear such flames. Even a giant cultivator would need to circulate his mana and could not experience it personally. This process gave Lu Changsheng a very novel experience. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart whether he would have the demon bloodline he imagined if he got pregnant in this state. This is a path he had never imagined. Lu Changsheng checked Su Rui's condition through close contact, and it was almost impossible for her to get pregnant. Even if there was an extremely slim chance of getting pregnant, once the fusion technique was lifted, it would probably have an impact. Lu Changsheng gave up this unrealistic idea, holding her slender waist with one hand and holding her jade hand with the other. Su Ruin couldn't maintain this state for long. It was unknown how long it had been, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Su Ruin felt dizzy and felt a warm embrace. An unprecedented satisfaction surged in her heart, and she even felt that it would be great to be like this forever. A few days later, seeing that the spiritual energy vortex outside had reached its final moment, Lu Changsheng stopped discussing with Su Ruin and walked out of the Changsheng hall. After being nourished by Lu Changsheng, Su Ruin's beautiful and cold face had a softer color, and was delicate and rosy. When she faced Lu Changsheng, her whole person instinctively got closer to him, and no longer resisted as before. If it weren't for the humble intention in her heart, she would even want to be by Lu Changsheng's side all the time, snuggle in his arms, and smell his heart-stirring scent. Outside the palace, Honglian saw Su Ruin, who was full of energy and had a rosy complexion, but she didn't say anything. With such a relationship between the two, it was already a good result that Lu Changsheng could treat Su Ruin well. Just looking at Su Ruin wearing a fiery red dress embroidered with a phoenix, which was somewhat similar to her own style when she was young, Honglian seemed to think of something and immediately dispelled her distracting thoughts. Su Ruin was a little shy when she saw Honglian, and her head was slightly lowered. In the early years, when she was in the ancient beast talisman, she didn't have much feeling. But now Honglian has reshaped her body and even has a relationship with Lu Changsheng. She has been thinking about this person's absurdity these days. Maybe one day, she and Senior Honglian. Lu Changsheng was very calm, without the slightest shyness. There was only the last layer of film between him and Honglian. It's just that there is still a lack of a suitable opportunity, an opportunity for things to come naturally. In this case, the other party looked at herself and Su Ruin, and it was like adapting in advance. Besides, after so many years of getting along, Honglian already knew what kind of person he was, so what was there to pretend? Chencha's foundation building went smoothly, and there was no problem. Honglian was a Yuanying's engine in her previous life, and she was also a person who had experienced many storms. She was elegant and said indifferently. Su Ruin's appearance, looks, and temperament were all stunning no matter where she was. But compared with Honglian at this time, she was immediately dwarfed. It's not just her appearance and figure. There is also the transcendent dignity that has been precipitated by the years and looks down on the world. Yes. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, sat down aside, and then asked Honglian some questions. She was a beast master in her early years. Was she ready to contract a spirit beast? It is difficult for ordinary giant and cultivators to subdue the third-level demon king. But Honglian has the soul of the Yuanying, and maybe she can do it. If there is a suitable one, I can consider it. Honglian said so, showing a very indifferent expression. She did not practice the beast tactics, and did not have much demand for beast control. It's just that I had a talent for this in my previous life, so I spent a little time thinking about it. If the contract is not suitable for the spirit beast, there will be no benefit, and it may even become a burden. As the three chatted, Lu Mioj also happened to enter the cave and comprehend it. Boom. It was unknown how long it had been, and Lu Chengxia successfully broke through the foundation. He knew that Lu Changsheng and others were outside, so he did not delay and walked out of the cave. Father, mother, and Senior Taoshan. After he broke through the foundation, like Su Ruin, he was affected by the beast formula and had a lot of changes. Handsome and white, almost transparent, giving people a pale and feminine feeling. His hair was as black as ink, forming a sharp contrast with his pale and feminine skin. And his eyes were even darker and deeper. Like a dark hole in a deep pool, it glowed with a terrifying luster, as if to grab the souls of others. Chenxia, congratulations on breaking through the foundation. Lu Changsheng smiled and congratulated. The other women also congratulated. Facing the sun, Su Ruin was not as close as she imagined. Or rather, she herself didn't know how to get close to him. In his early years, he was only taught to listen to his father's words and please his father. There weren't many heart-to-heart talks between mother and son, and a warm life. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng sighed softly. He would also have this feeling when he went to the secular world. So he gradually went to Ruiyi County less and less. Your mother heard about your foundation building and came to see you. We'll have a family dinner at home later to celebrate for you. Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said, indicating that he should stabilize his foundation first. Chapter 531, The Sun Makes a Nest. Ba Luning's family goes out with a beauty. 10 days later, Su Ruiyin left. She came this time because she hadn't been to Qingzhu Mountain for a long time. On the other hand, she came to visit because she heard about the Xiao secret realm and her son. Seeing her son break through the foundation, she naturally had nothing to worry about. However, the mother and son didn't have much to say. Lu Chensha was not as natural as her aunt Lu Miaoyan when facing this mother, and was a little restrained and respectful. So these days, Su Ruiyin spent most of her time in Changsheng Hall with Lu Changsheng to communicate with her. I don't know if it was because of her son Lu Chensha's matter, and the shock brought by Honglian's reshaping of her body, when she faced Lu Changsheng, she had a little more admiration, and submission. Lu Changsheng was not a grudge. He had long since stopped caring about the things in his early years and didn't take them to heart. For the sake of Honglian and his son Lu Chensha, he was very tender and comforted each other's body and mind. The humiliating training in the past, the tender affection now, and the various complex emotions towards Lu Changsheng, turned around in her heart, causing Su Ruiyin to gradually sink physically and mentally. Even when she was awake, she realized that something was wrong. But the whole person seemed to be trapped in an abyss, unable to extricate herself. Since I fell into this man's hands that year, I could not escape his clutches. Su Ruiyin panted violently, her beautiful eyes opened and closed, her head slightly raised, and she accepted his bullying and violation like a resigned person. But the corners of her mouth and eyes were filled with a sweet smile of enjoyment. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well choose to accept it, serve to her heart's content, and enjoy the fun and pleasure. Moreover, facing Lu Changsheng's domineering tenderness, she couldn't extricate herself. These days, she begged more than she had seen in her life, and the heartbeats were more than in this life combined. When Su Ruiyin left, Lu Changsheng approved a sum of resources for Lu Chensha. Let him consolidate his cultivation in the future and cultivate the iron fire ants and the centipedes. Afterwards, he asked Lu Xingyang to call Lu Pingyan back from Qingzhu Mountain. Dad? Lu Pingyan was dressed in a gray suit, with a tall and sturdy figure, like a martial artist, and he didn't look like a cultivator at all. Pingyan, do you have anything to do next? Lu Changsheng asked. Nothing. Lu Pingyan scratched his head, a little puzzled. Since there's nothing, go to Qingyun Sect to see Xiaoqin. You two haven't seen each other for a long time. I think Xiaoqin heard about your situation in Xiao's secret realm and was very worried, so he wrote to you. Last time, he took the initiative to come to Qingzhu Mountain. This time you take the initiative to go to Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng said so. But at home, Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Pingyan was stunned, his expression was a little tangled. However, before he finished speaking, Lu Changsheng threw out a jade card and said, you don't have to worry about home. This is the ticket for the Qingyun spirit ship. You will go directly to Qingyun market later, take the spirit ship, and go to Qingzhu Immortal City. Then go to Qingyun Sect from Qingzhu Immortal City, and after seeing Xiaoqin, you will rush back by yourself. Lu Changsheng said directly. According to Su Ruiyin's description, the Su family is likely to make a move. Although the Shengwen family did not make any moves before, they had to be on guard. But then again, there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. But it is unrealistic for him to take the initiative to attack and wait for someone. Who knows when he will wait? How can he have the leisure to do so? So Lu Changsheng thought about it and decided to use his son to make a nest for a fishing. As long as Lu Pingyan appears in Qingyun Market in Qingzhu Fairy City, he will most likely attract the attention of the Su family and Shengwen family. When his son comes back, he will follow him in secret. As long as someone dares to jump out, he can solve it directly. In addition to the Su family and Shengwen family, he can also see if there are other forces with ill intentions, casual cultivators, or hidden demon cultivators. Lu Pingyan looked at the boat ticket in his hand, his expression was stunned. By the way, here is a true solution to the sword. When you give it to Xiaoqin, just say that you exchanged it yourself, or asked King Shen for advice. Lu Changsheng threw another crystal-clear jade slip with a blue luster to his son. Although there are no 7 lights great freedom sword scripture, Xianyuan sword art, Zhaoshan Xingdao sword art, and other skills in it. But there are Lu Changsheng's own explanation of the sword, his feelings, and a 7 lights sword meaning. If Qingyun can understand this sword meaning, there is also hope to comprehend the fragments of the 7 lights sword scripture. Okay, go. Remember to bring your identity token, no need to disguise, go there openly. After Lu Changsheng finished his instructions, he didn't give his son any more words, and signaled him to prepare himself. Yes, Dad. Lu Pingyan heard what he said, and realized something from the last words, and nodded in response. After arranging Lu Pingyan's affairs, Lu Changsheng also prepared to take this opportunity to take Lu Maiyuan, Lu Maihun, and Chu Hansun out for fun. After more than 2 months of experiments, it has been ensured that there will be no problem with the transplantation of Xianyuan Baohong Lotus to the Heaven and Earth Changsheng method. If there is really a problem, it is that in this case, he can't use this second Yanshan, and the 3 women's mana has decreased. But Lu Pingyan hasn't gone out yet, he is not in a hurry. He planned to finish Xia Xiaoyu's wedding first, refine the evil repelling golden thunder, and so on. Soon, Lu Changsheng came to the Lu family mansion, ready to tell the 3 daughters of Lu Maiyuan about this matter. However, at this moment, he heard from Lu Maiyuan a piece of news that was enough to stir up the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. A giant's Henren appeared under the rule of the Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng was surprised and felt it was very sudden. Well, this family is called the Beiluning family, and it is also quite legendary. 200 years ago, it was also a Jiandan family, but after the death of the family's Jiandan's Henren, the family quickly declined, and there was not even a fake Dan's Henren. More than 40 years ago, under the beast tide that swept through the Yuling territory in Qingyun Immortal City, a foundation-building ancestor of the Ning family relied on his contribution to break through the fake Dan and reappear in the eyes of the world. No one expected that now, more than 40 years later, the Ning family actually had another Jiandan's Henren, and no one knew where this Ning family ancestor had impacted the Jiandan. Lu Maiyuan said softly, very emotional. Although there are only 3 major Jiandan families in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. But in the long years, there have been many Jiandan families. However, due to various reasons, they quickly disappeared from the crowd. The Beiluning family, which has experienced ups and downs, is a very small number. Most of them declined and completely disappeared. The Beiluning family. Now there is another Jiandan family under the rule of the Qingyun Sect. I wonder if it will affect my opening of a branch family. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Husband, this Beiluning family is very low-key. They will hold a Jiandan ceremony soon. It is reasonable for the family to send someone to congratulate them. Lu Maiyuan said. Now Qingzhu Mountain is also considered a top family force under Qingyun. When encountering such a big event, it is reasonable to send someone to send a gift. You can let Xingyang and Zuiner take care of these arrangements. Lu Changsheng smiled and continued, speaking of this Beiluning family, there is a Jiandan. Does it have any great impact on the Qingyun Sect? It is rumored that the ancestor of the Ning family got an opportunity in the Qingyun Mountains and broke through to the Jiandan. So it will definitely set off a trend, so that many independent cultivators and family cultivators will follow suit and go to the Qingyun Mountains to train and look for opportunities. Lu Maiyuan said so. Although the Qingyun Mountains are full of opportunities, there are very few people who get opportunities from them. What's more, most people who get such Jiandan opportunities still die in the tiger's mouth and bury their bones in the wilderness. Lu Changsheng shook his head when he heard this. Everyone in the world sees opportunities, but not burials in the wilderness. Even if he came back from Jin State and crossed the Qingyun Mountains, he didn't dare to mess around in it. It is tantamount to ascending to heaven for ordinary cultivators to find opportunities to break through the Jiandan. Moreover, whether it is true or false to break through the Jiandan in the Qingyun Mountains is still worth discussing. For a cultivator to break through the dam stage, not only does he need a third-order spirit vein, but the noise and the strange phenomena in the world can easily attract the attention of the Demon King. Once this process is disturbed, there is a high probability that the breakthrough will fail. Lu Maiyuan agreed deeply. Although she could not go out. But in recent years, she has been in charge of the family's internal affairs and paid attention to all aspects of the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. She knows that almost every period of time, there are large and small families, forces, or cultivators who have fallen. By the way, Yuner. Lu Changsheng expressed to Lu Maoyan the idea of taking them to Juxiao Immortal City, Wanqiao Mountain Range, and Qingyun Immortal City for fun. Husband, I want to visit Grandma. Lu Maoyan was slightly startled and whispered. The fourth elder has passed away for 20 years. But her granddaughter has never been able to go to worship. Except for Lu Yuanzhong and others, many Qingzhu Mountain cultivators who do not know the truth will feel heartless in their hearts without saying it. Okay, we will go there tomorrow. Lu Changsheng put his arm around his wife's shoulders, held her in his arms, and hugged her quietly. Although his wife did not say it, it was also a torment that she had not left the mountain gate for 40 years. Or, this is the price of the method of longevity in heaven and earth. The next day, Lu Changsheng used his great magic power to transplant the Lingming treasure tree and the Gaiyu demon flower into the Xiaonin treasure emperor lotus. Then he took Lu Maoyan, Lu Maohun, and Lu Maoj to Qingzhu Mountain. There was no swagger, just a simple visit. Lu Yuanzhong knew about the method of longevity in heaven and earth, and was very surprised to see Lu Maoyan and Lu Maohun. But now that he is old, he knows that there is no need to ask too much about many things, and he is happy for the arrival of the two women. Soon, several people came to the cemetery of Qingzhu Mountain. Grandma, Dad Lu Maoyan and Lu Maohun came to the tombs of their grandmother and father to worship. Years of missing, grief surged in their hearts, their eyes were red, and they cried sadly. The son wants to support his parents, but they are not waiting. Although they have obtained opportunities, they have broken through the foundation, and they may even have the hope of forming a pill in the future. But in the past few decades, they have been apart for a long time, and even when they heard that their grandmother and father had passed away, they could not come to worship and say goodbye. At this moment, the old man's voice and appearance emerged in his mind. Especially Lu Maohun. When she was young, she was spoiled by her father. She was arrogant and often made her father unhappy. She didn't do her filial duty. At this time, she has grown up, but her father has passed away. Don't be sad. Father-in-law and grandma may be watching us. We are getting better and better, which is the best comfort for them. Before they die, they also hope that you will be happy. Lu Changsheng supported his wife and whispered softly. Well, the two women sat here for a long time. Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj accompanied them quietly. After staying in Qingzhu Mountain for a while, Lu Changsheng brought the three women to Beihu Mountain, Huaguo Mountain, and even took a tour over Jinlong Ridge. Although Lu Maoyan and Lu Maohun knew about this place, they had never been here for so many years. After a few days of relaxation, they returned to Beihu Mountain. Lu Changsheng took Chu Zhenzhen, Lu Quanzhen and other children to Zhoushan Mansion to worship. Although Chu Zhenzhen could not leave Beihu Mountain, Lu Kaizhen often came to worship on behalf of his mother. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng came to Ruiyi County again. He just looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Lu Mansion in front of him, but he did not go in. He stayed for a long time, then sighed, and left with his wife and children. A month later, Lu Changsheng and Xia Xiaoyu's wedding was held as scheduled. This wedding was very simple, and there was no big event for the outside world, but the Lu family was a little more lively. However, the neighboring familiar families came to congratulate as soon as they saw the happy event. After Xia Xiaoyu was promoted from concubine to wife, Lu Changsheng gave her the choice of the heaven and earth longevity method and the fire mulberry tree. Although the other party broke through the foundation, her talent and character were destined to have no chance to form a pill, and even the hope of the late foundation was slim. In this case, Lu Changsheng also regarded the heaven and earth longevity method as a reward. Although this method has limitations, it is indeed a longevity method. Thank you, husband. Xia Xiaoyu knew the effect of the heaven and earth longevity method and chose to practice it. After accompanying Xia Xiaoyu for a few days, Lu Changsheng began to retreat and refine the evil-repelling golden thunder. Zumi Cave Heaven. In the Hall of Longevity, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged. It was as if thunder was rolling in his body, roaring continuously, causing a layer of lavender lightning arcs to jump on his body. This kind of thunder is indeed much more powerful. If there is no third-level body refining, or a treasure to protect a body, it is difficult for ordinary giant and cultivators to refine it. Lu Changsheng clearly felt the fierce and domineering nature of the evil-repelling golden thunder. It was even more domineering than the previous Lei Gangan. As the evil-repelling golden thunder gradually refined, his body burned a layer of purple-red blazing flames, which was the Lei Ganglong Gayan. Because of the fusion of the spirit body, His leg ganglongian was affected by the body of the dragon's voice and was not as domineering as before. But under the influence of the chaotic body, it was much more majestic than before. At this time, the thunder seed and the fire seed were under the control of Lu Changsheng, trying to combine the two into one. However, the thunder attribute of the leg ganglongian was different from the evil repelling golden thunder after all, and the attributes conflicted, and could not be completely combined. At most, through the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, the thunder and fire formed a certain balance, which was used for short-term combat. Or like his son Lu Qingzhu's pseudo-magical power, the thunder-fire mysterious lotus, as a means of explosion. However, after refining the evil repelling golden thunder, Lu Changsheng's whole body was filled with a sense of mysterious harmony. His blood was affected by the chaotic body and had the effect of exorcising evil spirits. At this time, it was perfectly matched with the evil repelling golden thunder. If he wanted, he could even burn his blood essence to increase the power of the evil repelling golden thunder. Why is it a bit like vomiting blood to exorcise demons? Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and twitched his mouth. But if this goes on, won't I really become the nemesis of the demon and ghost? Lu Changsheng touched his chin, then raised his right hand slightly, and the light gold and evil repelling golden thunder in his palm crackled and surged, like thunder rolling. He stretched out his right hand again, and the purple-red thunder dragon flame in his palm rose and spread, hot and overbearing, causing the air to distort. Lu Changsheng tried to slowly gather the thunder and fire. Boom! A thunder exploded. Even if the thunder and fire could be balanced through the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, the first attempt at fusion failed directly. Zumi immediately formed a force of heaven and earth to suppress the explosive breath of thunder and fire, so as not to blow up the Changsheng palace. But the purple-red flame with golden thunder arc still hit Lu Changsheng, causing him to stagger and his palm to sting. Sure enough, this kind of method is not easy to accomplish. Lu Changsheng shook his palm and realized that he was too aggressive. He immediately reduced the thunder and fire to the power of foundation building, and then coordinated it through the yin and yang magic. Under the coordination of yin and yang magic, the two violent energies were immediately clearly separated and closely connected to each other, and slowly merged. Tisk tisk tisk, it's not difficult. Next time, you can use this thunder fire mysterious lotus to inspire Qingzhu. Lu Changsheng looked at the light gold and purple-red intertwined thunder and fire lotus seed in his hand and chuckled. However, after playing for a while, he did not continue to study and develop it. After all, the power of the fusion of the evil repelling golden thunder and the thunder dragon flame is just like this. It is one level lower than the 9-color robbery light and the yin and yang mixed whole millstone. It is enough for close combat and suppressing demons and ghosts. Knowing that his son Lu Pingyan was about to board the Qingyun spirit ship, Lu Changsheng was also ready to go out. But before that, he went to see Chu Qingyu again. Similar to before, Chu Qingyu saw Lu Changsheng, like a wronged little wife, and handed over the collected materials. Although only more than a year has passed, the natural materials and treasures for refining the Yin-Yang Dao map have been gathered. There are few things left, and Lu Changsheng thinks that he can take a look at them on this trip to Zhuxiao Xiancheng and Qinglun Xiancheng, or if there are any substitutes. At this time, Chu Qingyu explained to Lu Changsheng that several rare natural materials and treasures were dealt with by the demon pill. But Lu Changsheng didn't care about these at all, and he wanted to help her warm up the golden pill with a gentle look. Afterwards. On the bed, the sword fairy, who is usually cold and aloof, with clear eyebrows and eyes, and full of heroic spirit, blushed. The snow-white and delicate swan neck was covered with sweat, which slid down the delicate collarbone and soaked the dress. The dignified and noble Qingyun sword robe was extremely macy and full of wrinkles. It was wet and stuck to her perfect jade body with golden proportions, making the proud curves and tender legs like jade vaguely visible, which was extremely tempting. The plain white jade boots on her feet were replaced with a pair of crystal blue high heels. A pair of white and charming, rosy and shiny Qinglian jade feet were exposed. The arch of the foot was curved, and due to the tightness and depression, the red and tender blue veins on the instep were clearly visible. After a while, Chu Qingyu tidied her clothes, feeling ashamed and annoyed. Why was she deceived again and agreed to such a request? If the master knew that she was dressed like this and with this person, how could she be disgraced? After watching Chu Qingyu leave, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Qingyun was preparing to attack the foundation. After seeing Lu Changsheng, Lu Qingyun hesitated to speak, and told him about Lu Chenxia's situation in the Xiao secret realm, expressing her concern. Evil Way. Lu Changsheng had long seen the character of his son Lu Chenxia. He seemed dull and taciturn, but he was very cold in his bones. It is estimated that he was both admiring and afraid of his father. This is why Lu Changsheng decided that his son Lu Qingzhu would be the next head of the family. As the children of the family grow up one by one, the cohesion will decrease anyway. I don't have time to worry about it. At this time, a qualified head of the family is needed to gather the brothers and sisters together and convince others. Okay, I'll talk to Changsheng later. And in the secret realm, the situation is urgent, and sometimes you need to be decisive. Lu Changsheng did not say who was right or wrong, and said to his daughter in a gentle voice, indicating that she should rest assured to build the foundation. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng gave the foundation building pill he had won in the previous lottery to Lu Miaoj. He said that during the time he was away, she and Honglian watched and arranged the foundation building at home. Let's go. After spending a few days at home with his wife, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng took Lu Miaoyan, Lu Miaohun and Qingzhu out for a trip to Zhuxiao Fairy City. Cry. Lu Changsheng brought the three women to the Nine Heavens Gangfang lair and released the golden-winged sky pang, causing the three women to exclaim. In order to increase knowledge and broaden horizons, Qingzhu Mountain collected many books, travel notes, and notes. Qingzhu and Lu Miaoyan also participated in the compilation. The history of Jiang Kingdom's cultivation, the four major immortal gates, side door casual cultivation, natural materials and treasures, ancient secrets, etc. were compiled into a book. So the women read a lot of books, but actually didn't see much. Now that they are out of Qingzhu Mountain and no one can see them, Lu Changsheng also simply demonstrated his magical power of forming a pill for his wife. With the raise of his hands and feet, he tore through the Gangfang and shook the mountains and the earth. The purpose of this trip was to have fun, so Lu Changsheng did not rush the whole way. When it was almost time, he took back the golden-winged sky pang and took the three girls on the spirit boat to slowly enjoy the scenery, or to visit the market and the city along the way. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng and the three girls came to Hemming Mountain to visit Ling Xiao and his children. With Ling Xiao in charge, Hemming Mountain is now thriving, and the infrastructure is almost complete. Seeing the three girls, Lu Miaoyan, Lu Miaohun, and Qingzhu, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. However, she knew about the Xianyun Baohong Lotus, and immediately guessed what was going on, and congratulated the three girls. Afterwards, Ling Xiao told Lu Changsheng that not long ago, Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao encountered an attack. This person has the peak cultivation of foundation building. If it weren't for the golden armor being mother, Lu Lingxiao and Lu Wangshu would have been in danger. Have you found out which force is responsible? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. Based on the corpse, this person is most likely a casual cultivator or killer invited by the Sima family, or the Jin family, or other families. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao expanded through the Linghu Club, relying on the reputation and power of Lu Pingyan not long ago, and conquered another gang force. Now in addition to the assets in the market, there are three small mines under their name, which has a direct conflict of interest with the Sima family. But in the family dispute, in addition to the Sima family, other forces are likely to fish in troubled waters. Lu Changsheng nodded. As long as you embark on the path of cultivating immortals, whether it is an individual or a force, fighting and fighting are inevitable. However, he is still relieved for his daughter Lu Wangshu and son Lu Lingxiao. As long as the Jiandan cultivators do not take action, there will be basically no problem. If the Jiandan cultivators take action, Ling Xiao will also have a 1,000-faced fox puppet in his hand. Moreover, in the general environment of Jianghu, except for the four major immortal gates, the number of Jiandan cultivators is limited. It is rare for Jiandan cultivators to attack and kill and attack the younger generation. Lu Changsheng took the three girls to live in Hemming Mountain to accompany Ling Xiao. Daddy. Auntie. Lu Ling was riding a black and white panda. She was very happy to see Lu Changsheng and the other two. She came forward to greet them happily. Her face was always filled with a happy smile, which infected others. Xiao. Lu Changsheng's eyes were full of doting. Lu Miaoyan and Qingzhu also loved this daughter very much. When Lu Ling saw Lu Changsheng, she said that it was not fun here and she wanted to go home and find her big brother. She had a good relationship with her big brother Lu Pingyan. She heard about her big brother's reputation some time ago, so she missed him very much. If Ling Zixiao hadn't been unable to leave, she would have wanted to go home a long time ago. Lu Changsheng has always loved this daughter very much. Seeing that she was really bored like this, he thought about it and asked her if she would go to the fairy city with him. Anyway, with a Shinetun Bao Huanglian, a portable cave, it doesn't matter if there are more Lu Ling. Immortal City. Dad, I want to go. I want to go. Lu Ling said happily when she heard that she was going to the Immortal City. Ling Zixiao saw that Lu Maiyuan and the other two had no objection and they all doted on their daughter, so he smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Xiao, you must be obedient on the way, okay?" Not only Lu Lingxiao, but Lu Wangshu has been busy outside. She is responsible for many things in Hemming Mountain and has no time to accompany her daughter to go out and play. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I will be obedient. Lu Ling nodded her little head vigorously, very happy. If Xiao is here, the road will not be boring, but I have to prepare more desserts. Chu Hansen laughed and rubbed Lu Ling's bun. She loved this innocent daughter very much. Longsha Mountain. The beast-controlling Su family. Lu Pinggan appeared in Qingyun Market, took the Qingyun spirit ship, and went to Juxiao Immortal City. The Su family has been paying close attention to the situation in Bihu Mountain these days, and has spies in all major markets. Seeing Lu Pinggan appear in Qingyun Market, he immediately sent a message back to his clan. The head of the Su family also attached great importance to this news. Although there are still Lu Changsheng and Lu Maioji and his wife in charge of Bihu Mountain, Lu Pinggan is now in the limelight. How could he go out casually? Is he going to Juxiao Immortal City for something important? The Lu family has gained a lot in Xiao's secret realm this time. Maybe he will go to Juxiao Immortal City to participate in the auction or collect natural treasures. According to the news, not long ago, Qingyun Sect Beishuang's Henren went to Bihu Mountain and Beihu Mountain. This person is a disciple of the head of Qingyun. This behavior obviously has a deeper meaning. Did Lu Pinggan go out deliberately to lure people to take action? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Before in Xiao's secret realm, Wang Munian was close to Lu Pinggan, and he also sent people to contact Bihu Mountain afterwards. The senior members of the Su family discussed and speculated on the purpose of Lu Pinggan's trip. They thought that Lu Pinggan's going out at this time was a bit wrong. As a family with a history of thousands of years, they were very cautious. He immediately ordered someone to send an urgent message to Juxiao Xiancheng to observe Lu Pinggan's intentions. Then he revealed the news to other families to see if they had any ideas and whether anyone would take the initiative to test it. Lu Changsheng lived in Hemming Mountain for half a month, and visited his son Lu Lingxiao and daughter Lu Wangshu by the way. After more than a year of tempering, Lu Lingxiao has grown and changed significantly. The aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger, embracing the sun and the moon and the blue sky, carrying the mountains of thousands of feet, and indescribably noble and majestic. Lu Wangshu has not changed much, and is the same as before. Wearing a pink and white dress, her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, like the autumn moon, bright and moving. But she has different faces when facing different people. In front of outsiders, she is noble and cold. In front of Ling Zixiao and Lu Maiohan, who are not open-minded, she is well-educated, bright and generous. In front of Lu Changsheng, Lu Maiohan, and Chu Hansen, she is a little more playful and lively. As for Lu Lingxiao, Lu Ling and other younger brothers and sisters, she completely let herself go, like a leader, without any ladylike image. Facing this daughter, Lu Changsheng did not say anything about going to the fairy city, saying that he would take Lu Maiohan and a few others out to play and visit them by the way. Otherwise, he didn't know how many people he would have to take. After caring about the situation of his children, Lu Changsheng took the three girls and his daughter Lu Ling and quietly left, continuing to travel and go to Juxiao Fairy City. Chapter 532 Jianmen Pass, the true feather of the heavenly phoenix. The mountains are continuous, like a winding dragon, and a magnificent five-color fairy city stands among the mountains. Wow, Daddy, is that Juxiao Fairy City? A beautiful sky-blue spiritual boat carried a man and four women. One of them was about 14 or 15 years old, with a childish appearance, bright eyes, and a red skirt girl with two high ponytails pointing to the fairy city in front of her. She was very lively and cute. The man called Daddy by the girl was about 30 years old, with a refined and handsome appearance, wearing a green shirt and long robe, like an ordinary Confucian scholar. but his whole body revealed a peaceful and indifferent feeling that made people feel relaxed and happy. Yes, this is Qingzhu Fairy City, the largest fairy city in our Jianghuoxian world. The men and 4 women were naturally Lu Changsheng and his wife Lu Maoyan, Lu Maoyan, Chu Zhenzhen, and his daughter Lu Ling. This trip to Qingzhu Fairy City, in order to avoid being noticed, Lu Changsheng and his friends made a simple disguise. Well, there are so many people. As we approached the fairy city, we could see a large number of immortal cultivators, driving magic tools, riding spirit beasts, or walking. It was very lively. Seeing this scene, Lu Maoyan and the other 2 could not help but sigh at the prosperity of the fairy city. Like the Red Leaf Valley Market, after so many years of operation by the Lu family, it has become a well-known market. But compared with the Nine Heavens Fairy City, it is simply incomparable. In the early years, except for the ancestors of the major families, foundation-building cultivators were rarely seen. Now in this fairy city, they can be seen everywhere. Lu Maoyan said with some emotion. Although the Lu family has now produced many foundation-building cultivators. But seeing such a scene, it still seems a bit like a world away. People go to high places, water flows to low places. If a cultivator breaks through the foundation, if there is no opportunity, it is almost hopeless to form a pill. If you want to fight for the opportunity to form a pill, you can only come to the 3 major fairy cities to try your luck, so there are not many famous casual cultivators in the Qingyun realm. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Under Qingyun's rule, apart from the family forces, there are very few famous independent cultivators. Occasionally, a few powerful independent cultivators appear, and most of them come from the 3 major immortal cities or other places. Lu Changsheng did not drive the spirit boat directly to the immortal city. Instead, he chose to land and walk with his wife and daughter to feel the local climate here. Dad, that caravan is much bigger than ours. Lu Ling was very lively, pointing at this and that. Even seeing many people riding spirit beasts, she also rode her own pony. As for the iron-eating beast, it's okay to release it at ordinary times, but it's still a little conspicuous in places like the immortal city. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Changsheng bought a pony for his daughter to travel. In this way, the 5 people came to the immortal city without rushing. When they really arrived in front of the immortal city, looking at the majestic and magnificent tower, the city wall like a blue dragon, and the oppressive atmosphere of the 3rd level forbidden formation, Lu Maoyan, Lu Maoyan, and Chu Zhenzhen clearly felt the shock brought by the immortal city. As for Lu Ling, he didn't feel much. I just think this fairy city is really big, much bigger than what is described in the book. Living in the fairy city is not easy. However, this level of consumption is not a problem for Lu Changsheng at all. After entering the fairy city, he took his wife and daughter to eat, drink and play. Lu Ling saved a lot of spirit stones, and also wanted to prepare gifts for his brothers and sisters at home, but it didn't take long for his purse to be deflated, which made Lu Changsheng shake his head and laugh. Lu Changsheng did not forget the business. He asked someone about the arrival time of the Qingyun spirit ship. Hearing that the spirit ship arrived half a month ago, it was estimated that Lu Qingyun was almost at the Qingyun Sect. If they saw Qingyun just coming to see his girlfriend, these people should take action. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although the fishing method is a bit deliberate. But many times, high-end strategies are so simple and plain. Husband, didn't you come to the fairy city in your early years? Has it changed since then? Lu Maoyan's face was filled with a happy smile, like a pure girl, and asked out loud. Yes, Xingguo and Xianwu, weren't they the ones my husband met here? Lu Maoyan, who was wearing a black palace dress and had a dignified and cold appearance, rolled her eyes at her husband when she heard this. Haha, there is no change. Lu Changsheng smiled. It has been 46 years since he last came to Changsheng. Although the appearance is still the same, the cultivators have been replaced one after another. However, when he heard about Li Xingguo and Li Xingyu, he came to the former location of Baodan Pavilion with some emotion. Other signs have been hung on the shop. But in a few years, I should help Xingguo and Xingyu to ask for an explanation. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. The 2 sisters were bullied by the family at the beginning, and they relied on themselves to temporarily solve the problem. But after he and Ling Zixio left, they had no backing, and the 2 sisters with huge sums of money were noticed again. In the end, they could not bear the harassment and were invited by Ling Zixio to come to Qingzhu Mountain. After so many years, the two women gave birth to children for him, and Li Xingguo was the chief alchemist of the Lu family. So when the time is right, Lu Changsheng will naturally seek justice for the two women. The continuous mountains, like a landscape painting, are towering, majestic, and magnificent. Unlike ordinary mountains, this mountain range is full of straight sword-like peaks that pierce the sky, as if competing with each other and pointing directly to the sky. However, in the center of the mountains, a peak like a peerless sky sword stands, towering into the clouds, bordering the sky and the earth, making the mountains next to it pale in comparison. Lu Pingyan squatted on the stone bench in the pavilion outside the mountain gate of Qingyun Sect, looking up at the Qingyun peak in front of him, which was dyed with the gold and full of rays of light. This was his real journey. Not only did he see the Qingzhu Immortal city that he had always heard of but never been to, he also came to the overlord level force of Zheng State Qingyun Sect. Even if he had seen Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Market, he was still shocked to see such an immortal city and immortal gate, and felt deeply the size of the world. His mind drifted away, feeling that the Zhang Kingdom's cultivation world was so magnificent and glorious, and how wonderful the vast southern wilderness would be. However, thinking that he would meet Qin Yi later, he clenched his fists again, feeling a little nervous, not knowing how to start. He wondered if it would be a bit abrupt for Qin Yi to come here without saying hello, whether he was in seclusion or out on a mission or traveling. Time passed by little. I don't know how long it took. A woman in black with thin eyes, red lips, a clear face, and a high ponytail walked slowly. She saw the burly figure squatting on the stone bench in the pavilion, and a smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Then she pursed her lips and stepped forward and said, "Lu Pingyan, why are you here?" Lu Pingyan, who was in a daze, heard the words, looked up at the woman in black in front of him, and subconsciously said, "Long time no see, Miss Qin." "Long time no see? It's only been a few years, didn't you see me for decades before?" Qin Yi said expressionlessly. Lu Pingyan scratched his head and said, "Miss Qin, isn't this over?" Qin Yi was a little amused when she saw the other party like this. It was really impossible to associate the other party with the ancestor of the Lu family, who was rumored to be in charge of the Jialongdao soldiers and suppressed Shengwen Jiuang. "Why did you come to Qingyun Sect?" She came to the pavilion and sat down next to Lu Pingyan with a natural look. Her voice was much softer. "Isn't it because I haven't seen you for a long time? Just when I finished my family affairs, I thought about seeing you. Before, you came to Bihu Mountain to find me. Now it's naturally my turn to come to Qingyun Sect to find you, and I have never been to Zhuxiao Xiancheng in Qingyun Sect, and I also want to see it." With the old father's advance instructions, Lu Pingyan naturally wouldn't say that he was urged by his father. "Is it true?" Qin Yi raised his long eyebrows, moved closer, and asked with some doubt. I felt that such behavior was not like Lu Pingyan. Although the other party valued friendship and loyalty, the family was more important in his heart. What happened in the Xiao secret realm not long ago? It would be best to stay in the family now. Really? Lu Pingyan nodded immediately. Then he took out a crystal-clear jade slip with a blue luster from his arms, handed it to the woman in black, and said, "Miss Qin, I don't have any gifts this time. You practice swordsmanship, so I have collected many swordsmanship techniques and true solutions in the past few years. I hope it will be helpful to you." Lu Pingyan said so. As a sword cultivator, Qin Yi has a keen sense of perception and can see that Lu Pingyan's expression is a little abnormal. Probably guessing the other party's behavior, it is estimated that it is another brother or sister who is making suggestions, so he is slightly stiff. But she didn't expose it. The other party's simple-minded character, being able to take the initiative like this is already a great improvement. "You are thoughtful." She laughed out loud and took the jade slip. As a disciple of the Qingyun Sect, she also has a registered master. She is not short of swordsmanship and true solutions to swordsmanship. But Lu Pingyan is sincere, so she will naturally not refuse. "But I don't have any gifts for you. It just so happens that you have never been to Zhuxiao Xiancheng in Qingyun Sect, so this girl will take you for a walk." The woman in black stood up and said calmly. "Okay." Lu Pingyan grinned. Outsiders cannot enter the sect at will. However, with Qin Yi, a core disciple, as a guarantee, there is no obstacle after reporting his name and origin. This is the sword test peak of our Qingyun Sect, where the outer disciples practice and exchange ideas. Like that peak, it is called Jianshan, and the palace on the top of the mountain is called Qingyun Hall. The swords of our Qingyun Sect's successive masters are placed in the hall. When the core of the sect, the true disciple, falls, the flying sword will also be placed in the sword pool of Jianshan to nourish the spirituality. After the annual competition, the disciples can go up the mountain to choose the sword. Qinyi and Lu Pinggan walked side by side in the Qingyun Sect, introducing the situation of the sect. However, many places cannot be visited, and the two can only wander around the outer area. When Lu Pinggan heard about the sword-asking platform, he immediately became interested. I remember that my father said in his early years that his younger brother Lu Qingshan was invited by the Jade Sword Master of the Qingyun Sect to go to the Qingyun Sect to ask for swords. In the end, he was invincible at the same level and engraved a word Lu on the Qingyun monument of the Qingyun Sect. Now that there was no one at the sword platform and there was nothing to see, Qinyi took him to the Heavenly Sword Monument. There were many sword marks, symbols, or words on the sword monument, revealing different states of mind. Many disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect sat cross-legged in front of the monument, observing the sword intent on it. Lu Pinggan found a word Lu on it. Although he was not sure whether it was engraved by his younger brother Lu Qingshan, he still felt a sense of pride in his heart. After all, this kind of achievement is not something that ordinary people can achieve. Although he is stronger than his younger brother, he is not arrogant at all. He knows his current strength entirely because of his father's favoritism. All methods have different paths to the same destination. You can also observe more of the sword intent on it. Qinyi said to Lu Pinggan. The Heavenly Sword Monument is not a rare thing. If outsiders have the ability, they can also comprehend it. After staring at the sword monument for a long time, Lu Pinggan shook his head. The two of them wandered around the Heavenly Sword Sect. After resting for 2 nights, Qinyi and Lu Pinggan left the Heavenly Sword Sect to play. At this moment, she seemed to let go of the restraints of her body and mind. Lu Pinggan, you shouldn't have received my letter yet, right? That day, Qinyi sat side by side with Lu Pinggan, tilted her head to look at him, and said, "What letter?" "Probably not." Lu Pinggan shook his head. Qinyi was silent for a moment, then exhaled, and said with a firm look, "I will go to Jianmen Pass in a few days." Jianmen Pass. Lu Pinggan didn't know what it was. This is a secret realm of our Qingyun Sect, and only foundation-building cultivators can enter. The 9 passes of Jianmen can cleanse the sword heart and understand one's own sword way. It is also the only way for the sect to be promoted to the true teaching. Qinyi explained. For a sect like Qingyun Sect, in addition to the cultivation talent, the disciple's promotion also has many heavy checkpoints and tests. It is also under this system that the dominant position of Qingyun Sect has always been unshakable, and the sect disciples are better than other immortal sects. Is it dangerous? Lu Pinggan asked immediately. Seeing his worried look, Qinyi raised her long eyebrows, smiled and said, "Of course there will be danger. But our generation of sword cultivators emphasizes going forward without hesitation and burning our boats. How can we retreat because of a little danger?" Her eyebrows and eyes were slightly smiling, but her expression was extremely firm. Although she, Qinyi, was not as good as Lu Pinggan. But from a girl at the 3rd level of key refining to today, her heart of swordsmanship is beyond doubt. Qinyi. Lu Pinggan was a little worried and wanted to persuade him. Lu Pinggan, I, Qinyi, am destined to become a great sword immortal. Can't you hope for the best for me? Why do you look like I will definitely fail? Can't you hope for the best for me? Seeing this, the woman in black glared at him and said, I wish you a smooth pass. Lu Pinggan scratched his head and felt that this was indeed reasonable. Qinyi hadn't even started yet, and he was so worried, thinking that the other party was destined to fail. But having said that, he still felt a little heavy. The road to immortality is long and arduous. How can there be no danger? Just cut through the thorns and walk through it. Lu Pinggan, with your temper, I really don't know how you got here. You must have suffered a lot. Qinyi hugged her knees and looked at Lu Pinggan. In her opinion, in the past few decades, Lu Pinggan has grown from a simple and honest boy to a famous person, and has experienced many unknown hardships. However, in this case, the other party still maintains his original intention, which is even more precious. I'm just worried about you. Lu Pinggan shook his head gently and said, Don't worry, if you want to become a great sword immortal, you must be at least like Xuanjin's Henjin. How can I, Qinyi, fall so easily? But Lu Pinggan, you have to work hard too, don't be left behind by me. Qinyi said with a smile, patting his thick shoulders. Immediately, the two continued to travel around. It's just that the matter of Jianmen Pass still made Lu Pingyan a little absent-minded. A few days later, the two separated. Lu Pingyan handed Qin Yi several third-level talismans that his father gave him. Qin Yi was a little dazed when she saw the talisman handed over by the other party. She recalled that when they parted, Lu Pingyan gave her all the pills and talismans on his body. Lu Pingyan, I appreciate your kindness. Jianmen Pass is a test of swordsmanship, so you can pass it with your swordsmanship. Qin Yi did not take the talisman and said so. It's okay, you keep these two defensive talismans, so I will feel more at ease. Lu Pingyan forced the two talismans to her. Then he earnestly instructed, you can take a look at the jade slip I gave you when you have time, maybe it will help you. Although he did not understand swordsmanship, the things given by his father were generally not bad. I know, it's still nagging, but thank you. Qin Yi saw his concerned look and said softly. After that, she looked at Lu Pingyan, who was a head taller than her, and said, Lu Pingyan, say what you said to me last time again. What? Lu Pingyan was stunned. Just when you were at the bow of your boat, you said that. Lu Pingyan thought for a moment and said seriously, Qin Yi, I like you. The woman in black smiled suddenly, hugged the young man in front of her, and whispered, Lu Pingyan, I like you too. The breeze blew, and the two hugged each other like this, listening to each other's heartbeats and breathing. But Lu Pingyan is not Lu Changsheng, and Qin Yi is not a little girl. After a moment, the blush on their cheeks dissipated, and they separated, and then said goodbye and left. Although they are in love, there is not only love in their hearts. Jiuxiao Xiancheng. These days, Lu Changsheng has been accompanying his wife and daughter to play in the city. This day, he felt something in his heart, and a token appeared in his hand. Seeing the induction on the token, he knew that his son had finally met his girlfriend. He did not meet Lu Pingyan in Xiancheng. After Lu Pingyan left Jiuxiao Xiancheng, he took Lu Maiyan, Lu Maihan, Chu Zhenzhen, and Lu Ling away. But fishing should be safer. So Lu Changsheng stored toys, books, desserts to pass the time in Xianhunbaohuang Lotus in advance, and then temporarily took the four people into Xianhunbaohuang Lotus. Tisk, tisk, tisk. He was alone when he came, and he was still alone when he left. Lu Changsheng hid in the void through the Yuankong robe, looking at his lonely son, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. With such a straightforward character, he is destined to be lonely all his life. However, seeing that his son's brows were a little disappointed, Lu Changsheng frowned again. Is he dumped? Was he rejected? Lu Changsheng pinched his chin, thinking it shouldn't be. When his son was chatting with Qin Yi before, he secretly observed for a while and thought a little girl was not bad. After leaving the fairy city for hundreds of miles, Lu Changsheng swept his consciousness and saw that the people observing Lu Pingyan did not dare to get too close, and then showed up. Pingyan. He shouted to his son. Dad? Lu Pingyan was shocked, and he didn't realize that his father was around. This kind of magical power is simply amazing and incredible. However, when he saw his father appear, he also knew that his previous guess was correct. What's wrong with you? Were you dumped by Xiao Qin, or are you in love with her? Lu Changsheng said. Dad, I'm fine. Lu Pingyan said quickly. If you can't see this little trick, I don't need to be your father. Lu Changsheng said with disdain. Then he raised his eyebrows and continued, tell me, what's the matter? Lu Pingyan scratched his head and told the truth. If you really don't want to let her go and don't worry, why don't you just dissuade her? Why are you so sad? Lu Changsheng was speechless after hearing this. The way of the sword requires a resolute mind, which can easily affect your state of mind. Lu Pingyan said in a low voice. Lu Changsheng was even more speechless. If other people knew this, it would be a shame for his son, Lu Changsheng, to be so innocent. Back then, wasn't Xiao Zhiao's Tai Shuang Wenqing more determined than this? But now the child is in charge of one side. It's not that daddy won't teach you. Forget it, there's no way to teach someone like you. If you're reluctant and worried, go to Qingyun Sect now. If you believe Xiao Qin, just wait for her news. It's just a Jianmen Pass. It's not a sure thing. Lu Changsheng said unhappily. Yes, daddy. Lu Pingyan took a deep breath and cleared his mind. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng was too lazy to say more and released Xiao He to comfort Lu Pingyan. Big pot. Lu Ling's eyes widened when she saw Lu Pingyan in front of her. She was very surprised and delighted. She thought she was back home. Lu Pingyan saw his sister in disguise and almost didn't recognize her. He was surprised that his father had also turned his sister Lu Ling into a figure. Big pot. Lu Ling had no sense at all, and didn't see the slight disappointment in Lu Pingyan's brows. He said happily that he missed him, and then talked about what he had seen and heard with his father in Jixiao Fairy City these days. He took out a black cloak full of majesty from his storage bag, saying that this was a gift he prepared for him. Thank you, Xiao. Facing this innocent and lovely sister, Lu Pingyan was happy, and the disappointment in his heart quickly dissipated. However, Lu Changsheng didn't talk for long out of respect for a fishing. Yu Yinghuang's robe concealed his figure, and he left with his daughter, hiding in the dark. In this way, time passed little by little. Lu Changsheng took his wife and daughter out to breathe and stroll around from time to time, but he never waited for the fish to bite. On the way, except for a few blind robbers who attacked Lu Pingyan, he didn't see any powerful characters at all. Damn, why are there no movements from the Su and Shangwen families? Lu Changsheng's target this time was the ancestors of the Su and Shangwen families. But after so long, there was no movement from the two families, which made him feel that he had worked in vain. For this reason, he still did not give up and expanded his spiritual sense, and then checked the situation everywhere. When he just left Jixiao Immortal City, there were still people following and observing Lu Pingyan. But now there is no such person at all. At this moment, the Beastmaster Su family. According to the news, Lu Pingyan is going to Qingyun Sect to meet a Qingyun Sect disciple named Qin Yi. How can this Lu Pingyan have anything to do with Qingyun Sect disciples? There is no relevant news. Anyway, I think this Lu Pingyan's trip is too deliberate. If you want to kill Lu Pingyan, unless the ancestor takes action, there is no need to take risks. That's right, and the Qingyun Sect sent Beishuang's Henren to Bihu Mountain. The purpose is self-evident. If Lu Pingyan gets into trouble at this time, Qingyun Sect can easily blame our family, which is not worth it. Although the Su family paid attention to Lu Pingyan's situation throughout the whole process, they wanted to know more about the purpose of his trip, and they did not have a strong idea of ambush and killing. On the one hand, fishing is somewhat obvious. On the other hand, Lu Pingyan's strength is amazing. If they want to make sure that they can take action against Lu Pingyan, they can only ask the Jinden ancestor to take action. But then again, their Su family is a Jinden family with a solid foundation. As long as they develop steadily, why do they need to take risks with a new family like Bihu Mountain? That's right, the rise of Bihu Mountain is fierce. But it's not worth it for their ancestors to lose face and go directly to the battlefield. If there's a fraud, some accidents, or something goes wrong, the foundation of their family will be shaken. Compared with the Beastmaster Su family, the Shangwen family has similar ideas. The Xiao Secret Realm incident is not big or small. It is reasonable to support other forces to suppress Bihu Mountain in a family-level confrontation. But it is obviously unreasonable for the ancestors to come forward directly. Not to mention the risks. Once the matter is spread, it will directly affect the reputation of their Shangwen family. At most, they will wait for an opportunity. One day Lu Pingyan will be seriously injured, or Bihu Mountain will encounter any situation, and then they will pounce on it and take a bite. Congratulations to the host for reaching 300 offspring and winning a high-level lottery. On this day, a system prompt sounded in the mind of the bored Lu Changsheng. He knew that the 3 children he had when he left home were born. However, these 3 children were conceived before he had a chaotic body, and their spiritual roots were average, and they would not inherit his spiritual body characteristics. Unconsciously, giving birth has slowed down so much. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Immediately, he silently chanted and began to draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Phoenix Feather. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Phoenix Feather, a bird feather. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly and immediately looked at the system space. Phoenix Feather, grade, 4th grade, description. The only natal feather of the 4th grade phoenix, the essence of the phoenix, is branded with a phoenix bone pattern, which is equivalent to a natural treasure. When Lu Changsheng saw this reward, he didn't know what to say. The reward is naturally good. The natal feather of a 4th grade phoenix. But he failed in fishing, and seeing this kind of reward without any surprises at this time is a bit boring. In other words, if it appears in an ordinary lottery, it is worth being happy. But getting such a bird feather in a high-level lottery is obviously a bit worse. But this bird feather is suitable for refining magic weapons, or even spiritual treasures. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and extracted this phoenix feather. I want to see where this kind of natal feather is rare. In an instant, a bright red feather, burning with blazing flames, surrounded by many mysterious runes, and revealing amazing fluctuations appeared in front of him. It seemed as if there was a phoenix singing in the sky, raising layers of heat. Lu Changsheng held the real feather and gently stroked it. The void shook, and the sky was full of red flames sweeping out from the real feather, rolling in all directions, forming a blazing sea of fire. Hiss! This primitive feather that has not yet been refined has such power, which is no worse than the top magic weapon. Lu Changsheng was very surprised. He knew that this kind of life-real feather, each spiritual bird has only one in its body, which is connected to life and is very precious. But he didn't expect that just a bird feather would have such amazing power. Sure enough, it's a product of the system. No matter how bad it is, it can't be much worse. Lu Changsheng held the real feather in his hand, looked at the mysterious runes on it, and wanted to see the imprint of the phoenix bone pattern. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, Lord Qingyun attacks 3 times. The runes on the feathers were very complex. When the flames flickered, they looked like phoenixes flying high in the sky, gorgeous and eye-catching. Even Lu Changsheng couldn't see through the mystery for a while. It would take a lot of time and energy to comprehend it. Could it be that this is the legendary Phoenix Seal script? Lu Changsheng looked at the flying Phoenix Seal scripts and squinted his eyes. It is said that most of the skills and techniques are derived from the symbolic patterns of the manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth. Like the symbolic seal scripts in the ancient beast-controlling runes, the blood patterns in the blood runes in the Qi Hai Danshan, the interweaving patterns on the Zuanshan Ling Ten, all of which are like this. The most famous in this regard is the runes from the real dragon and the phoenix, which are called Dragon Seal and Phoenix Seal. However, Lu Changsheng has only heard of it and has never seen it. I don't know if this is the legendary Phoenix Seal script. If it is really a Phoenix Seal script, then this real feather may be able to comprehend the magic of the Xianfang clan. Honglian's inheritance is called Suzaku Palace. Maybe she can comprehend something from this heavenly phoenix feather. Honglian once told Lu Changsheng that the founder of Suzaku Palace was related to the Suzaku clan. And both the heavenly phoenix and the Suzaku are inextricably linked to the phoenix. Let's wait and see later. Lu Changsheng shook his head, thinking that this matter was not urgent. If the heavenly phoenix feather was given to Honglian for her to comprehend, it would be like giving it to her. But he had just shaped her body and gave her such a rare thing. Was he a little partial to his other wives? At least wait until Honglian gave birth to 2 children, then he would reward her and give her this heavenly phoenix feather for her to comprehend. And this feather can be used to refine a top-level magic weapon with a 4th-order foundation. Lu Changsheng played with it for a while and planned to put it aside for the time being and arrange it according to the situation. Half a month later, after Lu Changsheng was sure that he had failed in fishing, he sighed deeply and took Lu Qingyun directly back to Qingzhu Mountain. A lot of things happened at home these days. The Red Leaf Valley Market and White Tiger Mountain were attacked by robbers. However, the Lu family is now strong enough to deal with it easily. It is worth mentioning that when the Red Leaf Valley was attacked by robbers, Lu Maiyoj showed up and showed her late foundation building strength, which shocked many people and the family. After all, it was not a small news that Lu Maiyoj broke through the late foundation building. Everyone knows that she and Lu Changsheng practiced a joint cultivation method. When they were in the early stage of foundation building, they could fight against a late foundation building. Now that the couple have both broken through the late foundation building, how terrifying will their combat power be? Can they fight against fake pills? Or like Lu Qingyun, the best among the fake pills? Question mark. Sister Maiyoj, you have worked hard these days. After hearing the news, Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said in a warm voice, "What's so hard about this?" Lu Maiyoj, wearing a plain white dress and with a gentle appearance, asked them how this trip was. No one took the bait. I suspect that this attack was most likely a test by a certain family to see how much strength our family has hidden after Qingyun left. Lu Changsheng said so. In his opinion, The attacks on Hongai Valley Market in Qingzhu Mountain were most likely a test by a certain family. However, the other party did it very cleanly, and the robbery cultivators all came from unknown places. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much about this. As long as the Jinden family did not declare war and the fake Dam family declared a full-scale war, the family did not need him to show up now. He is now facing the Jin family, Sima family, and these family forces, just for the sake of safety, giving his children a chance to grow up. Otherwise, in a few years, Meng Xiaojun will break through the Jinden, Xiao Zhi will break through the Jinden, and it will be difficult to continue to hide the fact that he has broken through the Jinden. By then, the reputation of his family with many Jinden will spread, and the family will start to play a high-end game. If I mention Qingyi when I propose to Xiao, won't Master Qian kill me? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of asking Master Qian to preside over the wedding after Xiao Zhiyu formed the elixir. At that time, the other party promised that as long as he and Xiao Zhiyu both formed the elixir within 50 years, he would agree to their marriage and could also hold a ceremony for them. But his relationship with Chu Qingyi has reached this point, so it should be okay to marry them together. And Chu Qingyi's knot now is on her master Yun Wansheng. As long as Yun Wansheng nods, Lu Changsheng thinks Chu Qingyi is willing to marry. Well, let's find a chance to test it. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. After chatting with Lu Miaoj for a while, Lu Changsheng came to the cave to visit Bailing and Meng Xiaojun. Daddy. Although his daughter Lu Beixi is less than 1 year old, she is 2 or 3 years old as an ordinary child. She said to Lu Changsheng in a baby voice. But this daughter seems to be born not to like to laugh, and her little face is expressionless. Xiaoxi. Lu Changsheng smiled and took his daughter in his arms, and took her to see his other daughter Lu Ling to see if she could be infected. Xiaoxi, you can call me Sister Xiao. Lu Ling can play with anyone. Seeing the snake pattern between the eyebrows of the sister and the white and gold dots in the pupils, the tender face was a little surprised and said, Daddy, what is this? Just like your brother's eyes will glow with gold. Lu Changsheng explained simply. Lu Ling heard it, nodded, didn't care, and continued to chat with Lu Beixi. When she was young, she was often taken care of by Bailing. At this time, she was very close to Lu Beixi and took out desserts from her purse to share with Lu Beixi. Oh, Sister Xiao. Lu Beixi's eyes suddenly brightened a little, and then the big and small ate with relish. It's also a company. Lu Changsheng and Bailing saw this warm scene, looked at each other, and both had smiles on their faces. But looking at the two people in front of him, Lu Changsheng always felt that something was missing. After a moment, Binger felt his breath and opened the coffin. At the table with one big and one small, there suddenly appeared a girl with delicate and beautiful appearance, innocent and tender eyes, like a clear spring in an empty mountain. Lu Changsheng looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly felt more harmonious. Daddy. Antlinger. You eat. Brother. Sister. Xiao He and Binger looked at Lu Changsheng and Bailing and shared with him. Seeing this, Xiao Beixi also followed suit, holding her own spoon and feeding Lu Changsheng and Bailing. Good boy. Lu Changsheng was happy, with joy and relief in his eyes. Every time he looked at his wife, concubines, children, new lives being born, growing up, and enjoying the warmth of the family, he would feel a sense of responsibility, fulfillment, and accomplishment in his heart. But it is precisely because of responsibility, family, protection, and goals, rather than simply becoming stronger, that is the meaning of life. If you lock your goal to becoming stronger, and become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger, you will do whatever it takes, and you will certainly be able to improve rapidly, but life will also lose a lot of fun. Lu Changsheng said to himself while enjoying his daughter's feeding. There has always been a saying in the world of immortal cultivation that one can refine one's heart in the mortal world. Lu Changsheng felt that he had been refining his heart and experiencing in the mortal world for so many years. That's why, after so many years, my original intention remains unchanged, which is rare and precious. Lu Changsheng sighed, enjoying the warmth and fulfillment. After the warm moment, he threw Lu Ling and Lu Beixi to Lu Pinggan, and then accompanied by Ling and Binger. A few days later, Lu Changsheng came to Yuchun Pavilion to accompany Meng Xiaojun. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of foundation building. Now it is just a matter of tempering the foundation and waiting for the 5-element spirit fruit to mature. In this regard, Lu Changsheng naturally helped Meng Xiaojun to consolidate the foundation wholeheartedly. A month later, After accompanying his wives, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng continued to take Lu Maiyuan, Lu Maihun, and Chu Hansun to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in Qingyun Fairy City for fun. With the previous scenery on the way, this time, Lu Changsheng directly released the golden-winged sky peng and took the three women to enjoy the speed and passion. The golden-winged sky peng was like a golden thread, tearing through the endless strong wind, and in less than 10 days, it arrived at the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The magnificent mountains that stretched like stars are very shocking when viewed from the sky. Cry. Lu Changsheng embraced the three women, standing on the golden-winged sky peng, looking at the scenery of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in front of him. This behavior can be described as very arrogant. However, it was also because of the golden-winged sky peng that Lu Changsheng dared to treat the 10,000 Beasts mountain range as a back garden. Cry. Just as the four people were talking and laughing, the golden-winged sky peng suddenly cried. Lu Changsheng was also startled and felt a terrifying aura. I saw a ripple surge in front of me, the void broke open, and a figure walked out. She was tall and slender, wearing a green jade-colored luxurious brocade robe, wearing a green jade-glazed crown on her head, like a handsome and elegant gentleman. However, her figure and appearance can be seen as a woman at a glance. A woman with a beautiful appearance. It's just that her beauty is different from most women in the world. Her facial features were sharp and angular, her eyebrows were like sharp swords, her eyes were like the sun, the moon and the stars, her nose was as tall as a distant mountain, her lips were bright red, revealing an indescribable sense of being handsome, dignified and solemn. When people saw her, they subconsciously ignored her beauty and dared not look directly at her to appreciate her beauty. The woman's phoenix eyes as bright as stars looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her, and actually gave Lu Changsheng a feeling of being seen through. Yuanying. The woman in front of him was a Yuanying Zhenjin. This was the first time Lu Changsheng faced a Yuanying directly, and an unprecedented sense of danger surged in his heart. I didn't expect that when he went out with his wife, he would meet a Yuanying Zhenjin. But at this moment, the peach blossom goo on his forehead sent a faint message, saying that if he seized the opportunity, there would be hope of a relationship. Damn, you are so dare. Lu Changsheng cursed in his heart. Then he took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and said with a bow, "Hello, senior." Cry. A radiant and majestic blue phoenix appeared beside the woman. The phoenix looked at Lu Changsheng with golden eyes, and then nodded vigorously. Level 3 Top Demon King. Lu Changsheng immediately sensed the approximate strength of the phoenix through the aura of the phoenix, and was surprised. Wait, Level 3 Top Blue Phoenix. He looked at the woman in front of him. Dao, don't be nervous. I predicted that the spirit beast had a fate some time ago. Now it seems that this opportunity is with you. Dao, do you have a blue phoenix or phoenix bird? The woman opened her red lips and spoke. The voice was clear and deep, but not at all rough, full of magnetic charm. Blue phoenix or phoenix bird. Lu Changsheng immediately knew that the thing the other party was talking about was most likely the real feather of the sky phoenix. Unexpectedly, the other party could actually calculate this real feather of the sky phoenix, which he had just obtained not long ago. Such means are simply amazing. This fate is related to the breakthrough opportunity of my spirit beast. If you are willing to trade, you can make any request. As a Yuanying Zhenjin, the woman immediately saw something from Lu Changsheng's expression and continued to speak. Senior, are you the Qingyun Zhenjin? Lu Changsheng looked at the woman in front of him and asked. Just now, when he saw the third-level top Qingyun, he immediately thought of the former Jiang Kingdom's #1 casual cultivator, Qingyun Zhenren. Then the woman's appearance was somewhat similar to the portrait of Qingyun Zhenren he had seen before. Not bad. The woman was tall and straight as a gun. A male green jade brocade robe and a sharp face formed an indescribable unique charm. Qingyun Zhenren. Qingyun Zhenjin. Lu Maiyuan and Lu Maihun on the golden-winged sky peng heard the words, and they all looked at the woman in front of them with surprise. Unexpectedly, she was the once famous Jiang Kingdom's #1 casual cultivator. 15 years ago, Qingyun Fairy City spread a piece of news that shocked Jiang Kingdom. Qingyun Zhenren disappeared. The outside world was talking about it, and everyone speculated that Qingyun Zhenren went out to attack the Yuanying. Now 15 years have passed, and Qingyun Zhenren has successfully broken through the nascent soul and returned to Jiang Kingdom. If this news spreads, it will definitely shake the entire Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. If this Qingyun Sect returns to the Immortal City, the entire Jing Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, and even the Yu Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, will be affected. Lu Miaoyan was shocked beyond words. The Zhenjin is talking about this thing. After Lu Changsheng heard that the other party was Qingyun Sect, he wiped his palm on his waist, and the Xianfeng Zhenyu appeared in his hand. He knew some of Qingyun Sect's deeds in his early years. Although he was a giant and cultivator when he became famous. But he expanded Qingyun market step by step into the Qingyun Xiansheng and became a holy place for casual cultivators, and his reputation was unblemished. So in this case, Lu Changsheng was willing to trade. If he encountered a demon cultivator with no reputation, he could only rely on the golden-winged sky peng to fight for his life, and then run away for the life talisman. Master. As soon as the Xianfeng Zhenyu appeared, the phoenix bird next to Qingyun Sect immediately cried crisply, with longing in his eyes. Lu Changsheng saw that this phoenix had the rare blood of the true spirit Qingyun. And both the heavenly phoenix and the blue loon had the blood of the phoenix. So this heavenly phoenix true feather would be of great help to this phoenix. This true Lord Qingyun is not simple. He has just broken through the nascent soul and is seeking a 4th level opportunity for the spirit beast. She has the Qingyun Daobing. If this phoenix breaks through the 4th level, her strength will definitely be among the best among the true lords of the nascent soul, not inferior to many veteran nascent souls. Lu Changsheng was amazed. Those who can break through the nascent soul are all geniuses with great opportunities and great luck. It is very difficult to challenge across levels, and it depends on the foundation. This is the true feather of the heavenly phoenix, and the blood breath is so strong. True Lord Qingyun was shocked when he saw this feather. Although she calculated the opportunity, she was not clear about the details. It was also through continuous searching that she sensed the breath of the golden-winged sky peng, and then she saw that the opportunity was in Lu Changsheng. If you are willing to trade, feel free to ask for anything. True Lord Qingyun looked at Lu Changsheng in front of him, wondering when Jiang State had such a person. Not only does he have a golden-winged rock as a spiritual beast mount, he also has the true feather of the phoenix. You know, no matter whether it is a bloodline spiritual beast like the golden-winged rock or the true feather of the phoenix, it should not appear in the hands of a giant and cultivator. But as soon as she thought of it and wanted to calculate Lu Changsheng's situation, she felt a great resistance, and the fog of heaven's secrets enveloped her heart. In this case, either the other party's strength is not that simple, or there is a way to block the secrets of heaven, treasures. Lu's request is very simple. If it is needed in the future, I hope that the true Lord can help 3 times. Lu Changsheng said his request. This true Lord Qingyun was the first casual cultivator of Jiang State in the early years. He established a casual cultivator holy land and now broke through the nascent soul. It is definitely not as simple as the rumors outside. It is estimated that there are many rare things in his hands, and even the infant pale can be seized. But for Lu Changsheng, he doesn't lack any rare treasures, but he lacks a Yuanying backer. This Qingyun Sect has grown to this point and made a deal with him, so he obviously has a certain bottom line. As long as the other party is willing to help 3 times, he will probably be able to solve it unless he offends Yuanying's Sect. And such a hook can bring the 2 closer in the future. Help 3 times. Qingyun Sect did not agree directly. Such requests can be big or small. If Lu Changsheng wants her to cause trouble for Qingyun Sect or go to some secret realm, she is naturally unwilling. After all, she can go from a casual cultivator to where she is now. In addition to luck, it is also related to her planning. Just like most people in the outside world have always been pessimistic about her breakthrough to Yuanying. Little did they know that she waited until this age to start breaking through Yuanying just to be fully prepared. Please rest assured, Zhenjin, this kind of help is naturally within your ability. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng added, help 3 times within your ability. This condition is not excessive. I can accept it. Qingyun Sect thought for a moment and nodded. In this case, this heavenly phoenix true feather belongs to Zhenjin. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Without hesitation, he generously handed the heavenly phoenix true feather to the latter. This Qingyun Sect seemed polite, but he was a Yuanying Sect after all. If he really wanted to rob it, even if he could escape, he would have to pay a heavy price. It is better to behave more freely and leave a good impression on this Qingyun Sect. In this way, it will also be convenient for dealing with and making close friends in the future. Seeing Lu Changsheng so straightforward, Qingyun Sect narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes slightly tilted up, with a bit of coquettishness in his solemnity. He took the heavenly phoenix true feather, and then a green jade gilded metal appeared in his hand and handed it to Lu Changsheng. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to Qingyun Immortal City with this order. I will not refuse if I can do it. If you encounter an emergency, you can directly crush this order and I will come as soon as possible. Qingyun Zhenren said so. She was very happy to obtain the phoenix feather and the 4th level opportunity of the spirit beast. With the words of Zhenjin, Lu was relieved. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, and then asked, Zhenjin is planning to settle in Qingyun Immortal City. Qingyun Zhenjin's eyes were full of amazing determination, and he said, this seat's nascent soul has just been formed, so naturally I have to find a spiritual place to practice. Qingyun Immortal City was built step by step for me. Now that I am back, I am naturally ready to settle here. Qingyun Zhenjin said so. Okay, Lu congratulates Zhenjin on your return in advance. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Please keep the news of my return confidential for the first time and don't disclose it to the outside world. Qingyun Zhenjin said aloud. Of course. Lu Changsheng smiled. But he couldn't help but guess in his heart, this Qingyun Zhenjin has broken through the nascent soul, but he is still so cautious. Is there something he is plotting? In that case, I'll take my leave. Qingyun Zhenjin didn't say much, raised his hand lightly, and the Qingyun beside him cried, and the void in front of him was rippling, and then the whole person disappeared. Yuanying Zhenjin, crossing the void, so terrifying. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene and let out a long breath. Although he acted calm and composed. But it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous at all. Like the other Qingyun, he could sense the strength of the aura. But this Qingyun Zhenjin, he couldn't feel the aura of cultivation at all. There was only an unfathomable vastness, danger. Not only him. The golden-winged Sky Peng also felt a strong dangerous aura from Qingyun Zhenjin. As a demon beast, a true spirit-level blood demon beast, it is often more sensitive to the breath of danger than Lu Changsheng. So this shows that the true Lord Qingyun is not simple. Seeing this true Lord Qingyun break through the nascent soul, it is not an ordinary human Yuanying, it is very likely to be an authentic Yuanying. Lu Changsheng was surprised. The foundation is divided into broken, defective, flawless, and perfect. The formation of the elixir is divided into 9 grades. The same is true for the nascent soul. It is divided into human Yuanying, authentic Yuanying, and heavenly Yuanying. This true Lord Qingyun broke through the nascent soul not long ago, and he is so unfathomable, which shows that he is not the most common human Yuanying. Born as a casual cultivator, breaking through the authentic Yuanying, so the gold content of this true Lord Qingyun is still increasing. After all, when Lu Changsheng and Chu Chengyu were chatting, they knew that the true Lord Zhujian of the Qingyun Sect broke through the authentic Yuanying through the Qingyun secret realm. Husband. At this time, Lu Maiyan, Lu Maiahun, and Chu Hansun looked at Lu Changsheng. There was no pressure just now. But they instinctively dare not speak in front of the true Lord Qingyun. It's okay. This item can be exchanged for the 3 times of help from the true Lord Qingyun. It's not a loss. But the true Lord Qingyun has returned. I'm afraid that the world of Jiang Kingdom's cultivation will change. Lu Changsheng smiled at his wife. Considering the return of the true Lord Qingyun, Lu Changsheng suspected that there would be a big movement in the Qingyun Immortal City in the next few days, so he cancelled the plan and turned back with the 3 women. The 3 women all knew the seriousness of the matter and had no fun. But I didn't expect that this true Lord Qingyun actually knew how to tell fortunes. It seems that I should try to go out less and keep a low profile in the future, otherwise it will be troublesome if I encounter other evil Yuanying. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, thinking that he was a little ostentatious when riding the golden-winged Sky Peng. But the true Lord Qingyun didn't do it just now, maybe because he saw the golden-winged Sky Peng and was afraid. After all, although the phoenix true feather makes people greedy, a true spirit-level bloodline spiritual pet also makes people wonder what trump cards it has. Chapter 534, The Soul-Nourishing Lotus, Wind Thunder Wings, and the materials for the life-saving magic weapon are all gathered. In the void, the spiritual power was dim. The hazy void was rolling with turbulent currents, mixed with strong winds and thunderstorms, which was very terrifying. If a giant cultivator accidentally entered it, he would be in danger of falling at any time. Qingyun Zhenjin was wearing a green jade and luxurious brocade robe, with a slender and upright figure, walking in the void. The spiritual pet Luan bird was like a shining green jade cloak, coiled on her shoulders, making her solemn and heroic figure more sacred and gorgeous. Xianfeng's Henyu, a spiritual beast that cultivates both the body and the law, and whose bloodline aura surpasses Zhaoqing, could this person have inherited the spirit of transformation? And the aura of the three women beside him should be the practice of the method of longevity in heaven and earth. Although this method is not bottleneck-free, the breakthrough is a matter of course, and it can be practiced by relying on the spiritual plant of one's own life. The speed is slow, and it is at least 100 years old before the foundation can be established. The aura of the bone age of these three women is obviously wrong. And to practice the method of longevity in heaven and earth, unless you open up a spiritual realm, you cannot leave the place where the spiritual plant of one's own life is. These three women have only established their foundation, and they should not have practiced to this extent, which means that this person has a treasure of the cave heaven. Knowing my name, it is probably a cultivator in the Zhang Kingdom. I didn't expect that in addition to the couple of damning Xiansheng, Zhang Kingdom also has such a person. Qingyun Sect narrowed his eyes slightly, and in his cold and shining eyes, he revealed an indescribable charm. Just now, she got a lot of information from Lu Changsheng in a brief contact. All this information revealed that this person was not simple. It even gave her a sense of unfathomable depth. But in this situation, the other party actually easily agreed to the deal and gave her the phoenix feather. Although there is a condition of 3 shots. But her current strength is still a lot worse than the rarity of the phoenix feather. Although I don't know what this person is like and what he is up to, the war is about to start, and this person can be one of the candidates for allies. Qingyun Sect was silent in his heart. As the master of a fairy city, she is very well informed. She had long anticipated that the world of immortal cultivation would start a war. Like Yuanguo, Qiyangguo, and Xianluozong, wars have already broken out. Yuguo and Lianguo have also been rubbing against each other. This war will sooner or later affect Jianguo. After she broke through the nascent soul, she chose to return to Jianguo's world of immortal cultivation to prepare for the war. After all, breaking through the nascent soul requires more money, friends, and land. Especially she raised a group of Qingyun Dao soldiers. Unlike most of the Yuanying Zhenjin, she has power to support her. She can only continue to run her own Qingyun Xiansheng. Moreover, with a basic base of power, it is easier to integrate into the Yuanying circle. Otherwise, if you are a casual cultivator with no ties and no weaknesses, most Yuanying Zhenjin will be wary and cautious. But even so, she needs to make more preparations and find a few allies for herself when the war breaks out. Otherwise, a casual cultivator will have limited voice and resources to fight for at that time. Without thinking again, Zhenjin Qingyun took a step forward and walked out of Takesu. Although Zhenjin Yuanying has mastered the power of the void, he cannot cross the void at will. Especially in Takesu, it is full of strong winds, thunderstorms, and absolute spiritual turbulence. If you are not careful, Zhenjin Yuanying may be in danger. 1 month later, Lu Changsheng took his wife back to Qingzhu Mountain and came to Zumi Cave Heaven to ask Honglian for divination and calculation. He has the Xianyun Bao her on lotus, and the secrets of heaven are obscured. It is reasonable that no one can calculate the information. Even if Zhenjin Qingyun is a Yuanying cultivator, it is difficult to do it. Young master has a treasure that can conceal the secrets of heaven, so naturally it cannot be calculated by divination. In this case, it is very likely that she is proficient in divination and sensed a mysterious opportunity in the dark, and happened to meet young master. Honglian heard this and said in a deep voice. Although she did not practice the art of divination, she knew that no matter how powerful divination is, it is impossible to deduce specific information. And everything has variables. Maybe after divination, a thought or an idea will affect the direction. So, it was a coincidence at that time, and she was deceiving me a little bit in her words. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. I guessed that it was just a coincidence, and then the other party used some secret method to sense the breath of Qingyun and Phoenix from me. Although the Xianfeng True Feather is placed in the Qianqin Benying Belt, others cannot see through it. But there are many means in the world of cultivating immortals. Just like the smelling beast in the Xiao secret realm, it can smell the breath of the secret realm's spiritual medicine. Some treasure hunting rats can also smell the breath of some natural treasures from other people's storage bags. Did you do something wrong? At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at the peach blossom goo in his sea of consciousness. He remembered that when he met the true Lord Qingyun, the other party sent a sense, saying that if he seized the opportunity, there would be hope for a relationship. Buzz. The peach blossom gu felt very aggrieved. It said that it had no control over Lu Changsheng's peach blossom luck. It could only sense the situation of the luck and remind Lu Changsheng not to miss it. It's really related to you. Lu Changsheng naturally knew that the peach blossom gu could only improve his peach blossom luck, but could not directly promote his luck. But if there was something wrong with this peach blossom luck, it meant that it was somewhat related to his own peach blossom luck. The theory of luck is mysterious. This true Lord Qingyun was able to grow from a casual cultivator to today, so he naturally belonged to a person with great luck and was favored by luck. Then through deduction and divination, it was reasonable for him to meet me due to luck. You are becoming less and less picky about food. If I remember correctly, this Qingyun Sect seems to be more than 400 years old, right? Lu Changsheng remembered that this Qingyun Sect had been famous for nearly 300 years. Calculating his age, he is definitely over 400 years old. A woman 3 years older than you is a treasure, and a woman 300 years older than you is a treasure. It doesn't matter if he is older, but this Qingyun Sect has gone from a casual cultivator to a yuanying, and he also knows divination and calculation. It's not easy to make close friends with him. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't have any thoughts about this Qingyun Sect. But now the war of reclamation is about to start, and there may be a war between the Xiuxin countries in the future. In order for the family to have more self-protection power in such turmoil, he, the ancestor, is still willing to make sacrifices and put himself in a difficult position. And Qingyun Sect's spirit beast has reached the peak of the 3rd level. Now that you have obtained the Xianfeng True Feather, once you break through the 4th level, you can transform. Lu Changsheng thought of the 3rd level phoenix bird next to Qingyun Sect again. But as soon as the thought came up, he shook his head. As the dignified ancestor of the Lu family and a gentleman, how could he have any other thoughts about a transformed demon king? However, there was a saying in the previous life that when pursuing a girl, you should first get her best friend. Although this kind of demon king has intelligence, it is still much simpler than the human race. If you cut in through this blue phoenix, wouldn't it be much simpler? And this phoenix has the bloodline of the true spirit blue phoenix. If you refine the true feathers of the sky phoenix, maybe the bloodline can go further. Lu Changsheng even felt that this phoenix was more attractive than the blue phoenix. If the other party can be promoted to the true spirit level bloodline and give birth to an heir, oh, I really worry about this family. Lu Changsheng shook his head, sighed, and then went to find Lu Miaoj. True man Qingyun is in seclusion, and true man Qingyun inherits the law enforcement hall of Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj have been aware of the family affairs in recent days. When they heard a piece of news, they were slightly surprised. Well, not long after you, Changsheng, Huanhun, Yuner, and Zhenzhen left, Qingyun Sect held a succession ceremony. Lu Miaoj said in a plain white dress, as gentle as water. These days, she has been sitting at home, paying attention to various news and affairs. Qingyun has been the law enforcement hall master for so many years, and it is normal for her to pass it on to someone else now. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Yun Wanshang had already broken through the late Jinden stage, and it was time to prepare for the Yuanying stage. It was normal for her to step down from this position of hall master. However, the other party directly handed the position to his apprentice, which showed that he had an extraordinary right to speak. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng asked about other things, such as Qingyun Immortal City. But Lu Miaoj said that the most lively thing these days was the promotion of the Beiluning family to Jinden family under the rule of the Yuling sect. As for Qingyun Immortal City, no news or rumors were heard. The promotion of the Jinden ancestor of the Beiluning family to Jinden family in the Qingzhu Mountains is related to the Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng suddenly paused in his heart and had a guess. It was in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains that she met the true Lord Qingyun. This person may live in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. If she met the Ning family's ancestor who had formed a pill, it would be reasonable to help him. After all, she would need some subordinates when she returned to Jing Kingdom. Changsheng, you came back so quickly this time, but what happened? Seeing Lu Changsheng in deep thought, Lu Miaoj asked softly. She knew that Lu Changsheng brought Lu Miaoj, Lu Miahun, and Chu Zhenzhen with him this time, intending to travel for about half a year. But now he came back early. I met the true Lord Qingyun this time. Lu Changsheng said in a deep voice. The true Lord Qingyun. Lu Miaoj's jade face was stunned. Then she said with a face full of surprise and doubt, Changsheng, you are talking about the city lord of Qingyun Fairy City, True Lord Qingyun, has she broken through to the True Lord Yuanying? True Lord Qingyun broke through to the Yuanying, which is definitely big news. That's right. Not only did she break through the nascent soul stage, but she is not an ordinary nascent soul True Lord. But I don't know what her purpose is in coming back. I only know that she will return to Qingyun Immortal City. So I suddenly thought that the ancestor of the Beiluning family could break through the Jinden stage. Could it be related to Qingyun True Lord? Lu Changsheng said so. If it were before, he would not have guessed so, but now he couldn't help but think more. Changsheng, it's not impossible for you to say so. Lu Mioj thought, and then asked, what happened when you met Qingyun True Lord? Nothing happened, but I got a spiritual object in my early years, which was useful for her spiritual pet, so I asked for it, and finally made a deal. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. Lu Mioj didn't ask more when she heard it. Immediately, Lu Changsheng didn't continue to chat, helping Lu Mioj practice and discuss yin and yang. After spending half a month at home with his wife, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng came to Qingyun Sect to visit Xiao Ziao and Zhao Qingqing. After working hard for more than half a month, he came to Yunifang Market again. Now Yu Fei's body is almost recovered, and her daughter Lu Yanai is very lively. But Lu Changsheng thinks it is better to take the child back to Qingzhu Mountain for training. But Yanlin and Yu Fei are not willing to be separated from their daughters. Lu Changsheng did not force it. He thought that one child for two girls is not lively enough, so he should have more. He has fought with the two girls repeatedly these days. However, he is now a giant and cultivator and has a chaotic body, so it is really difficult to get pregnant. But Lu Changsheng firmly believes that those who have the will can achieve their goals, and hard work pays off. Yanlin is also a competitive person with a strong will. She doesn't believe that she, a woman, is not Lu Changsheng's opponent. Why can her sister get pregnant, but she can't? Finally, after 2 months of hard work and dozens of beds, Yanlin successfully got pregnant. Lu Changsheng left immediately if he didn't get pregnant. He stayed in Yunifang City for a month before returning to Qingzhu Mountain. During this time, Yanlin and Yu Fei were very generous and called their maids to sleep with him. However, Patriarch Lu no longer cares about this kind of female cultivator with average spiritual root talent. He said that he is not such a casual person. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 2,000 offspring, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng was flying through the 9 heavens Gangfang layer, and suddenly a system prompt sounded. Hearing this sound, he was a little emotional, and then silently chanted a lottery. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual plant, Yangshen Lotus. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A colorful lotus pattern appeared, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Yangshen Lotus. There are many natural treasures in the world. Even if Lu Changsheng is a giant and cultivator, he knows only a limited amount. Yangshen Lotus, rank, 3rd rank, description, planted in the spiritual veins and spiritual springs, it blooms in 10 years, grows in 10 years, blooms in 10 years, and bears fruit in 10 years. The lotus seeds have the effect of warming the body and nourishing the soul. It takes 40 years to mature. This nourishing lotus is easy to grow. I wonder how effective it is. Lu Changsheng looked at the nourishing lotus in front of him and thought to himself. In the world of immortal cultivation, spiritual medicines and spiritual plants that can nourish the soul are generally of extraordinary value. However, the 3rd level spiritual plants are very ordinary to him now, without too many surprises, but better than nothing. Lu Changsheng did not go back to Qingzhu Mountain directly, but sent a message to Chu Qingyi at the old place. He had just met Xiao Ziao when he went to Qingyun Sect before, and was worried that Chu Qingyi would say that he smelled like Xiao Ziao, so he did not contact the other party. After a long time, Chu Qingyi came. He gathered the last few materials for him to refine the yin-yang diagram. Lu Changsheng was very moved by this and could only express his feelings with actions. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng embraced Chu Qingyi's lazy body, and asked with concern, Qingyi, I heard that you are now the Lord of Law Enforcement Hall. Are you busy on weekdays? Most things are handled by others. Chu Qingyi felt the palms wandering on her body, and her whole body was soft and weak, her cheeks flushed, and she panted slightly. As the Lord of a hall, if it is not a big thing, he will not be very busy unless he asks about everything. Yet, Lu Changsheng just hugged her quietly and said some intimate words. He also learned about the situation of Jianguo's cultivation world or neighboring countries through him. However, Chu Qingyu didn't know about the matter of Qingyun Sect. At present, Jianguo's main thing is to focus on the war of reclamation and the friction between Lianguo and Yuguo. As for the war of reclamation, we have to wait for Zhuangjian's Henjin to speak. After a long time, Chu Qingyu tidied her skirt and said goodbye to Lu Changsheng. After returning to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng continued his busy daily life. In addition to accompanying his wife, concubines and children, he would refine magic weapons with Honglian. Just like this, 3 months passed. The 2 magic weapons of Master Bai Fen were recast. He used the platinum-colored hill as a means, and gave the 9 sets of dark arrows to Honglian as a magic weapon for attack. Then the magic weapon he had always wanted, the Wind and Thunder Wings, was finally successfully refined. This magic weapon uses the wings of the Wind and Thunder Hound as a frame, and many other natural treasures are invested. Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly and mobilized this Wind and Thunder Wings magic weapon. Instantly, he felt the wind and thunder surge behind him, and the spiritual energy swept, and then with a puff, a pair of purple gold wings emerged. Buzz buzz buzz, Lu Changsheng's thoughts moved, and the wings immediately shone with deep purple and sky blue light, and the wind and thunder surged. If you look closely, you can see that there are many mysterious runes intertwined under the feathers, which are very shining. This Wind and Thunder Hound is only the strength of the early 3rd level, and the foundation is too poor, so this pair of Winds and Thunder Wings is only a low-grade magic weapon, which is a little bit worse for me. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. But this is his first magic weapon after all. Quietly leaving Qingzhu Mountain, he came to the 9 Heavens Gangfeng layer to experience the effect of this pair of wings. Buzz buzz buzz, the wind and thunder surged and swept continuously. Lu Changsheng was like a purple arc of lightning, stirring up layers of strong winds, and could not catch a person. With the injection of mana, the wings that were 10 feet long were instantly swept by purple lightning and sky blue hurricanes, forming a fierce attack, and the speed of the whole person suddenly increased. Boom boom boom. At this time, Lu Changsheng activated his own evil repelling golden thunder. The power of the wings increased by several times. However, this pair of winds and thunder wings is only a low-grade magic weapon after all, with wind and thunder attributes. He used the evil repelling golden thunder to drive it with all his strength, and the power was too strong, which was prone to load wear. If it was a mid-grade magic weapon, it would be much better. Lu Changsheng was a little regretful. However, looking at the cool appearance of this pair of wings, Lu Changsheng also abandoned the shortcomings. After all, being powerful or not is one thing, but being handsome is a lifetime. With these magic weapons in hand, Lu Changsheng is also ready to refine his own lifelong magic weapon, the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. He did not start refining directly, but called Honglian to ask for his opinion. Young master, this magic weapon is both offensive and defensive. It can block the world and suppress the void. If it is promoted to a spiritual treasure, it can even cross the void. It is simply ingenious. Honglian looked at the design drawings of the magic weapon and was amazed. Haha, this magic weapon will be at most a top-grade magic weapon after it is refined. I don't know when it will be promoted to a spiritual treasure. Lu Changsheng shook his head and smiled. In addition to Chu Qingyu's help, he also made many adjustments to be able to gather the materials for refining this yin-yang dao diagram so quickly. Some rare and hard-to-find materials were replaced, and the offensiveness of the magic weapon was abandoned to improve the defense and the effect of suppressing the world and imprisonment. However, magic weapons are made according to people. But most people don't have this condition. He has experience in refining 3rd-level instruments and knows this life magic weapon like the back of his hand. Naturally, he can make adjustments on the basis to make the magic weapon more suitable for him and fit his fighting style. After discussing and studying for a long time, Lu Changsheng and Honglian decided to refine the magic weapon. However, in half a month, it will be the 45th annual meeting of the Lu family. At that time, a new head of the family will be appointed. In the past, Lu Changsheng had not participated in such annual meetings for a long time. But this year, the head of the family has changed, so he still needs to show up. So he plans to attend the meeting and then concentrate on refining his life magic weapon. Chapter 535, The Secret of Life and Death of Withering and Flourishing. The Yin-Yang Dao diagram is completed. The Lu family mansion, the meeting hall. Today is the day of the Lu family's annual meeting. The entire hall is full of Lu family members. Lu Changsheng habitually leaned on the main seat, one hand supporting his chin, the other hand resting on the armrest. His eyes were gentle, but he revealed an unquestionable dignity and majesty. Lu Mayaoj, Lu Mayaoyan, Lu Mayahan, Chu Zhenzhen, and Xiaoziayu sat on both sides. Ling Zixiao was still in Hemming Mountain, so he didn't come back. Currently, there are a total of 4,913 family members and 195 cultivators. Among them, there are 18 foundation building cultivators, 41 in the late stage of key refining, 87 in the middle stage of key refining, and 49 in the early stage of key refining. Lu Qingzhu reported the number of family members. These numbers include the Lu family of Ruiyi County. However, the number of foundation building cultivators is only the surface data of the Lu family. For example, Lu Quanzhong, Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingzhu, Nanguanyao, Yanlin, Yufei, as well as several concubines such as Chu Zhenzhen and Lu Maiahan, who did not announce the breakthrough of foundation building, were not counted. On the one hand, it was too shocking to be reported. On the other hand, Lu Changsheng felt that the number of foundation building in his family was a bit false. It could not be converted into combat power, so it was not counted. However, this number is still very shocking. Like the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Bai family of Bainao Lake, such foundation building families, in their early peak years, there was only one foundation building ancestor and a dozen late key refining. Even now, it has doubled. And Bihu Mountain, which has been established for 45 years, has an actual number of foundation building exceeding 20. There are more than 40 people in the late key refining stage, and some are preparing to build a foundation one after another. This does not include the two giant cultivators Lu Changsheng and Honglian, the Zumi Tree King, the golden-winged Sky Peng, the 9 Nether Mastiff, the Black Water Dragon Dao Soldier and other spiritual beast combat power. If all are counted, the strength of Bihu Mountain can be fully regarded as the top force in Zhang country. This year's profit is 236,140 lingxi, an increase of 9 points over the previous year, mainly due to the increase in the income of Hemming Mountain. The expenditure of lingxi is 195,516 lingxi, of which the family salary accounts for 63 points, the family construction expenditure accounts for 9 points, the purchase of raw materials accounts for 13 points, and the rest is mainly for personal relationships. Lu Qingzhu continued to report the family's revenue. Bihu Mountain is a typical high-income, high-expenditure, especially in terms of family welfare benefits. Like the medicinal bath 3 years ago, the feeding of the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers, and the foundation building pills for Lu Chensha, Lu Qingyan and others to attack the foundation building, they are not included in the normal expenses of the family. Otherwise, the normal operation of the family would not be able to cultivate so many foundation building cultivators. Afterwards, other Lu family members who managed family affairs successively reported on puppets, talismans, alchemy, winemaking, spiritual plants, and industries under their names. Lu Changsheng listened to these data and felt a little emotional. Only then did he realize that in addition to the 4 sacred places of Bihu Mountain, Beihu Mountain, Huaguo Mountain, and Hemming Mountain, his family also had so many mineral veins, shops, and vassal forces. Well, Xingyang has performed very well in the past 20 years. The term of the head of the family is limited to 20 years. It is time to take a break and practice with peace of mind. The new head of the family is Qingzhu. The next 20 years will also be the 20 years of vigorous development for our family. Qingzhu, you must perform well. At this time, Lu Changsheng tapped the handrail lightly with his fingers, making the hall silent, and looked at his son Lu Qingzhu. Congratulations, Brother Zhuan. Congratulations, Brother Qingzhu. Meet the head of the family. The Lu family members had long known that Lu Qingzhu was the head of the family, and there was no objection. On the one hand, many people were not interested in the position of head of the family. On the other hand, Lu Changsheng had already designated it. Who would dare to have an objection? Moreover, as the son of Lu Mayaoj, Lu Qingzhu has a gentle and modest personality. He is taken care of by Lu Pinggan, Lu Ruiyi, Lu Wongshu, Lu Qingsong and others. He is also quite prestigious among his peers, making him very suitable to be the head of the family. Please rest assured, Father. The child will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Lu Qingzhu immediately stood up and bowed. Zuiner, tell me about the family's plan for the next 5 years. Lu Changsheng continued. The next major arrangement is to go to the territory of Qingyun Sect to open up a branch family. After all, it is impossible to keep so many foundation-building people at home. They need to be released. This is not only a need for the development of the family, but also a necessary path for the growth of children. Otherwise, these children will have no hope of forming a pill. Lu Qingzhu, wearing a green brocade robe and handsome face, looked at the other Lu family children without any stage fright. After clasping his fists and bowing, he smiled and told the family plan in a gentle and elegant manner. Lu Changsheng just watched quietly. After the general matters were determined, he took Lu Maoj, Lu Maoyan and others and left directly. After all, he was too lazy to worry about family affairs unless there was a big problem. This trip was just a formality to take charge of the situation. Zuiner will succeed as the head of the family. If there are things you don't understand, you can teach him a little more. Lu Changsheng said to his wife Lu Maoyan. Although he didn't ask about family affairs, there were still many things in the family that needed to be decided by him as the ancestor. He handed all these things over to Lu Maoyan. So when Lu Yun and Lu Xingyang were the heads of the family, they would report to Lu Maoyan regularly. Lu Maoyan would send him a message when she was unsure. This system will continue when Lu Qingzhu is the head of the family. Don't worry, my husband. Zuiner has been managing family affairs with Xingyang in the past 2 years, and they are in order. Lu Maoyan said with a smile in a blue dress, fresh and refined. Lu Maoj often practiced in seclusion, so Lu Qingzhu was raised and taken care of by her most of the time, almost treating her as her own son and loving him very much. Yuner, don't spoil him too much. Lu Maoj knew that Lu Maoyan loved her son more than she did. Maoj sister, don't worry. Lu Maoyan took her sister's arm and said intimately. After Lu Changsheng chatted with the girls for a while, he said that he would be in seclusion for the next period of time, so he came to the refining hall with Honglian. He began to refine his own life-defining magic weapon wholeheartedly. Refining hall. Puff. Lu Changsheng shot a thunder dragon flame at the forging platform, and then activated the earth fire array. The forging platform instantly vibrated buzzing, and dense golden spiritual patterns emerged, burning with blazing black gold flames. This forging platform came from Qingyun's engine. Even if the spirituality was eroded over the long years, it still belonged to the quasi-4th level refining platform. It is of great help in controlling fire, quenching, refining, smelting, melting patterns, shaping, and offering treasures. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and put the prepared materials aside. Then he made hand gestures and put a sun god stone into the forging platform for tempering. Honglian was wearing a red gilded luxurious dress, with a hazy luster flowing through her body. She stood quietly aside and served as Lu Changsheng's assistant. The Lu family mansion. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Quanzhen bowed to Lu Maoj. After more than 3 years of treatment and conditioning, his physical condition has improved a lot. He can barely withstand the erosion of the netherworld blood evil. However, he was not in a hurry to practice the Pluto art. He was ready to wait until his body got better. After bowing to Lu Maoj and his mother Chu Zhenzhen, Lu Quanzhen came to Bian Peak, the core area of the spiritual vein. In the past 3 years, in addition to conditioning his body, he spent almost all his time on the Zhuanshan Lingtang in front of him. After 3 years of observation and perception, he gained a lot. Not only did he comprehend the withering and flourishing technique and other techniques, he also verified the withering and flourishing Dao rhyme of the Zhuanshan Lingtang with his own yin-yang kunpeng swallowing heavenly demon divine art, the way of righteousness and evil. During this process, he gradually understood a technique based on his father's yin and yang, his own life and death situations, and the state of burning life potential. He named this technique, the withering and flourishing life and death technique. Using the principle of yin and yang, life and death, withering and flourishing, the mana can be quickly transformed into life and death, so that it can be used to fight against a force, and it is inexhaustible. Moreover, through the withering and flourishing life and death technique, the vitality of heaven and earth can be plundered and transformed into one's own vitality. When practicing to a high level, life and death are transformed, people's lifespans are cut off, and the wounded dead air is transformed into vitality, nourishing the physical mana, and it will never dry up. Of course, this is just a theoretical idea. At present, he can only use the withering and flourishing life and death technique to heal himself, and plunder the vitality of plants and trees to speed up healing. Lu Quanzhong held the Vajra relic and the nine-eyed Bodhi seed, and sat cross-legged in front of the Zhuanshan Lingten. With each breath, it seemed to form a mysterious rhythm with the interweaving and flowing veins of the Zhuanshan Lingtang in front of him, and gradually resonated. Yu Kingdom. In a valley with a beautiful environment, shouts and killings shook the sky at this time. Puff, 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 a tall and straight swordsman in green slashed with his long sword, causing one corpse after another to fall, blood splattered, and sprinkled all over the petals and green grass, just like the hell of Shura. After a long time, the bandits were killed, and more than a dozen men and women who were robbed were rescued. Thank you, hero, thank you, Immortal. They knelt down to thank the swordsman in green and the woman in white next to him. You can keep these money and dry food. There is a city 100 miles to the east. The woman in white distributed some of the looted property and food to them and said softly, "Thank you, Immortal, thank you, Fairy, I will build a shrine for you at home and pray for your safety." These people knew that the two people in front of them were immortal cultivators, and they knelt down to pay their respects. The constant friction on the border has led to more and more robbers and evil cultivators. Lu Qingzhu said as he watched these people leave. 3 years ago, he and his sister Lu Qingzhu returned to Qingyun Sect. On the way, he comprehended the Xianyu sword art given to him by his father, and he realized something. So after reporting back to the sect, he received a few sect tasks, and then went down the mountain with his sister to sharpen his sword heart. After 2 years of tempering in the world, his sword heart became more and more stable, and his sword intention gradually became restrained. He no longer had the sharp arrogance of the previous peerless sword cultivator, and his eyebrows and expressions were calm and natural. Brother. Lu Qingzhu, who was next to him, was wearing a snow-white dress. She looked at the corpses, blood, and the figures who left in a hurry, and pursed her lips. Although the war between you and Liang did not break out directly, the friction between the two countries has affected you. In particular, many magic skills of Liang flowed into you, which increased the number of low-level magic cultivators, evil cultivators, and robbery cultivators. Many magic cultivators and evil cultivators even came to the secular world to kill mortals to practice. In the past 2 years, she has traveled around with her brother Lu Qingzhu, and saw many low-level sufferings, and the whole person has become more compassionate. Lu Qingzhu sighed in his heart. He secretly thought that he really shouldn't bring his sister to see such human suffering. These people helped the demon cultivators to practice, they deserve to die. We have limited abilities, we should help them when we meet them, why be so sentimental? Lu Qingzhu rubbed his sister's hair and said with a smile. While speaking, he hung the magic sword in his hand on his waist and took 2 sips from a wine gourd. He was not like his master Xianyun's Henrin who always drank. He simply felt that this was more free and unrestrained. Seeing that his sister seemed to be still immersed in sadness, he poured 2 more sips of wine from the wine gourd into her sister, causing Lu Qingzhu to glare at him. Ha ha ha, Lu Qingzhu laughed loudly, then pulled his sister and turned into a swordlight and flew away. Immortal, a real immortal. The figure who was rescued and left before saw the sword light and bowed in the direction of the 2 people. Qingzhu Mountain. Refining Hall. Boom boom boom, the black gold forging platform burned with raging fire. In the black gold flame, a scroll of neither gold nor jade, neither paper nor silk, with yin and yang interweaving and flowing, was seen floating up and down. The Dao map was about 3 feet long, and the virtual and the real were intertwined, interpreting the Dao of yin and yang, with a positive pole embracing the negative pole, and the negative pole embracing the positive pole. Beside the forging platform, Lu Changsheng held his breath and concentrated, pinching his hands together, and carried out the final treasure sacrifice, linking his life. Buzz buzz buzz, the Dao map trembled, 1 yin and 1 yang moved like the sun and the moon, encompassing everything, forming a vast starry sky, and corresponding to the mysterious ancient symbols. I don't know how long it took, the Dao map surged with a blazing luster, like the sun rising in the east, the golden crow soaring, mountains and rivers appearing, flowing with warm and vibrant light, nurturing all things. Yin and yang rotated, and the Dao map surged with a dark color again, as if an endless hell appeared, with all things in the world. In the end, the power of yin and yang surged, black and white, yin and yang, interdependent, life and death coexisted. The yin-yang Dao diagram is finally done. Lu Changsheng looked at the scroll in front of him, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, his eyes full of joy. After 4 months of refining, he finally refined his own life magic weapon. As he expected, This magic weapon barely reached the level of a top-grade magic weapon. Congratulations, young master, on refining your magic weapon. Honglian congratulated and thanked Lu Changsheng. Even though she was a Yuan Yingzhenjin in her previous life, she witnessed the whole process and participated in the refining process of the yin-yang Dao diagram, and she couldn't help but marvel at this magic weapon. The mysterious mist of Lu Changsheng in her heart became thicker. Honglian, you have worked hard these days. Lu Changsheng held this ancient map and couldn't let it go. With this life magic weapon, his combat power will be further improved. Apart from anything else, with a yin-yang Dao diagram, plus his 10-layer Balian Baodiju, it is enough to ignore the magic weapon's supernatural power of the middle-stage giant and cultivator and confront the late-stage giant and great cultivator head-on. In this case, the yin-yang Dao diagram can be used to seal the heaven and earth and suppress the void. As long as the opponent is close to him, and then relying on Legang Longyan and the evil repelling Golden Thunder, even a great cultivator in the late stage of Jinden will find it difficult to resist. When Xiaochen breaks through the Jinden, it's time to go to Damang's. This trip to refine the magic weapon completely emptied Lu Changsheng's money. If he continues to live off the mountain, he will not even have money for milk powder. He put away the yin-yang Dao map, walked out of the weapon refining hall with Honglian, came to Zumi Cave Heaven, and looked at the 5-element spiritual fruit tree. The 5 fruits on the spiritual fruit tree are already the size of a fist, and the 5 color rays of light are flowing. Another drop of Wanling Shenshen dew will be completely ripe. Lu Changsheng had already allocated the 5-element spiritual fruits. One for his daughter Lu Rui. Her spiritual roots are too poor. If she doesn't rely on the baptism of heavenly materials and treasures, she will only be able to build the foundation at the 3rd level. Even if she relies on the broken level pill and breaks through the middle stage of the foundation by chance, her potential will be exhausted. The other party has worked hard and performed very well over the years, so Lu Changsheng is naturally willing to give her a 5-element spiritual fruit as a reward to continue the road. Then Meng Xiaochen and Zhao Ziyu each took one. Meng Xiaochen has now completed her foundation building, and is waiting for the 5-element spirit fruit to mature. Once mature, she can prepare to form a pill. As for Zhao Ziyu, although it will take a long time to break through to form a pill, she can prepare one in advance. As for the remaining 2, Lu Changsheng plans to reserve one first and give one to Lu Quanzhen. After Lu Quanzhen's body is almost adjusted, he wants to continue to practice the yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju. To maintain the balance of the practice, he must rely on external objects. The 5-element spirit fruit is very suitable for him, and it also has the effect of baptizing the foundation of the physical body. Zhenzhen. Lu Changsheng found Chu Zhenzhen and asked how long it would take for the next drop of Wanling Shenshen dew. Since the Wanling bottle was given to Chu Zhenzhen, he did not remember the situation of Wanling Shenshen dew. Husband, there are still 2 months. Chu Zhenzhen said so. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded, and then he and her found Lu Miaoyan to ask about the situation at home. There was nothing big at home. Lu Qingsong and Lu Qingyun had already gone to the territory of Qingyun Sect to survey the spiritual land. Although spiritual land is hard to come by, it is not difficult to find a 2nd-level spiritual land in the current situation of Qingzhu Mountain. However, the main purpose of the Lu family is to enter the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, so they need to make a lot of preparations and inspect many places. Then there is the Qingyun Immortal city that Lu Changsheng is concerned about. There is still no news. There is no news of the return of Qingyun's engine. Well, good. Lu Changsheng embraced his 2 wives and had a deep emotional exchange with them. Then he stayed at home with his wives, concubines and children, waiting for the 5-element spiritual fruit to mature in Meng Xiaochen to form a pill. Chapter 536 Qingyun Secret Realm. Meng Xiaochen strives to form a pill. On this day, Zhao Ziyu came to visit. When Lu Changsheng saw her for the first time, he could tell that her cultivation had broken through the 9th level of foundation building. Ziyu, congratulations on breaking through the 9th level of foundation building. He had planned to give Zhao Ziyu one of the 5-element spiritual fruits when they matured. Unexpectedly, the other party came directly. Changsheng, the Qingyun Sect has already decided on the land reclamation war. It is estimated that in a few days, the Qingyun Sect will announce the land reclamation war. Zhao Ziyu said to Lu Changsheng. Is it confirmed? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Regarding the land reclamation war, Not only Yun Wanshang had reminded him orally. 2 years ago, when Beishuang's Henren of Qingyun Sect came to Bihu Mountain, he also mentioned this matter vaguely, but he didn't say too much. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, the upper level has made a decision. Well, there will be a 10-year registration preparation. All independent cultivators and family forces can sign up to participate in the land reclamation war. But forces of the level of Bihu Mountain must participate. Qingyun Sect will issue a land reclamation order with quotas. Xiao Ziyu said softly. Although the name of the land reclamation war is to expand the territory, it is full of blood, hardship and danger. For independent cultivators or small family forces, opportunities and risks are parallel, which may be a good thing. There is a promotion channel. Not only can you obtain the skills and foundation building resources, but you also have the opportunity to win a family foundation for yourself and inherit the spiritual land. But for the long-term stable family forces with a certain strength, it is not so friendly. In this land reclamation process, a slight mistake and heavy damage can cause the family to decline. Moreover, in this kind of land reclamation war, the larger the power and the stronger the family, the more effort it needs to make. It's okay, I know. Lu Changsheng held Xiao Ziyu's jade hand and nodded with a smile. He had been mentally prepared for the land reclamation war. Knowing that Xiao Ziyu and even Chu Qingyi had no right to interfere in matters of this level. It was a convenience for the two to notify themselves early. Well, in a few days, I will go to Qingyun's secret realm to conduct the final Danji trial. Xiao Ziyu continued. Is it dangerous? Lu Changsheng asked immediately. This trial is mainly for the ownership of the condensing crystal pill. There will be no danger to life. Xiao Ziyu's beautiful eyes were soft and she smiled. Xiao, what's the situation with this Qingyun secret realm? Lu Changsheng sat down with Xiao Ziyu, raised his fingers lightly, raised the teapot, and automatically poured tea. He knew that the 4 major immortal sects had several secret realms in their hands, which were used to test disciples, or to regularly produce spiritual objects of heaven and earth, and cultivate spiritual materials of heaven and earth. The Qingyun secret realm is mainly for combat power, Tao heart, and inheritance. Xiao Ziyu said that this was the inheritance secret realm of the Qingyun sect. It tests a person's combat power and character, the heart of seeking the Tao, as well as the understanding and inheritance perception. Afterwards, the Qingyun sect will judge who has the greatest potential based on the performance of the secret realm, and then grant a condensing crystal pill. Combat power, Tao heart, inheritance. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, and he was very confident in Xiao Ziyu. The other party practiced the supreme forgetting love Ju, had a strong Tao foundation, and had no shortage of talismans and magic tools. His combat power was definitely in the first tier. There is no need to say more about the Dao heart. As long as Xiao Ziyu enters the state of supreme oblivion, the whole person will be like the moon hanging high in the sky, not disturbed by emotions or external objects, and there is only the Dao in his heart. As for the final understanding, it is not far ahead, but it is also of the upper class. However, those who compete with Xiao Ziyu are all the core disciples of Qingyun sect. Some people have even waited for decades and are more fully prepared. If you are not in a hurry, let's go to Hemming Mountain to see Wangshu. I also have something for you. Lu Changsheng pondered slightly and said to Xiao Ziyu. For the sake of safety, he prepared to lend the 1,000 Faces Fox puppet to Xiao Ziyu. This can ensure that there are no accidents in terms of combat power. During the Dao heart test, if there are loopholes, you can also remind them through the 1,000 Faces Fox puppet. Well, good. Xiao Ziyu hadn't seen her daughter for a long time, and smiled softly. Immediately, Lu Changsheng said to Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaoan, and took Xiao Ziyu away from Bihu Mountain and headed for Hemming Mountain. Cry. The golden-winged sky rock cried, and the whole body was shining with brilliant golden light. Xiao Ziyu was surprised and astonished when she saw the golden-winged sky pang in front of her. This is my spiritual beast. Lu Changsheng did not explain too much. He took Xiao Ziyu's slender jade hand and came to the golden-winged sky pang, covering her graceful jade body with a layer of mysterious yin and yang divine light. Swoosh, in an instant, the golden-winged sky pang turned into a golden streak, tearing through the 9-day-strong wind and disappeared. 1 day later, Lu Changsheng held Xiao Ziyu's waist and entered Hemming Mountain quietly. Ling Zixiao was slightly surprised to see the two people coming, and then smiled and said that Wangshu was in Chixiafang City. Zixiao. Lu Changsheng first talked about the War of Opening Up Wasteland. Has the War of Opening Up Wasteland been decided? Ling Zixiao looked at Xiao Ziyi with surprise in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect it to be decided so quickly. It will be announced in a year or half a year at most. Xiao Ziyi said softly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, once the War of Opening Up Wasteland is confirmed, will conflicts and disputes be prohibited during this period? Ling Zixiao's beautiful eyes were bright, and his tone was light, dignified and elegant. According to past experience, it should be so. Xiao Ziyi nodded. During special periods, the four major sects will prohibit conflicts and fights between the families under their jurisdiction. Normally, they will turn a blind eye to such things. But if anyone dares to make trouble during special periods, they will be treated without mercy. Okay, I'll arrange it later. Ling Zixiao asked a few more questions and nodded gently. Although Hemming Mountain is safe and stable, Lu Lingxiao and Lu Wangshu have been making trouble outside. They have been integrating the surrounding forces and secretly competing with the Sima family. Immediately, Lu Changsheng told Ling Zixiao about Xiao Ziyu's situation and said that she was going to Qingyun's secret realm and would temporarily give the Thousand Faces fox puppet to Xiao Ziyu. Of course there is no problem. I am here to congratulate Xiao Daoyao on his victory and hope that he will form a pill as soon as possible. Ling Zixiao smiled elegantly and dignifiedly. Then he waved to a place not far away, and the Thousand Faces fox puppet disguised as a maid stepped forward. Xiao Ziyi was very surprised to see this Thousand Faces fox puppet. You know, puppets have no intelligence at all. Even a third-level puppet can only execute simple commands at most and does not know how to adapt. But the puppet in front of him actually has a certain consciousness and thinking, which is very amazing. Keep it. With this thousand-faced fox puppet, I feel much more at ease. Lu Changsheng held Xiao Ziyu's fair jade hand and said in a warm voice. Xiao Ziyu practiced the supreme forgetting love art. Unlike Meng Xianjun, she still needs to spend a lot of time to settle down and strengthen her foundation after reaching the peak of foundation building. After practicing to the peak of foundation building, she can directly impact the Qingzhu stage. As long as Xiao Ziyu breaks through the Qingzhu stage, his voice in Qingyun Sect will be even greater. By then, the war of reclamation will begin. No matter what happens, at least he can take care of her more. Yet, Xiao Ziyu's heart was filled with warmth, her eyes were as soft as water, and she nodded in response. Ling Zixiao, who was next to her, saw Xiao Ziyu's expression and couldn't help but sigh in surprise. With Lu Changsheng by her side and without Lu Changsheng by her side, Xiao Ziyu was like two different people. Under normal circumstances, who would have thought that the fairy Ziyu of Qingyun Sect would look like this? However, when she thought of Lu Changsheng and senior sister Xiao Ziyu, Qingyi Zhenren, she found it very interesting. She looked forward to how her husband would handle the relationship between them in the future. How would the world feel when they knew that the two Qingzhu disciples of Qingyun Sect and Qingyi Zhenren shared a husband? Although Lu Changsheng said that he and Chu Qingyu were just saving people and had no choice. But after so many years of marriage, she knew her husband's character very well, so how could she let Chu Qingyu go? Just thinking about it, Ling Zixiao found it very interesting. Lu Changsheng stayed in Hemming Mountain for a while, and then went to visit his daughter with Xiao Ziyu. After so long, Lu Wangshu has become famous here. Everyone knows the name of Fairy Wangshu of Bihu Mountain. As for Lu Lingxiao, he did not use his real name, but called himself the Son of Heaven. As the #1 thug under Lu Wangshu, he was also famous, and many people speculated about his origins. Son of Heaven. After hearing this, Lu Changsheng thought that this name was really bold. According to the saying of the immortal cultivation world, the name and Taoist name will have a certain impact on the fate of the immortal cultivator. With such a name, if the horoscope is not strong enough, it is estimated that it will not be able to withstand it. When Ziyu, you break through the Qingzhu, we will ask the real person to preside over the wedding. At that time, the matter of Wangshu will be directly told to the real person in the outside world. Lu Changsheng said to Xiao Ziyu. For decades, the mother and daughter have been apart for a long time. Even if they meet, they rarely meet in public. Although the daughter Lu Wangshu has a cheerful and optimistic personality, she only asked about her mother Xiao Ziyu when she was young, and then she didn't ask again. But it is impossible to say that there is no concern in her heart. So Lu Changsheng has always hoped that the mother and daughter can be open and above board. It is for this reason that he went to Qingyun Sect with Xiao Ziyu to meet Yun Sheng in his early years. Xiao Ziyu has always felt indebted to her daughter, so when they met, they were both doting. After walking around Hemming Mountain with Xiao Ziyu, the two said goodbye and left. Changsheng did not return directly to Qingzhu Mountain, but turned to Yan'an Market. Calculating the time, Yanlin's child is about to be born. After arriving at Yan'an Market, Changsheng visited the two women and waited for almost a month before the child was born. This child has a very good talent, a second-grade spiritual root. As for other aspects, whether he inherited Changsheng's blood characteristics, it is impossible to see, and it needs to be discovered when he grows up. After watching the child's birth, Changsheng stayed for another 3 days and then returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Husband, the Wanling Shenshengdu in the Wanling bottle has condensed. Chu Hansun said immediately after seeing Changsheng. Oh? In this case, use it. Changsheng smiled when he heard it. He and Chu Hansun came to Zumi Cave Heaven and dripped the Wanling Shenshengdu on the 5-element spiritual fruit tree. The 5-element spiritual fruit tree instantly intertwined its luster and veins, and was filled with a refreshing and vigorous vitality. It takes some time for the 5-element spiritual fruit tree to absorb the 5 spiritual Shenshengdu. The next day, the 5-element spiritual fruits on the spiritual fruit tree bloomed with brilliant luster. As the 5 elements rotated, the fragrance was fragrant, forming a mysterious trajectory. Is this the mature 5-element spiritual fruit? The appearance of this mature 5-element spiritual fruit is really magical. Lu Mioj and Chu Hansun looked at the spiritual fruit in front of them and couldn't help but marvel. Even if they didn't take it, just smelling the fragrance of the spiritual fruit would make them feel comfortable. Wait a few years, when there are more spiritual fruits, we will each taste one. Changsheng said with a smile. He had taken the 5-element spiritual fruit before, and the taste was only average. But this kind of spiritual fruit is mainly for novelty. 5 jade boxes prepared in advance appeared in his hand. The 5-element spiritual fruit was picked by magic power and put into the jade box to prevent the medicinal effect from leaking out. Sister Mioj, this 5-element spiritual fruit will be given to Ruai when she comes back. Zhenzhen, this 5-element spiritual fruit will be given to Quanzhen. Changsheng handed 2 spiritual fruits to the 2 women. Then he looked at Meng Xiaojun, who was wearing a purple dress and had a stunned face and beautiful eyes full of emotion. Xiaojun, now that the 5-element spiritual fruit is ripe, with a crystal condensation pill and the 5-element spiritual fruit, you can also prepare to form a pill. Changsheng's eyes were warm and he handed her a 5-element spiritual fruit. Lu Lang. Even though Meng Xiaojun had known that Changsheng had prepared a 5-element spiritual fruit for her, she was still deeply moved by this scene, with tenderness and sweetness in her eyes. The crystal condensation pill plus the 5-element spiritual fruit is already a complete resource for forming a pill. Enough to increase the probability of forming a pill by 50% to 60%. And she has a body of thousands of poisons and has practiced a 5 poison sects 10,000 poisons devouring heart art, which means she has at least a 50% chance of forming a pill. In this case, forming a pill is a sure thing. The only thing to consider is the quality of the pill. As for the quality of the pill, Changsheng has nurtured it afterwards. In addition, in order to verify his previous assumptions and avoid accidents, Changsheng comprehended Meng Xiaojun's skills in his spare time. Although he did not practice it in depth. But similar magic power can be simulated through the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, and then the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be refined for her and transformed into magic power. In this case, unless Meng Xiaojun herself makes a major mistake and her state of mind is flawed, there is no such thing as failure. Xiaojun, just prepare for the Dan formation with peace of mind. After you break through the Dan formation, we will have a child. Then go to the 5 poison sect to visit your master when you have time. Changsheng pinched her fair face and chuckled. After spending so much time together, he also loved Meng Xiaojun a little more. After all, who doesn't like a woman who obeys you and devotes herself to you wholeheartedly? Well, Meng Xiaojun's cheeks were flushed with happiness and shyness. In the past 4 years, she has been practicing hard in seclusion, working hard to polish her basic magic power, just waiting for such a day. Now, the Dan formation is just around the corner. Although Changsheng hopes that Meng Xiaojun will form a Dan soon. But the matter of Dan formation is of great importance, so he is still not anxious. Let Meng Xiaojun adjust her condition, and every few days, she would use the yin-yang origin and the sun and moon reincarnation art to consolidate her foundation. In this way, half a year passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Changsheng spent most of his time to strengthen Meng Xiaoqin's foundation, so only one concubine was pregnant. His son Lu Quanzhen's injury gradually improved, and he had begun to practice the Pluto art. As for the 5-element spirit fruit given to him, he still needs to wait until the Pluto art is completed before taking it. Lu Changsheng didn't worry about these, and let him arrange it himself. Lu Ruai also came back to take the 5-element spirit fruit. Although he only broke through from the 2nd level of foundation building to the 3rd level of foundation building, his body's foundation was baptized and improved. It is worth mentioning that 3 months ago, Xiao Ziyu successfully came out of the Qingyun secret realm and obtained the ownership of a crystal condensing pill. On this day, in Zumi Cave Heaven, in the Changsheng Hall, Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaoqin sat cross-legged. Lu Lang, I'm ready. Meng Xiaoqin opened her beautiful eyes, looked around, and said aloud. Okay, let's start. Lu Changsheng nodded with a smile, and then he gently hugged Meng Xiaoqin tightly, practicing the sun and moon reincarnation art, blending in seamlessly. Sex is fixed and love is forgotten, all things are empty, the sun's soul and the moon's spirit, one thought is pure, heaven and earth, no place is different. The spirit and the flesh, the body and the mind, continued to blend, and an invisible cauldron gradually took shape above their heads. Then the sun and the moon burned and turned into a pool of jade liquid. Although Meng Xiaoqin's sun and moon reincarnation art was not very profound, Lu Changsheng practiced this technique to perfection. Moreover, he was a Jiandan cultivator, the yin and yang Dao Jiandan, and the pure jade liquid condensed by the Yuan-Yang magic power, the essence of the sun and the moon, was comparable to a superior Jiandan spiritual object. Buzz buzz buzz, just like that, Lu Changsheng ran the sun and moon reincarnation art with all his strength, pouring all his magic power into this pool of jade liquid. Then he slowly operated this invisible furnace and melted it into Meng Xiaoqin's key high danshan. Boom! Instantly, Meng Xiaoqin's exquisite jade body burst into brilliant rays of light. Every inch of her skin, flesh, and blood were wrapped in a layer of pure sun and moon essence, filling her body and making her feel very comfortable. At the same time, her magic-powered Dan lake was boiling, and her Dao foundation was blooming with rays of light. Xiaoqin. Lu Changsheng, who now has 2 Dan-forming experiences, immediately reminded Meng Xiaoqin. Yes. Meng Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes opened and closed, and she raised her palm lightly, and the crystal pill entered her mouth, and she circulated the exercises to impact the Dan forming. Lu Changsheng sat aside, paying attention to Meng Xiaoqin's situation throughout the whole process. Outside the Changsheng Hall, Lu Miaoj, who was practicing, felt a movement and opened her eyes like water. Dan forming. Lu Miaoj was very emotional. Once upon a time, Dan forming was so high and mighty that she dared not even think about it. But now, her husband is a Dan forming real person, and he is an immortal golden elixir. Qingzhu Mountain will soon have a 3rd Dan forming real person. And she herself, with the help of Lu Changsheng, will most likely break through the Jiandan stage in the future and become the Jiandan real person that was once out of reach. Even though she knew that this day was not far away, Lu Miaoj was still a little dazed and dreaming. She walked out of the cave and saw the red lotus outside. She bowed, then walked out of the cave and came to the Lu family mansion. Sister Miaoj, the Qingyun Sect's envoy is here to issue the wasteland reclamation order. Lu Miaoj immediately said after seeing Lu Miaoj. The Qingyun Sect directly issued the Wasteland Reclamation Order. They had known about the Wasteland Reclamation War for a long time. Well, not only the Wasteland Reclamation Order, but now the Qingyun Sect has officially announced the Wasteland Reclamation War. 10 years later, the Wasteland Reclamation War will be launched. During these 10 years, all forces are prohibited from conflicts and disputes. If any family provokes, they will be severely punished. During this period, all casual cultivators can sign up for the Wasteland Reclamation War in the market under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Sect. All applicants can receive basic skills and a batch of resources. Lu Miaoj nodded and said, although the Wasteland Reclamation War is cruel and dangerous, but it is also a promotion channel, and countless casual cultivators will join in to fight for a future. How many quotas are there for our family? Lu Miaoj asked. Casual cultivators and key refining families voluntarily participate. But families with foundation-building cultivators must sign up to participate. As for the big family forces, Qingyun Sect directly issued a land reclamation order with quotas. Now that Qingzhu Mountain is the top family under the Qingyun Sect, it will naturally have quotas. 4 foundation building cultivators and 20 key refining cultivators. Lu Maoyan gave Lu Maoj a decree. Lu Maoj's heart paused. This is not a small number. You know, there are only 14 foundation building cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain that are open to the outside world. If Lu Yanlao and Lu Xingai are not counted, there are only 12. Although it can be guessed that Qingzhu Mountain must have more than 12 foundation building cultivators. But it is equivalent to taking 1/3. Before, True Man Beishuan came and said that he would take care of our family a little, but our family is now a fake damn family, and this is already the minimum standard. Lu Maoyan said in a low voice. Well, Changsheng is in seclusion, I will tell him about this later. Lu Maoj understood this truth, nodded, and continued to ask, except for Qingyun Sect, Xianjian Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect should have announced this news, right? It should have been announced, but the news has not come out so quickly. Lu Maoyan shook her head. Although Qingzhu Mountain has a channel for information, it spreads very slowly. Well, after the two chatted for a while, Lu Maoj came to courtyard to visit her son Lu Qingxuan. Meet the queen. Outside the hall, a 15 or 16-year-old girl with fair skin and pretty face immediately bowed to Lu Maoj when she saw her. Xiao Yu. Lu Maoj smiled gently when she saw the girl. This girl was the one she picked up from Qingyun Market 3.5 years ago. Over the years, she has been a maid beside Lu Qingxuan. Lu Qingxuan was not harsh on the girl. He kept her by his side and taught her how to practice. Now, 3.5 years have passed, and the girl has not only started practicing, but has also grown into a graceful young lady. Mother. After a moment, Lu Qingxuan walked out, saw Lu Maoj, bowed politely. Zuiner, you should know about the War of Reclamation, right? Lu Maoj asked. Mother, I already know. Lu Qingxuan nodded and expressed his opinion. Chapter 537. 39th level of key refining, coming to provoke. As Qingyun Sect announced the War of Reclamation, the entire territory of Qingyun Sect was shaken. The War of Reclamation will last for 10 years. As long as you sign up, you will get skills and elixirs. How huge will this War of Reclamation be? Many independent cultivators and small family forces were surprised and happy when they heard this. They were both afraid and looking forward to it. After all, looking through the history of cultivation in Jiang Kingdom, the War of Reclamation was accompanied by the rise of countless independent cultivators. Now you can still see some forces that have made contributions, obtained spiritual lands, and established families through the War of Reclamation. People die and birds fly to the sky. They live for thousands of years. I have been a casual cultivator for my whole life. I just took this opportunity to fight for a future for my descendants. 10 years, why 10 years later? Brothers fight tigers together, fathers and sons fight together in battle. Chuiner, Dad will go with you. If you can perform well in the land reclamation war, you may be granted a spiritual land, which will be passed down from generation to generation. You don't have to be a homeless and drifting casual cultivator anymore. Unfilial descendants, who have lost their ancestral foundation, today I am willing to follow the example of my ancestors and fight for a future in the land reclamation war. Please bless me. In the land reclamation war, according to your contribution, the treasure house will be opened. Those who are outstanding can even join the Qingyun Sect and exchange for foundation building pills and elixir forming spiritual objects. The news spread quickly, and countless casual cultivators and small family forces were excited and went to the Qingyun Sect to sign up. Although the land reclamation order is full of blood and danger. But for people like them, it is a huge opportunity and chance. The big family forces have heard the news a long time ago. Seeing the orders for land reclamation issued to their families at this time, they all sighed. The land reclamation war requires a large number of cultivators to kill and expel monsters, comb the earth veins, and establish formations. Therefore, the first batch of cultivators is the most difficult and dangerous. Not only are there various dangers in daily life, it is difficult to practice peacefully. A slight accident in the process, such as monster tides, poisonous insects and poisonous miasma, and monster king attacks, can cause large-scale deaths. And these family forces that have been issued land reclamation orders basically belong to the first batch of land reclamation cultivators. Even the old family forces know privately that if they are too inflated, the 4 major immortal gates will take this opportunity to suppress them and arrange various dangerous tasks in the land reclamation war. But even if they know, they can't disobey. The land reclamation war not only has the absolute suppression and appeal of the 4 major immortal gates. There is also the righteousness of expanding the territory of Qing state, competing for spiritual veins, and strengthening national strength. Who dares to disobey? Question mark. Soon after, the land reclamation orders of the 4 major immortal gates, Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect, spread directly throughout the entire Qing state. At this moment, everyone realized that this land reclamation war was even bigger than they had imagined. It was not just the land reclamation in their own realm, but the entire Qing kingdom's cultivation world. The whole country was reclaiming land. It seems that this land reclamation war is related to the absolute sword master. Now that the 2 Yuanying masters of Qingyun Sect are in charge, and they are at the peak of their heyday, they naturally have to open up the land and compete for spiritual vein resources. Everyone guessed that this land reclamation war was related to the 2nd Yuanying master of Qingyun Sect. But forces like the beast-taming Su family, the 5 elements Wang family, the divine sword Shengwen family, as well as Changsheng Mountain and Huanayan Sect knew about it. Not only is it related to the absolute sword master, but it is also preparing for the war with the Yu kingdom. The war between the Yu kingdom and the Liang kingdom is inevitable. The Zhang kingdom will definitely participate in it at that time. Now the land reclamation in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is also a competition for spiritual vein resources and enhancing national strength. After the baptism of the land reclamation war, the national strength of the Zhang kingdom's cultivation world will not only not weaken, but will also be improved as a whole, ushering in rapid development. Of course, some people also speculated that Zhang state's investment of its energy in the war of reclamation was also a way to show its attitude to the outside world, and that it was unwilling to participate in the battles between other countries. Just as everyone was discussing this war of reclamation, another piece of heavy news swept through Zhang state's cultivation world. Zhang state's #1 casual cultivator, the Lord of Qingyun Immortal City. True man Qingyun broke through the nascent soul, and now the king has returned to take charge of Qingyun Immortal City. Moreover, True Lord Qingyun wanted to expand the Immortal City, participate in this war of reclamation, and recruit casual cultivators from all over the world. What? True man Qingyun broke through the nascent soul. This is the first casual cultivator to break through the nascent soul in our Zhang state's cultivation world in 1,000 years. More than 1,000 years, the last casual cultivator, True Lord Yuanying, I don't know when it was. True Lord Qingyun? No, True Lord Qingyun is more than 400 years old, isn't it? How could it be? How can True Lord Qingyun go from a casual cultivator to where he is now? How can we speculate? When True Lord Qingyun disappeared and left, Qingyun Immortal City was purged and taken over by Zhang and Yu countries, and now True Lord Qingyun has returned. Why is there no movement at all? In the early years, Qingyun Immortal City was a holy land for our Zhang country's casual cultivators, but since the departure of the city lord, it began to decline and go downhill. Now the lord has made another step forward, the nascent soul has returned, and he is in charge of the Immortal City. For us casual cultivators, this is definitely good news. That's right, we casual cultivators have signed up to participate in the land reclamation war through the 4 major immortal gates, so why not go to Qingyun Immortal City? After hundreds of years of precipitation, Qingyun's engine has a very loud reputation among the casual cultivators of Zhang country and even Yu country. Compared with the several major immortal gates, they are more in favor of Qingyun's engine, the first casual cultivator. Especially in the early years of Qingyun Immortal City, it was in the hands of Qingyun's engine, which was in sharp contrast to the past 10 years. For a time, countless casual cultivators came in groups, thinking of going to Qingyun Immortal City to sign up for the land reclamation war. Bihu Mountain. Lu Maioji and Lu Maioyan were very surprised to hear the news of Qingyun's engine. They had long known that Qingyun's engine had broken through the nascent soul and returned. Unexpectedly, the other party showed up at this time and took charge of Qingyun Immortal City. Could it be that the war of reclamation was decided so quickly because of True Lord Qingyun? It seems that True Lord Qingyun should have reached some kind of agreement with the high-level officials of Zhang and Yu. In the purge, True Lord Qingyun's lineage was only eliminated, but not completely killed. It is probably related to this reason. For true Lord Qingyun, now that he has returned, he should first gain a firm foothold. It is impossible to directly conflict with the high-level officials of Zhang and Yu. It is enough to gain benefits from the previous events. That's right. In this war of reclamation, Qingyun Immortal City directly recruited casual cultivators. For the 4 major immortal sects, it can be said to be nakedly snatching people and dividing the cake. Obviously, it has been allowed by the Qingyun Sect. The Lu family discussed this matter. Because Lu Changsheng has been paying attention to the situation of Qingyun Immortal City, they all know that Qingyun Immortal City was purged not long after True Lord Qingyun left. The core interests and power were all divided and controlled by the forces of Zhang and Yu. Even True Lord Beifen, who was in charge of the Immortal City at that time, was a puppet representative pushed out by the Purple Light sect of Yu. After the death of Beifeng, the top leaders of the 2 countries were probably afraid, so they did not introduce a new city lord, and jointly took charge through several families and chambers of commerce. If the cultivators of the Qingyun True Lord's lineage return in the early years, I'm afraid they will be reused, right? At this time, Lu Maiwen thought of her husband's friend Li Fiayu and said aloud. In the early years, Li Fiayu helped Lu Changsheng to purchase materials in Qingyun Immortal City, and they had always been in correspondence. Even when Qingyun Immortal City was about to change, Li Fiayu wrote a letter to remind him. But after the Qingyun Immortal City experienced a major purge, she never heard of Li Fiayu again, nor did she receive any letters from him. If it was the direct lineage of Qingyun True Lord, he would naturally be reused. But Qingyun True Lord was born as a casual cultivator, alone, and for hundreds of years, he has not accepted a single disciple, and there are probably not many real direct lineage confidants. Lu Maioj said softly. Although Qingyun True Lord is famous in Zhang State, he has been very low-key in the past 100 years. It was only during the Beast Tide before that he fought against the 3 demon kings alone and shocked Zhang State. Even in the impression of Lu Maioj and others, the most rumored thing about this Qingyun Zhenjin in his early years was that he was seriously injured. Qingyun Zhenjin was seriously injured when he entered a certain relic cave, went to a certain secret realm and was seriously injured in the depths of the Qingzhu Mountains. But when faced with doubts, provocations, and crises, he would come forward and fight back strongly. After a few people chatted for a while, they asked the family to focus on the news of various forces and the latest developments of Qingyun Xiansheng. Lu Changsheng was not clear about the outside world. He has been in the Changsheng Hall these days, concentrating on Meng Xiachen's impact and the formation of the elixir. As time passed, Meng Xiachen passed the 3 levels of the elixir formation steadily and began to crystallize the magic liquid. In fact, at this point, Lu Changsheng could see that Meng Xiachen's elixir formation was already a sure thing. As the true disciple of the 5 poison sect, she has a body of thousands of poisons, and she has a high probability of forming an elixir. Now with the crystal condensing pill and the 5-element spirit fruit, it is naturally impossible to fail. The next thing to look at is the quality of the elixir formation, and how many grades of elixir formation will be in the end. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng called out to Zumi, signaling it to stabilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for helping Meng Xiachen refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, he did not do it. Because in this situation, it is best to help when the other party is not strong enough. Now the other party is stable, if he intervenes, he may end up doing more harm than good. During this process, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host's 30 descendants for breaking through the 9th level of key refining and getting a chance to draw a lottery. However, looking at Meng Xiachen who was trying to form a pill in front of him, Lu Changsheng did not distract himself from the lottery. On this day, Bai Ling brought her daughter Lu Beixi to the Red Lotus Hall. When this daughter was less than 1 year old, she was 2 or 3 years old like an ordinary child. Now she is 3 years old, she is almost as old as a 5 or 6-year-old child. The expressionless little face is delicate and exquisite, with a white and gold snake patterned between the eyebrows. Scales. Honglian saw Bai Ling coming and heard her purpose. She was a little surprised and looked at Lu Beixi. Well, I also noticed scales on Xiaoxi's body today, Bai Ling said with concern. Today, she suddenly saw thin platinum scales on her daughter's body. Although she also had such scales when she was young, it was not until her bloodline awakened that she completely mastered and controlled this layer of scales. But when her daughter was born, she did not have these scales, so she immediately asked Honglian for advice. Come, Xiaoxi. Honglian looked at Lu Beixi's elbow. The white skin seemed to be covered with a layer of crystal gauze, like thin scales. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice it. She held Lu Beixi's little hand and checked on him. Lu Beixi was in very good health. A complete monster cub, the strength was not weaker than that of a first-level peak physical cultivator. It should be Xiaoxi's true spirit bloodline that is gradually awakening. When she grows up, she will probably be able to master this ability. Honglian said after a moment of hesitation. She didn't come into contact with true spirit bloodlines like Lu Beixi's. Knowing their bloodline potential, they will gradually awaken as they grow up. In this process, the earlier you show extraordinary performance, the thicker your bloodline is. Thank you, Senior Taoshin. Bai Ling was immediately grateful and relieved when she heard this. Even though she knew that her daughter's situation was nothing serious, she still couldn't help but worry. Then, she took her daughter out to find other children to play with. You country, a market. Qingxun, what are you doing? A Qingyun Sect's fake Dan elder looked at Lu Qingxun, who was wearing a green robe, a long sword on his waist, and was dusty, with a look of surprise and astonishment. In his early years, Lu Qingxun's casual standing revealed his peerless sharpness. His sharp sword intent could be felt from afar. Now the whole person is like a sword hidden in a sheath. Although it can be seen that he is a sword cultivator, there is no sharp aura at all. As a result, he was not sure what was going on with Lu Qingxun for a while. The sword intent is restrained, or it encounters setbacks and the sword intent is worn away. Elder Xiao, what does the sect want to see me for? Lu Qingxun looked very casual in front of the sect's fake Dan elder. Qingxun, the geniuses from the Qingzhu Mountain, the Red Body Sect, the Shura Sect, and the Heavenly Evil Sect of Liang have come to challenge our sect, so the sect leader is urgently calling you back. Elder Xiao said immediately. Oh. Lu Qingxun raised his sword eyebrows and asked what was going on. He had been traveling in the mortal world with his sister Lu Qingzhu these days, sharpening his sword heart, and had not paid attention to these things. The people coming from the four sects of Liang are all top geniuses. Not long ago, the whole Luo sect and the Beast Symbol sect had already been defeated by them. Now they are coming toward Qingyun Sect, so we must go all out. Elder Xiao said with a heavy face. After saying that, as if he was afraid that Lu Qingxun did not realize the importance of the matter, he added, especially the genius from the Qingzhu Mountain, who is at the 8th level of foundation building, but has fused a demon tiger, and his strength is not weaker than the peak of foundation building. Zhao Yan of the whole Luo sect was directly defeated by him. The friction between you and Liang continued. Now Liang brought the geniuses of the four sects to challenge you, obviously wanting to hit the morale of you. Although you could kill all the newcomers. But doing so is undoubtedly petty. But if they face the battle head-on, now that the whole Luo sect and the Beast Symbol sect have been defeated, their Qingyun sect is full of pressure. Tisk, it seems that there is something. Lu Qingxun chuckled when he heard this. He had some impression of Zhao Yan mentioned by the other party. He was a core disciple of the whole Luo sect, and his cultivation level was the 9th level of the foundation building. The difference in cultivation level and the fact that he was defeated by the other party showed that there was a big gap in their strength. In that case, let's go back. I'm just about to go back to the sect. Lu Qingxun raised his mouth and said softly that he wanted to meet the Liangao Xianjiao. Okay. Elder Xiao didn't have much confidence in Lu Qingxun. But now the head of the sect meant very simply. Even if they lost, they must show the momentum of the sect and not lose too badly. Immediately, he sacrificed a treasure ship and took Lu Qingxun and Lu Qingzhu back to the Qingyun Sect. 7 days later, when they returned to the Qingyun Sect, they heard that the four Liangao Xianjiao had arrived and won several games. Now the ring was directly occupied by the genius of Liang country, who set up the ring and allowed the disciples of Qingyun Sect to challenge. This challenge is too unfair. These 5 people from Liang country are geniuses from their 4 sects, which is equivalent to 4 sects challenging 1 person. And the highest of them is only the 8th level of foundation building, which obviously does not allow people to use the peak of foundation building to attack. If the peak of foundation building attacks, even if you win, it is not fair. Alice, this challenge has been planned for a long time and is well prepared. When Lu Qingxun and his sister Lu Qingzhu came to the ring square, they saw that it was already surrounded by disciples. Most of the disciples of Qingyun Sect were indignant and angry. Master, you are here too. At this time, Lu Qingzhu saw a mature woman with a plain face, wearing a bright red dress, and long black hair casually floating behind her head, leaning on a huge gourd in the distance. Although he has a master. But this master is very unreliable and is not in the sect all year round, so he has to rely on luck to meet the other party. Tian Yuan's Henren has a graceful and plump figure, full of sensuality. He holds a wine gourd in his hand and sips it lightly. He has no image at all, and the wine flows down his chin and falls on his full chest. Hearing this, he tilted his head to look at Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingzhu, and said lazily, "Qingzhu, Xia Azur, you are back." "Master." Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingzhu stepped forward and saluted respectfully. "Master, how strong are these people?" Lu Qingzhu asked. "It's not simple. For example, the kid Shenshen, I even suspect that Shenshen deliberately used some secret method on him to help him grow, so that he has this strength. Although Tian Yuan's Henren is very unremarkable, as a Jindan's Henren, his vision is very sharp." Oh. Hearing this, Lu Qingzhu looked at the ring and had no intention of going on the stage. After all, what's the point of going on the stage now? Only by going on the stage at the critical moment and defeating the 5 people with overwhelming force can he show his strength. As for losing, Lu Qingzhu has never considered it. It is no longer within his consideration. You have made some progress in sharpening your swordsmanship. Tian Yuan's Henren took a sip of wine and saw the change in Lu Qingzhu's sword temperament. "It's just a little realization, but master, don't worry, it shouldn't be a big problem to kill these few people," Lu Qingzhu said casually. Tian Yuan's Henren. She looked at Lu Qingzhu's appearance and temperament, and really thought he had changed. Now, when she heard his tone of voice, it can only be said that his swordsmanship have indeed improved, and he is calm and restrained. But in his bones, he is still the arrogant and confident Lu Qingzhu. If you want to play, you can try, but be careful. Tian Yuan's Henren no longer preached to this apprentice. In her heart, she even hoped that Lu Qingzhu could truly understand that there are always people better than you through this battle. As for winning, except for the people from the Beast God Mountain, she felt that Lu Qingzhu had a 50% chance of winning against the other people. "No hurry, let's see first." Lu Qingzhu grinned. Tian Yuan's Henren heard this and didn't care, just let him do it. Boom boom boom. At this time, another Qingyun Sect genius came on stage, and after fighting for more than 10 rounds, he was beaten by the genius of the Naked Sect and vomited blood, and fell off the stage. A moment later, another Qingyun Sect genius came on stage and won a small victory over the Xianxia Sect genius, but was easily defeated by the genius of the Beast God Mountain. It's really something. Lu Qingzhu looked at this scene and pinched his chin. This Beast God Mountain cultivator seemed to be possessed by a tiger demon when he raised his hands and feet. Even the 9th level of foundation building could not break his power. If the Qingyun Sect is like this, we don't need to waste time anymore and prepare to go to the Purple Light Sect and the Qingyun Sect. At this time, on the stage, the disciples of the Beast God Mountain said in a deep voice, his voice was hoarse and dull, as if filled with blood and rain. "Arrogant. You are so arrogant. You are so ignorant." Immediately, countless Qingyun Sect disciples scolded. "Tisk, you are really arrogant." Lu Qingzhu shook his head. "But the more so, the more it is a great opportunity for him to show off." This trip home caused him a lot of pressure. Not only does he have a freak elder brother. Among his younger brothers and sisters, Lu Lingxiao and Lu Wangshu are all very talented. There is also Lu Quansun. Although they just said hello and didn't talk much, but his sword heart is clear, and he can sense that the other party's cultivation is not low, definitely above the late stage of foundation building. It's just that he doesn't know what's wrong with his body, and there is a strong bloody meaning. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for him, who thought he was far ahead, to say that there is no pressure. But there is pressure. If you want to improve your strength as soon as possible, in addition to hard work, you also need resources. Now that Lianguo has come to challenge, it is simply a test to prepare for the war between the two countries. As long as he can show his talent and strength through this battle, he can use this wave of reputation to get more resources from the sect and break through the Jindan as soon as possible. As long as he breaks through the Jindan, he will definitely shine in the war between the two countries in the future and further improve his status. By then, he can even obtain resources from the 5 major immortal gates of Yu State and become the Yuanying seed of Yu State. "Brother." Lu Qingzhu looked at his brother, his beautiful eyes full of worry. "Xiao Zuer, you don't have confidence in your brother again, Right. Lu Qingzhu rubbed his sister's black hair vigorously. Then he looked at Xianyun's Henren and said, Master, if I accidentally kill them, what will be the consequences? He has been tempering his sword in the past 3 years of the world, and he has also been training, tempering, and hiding his sword. Once he uses his full strength to draw the sword, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Xianyun's Henren looked at Lu Qingzhu speechlessly. Before the fight even started, you are thinking about whether the sect can deal with the aftermath after killing the opponent? This arrogant self-confidence is simply deep in the bone. I have always heard that you, Lu Qingzhu, are extremely arrogant. Today I have seen it. If you can kill one of them, I will reward you handsomely. At this time, a clear and majestic voice came. A thin and majestic man wearing the robe of Qingyun Sect came out. It was the head of Qingyun Sect. Meet the head. Greetings, head. Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingzhu immediately bowed. The headmaster is too kind. As a disciple of Qingyun Sect, I have no choice but to defend the dignity of our sect. This person is so arrogant and provoked our sect. I should defend the dignity of the sect and teach them a lesson. Lu Qingzhu said with a serious face. Lu Qingzhu, how sure are you? The head of Qingyun Sect looked at Lu Qingzhu and asked. Being challenged like this, he, as the head, naturally felt extremely ashamed and hoped that someone could restore his dignity. But he also knew that Lu Qingzhu was a sword cultivator. Such sword cultivators are most afraid of losing. And losing completely. Once you lose your spirit and swordsmanship, your whole life will be half-wasted. As a disciple of Shura Sect and Xiansha Sect, he has confidence in Lu Qingzhu. But he is not sure about the two people from the Qingyun Sect and Qingzhu Mountain. After all, Lu Qingzhu has only broken through the 7th level of foundation building. Compared with these people, he is still far behind. Chapter 538, Extraordinary Talent, Shocking Jin Yang. Lu Qingzhu subconsciously wanted to say that those who were willing to sell their heads were not worth mentioning. But thinking that he should be calm and low-key in front of the headmaster, he immediately pondered and said, 50 to 60, 70-80%. 50-60, 70-80%. The head of Qingyun twitched his eyes, thinking what kind of confidence is this? But he was very satisfied that the other party had this confidence. He patted Lu Qingzhu's shoulder with a gentle look and said, Okay, I'll see how you perform. Please rest assured, headmaster. Lu Qingzhu clasped his fists and prepared to go to the ring. But when he saw that another person from his sect was defeated on the ring, and was beaten to spit blood and seriously injured, he frowned slightly, paused, looked at his sister Lu Qingzhu and said, Xiao Zuer, do you still have a coffin with you? The two of them traveled in the world before and encountered many life and death. Lu Qingzhu adhered to the concept of burying people in peace, and when he saw such a situation, he would bury people. He even made many coffins for people. Lu Qingzhu was stunned, and her cherry lips opened slightly. Tian Yuan's Henren, Qingyun Sect leader, Tian Yuan's Henren knew this disciple very well, and vaguely guessed what he was going to do. But the question is, why did the brother and sister carry a coffin with them? And Lu Qingzhu was well-behaved and quiet, why would she carry such an ominous thing as a coffin? She looked at Lu Qingzhu with a blank face. Sect leader Jin Yang didn't know much about Lu Qingzhu. He thought to himself, is Lu Qingzhu so stubborn? Is he seeing other disciples defeat, and he directly carried a coffin to fight to defend the dignity of the sect? Qingzhu, Tian Yuan's Henren looked at Lu Qingzhu. Guests come from afar, so arrogant, how can we not entertain them with gifts? Send them a coffin to bury their bodies. Lu Qingzhu was dressed in a long green robe, with a tall and slender figure, revealing an indescribable sharp aura. Since everyone in the sect thinks that he, Lu Qingzhu, is crazy, then let him show them how crazy he is, so crazy that everyone in you knows it. It also tells the world that he, Lu Qingzhu, has the capital. Today, in the foundation building stage, no one in the same realm can defeat him. When he breaks through to the Jianden and Yuanying stage one day, he will still be invincible in the same realm. Sure enough. Xianyun's Henren was speechless. A moment ago, the latter asked her what the consequences would be if she accidentally killed someone. Now it's alright, just send a coffin directly. Aren't you afraid of losing face and not being able to finish it? And there have been so many fights on the ring, can't you see anything? Although she knew the character of this apprentice a long time ago, and she was the kind of person who would take advantage of anyone, she was still speechless. I really want to ask, you have been tempered in the world for 3 years, and you have honed your sword heart. What have you honed? The head of the Qingyun Sect next to him was also stunned. He thought Lu Qingxin was going to fight with a coffin on his back to show his determination. Unexpectedly, he was actually sending a coffin to someone. Before the fight started, there was only a 50, 60, 70, 80 chance of winning, but he directly prepared a coffin. Is this arrogance or self-confidence? In his early years, he had heard of Lu Qingxin of Xiantan Peak, who was gifted and arrogant, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, geniuses, who is not arrogant, who is not arrogant? He had come this way too. But now, he had seen it. Lu Qingxin, are you sure you want to do this? If you lose, you will be cursed by thousands of people. The head of Qingyun Sect did not stop him and said in a deep voice. Although this was Lu Qingxin's personal behavior. But if he lost, not only would Qingyun Sect be ridiculed. Even many disciples of Qingyun Sect would think that Lu Qingxin had lost face because of this. Since it's okay to kill them, what's wrong with giving them a coffin? Lu Qingxin said so. The calm and relaxed tone revealed a sharp breath that pierced the sky. Go ahead. Xiantan Zhenren next to him narrowed his beautiful eyes, and said seriously with a stern aura. Although this apprentice is crazy, he is not without brains. For so many years, he has never fallen. Since the other party has this courage, then she will see if the other party can give her another miracle. If she loses, she will be cursed by thousands of people, but she can rise from the trough, break and then stand up, and will surely make further progress in the future. If you are defeated miserably and never recover, then so be it. Otherwise, if you keep this character, something bad will happen sooner or later. There are two left. Lu Qingzhu said in a low voice. As a disciple of Qingyun Sect, she was also a little annoyed when she saw her senior brothers and sisters being seriously injured. Although her brother's behavior was not very good, she knew Lu Qingxin very well after so many years and vaguely guessed his purpose. One bite is enough. Lu Qingxin said with a chuckle, mainly to boost his momentum. Bang! Lu Qingzhu released an ordinary wooden coffin from the storage bag. Lu Qingxin rubbed his sister's black hair lovingly, and then the green robe on his body turned into the disciple robe of Qingyun Sect. He raised his palm lightly and strode towards the central arena with a coffin directly in his hand. This move instantly attracted the attention of many people. Well, who is this person, and why is he holding a coffin? It's senior brother Lu Qingxin. Why is junior brother Lu holding a coffin? Is senior brother Qingxin going to fight with a coffin to decide life and death? The central arena was surrounded by disciples of the Qingyun Sect, and many elders and deacons were watching. As the true disciple of the Qingyun Sect and the seed of the Dan, Lu Qingxin has a great reputation. Many people know him and exclaimed, Lu Qingxin, what are you doing? Next to the arena, an elder of the Qingyun Sect flashed and stopped in front of Lu Qingxin, looking solemn. Although sparring is about face. But they don't want their own Xianjiao to die in the arena. Once my sword comes out, there is death and no life. Now that the guest has come from afar, I will send him a coffin in advance to show my heart. Lu Qingxin has sword eyebrows and star eyes, elegant and easygoing, calm and indifferent, without any sharp sword cultivation. However, when these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar, and countless people gasped. Although senior brother Qingxin is powerful and has unparalleled swordsmanship, he is only at the 6th level of foundation building. Is he too arrogant? As expected of him, Lu Qingxin, he is really arrogant and looks down on everyone. I heard that he has been traveling around the world and sharpening his swordsmanship in the past few years. Could he have made a breakthrough? Although Lu Qingxin has amazing talent in swordsmanship, his cultivation is too low. If he has the 9th level of foundation building, he might be able to promote the prestige of our Qingyun Sect. Humph, they are only allowed to be arrogant, but can't we, the Qingyun Sect, be arrogant? Senior brother Qingxin is mighty. In this matter, strength speaks after all. If we lose, it will become a joke. If Lu Qingxin loses, won't it make our Qingyun Sect a joke together? Many Qingyun Sect disciples spoke up. Even though Lu Qingxin is amazing and a top genius of the Qingyun Sect, a Dan-forming seed, he didn't grow up after all. His age and cultivation are much worse than the 4 people of Liang country. So many people don't think highly of Lu Qingxin. Some even thought that Lu Qingxin's move was just a show of grandstanding. Lu Qingxin of the Qingyun Sect is so arrogant. Giving us a coffin is really beyond your ability. It's just right that you can keep this coffin for yourself. Boy, I want you to be dead." Upon hearing this, the four Xianjias of Liangguo looked at Lu Qingxin with cold eyes, revealing a strong murderous intent. Before coming to Yuguo, they learned about all the geniuses of the 5 major immortal sects of Yuguo. Lu Qingxin was on the list. But he was not even in the first batch. After all, a 6th level cultivator of the foundation building level, no matter how amazing and brilliant, is not worthy of their excessive attention. Cross-level battles only exist between geniuses and waste. There is a gap between geniuses and geniuses, even if there is a difference of 1 level of cultivation. Facing these gazes, Lu Qingxin questioned, turned a deaf ear, and turned a blind eye. He has come all the way, overcoming all difficulties, although he has not encountered any major setbacks. But whether it was the Sect sword test, the Qingming secret realm, or the Qingyun Sect sword test, the questioning voices and disdainful eyes have never stopped. The more they question him now, the more they will respect him like a god afterwards. Qingyun Sect, Lu Qingxin. Lu Qingxin held the coffin, looked at the 5 people from Liang country with a calm expression, and said, "Who will come first?" Even though many Qingyun Sect disciples did not think highly of Lu Qingxin. At this time, this posture, calm and confident words, still made them feel happy. However, many people still shook their heads and sighed, thinking that this was a temporary talent, and even mocked and gloated. After all, some people in Qingyun Sect like Lu Qingxin's character, but many people hate him and can't stand his style. Lu Qingxin, right? Come up and die yourself. Among the 5 people from Liang country, the Xianjiao of Shura Sect looked at Lu Qingxin with a sinister look and said with his hands behind his back. Lu Qingxin didn't say anything nonsense. He held the coffin in one hand and the sword in the other and came to the ring. The momentum on his body could not stop rising, piercing the sky, moving the sun and the moon. No one could defeat him, no one could stop him. Such an amazing sword intent instantly shocked many people. Some of the Qingyun Sect's key refining disciples even felt a bone-chilling chill, like thorns on their backs, and felt like sitting on pins and needles. Especially Yuan Yuan's Henren, and several Qingyun Sect elders, could see at a glance that Lu Qingxin's sword intent had become even sharper. With his character, he will only become sharper and sharper if he sharpens his sword heart. The sword intention is restrained, but it's just a superficial appearance. He suppresses the peerless edge in his body and tempers it. Tian Yuan's Henren saw Lu Qingxin's sword intention and instantly understood the situation of his disciple. After 3 years of sharpening his sword heart and sword intention, he was indeed calm and restrained, like a sword hidden in a sheath. But it was precisely because of this that he was even more sharp and peerless when he drew his sword again. "Are you ready to die?" Lu Qingxin looked at the Shura Sect's Xianjiao and said lightly. "Normal sparring, normal greetings at the beginning, but this kind of sparring, there is no such rule." "Arrogant, if that's the case, I will give you a complete body and let you bury it in this coffin, Shura blood flame." The Shura Sect's Xianjiao said coldly when he saw Lu Qingxin still holding the coffin. As he spoke, blood-colored flames surged all over his body, as if he was covered with a layer of blood-colored armor, and rushed towards Lu Qingxin. Buzz buzz buzz. Lu Qingxin looked calm, and slashed forward with a magic sword in his hand. The sword energy was like a rainbow, sweeping the thunder sound. This sword energy suddenly turned in mid-air, and the sound circulated. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and in a blink of an eye, a wave of sword energy was formed, drowning the Shura Sect's Xianjiao. Hiss, what an amazing sword art! At the foundation building stage, the 3 means of sword energy like a rainbow, sword energy transformation, and sword energy thunder sound are all displayed together. With such a talent for sword art, no wonder he is so confident. The cultivators with eyesight all saw the horror of this sword. Even the Xianjiao from Liang country and the Jindan's Henren looked solemn when they saw this. This child has not grown up yet, he must not be allowed to stay. A demonic dam-forming master sent a message to his own Xianjiao, deciding to strangle Lu Qingxin in the cradle. However, at this moment, on the ring, how can your sword energy and magic power be so sharp? The Shura Sect Xianjiao, who was drowned by the sword energy, roared, and found that Lu Qingxin's magic power seemed to destroy all things, causing his Shura blood flame to be constantly broken and flickering. He pinched his hands and sacrificed a blood-colored magic bead in his hand. Clang. However, at this moment, 2 flying swords suddenly appeared in front of him, revealing a sharp breath like crystal light and lightning. Clang clang clang, the sharp sword energy swept, like 1,000 cuts. One sword completely broke through his blood flame armor. One sword pierced his heart. Puff. The Shura sect Qianjiao vomited blood and flew out directly, his body rolling, and his life and death were unknown. Silence. The whole audience was silent. Although this Shura sect's Qianjiao was not the strongest among the 5 Lianguo people, his strength was also extraordinary. But at this time, he was defeated by Lu Qingshan's 3 swords, and his life or death was unknown. Lu Qingshan, you actually killed him. The Qianjiao of the Qianxia sect supported the Shura sect's Qianjiao, and found that his heart was strangled by a sharp sword energy. His expression turned cold and he said in a cold voice. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the field was shocked. Hiss, the cultivator of the Shura sect, who was full of vitality and far superior to ordinary people, actually died. 3 swords killed the Shura sect's Qianjiao. This strength is simply amazing. And junior brother Lu was holding the wooden coffin with one hand, and it was obvious that he didn't use his full strength. All the onlookers were shocked and extremely shocked. Once my sword comes out, there will be death, but this person's strength is too weak, and he can't even catch my sword. But it doesn't matter, the coffin is ready, and I can hide you with him later. Lu Qingshan held the coffin with one hand and held the sword with the other, and said lightly. Hiss. 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 As soon as these words came out, the disciples of Qingyun Sect in the audience could not help but take a deep breath, but they felt happy. It was like a thirsty June day, and then drank a mouthful of ice water. I have never felt that Lu Qingshan's presence was so pleasing to the eye. Brother Lu is mighty. A disciple immediately shouted loudly. Junior sister Qianjiao, your disciple is not ordinary. Seeing this scene, the head of Qingyun Sect was also quite moved. He saw that Lu Qingshan had the strength to fight against the geniuses of Shura sect and Qianxia sect, and he had a good chance of winning. But he didn't expect that he would win so quickly and really kill him. Yet, Qianjiao Zhenren took a sip of wine and acted very calmly. She was worried about Lu Qingshan, and also worried about the geniuses of the Naked Sect and the Beast God Mountain. Especially the geniuses of the Beast God Mountain. Lu Qingshan, you killed brother Luo just to make us angry and affect our performance. Very good, you did it, but have you thought about how to die? At this time, a tall woman, who was a foot tall, with the word beauty engraved on her cheek and the word charm engraved on her exposed chest, walked onto the stage. She was a genius of the Naked Sect. This sect pursues the most primitive beauty. The aesthetics are incompatible with ordinary people and are different. After practicing the exercises, the whole person will gradually form a deformed beauty. It is also this deformed beauty that makes the other person's mind pollute and affect the other person's heart when you raise your hands and feet. It really pollutes people's eyes and affects their mood. Lu Qingshan frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. Although the beauty and ugliness of appearance are bones under the skin and the appearance of voice and color, he is still not immune. I will make you live a life worse than death. The monks of the Naked Sect hate others insulting their appearance the most. Her muscles squirmed, making the huge word charm distorted like a ghost face, causing an indescribable visual impact. Many Qingyun Sect disciples in the key refining stage even felt physically uncomfortable, dizzy and retching when they saw the woman's appearance. Lu Qingshan, I want you to die, it's worse than death. The woman from the Naked Sect rushed towards Lu Qingshan, shouting continuously. Her voice was like pollution, the word charm on her chest and the word beauty on her cheeks were shining brightly. Can you stop talking and die soon? Even though Lu Qingshan's sword heart was clear, he was affected by the opponent's magic, and felt nauseous. As soon as the voice fell, 2 long rainbow-like sword lights that dispersed coldness rushed towards the woman from the Naked Sect. The magic sword in her hand also trembled, buzzing, forming a frenzy of sword energy. Naked Dharma. The woman from the Naked Sect shouted, her tall body was agitated, and her robes rustled. A hazy demon shadow appeared under her feet, absorbed Lu Qingshan's offensive, and then rushed to Lu Qingshan, with a terrifying power. Brainless idiot. Lu Qingshan saw the woman from the Naked Sect killing in front of him, and snorted disdainfully. Clang. Between his sleeves, a sword embryo with brilliant starlight suddenly appeared, slashing out a sword energy that could destroy the world. The sword energy was cold and the sword light was like a wash, ignoring any changes and destroying everything. The tide of sword energy also poured out madly. Puff. The protective magic shadow of the naked woman was shattered, and the whole person flew backwards, spitting blood. Stop. Just when Lu Qingshan was about to take advantage of the victory and attack, A demon master shouted coldly, and his magic hand swept over and wrapped up the naked woman. Old Ghostchi, the junior is taking action, why are you interfering? A Qingyun Sect's giant master immediately shouted coldly, and giant level magic power surged out. However, the genius of the naked sect had been rolled off the stage. This. Am I seeing right? Zhuhong of the Red Body Sect also lost. Not only did he lose, but if it weren't for this Red Body Sect elder, he would have died directly at the hands of senior brother Qingchen. Senior brother Lu is mighty. The audience was shocked and a frenzy broke out. Countless doubts, surprises, horrors, and fanatical eyes fell on Lu Qingchen. Unbelievable, too unbelievable. In the last game, 3 swords killed the Shura Sect's Xianjiao. Now the Xianjiao of the Red Body Sect, who was killed by 4 swords, vomited blood and flew out. If it weren't for the giant's Henrin of the Red Body Sect, who took action without caring about his face, he would have killed this person directly. Too fierce, the sword cultivator in my dream is brother Qingchen. How strong is junior brother Lu? It seems that he has broken through to the late stage of foundation building. I remember that senior brother Qingchen seems to be at the 6th level of foundation building, and he should have just broken through not long ago. His flying sword is extraordinary, with spiritual light lingering, and even reveals a magical weapon aura. This is a magical sword embryo. Many people were amazed and talked about it. The core true disciples who competed with Lu Qingchen saw this scene, and their hearts were heavy, and they were almost desperate. Some of them fought with Liangao Xianjiao, and it was rare to be able to fight back and forth with this genius of the naked sect. But Lu Qingchen defeated him with a few swords and almost killed him. Junior sister Xianjiao, your disciple. At this moment, even the head of Qingyun was shocked and a little unbelievable. If Lu Qingchen was at the 9th level of foundation building, he could understand. But he just broke through the 7th level of foundation building. Although Qingchen is arrogant, he is not arrogant. Xianjiao's Henrin said so. Although she was also very surprised. But he certainly couldn't show it in front of the headmaster at this time. I underestimated this Lu Qingchen, junior sister Xianjiao, you have a good disciple. This boy has such strength at the 7th level of foundation building. In the future, he will break through to the giant stage and add an invincible sword fairy to Qingyun Sect. The head of Qingyun Sect said. For a disciple like Lu Qingchen who has a good family background and extraordinary talents, their Qingyun Sect is naturally willing to devote resources to training. Especially in this period, the sect has allocated more resources to the core disciples. Next, Lu Qingchen saw the genius of the Red Body Sect being rescued, took back this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo, and said lightly, "Humph, junior sister Zhu has consumed too much in the previous battles, I will meet you. This battle will determine the winner and the loser, and also decide life and death." At this time, the strongest of the 5 Liang countries Xianjiao, the Xianjiao of the Qingzhu Mountain, stepped forward and said. He was full of dim light and blood, like a tiger demon, terrifying and intimidating, and even suppressed Lu Qingchen in momentum. My sword has always been dead and never alive. If you don't have a thick skin, there is naturally nothing I can do. Lu Qingchen said lightly, glancing at the magic Dao giant who had just saved people. Upon hearing this, the magic Dao real person wanted to slap Lu Qingchen to death. A mere foundation cultivator dared to sneer at him. But this is the Qingyun Sect after all, the other party's territory. He just snorted coldly and said, "You sharp-tongued kid, if you want to fight to the death, I will naturally not interfere." At this time, on the ring, the genius of the Qingzhu Mountain took action. He pinched his hands, and the black magic power flowed around his body, making the ring a little colder and darker. The whole person was like a tiger demon who chose people to devour, and slapped forward suddenly. Roar, 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 with a roar of tigers, 2 tigers with flowing black light flew over with a terrifying devouring power. Lu Qingchen had just seen this man take action and did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He threw the coffin he was holding back, and another flying sword appeared in the storage bag, buzzing and trembling, bursting out with sharp sword energy, and all rushed out. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 sides clashed with amazing power. These 2 black tigers were very strange and domineering, and they actually wanted to devour Lu Qingchen's sword energy and corrode his flying sword. Lu Qingchen's eyes condensed slightly, knowing that he could not fight with this man for a long time. Otherwise, The flying sword he had nurtured for so many years would be worn away by spirituality, and its power would be greatly reduced. 7 Yao sword formation. Lu Qingzhu pinched his sword fingers, and the 7 flying swords trembled, bursting out sword light all over the sky, like a tide of sword energy, interweaving and surging, making the tigers wail. At the same time, he tightly grasped this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo, brewing his strongest sword. It was also the sword intention and sword energy that he had accumulated and tempered during the 3 years of honing. Buzz buzz buzz, the sword light of this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo was swallowing and spitting, buzzing and trembling, with a crisp and clear sound. Kill. The genius of the Beast God Mountain sacrificed a black stone tablet, as if connecting the heaven and the earth, and suppressed Lu Qingzhu. Hu, the stone tablet glowed with a faint light, as if forming a vortex, and actually swallowed Lu Qingzhu's sword energy directly. Even Lu Qingzhu felt that his mana was disturbed and affected by the stone tablet, and a heavy force suppressed him. Roar roar roar, the magic pattern appeared on the face of the genius of the Beast God Mountain, his hands almost turned into tiger claws, and his nails glowed with cold light, rushing towards Lu Qingzhu. Not good. This stone tablet is a powerful treasure. It has the effect of disturbing and suppressing the mana of the flesh. Although junior brother Lu's sword energy is sharp, he will be finished if this person gets close. Many Qingyun Sect disciples off the court saw this scene and exclaimed. The head of Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Hanren, was also ready to save people at this moment. Although it was a matter of life and death. But they couldn't just watch Lu Qingzhu fall like this. Facing the Beast God Mountain prodigy who was coming to kill him, Lu Qingzhu was not in a hurry. He took a few steps back and pinched his sword finger with one hand. Zhengjin instant sword technique. Great freedom sword key. 7 flying swords clanged and split into sword lights, sweeping out like a mountain torrent in tsunami. Clang clang clang. This Beast God Mountain prodigy was very terrifying. Just like when Lu Pinggan and Lu Qingzhu were sparring, he directly confronted this sword energy with his flesh. But he was not as relaxed as Lu Pinggan. An almost solid black tiger appeared above his head, forming a shield with a faint light flowing and swallowing everything. I wonder how long you can hold on. The Beast God Mountain prodigy shouted fiercely, with a surging might and breathtaking power, which frightened the Qingyun Sect disciples below the stage. Among the Liang country's Xianjiao who came to challenge Qingyun Sect today, this person is unfathomable and makes people despair. If it weren't for this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo, which has been precipitated for 3 years, it's hard to say whether it would be a good match today. Lu Qingzhu was calm in his heart, and he deeply realized the horror of this person. The physical body and magic power are both surging and powerful, and there are such strange treasures. Dang dang dang, the Xianjiao of the Beast God Mountain was shining with dim light, and his breath was terrifying, just like a tiger demon, fighting against 7 flying swords and killing in front of Lu Qingzhu. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Just as he punched out, Lu Qingzhu drew his sword. Clang. When this sword came out, it seemed to cut out a vast galaxy, and endless starlight exploded. Da Zhengjin Sword Art. Qiao Da Zize Sword Sutra. Zhaoshan Xingdao Sword Art. Xianyun Sword Art. Illusionary Sword Technique. Burning Sun Sword Technique. Zhuanshu Swordsmanship. Lu Qingzhu mainly uses the Great Zhengjin Sword Art, supplemented by the Xianyun Sword Art, and slashes out all his sword intentions and sword energy after 3 years of precipitation. The stars are bright and sharp. Then, the sword energy is like a gentle breeze, the stars are twinkling, the sun is across the sky, the stars are extinguished, and the water and fire blend together. This sword is very gorgeous. It is so gorgeous that it fills the entire arena. Everyone can feel this magnificent and sharp sword intention. Like a torrent of heaven and earth, the opponent is suppressed and crushed with a most vast and magnificent avenue. After a moment, the sword light dissipated. Lu Qingzhu's face is pale and very tired. But the Xianjiao of the Beast God Mountain in front of him stared with his eyes wide open and motionless. What's going on? Is senior brother Qingzhu going to lose? Why didn't this person start? Is it a draw? No, look, the gemstone tablet of Guli of Beast God Mountain has dimmed. Under the suspicious expressions of the crowd, the body of the Beast God Mountain Xianjiao exploded with a bang, and blood splattered. The cultivators in the field saw this scene, all of them were horrified and unbelievable. They never expected that the Xianjiao of Beast God Mountain would die. Died at the hands of Lu Qingzhu. The 3 Xianjias of Liang country were also horrified and unbelievable when they saw this scene. The 5 of them came to Yu country, And the real trump card was Gu Li of Qingzhu Mountain. This person was fused with the spirit of a third-level demon tiger and a demon pill by the secret method of Qingzhu Mountain. Although not as good as the fake pill real person. But facing the fake pill cultivator, he can also compete with one or two. But now, he was killed by Lu Qingshan, a cultivator of the 7th level of foundation building. Is this the great Qing gold sword art? The head of Jinyang looked at the real person Xianun, a little unbelievable. The great Qing golden sword art was inherited by the Qingyun Sect, so he naturally knew it. But the sword just now was very wrong. He has the opportunity and has obtained other top sword arts inheritances. He has been honing and precipitating for 3 years, trying to walk out of his own sword art, and now his sword intention is just beginning. Tian Yuan's Henrin said after a moment of silence. At this moment, she was also shocked by the sword art talent of this apprentice. She knew that the other party's sword art talent was amazing, and he would definitely be able to walk out of his own sword art in the future. But she never expected that Lu Qingshan would walk out of his own sword art at the foundation building stage, using his body as a furnace to melt all kinds of sword art. This boy is simply a natural sword art genius. If you were to worship in the Qingyun Sect, he would probably be the sword son of the Qingyun Sect, the seed of the nascent soul. The head of the Qingyun Sect was silent for a moment, and said with some emotion, "There are many monks who have walked out of their own path in the Qingyun stage. But in the foundation building stage, it is simply unheard of. And in the other party's sword art, there are still several top sword art books. This worship of their Qingyun Sect really delayed the sword art talent. However, since he had such a genius, he would definitely not think of sending him away." On the ring. Alice, it is really rude that the guest came from afar and could not leave a complete body. Fortunately, I prepared a coffin. Lu Qingshan said, raised his palm lightly, and the wooden coffin fell down, throwing all the broken corpses into it, and then put the opponent's strange gemstone tablet and storage bag into his arms. Then, he looked at the remaining 2 people and said lightly, "Although Lu has consumed a lot of energy, he can still make a few swords. You must continue." The 2 looked at Lu Qingshan, who was pale and had a disordered mana. Their faces were gloomy. They felt that he was pretending to be powerful, but they were also afraid that he had some trump cards. "Brother Qingshan is powerful. Win. Brother Lu, why bother you to fight these 2 people? Yes, we can just accept the challenge." The disciples of Qingyun Sect immediately exclaimed, and several core disciples stepped forward and looked at the remaining 2. Today's limelight has been taken away by Lu Qingshan. Not to mention that Lu Qingshan is in a weak state now. If he kills 5 of them in a row, how can the core disciples of them have the face to stay in the sect? Dao, do you want to continue? At this time, the head of Jinyang stepped forward and looked at the 3 Jindans Henrin who came from Lianguo, and said lightly. At this moment, he was also very happy. Although Lu Qingshan killed people, he killed the genius of Qingzhu Mountain. But this battle is not only for their Jinyang sect, but also for the entire Yu Kingdom Immortal sect. If Lianguo and Qingzhu Mountain dare to put pressure on Jinyang sect in this way, the Yuanying Zhenjin of Ziguang sect and Qingyun sect must come forward no matter what. Humph. Seeing this, the 3 Lianguo Jindans snorted coldly and left directly with the remaining few people. They challenged all the way from Hualuo sect and Beast Symbol sect, and their real opponent was Qingyun sect. Unexpectedly, they were defeated here. Now that Gu Li is dead, there is no need to continue the battle. Brother Qingshan is mighty. Brother Lu is mighty. Seeing the Lianguo cultivators retreat, the disciples of Jinyang sect cheered loudly. The defeat of Hualuo sect and Beast Symbol sect before put them under great pressure. Especially facing the invincible Gu Li, they were all under a layer of haze. At this time, Lu Qingshan killed 2 people and killed Gu Li, causing the Liang country cultivators to retreat. They naturally raised their eyebrows and felt proud. Master. Lu Qingshan looked at Master Jinyang and wanted to bow. But Master Jinyang raised his hand directly, supported him with his Dan magic power, and said, "No need to be polite. Lu Qingshan, your performance today has brought honor to the sect. I said there will be many rewards. Tell me, what reward do you want? Just mention it." Before, he saw Lu Qingshan's performance, so he thought about increasing resources to cultivate him. Now that the other party has killed Gu Li with all his strength and shown the potential of Yuanying, he will naturally win him over and cultivate him with all his strength. As a disciple of Jinyang sect, it is natural to contribute to the sect and defend the dignity of the sect. Why should I care about any reward? Lu Qingshan bowed his hands, with a serious face and said righteously, "If the master really wants to give me a reward, then I hope you can give me cultivation resources, so that I can improve my strength as soon as possible and continue to serve the sect, even at the risk of my life." Chapter 539 Meng Xiaochen breaks through the Jinden stage and descends the spirit talisman. Qingzhu Mountain. Zumi Cave Heaven. A huge vortex of spiritual energy condensed in the sky, slowly rotating, emitting a terrifying spiritual pressure. Although Zumi can stabilize the spiritual energy of the cave heaven. But at this moment, Meng Xiaochen is at the last stage of forming a pill. No matter how spiritual energy is, it can't be unaffected as usual. However, this movement is limited to the cave heaven. Outside the cave heaven, Qingzhu Mountain is calm. No one knows that someone in the family is trying to form a pill. In the early years, Lu Changsheng's breakthrough to form a pill caused a huge movement because the spiritual energy of the cave heaven was insufficient, and Zumi needed to extract the spiritual energy of the spiritual veins of Bihai and Pekin Bishu Lake. Now the spiritual veins of the cave heaven have reached the third level middle grade, which is more than enough to supply one person to break through the pill. In the Changsheng Hall, Meng Xiaochen sat cross-legged, her curvy jade body was naked, and a layer of purple mist was hazy around her. This purple mist was extremely poisonous. But compared with her ethereal and otherworldly face and flawless jade body, she looked like a fairy, which made her even more beautiful. Lu Changsheng sat next to Meng Xiaochen and watched her break through the Jinden. I was still a little anxious, which made the third-grade Jinden a little reluctant. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart as he looked at Meng Xiaochen's Qi Hai Danshan and the real Dan with the rhyme of Jinden. The other party has a top-grade spiritual root, a body with thousands of poisons, and has practiced a 10,000 poisons devouring heart art, a technique that fits the spiritual body. At least he can condense a middle-grade real Dan. With the help of the crystal condensing pill, the 5-element spiritual fruit, and the Dan forming spiritual objects, there is a high probability that he can condense a top-grade Jinden. But according to the current situation, it is still a little short of achieving a top-grade Jinden. If Meng Xiaochen is given a few more years to prepare and accumulate the foundation, it will be a sure thing. It's almost there, and it's the same if you slowly improve it later. Lu Changsheng looked calm. 4 other cultivators, missing out on the top-grade golden elixir would probably be a lifelong regret, and they would spend countless time and energy to make up for their foundation. But for Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines, it was just a matter of time. 3 days later, the almost solidified spiritual energy vortex above the Changsheng Palace began to dissipate, and a burst of auspicious clouds filled the air, and the sound of the great Dao rang out. Just as Lu Changsheng had judged, Meng Xiaochen's Jinden finally ended with a half-step golden elixir. However, her half-step golden elixir had surpassed her master, Nanguang Li. Above the true elixir, she possessed 4/5 of the golden elixir Dao rhyme, and was just 1 step away from being promoted to top-grade golden elixir. Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochen opened her beautiful eyes and shouted to Lu Changsheng beside her at the first time. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if she was haunted by her dreams, and her eyes were full of joy and tenderness. Breaking through the Jinden stage was certainly a happy thing. But seeing the beloved person the first time after breaking through the Jinden stage and sharing the joy with him was even happier. Xiaochen, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Jinden stage. Lu Changsheng's handsome face was full of smiles, and he was in a very happy mood. Adding a Jinden cultivator to the family is a great event no matter where you are, and it is worth celebrating. Thinking that his family has already had 3 Jinden cultivators without realizing it, Lu Changsheng felt full of accomplishment. After all, when the family was first established, there were only 3 foundation-building cultivators, him, Ling Zixio, and Lu Miaoj. Now, there are 3 Jinden cultivators and more than 20 foundation-building cultivators. Thanks to Lu Lang, but I still disappointed Lu Lang and failed to successfully condense a high-grade golden elixir. Meng Xiaochen was full of joy, and then said with some self-blame. In her opinion, she was just 1 step away from a breakthrough to the golden elixir, which was really wrong. If the magic liquid condensed into crystals and performed better in the process of condensing the prototype of the inner elixir, there would be hope to condense a high-grade golden elixir. It's already very good, no need to blame yourself. Lu Changsheng's eyes were warm and his voice was gentle. He reached out and gently stroked the soft black hair on Meng Xiaochen's shoulders, saying, "You are not well prepared for this Dan formation. I will use the origin to warm up the real Dan for you later." I will also have a sense of achievement in being promoted to giant in this way. Lu Changsheng smiled and comforted Meng Xiaochen. Meng Xiaochen smiled sweetly and responded happily, imagining her future with Lu Changsheng in her mind. Xiaochen, you should stabilize your realm first, and we will talk later. Lu Changsheng did not talk to Meng Xiaochen for a long time. Whether it is foundation building or Dan formation, after the breakthrough, you should avoid extreme joy or sorrow. Otherwise, it is easy to have an unstable realm and affect the foundation. Some people who barely break through may even fall back to a lower realm, and happiness will lead to sorrow. Yet, although Meng Xiaochen was reluctant, she also understood this truth and nodded vigorously. Then Lu Changsheng walked out of the cave to avoid affecting Meng Xiaochen. After all, as long as he is here, the other party's heart is on him and will be affected. Congratulations, young master. As soon as Lu Changsheng walked out of the Changsheng palace, Honglian came forward to congratulate him. She had been paying attention to Meng Xiaochen's Danjin situation. Seeing the spiritual energy vortex dissipate and the rosy clouds diffuse, she naturally knew that Meng Xiaochen had broken through the Danjin. Haha, Honglian, you have worked hard at home these days. Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian, who was wearing a red palace skirt embroidered with the gold and silver patterns, and was very graceful. He chuckled and shook her hand very naturally. Young master, you are too polite. These are all Honglian's duties. Honglian was graceful and elegant. Brother. Bai Ling saw Lu Changsheng and shouted with joy. Then he shouted to his daughter who was wearing a white dress and looked like a porcelain doll next to him, Xiaoxi, call daddy. Linger. Lu Changsheng smiled, then squatted down and looked at his daughter, who was as delicate as a jade, and said, Xiaoxi, don't you recognize daddy? Daddy. Lu Beixi naturally recognized this father. It was just half a year since they last met, and there was a smell about him that she didn't like. Xiaoxi has grown up so fast. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter who had grown taller, and wanted to pick her up. Daddy, it's Stinky. Lu Beixi said with some resistance. Stinky. Lu Changsheng was stunned. His chaos body had the effect of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, and it was almost like it was filled with an invisible fragrance, so how could it be stinky? He sniffed and didn't smell anything. But he realized that he was contaminated with the mana of Meng Xiaochen's breakthrough. Could it be? Lu Changsheng thought of the Baiyan bloodline's effect of suppressing demons and exorcising evil spirits, and immediately dispelled the mana. What about now? He looked at his daughter and asked. The stinky is gone. Lu Beixi also wrinkled her little nose and said crisply. Your nose is really sensitive. Lu Changsheng pinched his daughter's delicate nose with a doting look. This kind of mana aura, even if it was replaced by a foundation-building cultivator, might not be able to smell something wrong. Even giant and cultivators need to sense with spiritual sense. But his daughter smelled it directly, which was very surprising. He suspected that this was an instinct from the blood. But he also knew that his daughter did not like Meng Xiaochen's magic power. Or, this daughter did not like the magic and evil skills? If I practice magic, won't my daughter dislike it? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, holding his daughter and Bai Ling, and walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven to see Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan and others, and asked if there was anything going on at home in the past 6 months. The order to open up the wasteland, Qingyun Sect is in charge of Qingyun Fairy City, recruiting casual cultivators from all over the world. Lu Changsheng and his wife and daughter gathered in the Lu family mansion. After hearing Lu Miaoyan's words, he narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that not long after he and Meng Xiaochen went into seclusion, the war of opening up the wasteland was announced. Affected by the land reclamation war, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is very hot now. Many independent cultivators and family forces have gone to the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for training, or brought their family members to train. The 4 major immortal sects have also placed some independent cultivators who signed up for the land reclamation war in the strongholds of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for training. Under this situation, it will be very troublesome for King Song, King Guyan and others to establish a stronghold in the mountains, and the difficulty will be greatly increased. Lu Miaoyan, wearing a deep blue dress, with a fresh and pure appearance, continued to speak. Previously, the family planned to open a branch in the Qingyun Sect and then attack the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. But before, the ancestor of the Bailuning family broke through the Jiandan stage, and now the land reclamation war has begun, which has greatly increased the number of cultivators in the territory of the Qingyun Sect. The entire edge and outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range are filled with countless independent cultivators and family cultivators. As a result, the route to establish a stronghold has become more difficult, and it is necessary to go deep into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. But going deep into the mountains in the early stage of foundation building is very dangerous. This aspect can be postponed for a while. There is no need to rush, just let them arrange it themselves. Lu Changsheng said. Since the plan cannot keep up with the changes, it is not forced. Yet, Lu Maiyue nodded and continued to tell Lu Changsheng about other things. Yuner, now that the war has stopped in Zhang State, you can ask Qingzhu to arrange a few people to go to Heming Mountain to take charge later. Lu Changsheng said thoughtfully. Ling Zixiao went to Heming Mountain to see Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao. Now the 4 major immortal sects have issued an order that during the preparation period, the family forces under their rule are prohibited from conflicts and disputes. Therefore, Ling Zixiao, Lu Lingxiao, and Lu Wangshu do not need to stay here anymore. Thinking that the 2 children can go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for training. Yet, Lu Maiyue nodded in response. After understanding the situation at home and the outside world in recent days, Lu Changsheng accompanied his wife, concubines, and children on a daily basis. After the fight, he will visit Xiao Xiao, Ling Zixiao and others later, and then go to Damings with Honglian. Not to mention that his own resources are exhausted. Honglian's training is not good to be delayed. The other party is a spiritual fetus, and meditating and practicing like this is really a waste of time. A few days later, Lu Changsheng came to the top of Dalian Peak. He silently said in his heart, "System, draw a lottery." During the 6 months of seclusion, not only did 30 descendants reach the 9th level of key refining and get a lottery. His son Lu Chensha also promoted to the 2nd level Beastmaster. So he now has 2 chances to draw a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the treasure, Spirit Eye Spring. The reward has been distributed in the system space. The host can check it at any time. A micro spring pattern with gurgling spring water emerged from the lottery disc, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Spirit Eye Spring. Lu Changsheng was a little speechless. For ordinary cultivators, the Spirit Eye Spring is very precious. But for him, it is really useless. There is still a Spirit Eye Spring in Zumi Cave Heaven. It's better than nothing. This Spirit Eye Spring can be carried with you, so it can be convenient to restore mana when you are outside. Lu Changsheng shook his head and comforted himself. Draw a lottery. Looking at the virtual big turntable in front of him, he continued to silently say. The golden light turned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the soul summoning talisman. The reward has been distributed to the system space. The host can check it at any time. A talisman pattern emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Soul Summoning Talisman. Lu Changsheng had never heard of this talisman name. But based on the lottery for so long, he also summed up some rules. Ordinary elixir talismans rarely appear in the system lottery. If there are treasures of ordinary value, the quantity will be more. Talisman, Soul Summoning Talisman, Rank, 4th rank, Description, Qianfu Mountain Guarding God Talisman, made with a 4th rank Purple Crystal Thunder Dragon Spirit and Demon Soul. Once used, it can make the Purple Crystal Thunder Dragon Demon Soul possess the body, greatly improving the combat power. 4th rank Talisman. Lu Changsheng saw this talisman and looked surprised. In addition to the 4th rank life replacement talisman he drew in his early years, he had never seen other 4th rank talismans. Unexpectedly, today's lottery not only gave him a 4th level talisman, but also a 4th level talisman that was very useful to him. Sure enough, my luck is sometimes good and sometimes bad. The 4th level Purple Crystal Thunder Dragon Demon Soul is refined. Doesn't it mean that it can be upgraded to the 4th level, the combat power of the nascent soul? Lu Changsheng was delighted and extracted this soul-calling talisman. Immediately, a palm-sized, crystal-like jade, purple glowing talisman appeared in his palm. This talisman is much thicker and heavier than ordinary talismans. The edge of the talisman is drawn with mysterious and complex spiritual patterns, and in the middle is a hideous and terrifying purple dragon phantom. With the extraction, Lu Changsheng knew the specific effect of this soul-calling talisman. Once activated and used, the 4th level Dragon Demon Soul possesses the body, and it has some of the magical combat power of the Purple Crystal Thunder Dragon. However, this combat power cannot be compared with a dragon in its prime. and can only be considered as a 4th level. During the battle, once the demon's soul is burned out, the effect of the talisman will end. If it is only used for a short time and there is still some demon soul left, then this spirit summoning talisman can be used a second time like a talisman treasure. But 3 times is the limit. Even if it is not used for a long time and the demon's soul is not completely consumed, as long as it is activated 3 times, this spirit summoning talisman will collapse and cannot be used anymore. During use, except for causing load to the physical body and interfering with consciousness, there are no other defects or side effects. I practiced the 100 refining treasure body art, my physical body is strong, and I also have the Tai spirit. Using the spirit summoning talisman should not have too many side effects, and I can use the talisman effect to the extreme. I wonder how much I can increase the effect of this spirit summoning talisman by using the 9 treasures Rui bone. Lu Changsheng looked at the spirit summoning talisman in his hand, thinking to himself, he really wanted to experience the combat power of this demon soul. However, this talisman is rare and belongs to a real life-saving talisman, so Lu Changsheng will naturally not waste it easily. With this soul summoning talisman, I will have more confidence when I meet Yuan Yingzhenjin next time. Lu Changsheng was delighted and put the soul summoning talisman into the Qingyan binding belt. When he went out to play with his wife before, Qingzhu Mountain suddenly walked out of the void. It was impossible for him to say that he was not panicked. Now with the soul summoning talisman, he and Jinshi Xianpeng will work together. If they meet Yuan Yingzhenjin again, even if they are defeated, they can still deal with him. If nothing else, at least they can have more confidence when they meet Yuan Yingzhenjin. Unlike before, the only thought was whether they could escape. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, Hunting Monsters in Damangs, Recruiting a Son-in-Law in the Fairy City. Withering and Flourishing, Life and Death Tactic. In the Lu family mansion, Lu Changsheng was concerned about his son Lu Quanzhong's situation. He narrowed his eyes when he heard about the technique he had learned from the Zhuanshan Ling 10. Yin and Yang withering and flourishing, life and death conversion, plundering the vitality of heaven and earth, and cutting off the lifespan of others. Even from his perspective, this technique is exquisite. Of course, the premise is that it can really be perfected and practiced to this level. At present, Lu Quanzhong only has an outline. It's good enough for you to comprehend to this level. If you go further, it will involve supernatural powers. At least you have to form a pillar or even a yuanying to touch it. Your priority is to practice the Hades technique to the 2nd level first. Lu Changsheng said. Although his son has taken the longevity pill, he still has 25 years to live. But this lifespan is not long. It will take at least 5 or 6 years to completely eradicate the netherworld blood evil through the Hades technique. It will take several more years to recultivate the technique and cleanse the foundation. The time he really has to prepare for the impact of forming a pill is not much. Father, I understand. Lu Quanzhong's face turned pale and he responded respectfully. He has been comprehending the Zhuanshan Lingtang for these years, but his condition is too poor to practice. He thought that through this technique, he could find another way to solve his physical problems. After Lu Changsheng finished speaking, he called Honglian to help Lu Quanzhong deduce and sort out the withering and flourishing life and death secret through the Dongxong treasure mirror. Even Honglian was amazed when she saw this technique. I didn't expect that Lu Quanzhong, a small foundation building cultivator, could actually create such a wonderful technique. After caring about Lu Quanzhong, Lu Changsheng continued to care about his other children. Zuiner, family affairs don't need to be all on one person. Your top priority is to break through the foundation as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Qingxun. The Tai soul body must break through the foundation before it can awaken. He had already prepared the blood, soul and ore needed for awakening. Previously, I won a lotus for nourishing the soul in a lottery. The lotus seeds have the effect of nourishing the soul, and Lu Changsheng also reserved it for his son Lu Qingxun. It can be said that as long as he breaks through the foundation and awakens the Tai soul body, he will directly become the best in the same level. Father, I understand. Lu Qingxun was wearing a green brocade robe, and his appearance and temperament were somewhat similar to Lu Changsheng. However, compared with Lu Changsheng, He lacked the handsome and fairy-like meaning of transcendence, and had a bit more elegance. Yet, not long ago, Ling Xixiao and Lu Lingxiao also returned from Hemming Mountain. Lu Changsheng asked his son Lu Lingxiao to study the formation and dragon hunting skills at home these days. Whether going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to open up a branch, establish a base, or do anything, the formation can be of great use. Since his son has a talent in this area and has obtained the Emperor's Key-seeking technique, which is a matching magical power, he naturally cannot waste his talent and can spend some time and energy on this aspect. As for his daughter Lu Wongshu, because Hemming Mountain has a lot of power and industry under its name, she can't leave for a while and needs to hand over to others. Lu Changsheng also directly sent his son Lu Qingzhu to Hemming Mountain to take charge, and asked Lu Chensha to go to Qingzhu Mountain to familiarize himself with the management situation. When the number of iron fire ants is cultivated, go to Wanqiao Mountain. In a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During these days, Lu Changsheng has been at home with his wife, concubines and children. Of course, he has not forgotten what he promised Meng Xiaojun before. It's just that both of them are giant and cultivators, and it is very difficult to get pregnant. Even after working hard for these days, she didn't get pregnant. Lu Changsheng could only comfort her not to worry, take it slowly, and stabilize her cultivation. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Changsheng visited Xiao Xiao, Zhao Qingqing, Chu Qingyi, Yanlin Yufei, and then went to Damang's with Honglian. It is worth mentioning that when visiting Yufei, it seemed that she was full of pregnancy. In just a few days, the other party was pregnant with a second child. Yufei did not reject the second child. With the rise of Bihu Mountain, the children of the Lu family gradually emerged, and most cultivators have tacitly accepted that Lu Changsheng is a kind of fertility spirit. As long as the old ancestor Lu spreads the word, the female cultivators who are borrowing seeds now may be able to break through the threshold of Bihu Mountain. Yufei's path is hopeless. She wants to continue her desire and pursuit of immortal cultivation through the continuation of her bloodline. In this case, she naturally wants to have more children. Anyway, as a foundation-building cultivator and the master of Yunnaifang City, she can afford to raise 10 or 8 children. If the pregnancy is full and she gives birth to a child as outstanding as Lu Pinggan and Lu Wongshu, she will have no regrets in her life. After saying goodbye to Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, Meng Xiaojun and others, Lu Changsheng left Bihu Mountain quietly with Honglian. In the 9 heavens Gangfang lair, Lu Changsheng's palm touched the Qianqin Benying belt. Cry. A golden light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a terrifying power. A golden rock several feet long appeared, its body shining like gold, revealing a terrifying aura that could strike the sky. Although Honglian had not practiced a beast art, she was a Yuanying Zhenjin in her previous life, a 4th-level top beast master, and now she was in charge of the ancient beast talisman. She instantly felt a different aura from the golden winged rock. This is the aura of a demon beast that surpasses the heavenly level. She looked at the golden winged rock with doubtful eyes. Unexpectedly, in addition to the Zumi Tree King, Lu Changsheng actually had a 3rd-level spirit beast. A demon king with the blood of the true spirit. No wonder the young master gave the heavenly level blood demon beasts to Chensha, Wangshu, and Su Yatao. Because he no longer looks down on this level of spirit pets and demon beasts, only the true spirit level blood demon beasts can become his spirit pets. But the true spirit level blood demon beasts are almost extinct in the world of cultivation, and it is rare to see one. The young master actually has 2 of them in his hands. Honglian was shocked, and a huge storm was set off. Other opportunities can be explained. But Lu Changsheng's opportunity and 2 true spirit level bloodline monster beasts cannot be explained at all. The only possibility she thought of was that Lu Changsheng reincarnated and became immortal. With the awakening of consciousness, he took out the means sealed in his previous life. It is rumored that the true god of transformation has the means to open up secret realms. Maybe these natural treasures are the means prepared by Lu Changsheng in his previous life, and he took them out from his own secret realm. This is my mount, the golden pen. Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian's shocked expression and felt a little funny. He took her snow-white jade hand and came to the golden-winged sky pang. Since obtaining this golden-winged sky pang, people are shocked every time it is used. On the contrary, Lu Miaoyan, Lu Miahun, and Chu's Hansong were not so shocked when they saw this golden-winged sky pang. They thought it was just a more powerful spiritual bird. Except for Zumi, Honglian has never seen other true spirit bloodline monsters, so I was a little surprised. Honglian saw Lu Changsheng's calm face and whispered, "It's okay." Lu Changsheng smiled and didn't care. There is a saying that those who don't know are fearless. Yuan Yingzhenjin like Honglian knows more secrets than others, which is why it is easier for him to imagine. Maybe when he saw the golden-winged sky pang, he imagined a lot of his own situation in his mind. Swoosh, the golden-winged sky pang turned into a golden streak, tearing through the 9-day strong wind, and flew towards the direction of Damang's. With a lesson of Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng is now much more low-key. Let the golden-winged sky pang slow down and cover up his breath to avoid encountering other Yuan Yingzhenjin again. Half a month later, a piece of rippling waters appeared in Lu Changsheng's field of vision. According to the distance, it has now reached Damang's. However, this is a coastal area, hundreds of miles away from Damang Fairy City and the depths of Damang's. Let's go to the Great Dream Fairy City first. Lu Changsheng did not go directly to the depths of the Great Dream Lake to hunt monsters. He was going to collect some information about the third-level monster kings in the Great Dream Lake. And buy the colorful grass. This grass is somewhat similar to the luring incense, and has an unparalleled temptation to aquatic monsters. You can gather the spirit grass to lure the monsters to come, saving yourself from searching slowly. Yes. Honglian nodded gently, and got off the golden-winged sky rock with Lu Changsheng, and took the spirit boat to the Great Dream Fairy City. Both of them disguised themselves through secret techniques. Lu Changsheng wore a black brocade robe, and his handsome face was elegant and handsome, and his hair was lightly tied with a wooden hairpin. Honglian changed her red and gold embroidered palace clothes into a simple and elegant white dress. The beauty of the world, the beauty that is difficult to describe as ordinary, and can only be regarded as gentle and beautiful. But her slender figure wrapped in a white dress, her fair skin slightly exposed at the neckline, her calm elegance, her indifferent and transcendental charm, and her temperament still made her full of charm. Even a beautiful woman next to her would be vulgar and eclipsed. Half a day later, the two arrived at Damang Fairy City. Although the 4 major immortal gates announced a war to open up wasteland, Damang Fairy City seemed to be unaffected. It was even more lively than the last time Lu Changsheng came. After entering the Fairy City, Lu Changsheng knew why Damang Fairy City was so lively. The city lord of Damang Fairy City was preparing to recruit a son-in-law for his daughter. So after hearing the news, the monks and Damangs rushed to join in the fun, hoping to be favored. Recruiting a son-in-law. Lu Changsheng paused when he heard this. Although Damang Fairy City is not as good as Juxiao Fairy City and Qingyun Fairy City, it is at least one of the 3 major fairy cities. If he marries the daughter of the city lord, he will be considered to be with a rich woman. In the future, he may be able to inherit the fairy city. But it's not easy to marry into the family and become a son-in-law. Lu Changsheng had no idea about this kind of son-in-law. After buying the sea chart and colorful grass from the Chamber of Commerce with Honglian, he left the Great Dream Fairy City and went to hunt monsters. However, this sea chart is far less detailed than the map of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range obtained by Tiger or Immortal. It only marks some more dangerous areas with monster kings. Buzz, the moment Lu Changsheng walked out of the Great Dream Fairy City, the peach blossom goo in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows immediately reminded him that his peach blossom luck had moved and he might miss it. Peach blossom luck. Lu Changsheng paused and immediately thought of the city lord's son-in-law recruitment. Does it mean that if I participate, there is a high probability that I will be selected? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Then he laughed softly. That's normal. I, Lu, am extremely talented. At a young age, I have already reached the middle stage of the Qingzhu stage. I am also proficient in formations, weapons, pills, talismans, and other skills. I am both talented and beautiful, and no one can compare to me. If I participate in this kind of son-in-law recruitment, who can compete with me? If the daughter of the city lord is willing to marry me, this matter can be accomplished, but if I take the initiative to marry into the family, it will only be fate. Lu Changsheng did not hesitate and left the Great Dream Fairy City with Honglian. At this moment, in the center of the Great Dream Fairy City, on a white jade palace that looks like a palace in the sky, a man and a woman stand, and they can see the whole scene of the fairy city. The man looks to be in his 30s or 40s, tall and straight, wearing a loose feather robe, with a heroic and calm appearance, and the silver hair looming at his temples, adding a bit of age to him. The woman is also in her 30s, with a delicate head and eyebrows, and her hair is tied up high. There is a little cinnabar pattern on her snow-white and smooth forehead. The plump and well-proportioned body was covered with a lavender palace dress. The skirt was like purple clouds flowing and cascading to the ground, dignified and elegant. Husband, can we really choose a husband for Xuanxun like this? The woman looked at the surging fairy city, and a trace of sadness appeared between her picturesque eyebrows. According to the calculation of the Qingyu mirror, there is hope that we can find a suitable husband for Xuanxun this time. It would be best if we can find one, but if we can't force it. We have no time and can't delay any longer. The Qingyu palace is about to open. If we don't go back, we can't break through the nascent soul and avenge our master. The man held the woman's plump and graceful waist and sighed slightly. But when it comes to revenge, his eyes are fierce, revealing a terrifying majesty that makes it difficult for people to look at each other. Husband. When the beautiful woman heard about revenge, her eyes also revealed hatred. I promised my master to take good care of you, but now I want you to take risks with me. The man said softly. Husband, don't say that. If I hadn't dragged you down, with your talent, you would have broken through to the nascent soul stage long ago. The woman hugged the man and whispered. If it weren't for master raising me, there wouldn't be Yan Mingchang today. I've wronged Xuanxun. The man hugged the woman and stroked her long black hair. If Xuanxun doesn't want to, don't force her. She wants to take charge of the Immortal City. Before we leave, we'll clear the obstacles for her. If she doesn't want to, let her be a casual cultivator and find a successor in the future to pass on the Great Dream Thousand Years Sutra. The woman said softly. Okay. The man nodded and looked at the scene of people coming and going. Suddenly, he looked at the main gate of the Immortal City. His eyes glowed with some invisible luster, as if the history of the ages had passed. Husband, what's wrong? The woman noticed her husband's situation and immediately looked up, her beautiful eyes glowing with a similar luster to the man's. I just saw some signs of luck flowing. The man looked for a moment, retracted his gaze, and said softly. After Lu Changsheng and Honglian left the Great Dream Fairy City, they flew directly to the depths of the Great Dream Lake. As they went deeper, the fog in the Great Dream Lake became thicker and thicker. Even though he had the Tai spirit, his spiritual senses were disturbed and affected. Honglian, has your spiritual sense been affected? Lu Changsheng asked Honglian. Honglian nodded, indicating that she was also affected. Although she had reshaped her body, her soul had not recovered to its peak. This fog should contain some characteristics that are suitable for the survival of monsters and beasts, and will cause a certain degree of suppression on the spiritual sense and magic power of human cultivators. This Great Dream Lake is shrouded in fog all year round. The deeper you go, the thicker the fog, so there are more monsters. Honglian said so. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded, shrunk the golden-winged Sky Peng's body, and perched above him. It doesn't matter if his and Honglian's spiritual senses are affected. With a golden-winged Sky Peng, he can give a warning in the first time when encountering dangerous situations. After going deep into the water for half a day, the mist above the water gradually turned gray and hazy. The monsters encountered were basically second level. Let's start with the second level. Lu Changsheng poured the medicine of the colorful grass into the water. Not long after, there were waves and monsters rushed over. Puff puff puff. Facing such second-level monsters, Lu Changsheng did not hesitate and took action directly. 2 giant monks and a third-level monster king hunted second-level monsters here, which was simply naked fishing. During the hunting of monsters, Lu Changsheng used the fire eyes and golden pupils and the source spirit pupil technique to find the spirit veins. The spirit veins of his own Bihayan Peak have been cultivated to the top of the second level. But the spirit veins of the Bishu Lake are still far behind. It's just right to dig some water veins from here. Enzumi Cave Heaven also lacks a spirit pond. Chapter 541, Deep Sea Giant Whale, Rich Harvest. Deep in the dam eggs, there were waves and gray fog all around. Roar. A deafening whale roar set off layers of tsunamis. Countless seawater was blown up, steaming up to the sky, and then pouring down like a heavy rain. But a deep blue giant whale, which was dozens of feet long, roared and roared under the attack of a man and a woman, trying to escape back to the deep sea. Buzz, at this moment, a black and white interweaving, yin and yang flowing, as if a divine picture that gave birth to all things in the world appeared, floating on the sea. Boom boom boom, the yin and yang Dao picture bloomed with brilliant rays of light, and the Taiyan divine fish and the sun divine fish emerged, making the blue wave seem to be still, forming an invisible barrier that imprisoned the world. The giant whale roared, and its huge body glowed, raising shocking waves and hitting this invisible barrier heavily. Boom, boom, boom boom, the sky and the earth exploded, and the rivers and seas turned upside down. Waves of tsunamis suddenly rose on the sea. The rapid and violent vibrations sound, the terrifying air ripples, like a dam releasing water, thousands of giant beasts galloping on the waves, spreading to hundreds and thousands of feet away. The air and the sea surface exploded step by step, forming countless fierce hurricanes, raging on the sea surface. Fortunately, this is deep in the Great Dream Lake. There are no islands where monks live. Otherwise, the noise of this battle and the shocking aftermath would have submerged and swept countless small islands. Some monsters far away, the monster hunting ship heard the noise from afar, panicked, and turned around and fled. Swish, 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 a woman with a plain face, a graceful figure, and a plain white dress sacrificed several dark and deep small arrows to break the body of the giant whale. At the same time, a rock with a brilliant body and a giant hand with yin and yang flowing appeared, with a majestic aura and terrifying power, causing the giant whale to wail. Boom boom boom, under this heavy attack, the luster of the deep-sea giant whale's body gradually dimmed, and was finally swept away by the palm of the yin and yang circulation and the Dao map, and the wailing disappeared. If this kind of water monster escapes back to the deep sea, it will be really troublesome. After Lu Changsheng killed the deep-sea giant whale, he let out a long breath and said, "Hunting the Monster King in the Great Dream Lake is much more difficult than the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. As you go deeper, the fog here not only affects the senses of the spirit, but also affects the operation of mana to a certain extent. If you fail to kill them in the first time and let them escape into the deep sea, Lu Changsheng will not dare to chase them. After all, there are countless dangers hidden in the deep sea. When the golden-winged Sky Peng and Honglian enter the deep sea, their combat power will be affected to a certain extent. Young Master has always wanted to build a spirit ship. The whale skin and skeleton of this deep-sea giant whale can be used as the best materials for the spirit ship," Honglian said with a smile. Through hunting monsters for more than a month, she also saw the true strength of Lu Changsheng. With just a wave of his hand, he suppressed the third-level Demon King. Ordinary Demon Kings in the early stage of the third level had no power to struggle in front of Lu Changsheng, which was simply terrifying. This deep-sea giant whale has the strength of the middle stage of the third level. But in front of Lu Changsheng, it was difficult to struggle and could only flee. Forget about the spirit ship. The cost of casting a spirit ship is not something I can afford at the moment. Lu Changsheng chuckled and shook his head. When he saw the Qingyun spirit ship in his early years, he wanted to cast a spirit ship for his family. Now that he understands the art of refining and has studied the refining inheritance of Xianyun's Henjin, he knows that the spirit ship is not an ordinary magic weapon or magic weapon. It is equivalent to a combination of magic weapons and giant magic weapons. The resources consumed exceed several magic weapons, and it is very time-consuming. With his current money and refining level, it is difficult to build a top-level spirit ship. After the two of them calmed down their magic power a little, they dived into the deep sea to find the cave nest of this giant whale. Although they have the rainbow grass to lure the monster beast. But this level of rainbow grass has limited temptation to the third-level Demon King. Therefore, in order to hunt the third-level Demon King, Lu Changsheng came to the corresponding location according to the sea chart and the water area, and then fished through the blood of the neon grass and other second-level demon beasts. It will take time to find the specific cave nest. However, with the fire eyes and golden pupils, this treasure hunt is just a matter of time for Lu Changsheng. The golden-winged sky rock did not go to the sea, but was entrenched on the sea surface. If there is any danger, it will notify Lu Changsheng as soon as possible. If Lu Changsheng encounters a dangerous situation in the deep sea, he will take action to help. Tisk 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 tisk, if you practice the Black Dragon Code here and raise a Black Water Dragon Taoist soldier, it is simply a unique advantage and twice the result with half the effort. After entering the water, Lu Changsheng's Yin-Yang Creation Sutra was activated, and his magic power was transformed into Black Dragon magic power. This is a water-based technique. After practicing it to perfection, you can transform into a black dragon, call the wind and rain, ride the clouds and fog, and control thunder and lightning. In waters like the Great Dream Lake, entering the deep sea is like a fish in water, and the power effect is even better than the Seven Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Now that the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is in trouble because of the War of Reclamation, it is better to let Qingyun come to the Great Dream Lake, occupy an island, and serve as the island owner. The Black Dragon code she practices is suitable for waters, and it is just right to train a Black Water Dragon Taoist soldier here. An idea came to Lu Changsheng's mind. Training in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is training, and training in the Great Dream Lake is also training. It's better to bloom on both sides. Moreover, the cultivation of the Black Water Dragon Taoist soldiers of our family has been purely relying on spending money, and there are countless complaints. If they come to the Great Dream Lake to raise them, they can be completely released. They feed on spiritual fish in the sea and natural treasures. They can even help find natural treasures. Moreover, monsters are the natural selection of the fittest. Even if many die during the release process, as long as the number increases, the Taoist soldiers trained will be even stronger. The resources in the deep sea are very rich. From time to time, some natural treasures and mineral veins can be seen. However, such mineral veins take up time and storage space, so Lu Changsheng doesn't think much of them. He just picked up some rare crystals such as spirit shells, corals, pearls, and treasure fish. After half a day, Lu Changsheng found the nest of this deep-sea giant whale, which was like a natural cave, through his inspiration. It was filled with various crystal spirit minerals and natural treasures. Tisk tisk tisk, the demon king of this dream lake is richer than the demon king of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Lu Changsheng looked at the crystals all over the ground, sighed, and counted the harvest with Honglian. Sir, this is blue sea crystal, which can be used to refine water-attributed magic weapons. This thing is called sea spirit marrow, which belongs to the dam-forming spiritual object. Lu Changsheng spent a lot of time on natural treasures in his early years. But he had relatively few contacts with marine products, and when he saw some rare things at this time, he didn't recognize the names. But with Honglian, the encyclopedia, he instantly solved the doubts. Not bad. Lu Changsheng was very satisfied with these spoils. Lu Miaoji's Shangshan Rushuju and Lu Pingan's Halong Faju are both water-based techniques. Many of the natural treasures in Damangs can be put to good use. Is this a monster egg? At this time, he saw a huge blue egg the size of a child and covered with patterns, and stepped forward to take a look. He asked Honglian what monster egg this was. It is somewhat similar to the egg of a water unicorn. Judging from the aura, it should be some kind of heaven-level monster with the blood of a water unicorn. Honglian looked at it for a moment and said in silence, "There are many kinds of monsters, all kinds of strange and bizarre. Even if she was a Yuanying's Henshin in her previous life, it is impossible to know all of them. What's more, she can directly judge the specific monster through an egg." Descendants of the water unicorn. Lu Changsheng didn't have much feeling about this kind of monster egg. The Qingyun bird, the Hampi black turtle, and the iron-eating beast at home are still at the first level now, and I don't know how long they will be raised. If it is a dragon egg, he is still a little interested. After all, the quality of the Black Water Dragon Taoist soldiers at home is very average. If we can get a few water dragons with earth-level and heaven-level bloodlines to refine Taoist soldiers, then the power of the Black Water Dragon Taoist soldiers can be improved by another level. Well, it may be a red-scaled water beast, or a one-horned green unicorn beast, or a green water golden-eyed unicorn. Honglian gave several guesses. It's not bad. Lu Changsheng nodded and put the egg into the Qingyan Bening belt. I see that Miaoji's cultivation method is a water-based cultivation method. This water-based spirit beast can be given to Miaoji as her life spirit beast, which will help her break through the Jinden and even the future Yuanying. Honglian said with a smile. Oh. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Although ordinary cultivators cannot get the spirit beast's feedback like the beast formula and the beast control method, and incorporate the characteristics of the life spirit beast into themselves. But there are still some secret methods that can improve the combat power, potential, and even the chance of breakthrough through the life spirit beast. Honglian explained. In her previous life, she was a master of beast control and knew a lot of secret beast control techniques. After being in contact with Lu Miaoji and others for so long, she knew that Lu Miaoji's spiritual roots were not very good. The current talent performance was related to Lu Changsheng and the cultivation method she practiced. But if it goes on like this, she can only break through the Jinden stage at most. If she cultivates a natal beast that matches her own, it will be of some help in the future. Okay. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, intending to take the monster egg back as a gift to lineage. After searching the nest clean, Changsheng shot out a series of soul-sealing nails and mountain and river tripods to begin intercepting the spiritual veins here. A few days later, Changsheng and Honglian suddenly realized that something was wrong. With a crystal-like luster in his eyes, he looked into the distance. He immediately saw two huge blue carps like baby faces shooting towards him, with terrifying thunder arcs. Baby carp beast, go! Changsheng saw that these were two third-level monster kings, and he directly rolled up his spiritual veins and ran away. After hunting monsters in the Great Dream Lake for so long, their mana has been consumed a lot, and they are not in full condition. Moreover, in the deep sea, his and Honglian's mana and magical powers are all affected. These aquatic monsters are extremely fierce in the sea, and the difficulty of killing them has increased significantly. In this case, Changsheng will naturally not fight them head-on. Hula-la Changsheng embraced Honglian's slender waist, and the wind and thunder wings behind him appeared instantly, surging with deep purple and sky blue light, and the whole person tore through the seawater and flew out. Woo woo woo! The two infant carp beasts were originally coming towards Changsheng and the others, and they roared like babies crying, chasing them. This cry and roar formed layers of sound waves, like a blade cutting in the mind, sharp and piercing. Li is a Yuanying's engine, Honglian is naturally not a burden. Being held in Changsheng's arms, he looked at the two infant carp beasts that were coming to kill him. He made hand gestures, and a vermilion bird's cry sounded, diluting the sharp and piercing cries. Then he sacrificed 9 dark arrows to interfere with and intercept the infant carp beasts. Boom boom boom, in the deep sea, the demonic power and magic power fluctuations continued to surge. Seeing this, Changsheng also drove the yin-yang Dao diagram from time to time to resist the offensive, causing whirlpools to form in all directions, and a dull sound was heard. On the way, some second-level monsters were directly shocked by the aftermath of such magic power, and their 7 orifices bled or their bodies exploded. After a long time, the sea surface was turbulent, forming layers of tornado waves. Changsheng and Honglian rushed out of the deep sea. Woo woo woo! The two infant carp beasts had intelligence and felt a strong sense of danger from Changsheng, Honglian, and the golden-winged sky pang. They just roared at the two in the water, signaling a warning. Come out if you dare. Changsheng, wearing a black robe, with his wind and thunder wings spread out behind him, hugged Honglian's delicate body and said provocatively. In the deep sea, it would be troublesome for him to kill the two baby carp beasts. But as long as the other party dared to go out to sea to hunt, he would be sure to kill the latter here. Woo woo woo! The two baby carp beasts cried and roared, provoking Changsheng, but they refused to come out of the sea. Come out if you dare. Changsheng hooked his finger and continued to provoke. After the confrontation, Changsheng snorted disdainfully, took Honglian away, and found a place to rest. Honglian had never seen Changsheng like this, and she laughed in her heart. However, this kind of playful hunting of monsters also made the two of them closer and more natural. Although the two were close before, there was always an invisible barrier. Changsheng had a certain respect for Honglian, the Yuanying's engine, and it was difficult to start. Although Honglian chose to submit and be emotionally attached, she was unsure of Changsheng's mind and could not completely submit to him. Now the two of them were like a couple, traveling and exploring, and this invisible barrier gradually dissipated. The night fell, and the stars were like a silk thread. The endless hazy waters were covered with a mysterious and deep blue veil, showing a beauty that was completely different from the daytime. Changsheng and Honglian sat quietly on the spirit boat, looking at the stars and the moon, enjoying the night breeze. Who first saw the moon by the river? When did the river moon first shine on people? Life has been endless from generation to generation, and the river moon looks the same every year. Changsheng looked at the perfect and flawless moon, and felt that the failure of Qingyun Sect, marrying into Qingzhu Mountain, breaking through the foundation with Xiao, and establishing the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, etc., seemed to have happened just yesterday. Unknowingly, he had broken through the giant and even watched the moon with the former Yuanying's engine. Sir, what you said is quite meaningful. Honglian, who was standing next to him, now restored her true appearance. Her flawless face was elegant and graceful, and her demeanor was peerless. Haha, I just said it casually. Changsheng chuckled and clinked a wine glass with Honglian's. Then he asked her about the Qingzhu world, or her early years of growth and so on. The two of them drank and watched the moon and talked about love. Although Lu Changsheng wanted to break the membrane with Honglian, there was no need to be too eager for such things. If you run towards this theme from the beginning, it would be too rigid. It is better to get along peacefully like this and let it come naturally. As the two drank and talked about love, there was gradually more ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Changsheng could clearly smell the beauty's body fragrance. Subconsciously, he reached out and took her beautiful body into his arms and hugged her intimately. The cold wine aroma and the beauty's warm body fragrance mixed together, which was very pleasant. Sir. Honglian's heart suddenly accelerated a little, looking at Lu Changsheng, her eyes blurred with drunkenness. With this level of wine, the drunkenness can naturally be dispelled by the power of Dan. But many times, using magic power would make it less fun. What's wrong? Lu Changsheng hugged her gently and asked without much desire. It's not that Patriarch Lu has changed. And after going through so many things, he still has these determinations, so he won't rush into sex. However, seeing Honglian's dignified and beautiful face with a faint blush, a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be drunk, and the misty waves, Lu Changsheng's heart still ignited a strong fire of love. He kissed the rosy lips in front of him, which were softer than the fairy flowers. Boom! Even though Honglian had been mentally prepared, she was still struck by lightning at this moment. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she was a little at a loss. The blurred drunken eyes were a little sober. The pearly teeth parted lightly, and the sweet saliva flowed secretly. Although Honglian was a Yuanying's engine in her previous life, she had never experienced such a thing, and her mind was in a mess. The previous expectations and preparations all disappeared at this moment, allowing Lu Changsheng to grab the sweetness. Is this what men and women do? After a moment, Honglian's slender and thick eyelashes, like a cattail leaf fan, trembled, covering her beautiful eyes that were a little blurred. The man has feelings, and the woman has intentions, so this experience is naturally very harmonious. Honglian also went around Lu Changsheng's neck without a teacher, and her slender and graceful body was closely attached to him. Sometimes it was a gentle breeze and drizzle, and sometimes it was a violent storm, grabbing the sweet fragrance bit by bit. I don't know if it was a body shaped by the peachwood spirit fetus. Honglian's sweet saliva has a faint peach fragrance, which is very delicious. After a long time, it seemed that Honglian was a little breathless, so Lu Changsheng let her go. The fairy, who usually has a graceful and elegant posture, now has a blushing face and her soft black hair is messy. A delicate and gorgeous red dress with gold patterns is full of wrinkles, and the bright and clear beautiful eyes are affectionate and timid. The four eyes looked at each other, and silence was better than words at this time. I will marry you when I go back. Lu Changsheng said so. Even now, he still gave Honglian the respect she deserved. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Honglian smiled and responded softly, making Xingyu pale in comparison. After spending so much time together, she saw that Lu Changsheng was a very contradictory person. Although he was lustful and keen on sex, he was very averse to simple sex, as if there must be an emotional basis. He would even rather trade at an equal price and buy a maid than just pursue beauty. Just like her. When she chose to follow Lu Changsheng and reshape her body through the peachwood spirit fetus, she was mentally prepared. If Lu Changsheng took the initiative, she would not resist. But Lu Changsheng just maintained a close relationship with her and did not make any requests or behaviors in this regard. It was not until today that their relationship took another step forward. For some reason, facing Lu Changsheng's light words, she seemed to have something in her heart. Touched? Heartbeat? Emotional? She didn't know. But from Lu Changsheng's words, she felt a warmth and knew that she had made the right choice to follow him. Under the moon, on the sea, on the boat. A man and a woman, like a couple from heaven, embraced each other and cuddled together quietly. The bright moon and the night wind witnessed their scene. Chapter 542, The East China Sea Immortal Cultivation World, The Immortal City Couple. The breakthrough in the intimate relationship and the alcohol that let go of her body and mind made Honglian dream. In the dream, she and Lu Changsheng became husband and wife, had a wedding night, and gave birth to a son and a daughter. Then she returned to the peak, became famous in the southern wilderness, and went to the northern plains. But at this moment, she woke up and saw herself nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms. A pair of jade arms were wrapped around his neck without scruples, and the other hand was around her waist, and the other hand was on her full and proud chest. Yes, last night she let go of her body and mind, let the alcohol surge, and then fell asleep directly in Lu Changsheng's arms. I actually dreamed. Honglian thought of the blurred and broken light and shadow in the dream, and her heart was dazed. It is difficult for cultivators to dream when they refine their spirits and break through the foundation. Her Yuanying soul, even if it is no longer at the peak, cannot dream. This time, it can only be said that the mind is strong and is affected by the alcohol, and then released in the dream. Or, this is a corner of the future. The dream of the Yuanying's engine is naturally not confused with a dream of ordinary people. It might indicate something. However, this dream was not a disaster, but just meant that he met a Taoist partner who knew him, loved him, and supported him. It was even a bit like a wet dream. I actually had a wet dream. Even though she was a Yuanying's engine in her previous life, Honglian felt an inexplicable shame in her heart. Wake up. Honglian's subtle movement also woke Lu Changsheng up and looked at the woman in his arms. The pearl crown that tied her hair was gone, and her black hair was slightly messy and scattered on her chest, shoulders, and jade back. I don't know if it was the wine last night or the waves of damn eggs that made her dress a little wet. Her graceful body was tightly attached to her dress, outlining her beautiful curves. In the morning sunlight, she was reflected like a sacred and enchanting flawless jade statue, beautiful and moving. Honglian nodded gently, but the embarrassing wet dream made her beautiful face glow with a little seductive blush. Seeing Honglian's charming appearance, Lu Changsheng held her head and savored the sweet peach fragrance. After a while, Honglian felt a strange feeling in her chest, her beautiful eyes slightly opened and closed, and gently pressed his palm. Lu Changsheng then realized that his palm had appeared on the beautiful woman's proud and full breasts without knowing when. He even subconsciously wanted to unbutton her skirt and immerse himself in it. Lu Changsheng didn't care about the beauty's slight resistance. Some things don't need to be rushed. Eating it directly in one bite is a bit like Zubeiji eating ginseng fruit, not knowing the taste at all. So a beautiful woman like Honglian should be savored slowly. After a long time, Lu Changsheng let go of the beauty in his arms, smacked his lips, and savored the fragrance of peach blossoms. It's time to get down to business. Lu Changsheng stretched his waist, his eyes were moist, and he said naturally. Although foundation-building cultivators don't need to sleep. But after a nap, she was still full of energy and relaxed. Yet, although Honglian had never had sex, she was not a young girl. She instantly regained her graceful and elegant demeanor. This noble appearance formed a strong contrast with the delicate and immature look of the caring big sister in her arms, which was simply touching. Time passed bit by bit. Lu Changsheng and Honglian continued to hunt monsters in the depths of the Great Dream Lake. With a previous breakthrough, the two became closer to nature, like a couple who supported each other. When they were tired, they hugged each other to rest, chatted about nothing, boring love words, or said something sweet. This Great Dream Lake is likely to be a tributary of a sea area like the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. That day, on the spirit boat, Honglian looked at the endless waters shrouded in gray fog and said so. It is suspected that the Great Dream Lake is similar to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in Jiang Kingdom, and belongs to the outer sea of a tributary of a sea area. But the East China Sea's Yuxin world. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said so. There has always been a rumor in Jiang State that across the Great Dream Lake, there is a forbidden area, or a more vast and prosperous world of immortal cultivation. It is unlikely, but this possibility cannot be ruled out. Honglian leaned her delicate head on Lu Changsheng's shoulder and said softly. Whether it is the East China Sea, the West Desert, the North Plains or the South Desert, they are all boundless. Without the help of the teleportation array, even if a giant and cultivator spends his whole life, it is difficult to cross. Moreover, according to the information records, the four immortal cultivation worlds are separated by countless miles, and there are countless outer seas, forbidden areas in between. Honglian, what does the East China Sea immortal cultivation world look like? Is it all boundless sea? Lu Changsheng knew nothing about the information of other immortal cultivation worlds. Or, if it weren't for Honglian, he would not have been exposed to this information. The East Sea's Yuxin world is mainly based on the sea. Although there are human cultivators and forces, the main forces are still the demon race. I don't know the specific situation. According to the records of the ancient books of the sect, most of the human race lives in the archipelago, near the sea, and in the outer sea. Like the inland sea and the deep sea, almost all belong to the transformed demon king and the demon emperor. Honglian said softly, indicating that the East Xioxin world is different from the South Wilderness and the North Plains, and 90% of the area belongs to the demon race. If the East Xioxin world is like the Damangs, it is indeed not conducive to the survival of cultivators. After listening, Lu Changsheng said with some emotion, "The Damang Fairy City is not as prosperous as the Qingyun Fairy City, and the Damangs is not as good as the inland and the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Although it is rich in resources and no worse than the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. But the degree of danger is one level higher. Not only do you have to face the danger of demon beasts, but you also have to face sea breezes, tsunamis, tides, fog and other situations. And most people here live on small islands. Without a breakthrough in foundation building, you may never be able to leave the island in your life. The East Sea, the West Desert, the South Wasteland, and the North Plains all have their own advantages and disadvantages. Only the legendary Zhongzhou Xiuxin realm is the real holy land of Xiuxin." Honglian's eyes revealed some yearning. Although there is a true master of Hushan in the North Plains Xiuxin realm where she is. But according to ancient records, the Zhongzhou Xiuxin realm is vast, rich in resources, and has many fifth-level spiritual veins. It is prosperous and a real holy land of Xiuxin. Zhongzhou Xiuxin realm. Lu Changsheng chuckled. He didn't have much yearning for Zhongzhou. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own nest. At home, my wife and children are warm and comfortable. Why go to such a place? Unless the Nanhuang Xiuxin realm is really over and needs to move, it will be considered. 1 month later. Boom boom boom, the wind and tornado, the tsunami are connected to the sky. In the depths of the Damangs, huge waves hit the sky, and the whirlpool of 100 feet swallowed everything, erupting with terrifying power. I don't know how many fish, shrimps, monsters and beasts exploded in this aftermath, and their blood was dyed red. Golden pen. In the misty tsunami tornado, a ray of yin and yang intertwined divine light burst out, breaking a hideous and terrifying huge gap. A man and a woman broke out of the water. Cry. Above the dome, a golden pen bird appeared, exuding the terrifying power of a third-stage late demon king, and took the two people up into the sky, flying towards the 9 heavens. Roar, roar, roar. In the misty ocean, a giant whale like an island and a 100-foot-long dragon broke out of the water, carrying rolling power and chasing the golden pen bird. However, compared with the speed of the golden-winged sky peng, they were dwarfed, and could only roar unwillingly. 9 heavens Gangfang lair. Sure enough, killing too many will cause trouble wherever you are. Lu Changsheng squatted on the golden-winged sky peng, looking a little embarrassed. Honglian next to him also had messy hair and torn clothes, not as graceful as before. We have hunted down 6 demon kings in recent days, which will naturally arouse public anger and cause other demon kings to attack us. Besides the demon kings, we have killed too many second-level demon beasts in recent days, which has caused us to be infected with the evil spirits of the resentful souls, and it is easy for these demon kings to smell their breath. Although the two were in a mess, they were not seriously injured, but they were exhausted. I thought that since we were so far away, nothing would happen. I didn't expect that this group of demon kings would also unite. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. If it weren't for his and Honglian's extraordinary strength and the support of the golden-winged sky peng, an ordinary giant and cultivator would have died directly. Honglian, what is the evil spirit of the resentful soul you are talking about? He continued to ask. Second-level monsters already have a certain spirituality. After they die, they may form resentful evil spirits. This spirit is invisible and colorless, but is a monster of the same kind, or some magic skills can sense it. We have killed so many monsters in recent days, so it will naturally accumulate and be contaminated. Honglian cast a cleaning spell on herself and Lu Changsheng, tidying up her messy hair and skirt, and said with a smile. Although she fled in a bit of a mess, she thought it was still fun. Apart from being sensed by monsters of the same kind, does this resentful evil spirit have any side effects? Lu Changsheng had heard that killing too much can easily form a demon in the heart, or affect breakthroughs. Young master, our resentful evil spirits are not serious, it mainly arouses the disgust of monsters. If it continues like this, it will accumulate to a certain extent, which may affect the speed of cultivation, breakthroughs, and even increase the power of the nascent soul heavenly tribulation. Honglian's beautiful eyes were soft and peaceful, and she looked at Lu Changsheng with a peaceful smile on her lips. So serious. Lu Changsheng frowned. Young master, you are worrying too much? These evil spirits will naturally dissipate over time. And there are many secret techniques that can eliminate the evil spirits of resentful souls. For example, the magic path also has secret techniques that use the evil spirits of resentful souls to practice. Honglian smiled and said calmly. She was able to become a Yuanying's engine in her previous life, so she naturally did a lot of killing. Moreover, the human race and the demon race are irreconcilable, and there are bound to be disputes and fights. So that's it. Lu Changsheng heard this and roughly understood the principle of this evil spirit of resentful souls. For example, as a giant and cultivator, a first-level monster beast can no longer cause him to have evil spirits of resentful souls. Even a second-level monster beast can only cause a very slight effect. Only by killing monster beasts of the same level or human cultivators can a relatively strong evil spirit of resentful souls be formed. But if you want to affect your practice, you have to start counting at least dozens. So in most cases, you don't need to care. As for those who really kill dozens or hundreds of evil stars, such people naturally have ways to deal with the evil spirits of resentful souls. In that case, let's go to the Great Dream Fairy City to rest for a while and process some materials. Lu Changsheng said to Honglian. In the past few days, they have hunted 6 demon kings and countless second-level demon beasts. The demon beast materials they harvested are countless, and the value exceeds millions, reaching the level of tens of millions. Not only Lu Changsheng's Qingyan Bening belt, the several storage bags he brought, and the Wuxian Baolin, are almost full. Especially the Demon King's body. If Lu Changsheng hadn't used the Yin-Yang Yiki Great Capture to consume his mana and store it in the Wuxian Baolin all the time, it would have been too much. Okay, although Honglian is very opinionated, she has always followed Lu Changsheng's opinion on this trip. Even if hunting too many demon beasts before might cause trouble, she just gave a simple reminder and followed Lu Changsheng's idea. Just as the two were about to go to the Great Dream Fairy City, they suddenly sensed 2 giant-level mana auras coming. Lu Changsheng and Honglian immediately looked alert and took precautions. The two of them just made quite a commotion, which might have attracted other cultivators to check the situation and take advantage of the situation. After a few breaths, 2 divine rainbows came, revealing 2 giant cultivators, a man and a woman. The man wore a jade crown and a feather robe, with a majestic and calm appearance, and his temples were slightly silvery white, giving people a feeling of being spotless and mastering infinite power, revealing the cultivation level of the middle stage of Jinden. The woman had a beautiful head and eyebrows, her hair was tied up high, and she was wearing a lavender palace dress. She was dignified and noble, revealing the cultivation level of the middle stage of Jinden. But Lu Changsheng and Honglian both felt something was wrong with the man and woman at the first time. Sir, these 2 people are probably not in the middle stage of Jinden, and they may have the cultivation level of the late stage of Jinden. Honglian sent a voice to Lu Changsheng. Although she was no longer at the peak, she still had the soul of the nascent soul, and could sense the magic power of the 2. Late stage of Jinden. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. My name is Meng Wuhan. Nice to meet you 2 Taoist friends. Was the commotion in the depths of Damings just now caused by you 2 Taoist friends? The man in feathered robe asked Lu Changsheng and Honglian in front of him. However, when he saw the golden-winged sky rock under the 2 people, his deep eyes narrowed slightly. You 2 Taoist friends, are you the masters of Damings and Damen Fairy City, Immortal Wuhan and Immortal Young Men? Lu Changsheng, wearing a black brocade robe, stood on the golden-winged sky rock, smiling and bowing. There are not many giant cultivators in the Jiang Kingdom's immortal world, and most of them have names. Damings, 2 people in the middle stage of Jinden, 1 man and 1 woman, their identities are obvious. Yes, it's me and my wife. The man with feathers nodded. I am Wang Lin, and this is my wife Li Muwen. Lu Changsheng immediately introduced them. Then he clasped his hands and said, my husband and I are hunting monsters. If we affect the situation in the 2 immortal cities, we are really sorry. You are too polite. My husband and I also detected a riot in the deep sea. We thought there was a beast tide or some special situation, so we came to check it out. Since you 2 are hunting monsters and it has not caused any serious impact, why should we apologize? Master Wuhan was very polite and friendly. Not only did Lu Changsheng and Honglian feel that they were not simple, they also felt that Lu Changsheng and Honglian were not simple. One was in the middle stage of Jinden and the other was in the early stage of Jinden, which actually gave him an inexplicable sense of danger. especially the golden rock they sat on, which revealed a dangerous aura. You know, the husband and wife are not the middle stage of Jinden as rumored by the outside world, but the peak of Jinden. Moreover, the two of them practiced a joint cultivation method. Even if they met Yuan Ying's engine, they could still fight one or two. In this case, the two people and the bird gave them a bit of dangerous aura, which meant that they were extraordinary and there was a high probability that their cultivation identities were hidden. Chapter 543. Both parties speculated on selling the Immortal City. You two Daoists look a little unfamiliar to me. Are you from other countries? At this time, the purple palace skirt woman next to Meng Wuhan spoke up. To be honest, my husband and I are not cultivators from the southern wilderness. We accidentally entered a forbidden area and traveled here. We heard about the situation in the Great Dream Lake, so we came here to hunt monsters and collect resources. Lu Changsheng said with a bow. The giant cultivators of Zhang Kingdom all have names. It is obviously unreasonable for them to say that they are cultivators of Zhang Kingdom. If they say they are from neighboring countries, there may be loopholes. It is better to say that they are from the northern plains Xiuxin realm. Anyway, he has some understanding of Bihun after chatting with Honglian. And this aspect can be let Honglian say, there is no loophole. Huh? When Master Wuhan and Master Yanmeng heard this, they both showed doubts and surprise. You two Daoists are actually from other Xiuxin realms. This kind of situation of traveling across the realm, my husband and I have only seen in ancient books, and I didn't expect to encounter such a case. Although the two doubted this statement, they did not question it, but were slightly surprised and surprised. It is fate that we meet today. You two Daoists can come to our damning Immortal City as guests, rest for a while, drink tea and discuss the Dao. And you two Daoists have been hunting monsters for so long, I think you have a lot of materials that need to be processed, and our Immortal City can do it for you. Wuhan's Henrin said with a friendly and polite face. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment, then looked at Honglian and said, then I'll bother you. Although he didn't know the specific attitudes of the two people, but the other party showed goodwill, Lu Changsheng was willing to make friends with him. After all, they will come to Damang's to hunt monsters in the future. They will inevitably meet and deal with these two city lords. So making friends with the two people and maintaining a relationship has many benefits and even conveniences. As for the other party's malicious intentions, it can only be said that even if the two of them have consumed a lot, it is not something that ordinary Jinden can handle. After arriving at Daming Immortal City, Meng Wuhan and the others seemed to avoid suspicion and invited Lu Changshen and the others to stay in a luxurious restaurant. Immediately, the two sides talked and laughed, drank tea and discussed the Dao, exchanged, and explored knowledge of cultivation, and the atmosphere was harmonious. During the process, the two were very curious about the world of immortal cultivation before Lu Changsheng and Honglian, and asked a lot of questions. However, with Honglian there was no flaw in this regard, and all the suspicions in the two people's hearts were dispelled. Taking this opportunity, Lu Changsheng asked the two about the details of Damangs. For example, how deep it would be dangerous, what precautions should be taken when hunting the Demon King, taboos, and the distribution map of the Demon King. Faced with these, Meng Wuhan and his wife did not hesitate to give Lu Changsheng a detailed information about Damangs. It includes the safer island route of Damangs, as well as multiple dangerous restricted areas in the deep sea area, and the situation of the Demon King. Even if Lu Changsheng and Honglian are not afraid of the third-level Demon King, this kind of intelligence information is very important. I've been nagging for so long, disturbing the two Taoist friends' rest. Regarding the material processing, I will send someone to handle it for the two Taoist friends later. If the two Taoist friends have any questions, you can come to me with this order. If the two Taoist friends need to practice in the cave, you can also go to the core cave area with this order. After a long time, Meng Wuhan and his wife stood up and said goodbye, and presented a token engraved with the words Da Meng. Thank you for troubling the two Taoist friends. Lu Changsheng and Honglian said politely. After the two left, Honglian raised her jade hand lightly, drew a beautiful arc, and set up a layer of barrier in the room. Then she looked at Lu Changsheng and said, Sir, these two people are not simple. They are probably not from Jiangguo or even southern wilderness. Oh? Why do you say that? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised, not knowing how Honglian saw it. Their magical power is not simple. They seem to be independent, but they are integrated. The ki and energy are blended. It is definitely a top-level joint practice. Moreover, The cultivation of the two is at least in the late stage of Jinden. When he heard that we came from the northern plains Zhuxin realm, Yun Meng's Henren seemed to be relieved and seemed to be worried about something. In their questions, they also had some indirect and probing intentions, which shows that they have some understanding of the northern plains Zhuxin realm. These signs all show that the two are not simple. They are not ordinary casual cultivators who have risen and have secrets. Honglian sat elegantly in a plain white dress. In her previous life, she was a Yuanying's Henjin, so she naturally had much more experience than Lu Changsheng. And with the Yuanying soul, she could see through some of the subtle expressions, moods, and even the fluctuations of the two people's souls. Worried, Lu Changsheng was a little surprised and said, could they come from other countries, or another Zhuxin realm, to avoid disaster? Although he had the Tai soul, he did not notice anything wrong with the two. He just felt that the two were extraordinary and not ordinary Jinden cultivators. We can't rule out this possibility. In any case, we should be more careful. Honglian smiled. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, and suddenly felt that the people in the world of immortal cultivation were all very cunning. Qingyun Henren of Qingyun Xiancheng was reported to be seriously injured every few decades. As a result, he disappeared for more than 10 years inexplicably, and when he came back, he had already broken through to the nascent soul stage. The city lord and his wife of Daming Xiancheng, the most low-key of the three immortal cities, were not in the middle stage of the Jinden stage as rumored, but in the late stage of the Jinden stage. The two had a record of repelling the late stage of the Jinden stage in their early years. Now that they are both in the late stage of the Jinden stage, don't they have the combat power to kill the late stage of the Jinden stage and compete with the nascent soul stage? Question mark. As long as they have no ill intentions, their origins have nothing to do with us. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. He came to Daming Xiancheng just to make money for milk powder, and he was not interested in the secrets of the two. At the same time, Meng Wuhan and his wife returned to their cave palace. Husband, do you think the information about these two people is true or false? Yun Meng's Henren looked at her husband and asked. They may be from the Bihun immortal cultivation world, but they are definitely not new here. In the beginning, we used the ancient teleportation array and crossed the boundary wall to come here. It took us 3 full years to eliminate the alien aura and integrate into this world. Their cultivation base is higher than ours at the time, but they don't have the slightest exotic aura of the Bihun immortal cultivation world on them, which means they have lived in the southern wilderness for a long time. Meng Wuhan's eyes were deep and he said calmly. And one of them is in the middle stage of Jinden and the other is in the early stage of Jinden, but they have a third-level late-stage spiritual pet. This is simply unbelievable and impossible. I suspect that they had the peak of Jinden cultivation before, but because of the spatial disorder and backlash, their cultivation level fell. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this situation. Besides, how dare a person in the middle stage of Jinden and the early stage of Jinden hunt monsters like this and treat the deep sea of Damangs as a back garden? Meng Wuhan sat down at the table with his wife, poured a cup of tea, and said, Menger, do you remember that more than 10 years ago, a mysterious cultivator appeared in Jiang State and hunted the Monster King in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Some people even speculated that Master Beifang died in his hands. Husband, do you think that this fellow Taoist Wang and fellow Taoist Li are the mysterious cultivators of that year? As the masters of Daming Fairy City, they are well informed. They know that more than 10 years ago, a Jinden cultivator hunted monsters in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, causing quite a riot. In the entire Jing kingdom, there are only a handful of people who have such strength and dare to hunt the demon king like this. I have never heard of this Wang Lin and Li Muwen. They just appeared out of nowhere, so this possibility cannot be ruled out. Meng Wuhan's eyes were deep, like the vast ocean, with an invisible luster. The couple practiced martial arts, and their spiritual perception was sharper than that of ordinary people, and they even formed a sixth sense in the dark. Although this feeling can be deceived and deceived, it can sometimes make correct judgments. But judging from their appearance, they are not here for us and have no ill intentions. Master Yunmeng said softly. It's hard to say, we will know through the Qingzhu mirror. Meng Wuhan looked at his wife, stretched out his palm, and interlocked his fingers with hers. The two of them had a surge of Dan magic power, and their aura was mysterious and integrated. Buzz! An ancient mirror with simple patterns, clear light, and spirituality appeared. The mirror surface was as smooth as water, and it seemed to reflect the origin of all things, outlining a series of complex characters like tadpoles, as if recording the Taoist scriptures of the ages. However, as soon as Meng Wuhan had the idea to calculate the situation of Lu Changsheng and Honglian, he felt a strong resistance, and his heart palpitated for no reason, so he quickly stopped calculating. But even so, his face turned pale. At this moment, not only him, but also his wife beside him was horrified. You know, the skills they practiced are extraordinary, and they also have the divination magic treasure Qingzhu mirror. But in the situation just now, I felt that my lifespan was burning in an instant. These two people are really not simple. They have a treasure that can shield the secrets of heaven, and their luck is strong, and the secrets of heaven are deep. Meng Wuhan let out a long breath and said with a serious face. The preliminary deduction confirmed his guess. The two are definitely not on the early stage of Jinden or the middle stage of Jinden. Even if there is no treasure to shield the secrets of heaven, the strong luck will also form a huge resistance. My husband, this fellow Taoist Wang and fellow Taoist Li have mysterious origins and are extraordinary. We are about to leave, so why not do them a favor and sell the Great Dream Fairy City to them, and also give Xuanxun an extra way out in the future. If they are foreign cultivators, they must be short of spiritual places and dojo now. Selling the Great Dream Fairy City to them is better than the Qingyun Sect. Master Yunmeng also turned slightly pale in the situation just now. I failed to choose a husband before, and Xuanxun's ability is not enough to take charge. It's okay to sell it to them to keep the fairy city. But we also have to see if their intentions will cause trouble and disaster to Xuanxun. Meng Wuhan's eyes are deep, calm and restrained, and his pupils are shining with an invisible luster. The next day, Lu Changsheng and Honglian were meditating and regulating their breath. An old man came and claimed to be in the name of the city lord to help the distinguished guest process materials. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was not polite and threw several storage bags containing materials to the other party. In the past, sales and purchases had to be processed in batches. Now that they are using disguised identities and have the endorsement of the couple Meng Wuhan, they naturally don't need to hide. However, these storage bags are mainly for second-level monster materials. The old man bowed and took the storage bag. He checked it with his spiritual sense and was instantly surprised. Two distinguished guests, there are quite a lot of materials in it. It will take some time to estimate and settle the prices. Would you like to move to our Daman Chamber of Commerce to rest, or will we notify you after we settle the prices here? The old man said respectfully, vaguely guessing that the two people's identities were not ordinary. Let's go to your Chamber of Commerce. I also need to purchase some materials. Lu Changsheng, dressed in a black robe, had an invisible majesty, and walked out of the room with Honglian. After arriving at the VIP room of the Daman Chamber of Commerce, the old man found several treasure appraisers to settle the prices and asked the two what materials they needed. Half a day later, Lu Changsheng and Honglian left the Chamber of Commerce. Tisk, it's worthy of being the largest force in Xiancheng. It handles things much more efficiently. Lu Changsheng was very satisfied with his service today. The other party did not lower the price in terms of acquisition, and took the initiative to give discounts on the materials sold. Although the Chamber of Commerce can process it slowly in its own market, the profit can be slightly higher. But in his opinion, it is far less comfortable than processing it all at once. Moreover, there are many seafoods that need to be processed again and cannot be stored for too long. The two did not return to the restaurant, but came to the cave area in the center of the Great Dream Fairy City with a token. Under normal circumstances, the caves here are not rented or sold to the outside. But they held the Great Dream Fairy City token and Meng Wuhan's instructions, so the manager gave the two of them the caves that were usually reserved. However, the spiritual energy of this cave can only be considered average, barely reaching the third grade lower grade. For Lu Changsheng and Honglian, they can only make do with it. If this couple from the Great Dream Fairy City is in the late stage of Jinden, doesn't it mean that the cave they live in has at least a third grade upper grade spiritual vein? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. For cultivators in the late stage of Jinden, the third grade lower grade spiritual vein is not enough, which will affect daily practice. It is better to have a third grade upper grade spiritual vein. He has cultivated spiritual veins himself. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate a third grade lower grade to a third grade upper grade. However, this also proved that the couple in the Great Dream Fairy City were not simple. He released the spirit eye spring in his Qingzhu Mountain belt, and meditated with Honglian to adjust his breathing, preparing to recover and go to the depths of the Great Dream Lake. With the information provided by Meng Wuhan, he also had a new goal with the third-grade niche in grass that he had just bought with his connections. A few days later, Lu Changsheng and Honglian said goodbye to Meng Wuhan. Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but you two Taoist friends are now casual cultivators, and you don't have a spiritual vein dojo. Yun Meng's Henrin looked at the two of them and suddenly asked, "We, my husband and wife, have traveled here and have no place to stay or a spiritual vein dojo for the time being," Lu Changsheng said frankly. "What do you two Taoist friends think of our Great Dream Fairy City?" Yun Meng's Henrin continued. "Of course it is a good place, but we, my husband and wife, are used to being casual and unconstrained, and we have no intention of joining a force." Lu Changsheng thought that the other party wanted to invite him and his wife to join the Great Dream Fairy City, so he declined politely. Fellow Taoist Wang misunderstood. "What I meant is, are you interested in the Great Dream Fairy City?" Yun Meng's Henrin smiled and said so. Lu Changsheng paused, and said calmly, "What do you mean, Yun Meng Taoist? My husband and I have been cultivating here for 237 years. Now our cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and we are ready to go out for training and to find opportunities. If we leave, this fairy city will surely attract others to fight for it, so we are going to sell it to the 4 major immortal sects. We had a good chat with you. If you are interested, we are willing to sell the fairy city to you first." Yun Meng's Henrin pursed her lips and smiled. Lu Changsheng and Honglian looked at each other. I didn't expect that the couple in the Great Dream Fairy City would also be like Qingyun Henjin and prepare to leave. And they also planned to sell the Great Dream Fairy City. It seems that they are different from Qingyun Henjin. After leaving this trip, they will never come back. I heard that the two Taoist friends have a daughter. This fairy city should be given to your daughter to manage, right? Lu Changsheng said calmly. He was naturally interested in the Great Dream Fairy City. Affected by the War of Reclamation, the situation in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is now complicated. If he could manage the Great Dream Fairy City, he could send his children who are building their foundation at home to the Great Dream Fairy City for training. Moreover, the 3 major fairy cities of Jiang Kingdom are all gold-eating beasts. With a steady income every day, they can greatly reduce the pressure on the family's income and collect resources and treasures for themselves. As for the most difficult task of guarding the fairy city, Lu Changsheng was still somewhat confident. Now there are 3 giant cultivators in the family, him, Honglian, and Meng Xiachen. The giant combat power that can be mobilized is the golden-winged Sky Peng and the 1,000-faced fox puppet. This combat power is more than enough to guard the Great Dream Fairy City. But there is another problem, that is, the price of the fairy city sold by the other party. You know, an ordinary second-level spiritual land is worth 100,000 spirit stones. The price of a third-level fairy city can no longer be estimated by spirit stones. My daughter is naughty. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to defend the fairy city, and she will choose to go out for training in the future. Yun Meng's Henrin sighed slightly and said so. The Dream Fairy City has been run by the couple for so long, and they have deep feelings for it. If possible, they naturally hope that their daughter can take charge and rely on the resources of the fairy city to cultivate all the way to the peak of the giant stage. However, according to previous calculations, the daughter's ideal husband did not appear, and the daughter herself was somewhat reluctant. I wonder how the 2 Taoist friends want to sell it? How much is the price? Lu Changsheng said thoughtfully, unable to resist the temptation of the fairy city. After all, if you miss this village, you will miss this shop. Like this third-level fairy city, as long as you are willing to put it on the market, not only the 4 major fairy gates, but also giant and casual cultivators from other countries will be willing to come and buy it. Chapter 544 Xingxi Usi, the 4th-level deep-sea demon whale king. Raising a baby with Krypton gold. Unless they are top-grade spirit stones, ordinary spirit stones don't mean much to us. What we want is nothing more than nascent soul resources, such as nascent soul spiritual objects, treasures for overcoming tribulations, or spiritual objects that can help break barriers and resist the inner demon tribulations, and other rare treasures. Yun Meng's Henrin smiled, with a quiet and elegant temperament. This was not meant to be boastful. The couple owned the Great Dream Fairy City, and the wealth they had accumulated over hundreds of years was difficult to measure. Moreover, Lu Changsheng could go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the Great Dream Lake to hunt monsters and demon kings. With the strength of the couple, wouldn't the Great Dream Lake be at their disposal? and sent soul spiritual objects, treasures for overcoming tribulations. Even though Lu Changsheng had guessed it long ago, he still sighed in his heart. Nascent soul spiritual objects are rare, and he only has a plant of nascent soul flower in his hand. He still has a long way to go before he can become a nascent soul, so he doesn't mind using it for trading. But a plant of nascent soul flower is obviously not enough. Regarding nascent soul resources, I'm afraid that Wang will not be able to meet the requirements of the two Taoist friends. Lu Changsheng said directly. There was no disappointment on the faces of Yun Mengzhenren and Meng Wuhan. Yuanying resources are precious. How many Jinden cultivators have them? They are willing to trade. They just said that. However, they heard a different meaning in Lu Changsheng's words. Yuanying resources and Ningying spiritual objects are extremely rare for us Jinden cultivators. Except for the 4 major immortal sects, I'm afraid that few people can take them out. Since my husband and I are looking for Dao Wang and Dao Li to trade, in addition to resources, we also have other conditions. Meng Wuhan next to him said with a smile. My husband and I are currently lacking a spiritual place, and we are indeed interested in this place. As long as the conditions are right, Dao can talk about it. Lu Changsheng did not hide his thoughts. After all, this kind of immortal city has no shortage of buyers. Bargaining by yourself is petty and affects the senses. We decided to sell the immortal city, and we don't know how long it will take. Although my daughter will travel outside, she may come back. Meng Wuhan sighed slightly and said, so the first condition is to continue to keep my daughter's cave within 100 years. If my daughter returns to the immortal city, I hope you two Taoist friends will support her with spiritual stone resources. And, in the future, if my daughter is in trouble or has requests, you two Taoist friends will help her 3 times. The couple had previously calculated the situation, whether it would be more beneficial for their daughter to sell the immortal city to the 4 major immortal gates, or to the Wang Lin couple in front of them. As a result, they felt that selling the immortal city to the 2 people in front of them would be more beneficial to their daughter. Selling it to the 4 major immortal gates might even bring disaster to their daughter. Poor parents in the world. Lu Changsheng suddenly empathized with the couple in front of him. According to Honglian's judgment, the 2 were definitely great monks in the late Jinden stage. This trip was most likely to break through the nascent soul. It is a matter of life and death to break through the nascent soul in the Jinden stage. The 2 people in front of them were obviously prepared not to come back, so they paved the way for their children and prepared a way out. Do you 2 Daoists trust my husband and me so much? Lu Changsheng looked at them and said. Haha, my wife and I know some divination and physiognomy, so we are somewhat confident in our own vision. Meng Wuhan smiled. Divination again. Lu Changsheng paused. He thought that this skill has become a must for high-level forces. However, he has the Xianyun Bao on Lotus to shield the secrets of heaven, and Honglian was a Yuanying Zhenjin in his previous life. He has the ancient beast-controlling talisman to suppress the destiny of heaven, so it is difficult to calculate. It is estimated that the 2 of them are similar to the words of Qingyun Sect at the beginning, with a bit of bluffing. Or, they saw that the 2 of them were extraordinary, so they made this choice. The love between the 2 Daoists is really touching and painstaking. Lu Changsheng sighed and said, however, providing resource support requires a specific amount, and the assistance can only be within the scope of our ability. Of course. Meng Wuhan nodded and smiled, and then continued, as for the second condition, it is to hope the Daoists and my husband and I will hunt a 4th-level demon king. Hunting a 4th-level demon king. Lu Changsheng was shocked when he heard this. He could understand the first condition. But what the hell is this second condition? Question mark. You know, the 4 of them are only at the Jinden level. Even though he and Honglian have means that are far beyond the same level, comparable to the late Jinden stage. The 2 on the other side are also not simple, with a late Jinden stage cultivation, and can even compete with Yuanying. But it is still extremely dangerous to hunt a 4th-level demon king. Even Honglian's beautiful eyes condensed slightly when she heard this condition. Fellow Taoist Wuhan is joking. Even the Yuanying Zhenjin would find it difficult to hunt down the 4th-level demon king, let alone the 4 of us Jinden cultivators. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said. Although they can fight with the help of the spirit-suppressing talisman, the golden-winged skyrock, and the red lotus, plus the 2 of them, they are indeed capable of fighting. But the place where the 4th-level demon king is located must be full of dangers. They only had a brief encounter with Meng Wuhan and his wife, and they did not know their background and lacked trust, So how could they dare to fight so hard? Under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible to do it. But Meng has the magic weapon to restrain this demon, and the two Daoists dare to come to Damings to hunt demons, and have third-level late-stage spiritual pets. I think their strength is extraordinary. As long as they prepare well, they may have a chance. If Daoist agrees, Demon Fairy City will belong to Daoist after the matter is accomplished. The cave, the formation, the lists, and the property under the name will all be handed over to Daoist. Even if the two Daoists don't mind, you can continue to use the names of our couple to deter the villains. Meng Wuhan and his wife smiled at each other and said kindly, "Let us consider this matter." Lu Changsheng did not agree directly. The other party's conditions were indeed very tempting, but they were also extremely harsh. In fact, Lu Changsheng didn't know where the two people got their confidence and confidence. Of course, the two Taoist friends should consider it. If you agree, we will discuss the details. Meng Wuhan did not force it. Huh? After the two left, Lu Changsheng let out a long breath. He raised his hand to set up a barrier and looked at Honglian, who had a plain appearance and a graceful temperament, and said, "Honglian, what do you think of this matter?" "Sir, they dared to say that they would hunt down the fourth-level Demon King. I guess their strength is a few points higher than I thought, and they may have reached the peak of the Jinden." Honglian pondered for a moment, smiled and said, "If what they said is true and they are proficient in divination and physiognomy, then they should have a lot of misunderstandings about us." "Oh." Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, not knowing what he meant. The art of divination, without any clues or media, is difficult to deduce the specific situation, and we can only get some mysterious information. Honglian was dignified and said with a smile, "Young master has a strong destiny, and possesses the Xianyun Bao Herong Lotus to obscure the secrets of heaven. I am a spiritual fetus with profound secrets of heaven, and I have the ancient beast taming talisman to suppress my destiny. So it is as difficult as ascending to heaven for them to deduce information about our situation. The more advanced their divination skills are, the more unfathomable they will think we are. In addition, we are in the early and middle stage of Jinden, but have a third-level late-stage spiritual pet like Jinpeng, which dares to come to the deep sea of Damings to hunt monsters, all of which confirms all of this. It is even possible that they think we are the same as them, and are actually in the late stage of Jinden, or even at the peak of Jinden." Honglian pursed her red lips, her voice soft, like the sound of a clear spring, as she expressed her guess. "That makes sense. That makes sense. Although 4 people at the peak of Jinden are hard to defeat a 4th-level Demon King, if they are well prepared, set up formations, and have means to restrain magic weapons, there is still some hope." Lu Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. Although a 4th-level Demon King can already transform, and his intelligence is not inferior to that of humans. However, there are still many Demon Kings who have broken through the 4th level, but have not transformed, and rely on wildness to grow, resulting in much poorer intelligence. Since Meng Wuhan and his wife said they were hunting a 4th-level Demon King, it is likely to be this case. If you are interested, you can discuss the details with them, ask about the details of this Demon King, what trump cards they have, and then make plans. I have several secret methods that can temporarily increase combat power, and the ancient beast talisman has a suppressive effect on demon beasts. If it is forced to be activated, it can have a miraculous effect. Honglian naturally saw that Lu Changsheng wanted the Great Dream Fairy City very much, so she chose to support and help him. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, ready to ask for details before making a decision. If you are really sure, then go for it. After all, if you get the Great Dream Fairy City, many problems in your future development will be solved. You can even turn the Great Dream Lake and the Great Dream Fairy City into your own rear base. Young master, let's discuss it later. You can say that we encountered a space storm. Honglian continued to speak and reminded. Since the other party guessed their strength and believed that they came from the northern plains Xiuxin world, she was willing to confirm it and thus improve the negotiation conditions. That night, Lu Changsheng sent a letter to Meng Wuhan and his wife, asking about the details of hunting the 4th-level Demon King. "We really didn't make a mistake." Meng Wuhan and his wife were very pleased. Since Lu Changsheng was willing to contact, it means that he has intentions and is confident in his strength. Otherwise, if he heard about hunting the 4th-level Demon King, there would probably be no follow-up. The information discussed today, whether it succeeds or not, must not be disclosed, so please make a great oath of the Heart Demon. Meng Wuhan bowed slightly and said seriously. They went to Lu Changsheng and Honglian because they didn't want this matter to be revealed. Of course. Lu Changsheng and Honglian looked at each other and nodded in response. At their level, the heart demon oath still has a lot of effect. This is also a prerequisite for most cultivators to conduct transactions and establish a basis for cooperation. Do the two Taoist friends know what is happening behind this great dream lake? Meng Wuhan asked after seeing the two people make the heart demon oath. Dao Wuhan should know that this is the first time for my husband and I to come to the Great Dream Lake, so we don't know much about the situation here. Lu Changsheng said bluntly. This Great Dream Lake is actually a tributary of the Qingzhu Sea. After crossing the Great Dream Lake, you can go to the Qingzhu Sea. And at the eye of the sea where the Great Dream Lake merges into the Qingzhu Sea, there is a fourth-level demon king, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. The target we invited Dao Wang and Dao Li to hunt is this Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Meng Wuhan said seriously. Qingzhu Sea, Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the fourth-level demon king he was hunting was in the depths of the Great Dream Lake. And the Great Dream Lake is also a tributary of a certain sea area, just as Honglian guessed. Fellow Taoist Wuhan knows all this, so he must know a lot about this Deep Sea Demon Whale King, right? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. This Deep Sea Demon Whale King has been promoted to the fourth level for less than 100 years. In the early years, my husband and I wanted to do it, but we couldn't do anything to him. Now that we are well prepared, and with the help of the two fellow Daoists, I think we can suppress this monster. Meng Wuhan spoke, and his calm and indifferent words revealed amazing information. The two of them actually took action against this fourth-level demon king. After speaking, he looked straight at Lu Changsheng and Honglian, and said, speaking of this, my husband and I will not hide it and announce it frankly. My husband and I are not on the early stage of Jinden, but have broken through the peak of Jinden. Together, we can also compete with a fourth-level demon king. While Meng Wuhan was speaking, he held his wife's hand, revealing a peak of Jinden spiritual pressure and magic power. Jinden Peak. Even though Lu Changsheng had realized it long ago, he couldn't help but be surprised. He took a deep breath and said, I think Taoist Wuhan and Taoist Yunmeng have also seen that my husband and I are not on the early or middle stage of Jinden. Meng Wuhan and his wife Yunmeng nodded. But to be honest, when my husband and I were traveling here, we encountered a space storm and suffered a lot of injuries. It will take a long time to fully recover and return to the peak. If we go all out, I'm afraid we will have to pay a big price. Lu Changsheng sighed and said with a bow. Injured. Meng Wuhan's face was slightly condensed, and he asked, in that case, I wonder how strong you are now, and how confident are you against the fourth-level demon king? Wang will go all out and use his trump card to burst out the peak strength of Jinden. It's just that my wife is more seriously injured and can't use her peak strength. She can only assist. However, Wang's pet is not weaker than the peak of the third level. Lu Changsheng said calmly. After saying that, he changed the subject and said, fellow Taoist Wuhan needs to give a detailed plan for this matter. Otherwise, if we join forces and the Deep Sea Demon Whale King escapes, the matter will not be accomplished. My husband and I will have work in vain. This kind of thing is inevitably risky. As long as fellow Taoist Wang and the spirit pet can contain it head-on, my wife and I have the magic weapon to restrain the Deep Sea Demon Whale King to ensure the success rate. If the matter is not accomplished, my husband and I will also compensate the two fellow Daoists. Meng Wuhan said solemnly. He didn't want too much to be known about this matter and provoke Yuanying's engine. Otherwise, at the cost of the Great Dream Fairy City, he could ask the Yuanying's engine of the Qingyun Sect to take action. Well, it doesn't matter. The two fellow Daoists are sincere, and my husband and I really need a spiritual place to settle down. We can only take a risk. Lu Changsheng and Honglian looked at each other, exchanged a few words through telepathy, and sighed. Don't worry, this matter will never let the two Taoists suffer. Meng Wuhan and his wife looked at each other and said aloud. Immediately, the two sides agreed on a third-level spiritual contract and discussed the details. Unfortunately, this matter is of great importance, and Lu Changsheng and Meng Wuhan do not want to disclose it to the public. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng can use the Qingyun engine token to spend a chance to go out and invite the first casual cultivator of Jiang State. The four of them, plus the Qingyun engine, can be said to be a sure thing. After a long time, after the two parties discussed, the contract was completed. Wang Lin and Li Muwen helped Meng Wuhan and Yun Meng's Henren hunt the 4th-level deep-sea demon whale king. If the hunt is successful, the Great Dream Fairy City and all the properties under the name will belong to Wang Lin and Li Muwen. During the period when the two are in charge of the Fairy City, they must keep their daughter Xuanxun's cave for 100 years. During this period, Xuanxun returns to the Fairy City and needs to provide resource support worth 10 million spirit stones, which can be paid in installments of 10 years. And in his lifetime, he will help Xuanxun 3 times within his ability. If the hunt fails, the agreement will be invalid. Meng Wuhan and his wife need to compensate Wang Lin and his wife with a 3rd-level cave house in Xiancheng, 3 shops in the inner city, and natural treasures worth millions of spiritual stones. In this case, fellow Taoists, see you in Xiancheng in a year. The two sides discussed some details and agreed to take action in a year. Hunting a 4th-level demon king is not a trivial matter. Even if Meng Wuhan and his wife have a plan, they still need time to prepare. Lu Changsheng and Honglian also need time to prepare. For example, he can pick up the talisman array technique that has been idle for many years. In this year, Honglian will improve the magic weapon method. In this year, see if the children at home can be more motivated, and then give him some treasures. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng and Honglian returned to Qingzhu Mountain quietly. After reaching a contract with Meng Wuhan and Yun Meng's Henren, Lu Changsheng purchased a lot of natural treasures and rare materials through the two. Under normal circumstances, many rare materials have a premium, and there is no market for them, so they are not sold to the public. But out of cooperation and favor, the two sold a lot of rare materials to Lu Changsheng. This also made Lu Changsheng more determined to get the Great Dream Fairy City. Sitting on a fairy city, the ways to obtain resources are simply too wide. These resources are enough to supply one person, or even 2 people to practice to the late stage of Jinden. Now the Lu family is not short of resources. But just not short. The cultivation resources of people like Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, etc. are actually not high. Not as good as the resources that Lu Changsheng spent on Lu Pangan. Even the spiritual stones that Lu Wangshu fished out. If he had the Great Dream Fairy City, Lu Changsheng could completely upgrade the resources of his wives, concubines, and outstanding children to another level. Husband, Senior Honglian. After arriving at Zumi Cave Heaven, Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio felt something. Sister Miaoj, Zixio. Lu Changsheng hugged the 2 women with a smile on his face. Then he shared his gains and took out the gifts for the 2 from the Qingyan Shadow Belt. Sister Miaoj, this is a monster egg that is a descendant of the water unicorn. I don't know what it is, but it fits the properties of your skills. You can use your magic power to warm it up and try to hatch it as a spiritual pet. Zixio, this is a 3rd-level clam pearl. Wearing it for a long time can nourish the body, temper magic power, and be immune to all kinds of poisons. Although it is impossible to treat everyone equally, Lu Changsheng will try his best to treat them equally. Xiaojin, you are here too. Come on, I have gained a lot from this trip to Damang's. Lu Changsheng saw Meng Xiaojin also walking out of the cave, and immediately waved and shouted. Then he sent a message to Bai Ling, Lu Miaoyan, Lu Meiahan, Chu Zhenzhen, Xiaz Hiaru and others. However, as his wife came, some of his children who were still at home also came to pay their respects. Husband, father, daddy. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng felt both happy and satisfied, but also had a headache. Wangshu, daddy hasn't seen you for a long time. You've worked hard in Hemming Mountain these days. Come, these spiritual stones and small gifts, you, Zio, and Zioki go to share. Everyone has a share. Zior, Zuaner, you go too. Lu Changsheng threw 2 storage bags to his precious daughter. This can be regarded as a hidden benefit for the children of the Lu family. As long as he returns triumphantly, he will distribute some small gifts to his children at home. After temporarily sending his children away, Lu Changsheng reminisced with his wife and asked about the situation at home these days. With the announcement of the War of Reclamation, all family forces are now very calm. After all, at this time, whoever dares to make trouble will be slapped in the face of the sect. Even if some family forces are secretly making small moves, no one dares to provoke Qingzhu Mountain. Everyone knows about the affairs of the Lu family and the Sima family in the early years. Lu Changsheng has a friendship with the Qingyun peak lineage of the Qingyun Sect. Now the law enforcement hall master of the Qingyun Sect is the disciple of Qingyun's Henren, Qingyu's Henren, of Qingyun Peak. If he did something small and was caught by the Lu family and reported to the law enforcement hall, he would be in big trouble. However, the Lu family was also affected by the land reclamation war. Now the land reclamation war was getting more and more intense, causing the Qingyun Sect's territory and the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to be unprecedentedly hot, making it difficult for the Lu family to open up branches and establish bases. On the other hand, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Chenghu, established a branch family in the territory of Qingyun Sect in the early years. Relying on the reputation of Qingzhu Mountain and Bihu Mountain, this wave of cooperation with multiple families has earned a lot of spiritual stone resources. It's okay, there is no need to rush in this regard, and I went to Damang's this time, and I think Damang's is also very good, suitable for family development. Especially the Black Dragon Code and the Black Water Dragon Taoist soldiers, which are very suitable for practicing and raising in Damang's. Lu Changsheng said, indicating that he could arrange some children to go to Damang's later. Changsheng, Xiaoqin is here again this time, and her relationship with Ping'an is almost over. Why don't the two of them settle down earlier? At this time, Lu Miaoj spoke up and said something. I'll see later, it's better to settle down earlier. Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry for his eldest son to have a baby. He simply felt that his son was a blockhead and didn't understand, and needed a push. Moreover, the last time he went to Ruiyi County, he saw that his wife Lu Lanchu was already in a state of depression, and her lifespan was just a few years. It was also a wish of his wife that his son got married earlier. At night, afterwards. Zixio, I got a lot of water treasures and water veins this time. You will warm up and upgrade the spiritual veins of the Green Water Lake later. And I want to use the 36 Kanghe pearls in the Green Water Lake. You need to rearrange the formation. Lu Changsheng said, holding his sweaty wife. He won a top-grade magic weapon in a lottery in his early years, 36 Kanghe pearls. This is a combination magic weapon with the great power, which can evolve the Kanghe Jingbo formation. But because no one in the family can use it, Lu Changsheng set up a formation for Ling Zixio to nourish the water veins at home. This time, when hunting the 4th level Demon King, Lu Changsheng planned to take out this magic weapon and give it to Honglian as a magic weapon. My dear, are you going to give the Kanghe Pearl to Senior Taoshan? Ling Zixio said lazily, with messy black hair, nestling in Lu Changsheng's arms. Well, I'm going to go to Damang's with Honglian later to hunt the Demon King, so I'll prepare more methods. He didn't tell his wife about the hunting of the 4th level Deep Sea Demon Whale King in order to avoid worrying his wife. Moreover, he and Meng Wuhan made a spiritual contract and a vow to the inner demon in this regard, which could not be spread outside. He planned to tell his wife after the matter was accomplished. Changsheng, are you going to Damang's again? Lu Miaoj, who was as delicate as water and as soft as a silkworm, heard the words and whispered. This trip also gained a lot, so I came back first to digest it. Lu Changsheng smiled and said to his wife while holding his wife, my husband, you are not going to spend your honeymoon with Senior Honglian in Damang's, and you are reluctant to leave, right? Ling Zixio joked. Through some subtle expressions and movements of Lu Changsheng and Honglian today, she could see that the two of them were much closer and more natural. I think you are energetic again. Lu Changsheng immediately turned over and pressed her under him. Ah, my dear, don't. Ling Zixio cried out, but the sound was broken as soon as it came out. After finishing his work in Changsheng Palace, Lu Changsheng came to Yuchen Pavilion again. Afterwards. Xiaoqin, you have worked hard these days. Lu Changsheng hugged Meng Xiaoqin's limp and weak ice-like body. Although Meng Xiaoqin broke through the Jinden stage and her body was extremely tough. But under Lu Changsheng's indulgence, she still couldn't bear the whip. It is estimated that only a 3rd-level physical cultivator could withstand Lu Changsheng's exhilaration. Meng Xiaoqin, who originally had a little resentment in her heart, now had a flushed face, as if shy and timid, beautiful and attractive. Xiaoqin, can you now refine some poison for 3rd-level or even 4th-level monsters? Lu Changsheng asked Meng Xiaoqin. This time, he naturally had to prepare more methods to hunt the deep-sea demon whale king. And poison has always been a good method. I have a body of thousands of poisons. As long as I have the materials, the 3rd-level poison is no problem. The 4th-level poison is a little difficult now. Meng Xiaoqin's snow-like skin was glowing with a crimson luster, and she was still panting when she spoke. It's okay. What materials do you need? If you don't have them all, you can go to Qingyun Fairy City. And you also need to refine magic weapons. Lu Changsheng said softly, hugging Meng Xiaochen and continuing to be tender. After taking care of Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, Bai Ling, and Meng Xiaochen, Lu Changsheng accompanied Lu Miaoyan, Lu Maiahan, Chu Zhenzhen, Xiao's Hiayu, and other concubines in the family. It took half a month for Lu Changsheng to have some free time. As for Honglian, originally, Lu Changsheng planned to hold a wedding with her after returning, and then work hard to make a baby. But thinking that he would hunt the deep-sea demon whale king in a year, breaking her spiritual fetus now would have some impact. So he chose to postpone it, allowing her to break through to the second level of the Jinden in these days, and then refine magic weapons. Because of the need to refine poison, Lu Changsheng gave Meng Xiaochen a batch of spiritual stones and asked her to go to Qingyun Immortal City to purchase them by herself. In addition, Lu Changsheng gave Meng Xiaochen the token of Qingyun's Henshin to avoid any accidents on the way or in Qingyun Immortal City. Then Lu Changsheng came to Qingyun Sect again to visit Xiao Xiao, Zhao Qingqing, and Chu Qingyi. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng was busy and returned to Bihu Mountain. Yunifang City was too far away, and it was not easy to stay for a few days and come back, so Lu Changsheng temporarily postponed it and prepared to see how Haoda was doing first. Consider whether to spend money and try for a year to break through the 9th level of Lu Pingan's Balian Baodiju. This trip to hunt 6 demon kings and countless demon beasts, Lu, became rich again and could spend a lot of money. As long as Lu Pingan's Balian Baodiju breaks through the 9th level and is promoted to the 3rd level of body refining, theoretically, he may get a top lottery that has never been seen before. Moreover, if Lu Pingan's Balian Baodiju breaks through, his Balian Baodiju will also go one step further and reach the peak of the 10th level. Lu Changsheng was not too partial and showed favoritism. He arranged a medicinal bath for his children who were at the 9th level of key refining, so that they could strive to reach the peak of key refining and break through the foundation building stage as soon as possible. Chapter 545, Lu Pingan gets married, and 20 offspring build their foundation. White Tiger Mountain. Well, he went out. Lu Changsheng came to White Tiger Mountain and found out that his son and Qinyi had gone out. After he asked about the situation here, he looked at the 9 nether mastiff in the back mountain. 5 years ago, he gave the 9 nether mastiff a 3rd level ghost moon wolf demon pill, which grew very fast and reached the peak of the 2nd level. When this demon pill is completely digested, it is estimated that it can reach the quasi 3rd level. As for breaking through the 3rd level, it is not that simple, and it takes time to accumulate. In fact, Honglian has a secret method in his hand to consume life, potential, spirituality, and accelerate the growth of monsters. It's just that Lu Changsheng doesn't want to force the growth of seedlings and waste the spirit beasts at home. However, according to Honglian, the foundation of many beast-controlling sects, the 2nd level big monsters and 3rd level monster kings sold to the outside world, are cultivated through this secret method. Since his son and his girlfriend are playing, Lu Changsheng is not in a hurry. After giving instructions, he came to Qingzhu Mountain to inspect the situation. His son Lu Chensha is in charge here. He has a dull personality and doesn't like to go out. He practices at home every day and cultivates iron fire ants. He occasionally goes to the Black Cloud Mountains to hunt some monsters and feed pets. After walking around and returning to the Green Lake Mountain, Lu Changsheng began to draw talismans in peace. Since the family got on the right track and broke through the Jinden stage, he rarely draws talismans. On the one hand, his time and energy are limited. On the other hand, the talismans are also of the 3rd level lower grade, which can only help him to a limited extent and cannot bring enough benefits. Now that he is preparing to hunt the deep-sea demon whale king, he naturally picks up this craft again and prepares to draw more 3rd level talismans for himself. Tisk, my talent in talismans, if I don't study talismans in peace, it will be a great loss to the world of cultivation. Lu Changsheng wrote a 3rd level talisman and sighed. With the improvement of his cultivation realm and the Tai spirit, his current understanding and learning ability have also improved. After not drawing talismans for so long, he didn't feel rusty at all when he started directly. Even during the drawing process, he had a flash of inspiration, and had more insights and understanding of the spiritual patterns of the 9 mysterious talisman scripture. Of course, this is the foundation of the blood talisman spirit body. Otherwise, the nascent soul cultivators do not have such amazing talents. After drawing talismans for a long time, feeling a little tired, Lu Changsheng walked out of the cave and went to find his wives and concubines to relax. After finishing his work, thinking that Honglian was in retreat, he came to the Lu family mansion and cared about and guided his children's practice. In this regard, the Lu family is already on the right track. The family's formations, alchemy, refining, talismans, puppets, beast control, spiritual plans, spiritual kitchens, spiritual butchers, etc. have all been passed down, and there are second-level teachers to teach, so Lu Changsheng doesn't need to worry about it. But Lu Wangshu and Lu Xingchen still need his old father to guide and teach. Please spend more time on the talisman. Seeing his daughter Lu Wangshu fiddling with her puppet again, Lu Changsheng was speechless. This daughter has no talent for talismans. She can already draw second-level top-grade talismans. But all day long, they were either fishing or playing with puppets, or even refining pills and weapons. Lu Changsheng couldn't stand it anymore. Dad, this is called combining work and rest, and learning by analogy. Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, and her beautiful face was bright and flawless. Sister is right, eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, play when you should play, and practice when you should practice. Lu Ling, who was wearing a red dress and had a bun on her head and was helping to refine weapons, nodded in agreement. You are right. Lu Changsheng pinched his daughter's white face in annoyance, and said to Lu Wangshu, since you are interested in puppets, then today your father will tell you about puppets. He immediately brought several children to the weapon refining hall and opened his own forging platform. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Lei Ganglongyan hit the forging platform, and the black gold flame burned. Lu Changsheng threw out materials and a giant shark skeleton from the Qingyan binding belt. Since breaking through the Jinden stage, awakening the Tai spirit, and obtaining the third-level refining skills and second-level formation skills, Lu Changsheng has also gained new insights into the level of puppets. If he wants, as long as he calms down for a year or two, he can be promoted to third-level puppet master. Lu Changsheng multitasks, refining embryos and parts while outlining inscriptions. Then, under the surprise and exclamation of his children, a giant shark puppet embryo that looks like a spirit boat gradually takes shape. Wow, Daddy is so powerful! Lu Ling exclaimed. Lu Wangshu looked at the giant shark puppet in front of him and couldn't help but envy. However, if you want to refine a puppet, the workload is not small. Even Lu Changsheng can complete it in a short time. Seeing that the time is almost up, he took his children to eat. Dad, you worked hard today after dinner. Lu Wangshu poured tea and rubbed Lu Changsheng's shoulders with a sweet and well-behaved face. Lu Changsheng squinted at his daughter and was a little amused. Thinking about fishing, am I Lu still inferior? What's wrong? He asked, pretending to be ignorant. Daddy Lu Wangshu knew her father's temper very well. Today, he refined this giant shark puppet and deliberately refined it into the shape of a spirit boat, which was obviously to lure her into the trap. But she really liked this puppet. So, if you can draw second-level top-level talisman one day, this giant shark puppet will be given to you as a reward. Lu Changsheng did not beat around the bush with his daughter and said directly. This daughter is extremely talented, but lacks pressure and ambition. So Lu Changsheng has been painting pie in the sky for her and luring her forward. Dad, you are painting pie in the sky again. You promised me a puppet before, but you haven't given it to me yet. Lu Wangshu snorted and pouted. Really? Maybe you are too busy? This time it must be. Lu Changsheng said seriously. No, you have to finish refining this first, in case you cheat me again. Lu Wangshu said with a look of grievance. How could that be? When did Dad lie to you? I was too busy before. Well, I just have a few materials in my hand. As long as you reach the second-level top-level talisman master within 3 years, I will upgrade this puppet to the quasi third level for you. And I will equip you with all the matching magic tools on your Mingayu. How about that? Lu Changsheng said with a serious face. Lu Wangshu didn't say anything, looking at her old father with suspicion. Even with her talent, it would be difficult to reach the second-level top-level talisman master within 3 years. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no more. Lu Changsheng said leisurely, and was about to get up and leave. Keep your word. Seeing this, Lu Wangshu pursed his lips and said. Alice, my daughter has grown up and has begun to doubt Dad. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed, with a sad face. No way, Daddy is the best. Lu Wangshu immediately took his old father's arm with a sweet smile on his face, and said obediently, Dad, I just read the 99 Mysterious Talisman Sutra before, and I just happen to have a few questions I want to ask you. Oh. Suddenly, the two of them were kind and filial. Ruai County, Lu Mansion. Lu Lanchu was wearing a dark silk brocade robe, with her silver hair neatly tied up high. She was basking in the sun in the courtyard, with maids and younger generations serving beside her. "Young master!" the personal maid suddenly exclaimed, causing Lu Lanchu's heart to tremble. She opened her somewhat cloudy eyes and saw a man and a woman walking side by side. The man had a regular face, a tall and sturdy figure, and a rather extraordinary aura. The woman had thin eyes, red lips, a straight nose, and black hair tied in a high ponytail, looking heroic. Ping-an, Ziokin Lu Lanchu saw the two of them and shouted with joy on her face, and quickly stood up. "Mother!" Lu Ping-an stepped forward to support his mother. "Come on, Ziokin, sit down." Lu Lanchu smiled and waved at Qin Yi, and then quickly said to the maid, "Zir, go and bring the spiritual fruit in my room." "Ping-an, how come you have time to come today?" Lu Lanchu knew that her son was very busy and needed to practice, so he could only come back once or twice a year. "Mom, I came here to tell you something." Lu Ping-an glanced at Qin Yi next to him, scratched his head and said, "What is it?" Seeing her son like this, Lu Lanchu said with some expectation, "Qin Yi and I have become Taoist couples, and Qin Yi will be your daughter-in-law in the future." Lu Ping-an grinned and said, "Daughter-in-law?" Lu Lanchu was surprised and stunned when she heard this, and then said in disbelief, "Ping-an, you are not trying to make mother happy, are you?" She knew that her son was filial, and thought he was doing this to make her happy. "Auntie, I am indeed a Taoist couple with Lu Ping-an." Even though Qin Yi was straightforward, she was a little shy at this time and stuttered. "Ping-an, you are getting married to Ziokin, this is a happy event, and mother is naturally happy. But this kind of thing should be handled well," Lu Lanchu said aloud. In her opinion, how could her son's marriage be so casual? "Mom, Qin Yi and I are both cultivators, and we don't care about these empty formalities." Lu Ping-an glanced at Qin Yi and said aloud. In fact, according to his personality, he also tends to propose marriage and then hold a wedding. It's just that Qin Yi's parents died when he was young, and his master was far away in the Qingyun Sect, so he always hated the empty procedures. And when it came to the proposal, Qin Yi saw his hesitant look and directly said that they would become Taoist couples, and then he nodded in confusion. "We won't have a wedding, let's have a lively one at home." Lu Lanchu heard it and continued. "Yes." Qin Yi nodded when he saw the old man's expectant eyes. "Ziokin, I don't have any gifts for you, but tradition is still necessary. This bracelet, you keep it." Lu Lanchu handed Qin Yi the jade bracelet she had prepared long ago, and said kindly, she had prepared this bracelet for decades, and now her eldest son finally got married. And she married a sword fairy. Under Lu Lanchu's instructions, the Lu Mansion held a wedding banquet and prepared a wedding room for Lu Ping-an and Qin Yi. The whole process was very simple. Qin Yi just offered Lu Lanchu a cup of tea. However, both of them were immortal cultivators, and they were also great foundation-building cultivators, so everyone expressed their understanding. "Ping-an, Ziokin, you are getting married now, so you can have a fat baby sooner." Lu Lanchu drank tea and said with a smile, "Well, we will do it as soon as possible." Lu Ping-an heard this and said with a stiff face. Qin Yi's cheeks blushed. She had been mentally prepared for the matter with Lu Ping-an for a long time. After all, she could not marry anyone other than Lu Ping-an. But she had never considered the matter of children. Thinking that the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain seemed to have a tradition of having many children, and hearing that the children of the Lu family basically started with 3 or 5 children after getting married, even Qin Yi, as a sword cultivator, was a little scared at this moment. At night, the wedding room illuminated by candlelight. "Lu Ping-an, let me make it clear first, I will have no more than one child," Qin Yi said with a red cheek, holding out a finger to Lu Ping-an. "It's up to you," Lu Ping-an said aloud. He actually didn't feel much about having children. However, in such a family environment, under the influence of what he saw and heard, he felt that if he got married, he would have to have a child more or less. Of course, Qin Yi would not force him if he didn't want to. After all, as cultivators, they have lofty ambitions and want to see a wider world. If they have children, they will be more or less worried. After a long time, "Lu Ping-an, why are you still standing there?" "I'm not standing there. It's time to rest on the wedding night." "Yi, you are so beautiful, just like a painting." "Lu Ping-an, When did you learn to be so slick? Well, I'm telling the truth. The two of them became more and more intimate as they talked. This night, the red candles were naturally warm and the red waves were turned over. Half a month later, Lu Pingyan returned to Bihu Mountain. Lu Changsheng was also going to ask about the progress of his son and Qin Yi. As a result, he saw his son coming with Qin Yi and heard that the two had become Taoist couples, and he was stunned. I didn't expect his son to be so efficient. Dad was not at home before, and it was a bit sudden, so I didn't notify you. Lu Pingyan scratched his head and said aloud. He felt that marriage was a big deal, so he should still inform his parents. But the two of them were indeed a little sudden. Even he himself was a little slow to react. It's good to settle it. As a cultivator of our generation, we don't care about these empty formalities. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said with a smile. Then he looked at Qin Yi next to him, took out a stack of talismans from the storage ring, and said, "This matter is a little sudden, and your father has not prepared any gifts. These talismans will be your wedding gifts. The prospective daughter-in-law is one treatment. The real daughter-in-law is another treatment." "Ah, uncle, this is too precious." Qin Yi was not used to calling her parents, and waved her hand quickly. "It's okay, keep it." Lu Changsheng said generously. "Since it's Dad's intention, Yi, you can keep it." Lu Pingyan next to him said when he saw it. "Thank you, Dad." Qin Yi looked at the third-level talisman in his hand, and suddenly understood why Lu Pingyan was like the stupid son of a landlord in his early years. If the ancestor of the Lu family in front of him, the master of Bihu Mountain, was not handsome, he would be a landlord. Otherwise, in all these years, she had never heard of anyone sending a third-level talisman, and directly sent a stack of 10. Pingyan, Ziokin, Auntie didn't prepare anything either. This is a little gift. You keep it. I wish you to work together and be immortal forever. Seeing this, Lu Mayan also handed out a brocade box from the storage bag and said softly. She has been at home all the time and doesn't have any rare things. This is just some gifts prepared for reciprocity. Thank you, Auntie. The two of them bowed. Immediately, the news of Lu Pingyan's marriage quickly swept through Bihu Mountain, and the wives and concubines at home basically prepared a gift. When Lu Quanzhong, Lu Yun, Lu Wangshu, Lu Qingzhu and others heard the news, they also sent a wedding gift. It may not be much, and the value is not high. But after all, my eldest brother is getting married, I still have to show my heart. Qin Yi looked at the children of the Lu family who came one after another, and sighed in her heart. There was no wedding, but there were so many gifts in the Lu family. If the two of them officially held a wedding, with Lu Pingyan's current reputation and her status as a true disciple of the Qingyun Sect, it is estimated that countless people would come to give gifts. She had no regrets about this. She never liked to owe favors to others. Even if relatives and friends gave gifts, she would remember them and wait for a chance to return them. Originally, Lu Changsheng wanted to give Lu Pingyan resources. Through a large number of natural treasures, medicinal baths, and treasure bone methods, he wanted to see if he could force the 9th level of Balian Baodiju. But his son was newly married, so he temporarily gave up the idea and let the two of them go out more and live in a world of two. In the following time, in addition to accompanying his wives and concubines and teaching his children, Lu Changsheng drew talismans. In this way, half a year passed in a blink of an eye. Meng Xiaochen purchased a batch of materials in Qinglong Fairy City and came back. Jiang State is different from Jin State after all. There is no magic soil, and there is a lack of materials for refining poison. Only a few kinds of poisons that are effective against giant and cultivators and third-level monsters can be refined. In addition to refining poison, Lu Changsheng has been having sex with Meng Xiaochen for many days. I don't know if it's because the pregnancy is too bad or because both of them are giant and cultivators, they have not been able to get pregnant. Lu Pingyan and Qin Yi went out for fun for 3 months and then came back. Even though he knew that there was not enough time for a breakthrough, Lu Changsheng still prepared a medicinal bath for his eldest son, hoping that he would break through the 9th level of Balian Baodiju as soon as possible. However, based on Lu Pingyan's efficiency improvement, Lu Changsheng judged that relying on medicinal baths, a large number of natural materials and treasures would be improved, and the latter would need 2 or 3 years to settle. Otherwise, the process of breaking through the 9th level would be dangerous. On this day, a vortex of spiritual energy from heaven and earth swept through Bihu Mountain. This is someone breaking through the foundation. However, Since Qingzhu Mountain helps people refine foundation pills for free and even provides a breakthrough dojo, this situation has long been commonplace. I don't know how long it took. The foundation was successfully built, the spiritual energy vortex dissipated, and formed a faint cloud. Congratulations to the host's 20 offspring for breaking through the foundation stage and obtaining bloodline effects. The inheritance rate of the offspring's spiritual body increased by 3%, and a high-level lottery opportunity was obtained. Huh? Finally 20. Lu Changsheng smiled with relief when he heard the system prompt. 20 foundation building monks, no matter where they are placed, can be called a first-class force. But if you want to rule a fairy city, 20 foundation building monks are far from enough. In the area of Qingzhu Mountain, there are already too many more than 20 foundation building monks in the family, which is difficult to accommodate, and it is necessary to open up a branch family. But in a fairy city, 20 foundation building monks can only be said to be make do. It is not even as strong as the law enforcement team of the fairy city. I don't know if this lottery can give me some surprises. After so many high-level lotteries, Lu Changsheng's mood has become much calmer. But thinking about hunting the deep-sea demon whale king, he couldn't help but look forward to this lottery. If you can get a third-level spiritual pet, or a strange treasure or spiritual object that directly increases combat power, then the chances will be a little better. System, lottery. Lu Changsheng muttered in his heart. Suddenly, the high-level lottery turntable appeared, and the golden light began to rotate. After a moment, the golden light paused and stopped at the Spirit Pet Magic Treasure Reward column. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning the spiritual treasure, mission banner. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A small square banner with a 5-color glow and a human heart in the middle emerged from the lottery disc, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Spiritual treasure. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the first time he has drawn a spiritual treasure. Before, they were all magic weapons, and the only embryo of the Tongshan spiritual treasure, Jiubeo Yuruai. Mission banner, grade, top grade spiritual treasure, description, made by Madame Cheyenne who after many years of hard work, it can contain zumi and the dust mustard seed, turn into colorful cloud to protect the body, and fly thousands of miles away in an instant, not afraid of strong winds, thunderstorms, and turbulent voids. Is this a spiritual treasure for escaping? Lu Changsheng frowned as he looked at the description of the effect. I originally wanted to give a surprise through this wave of high-level draws. Unexpectedly, it was so useless. Extract. Lu Changsheng was ready to see the specific effect of this spiritual treasure. Buzz. Instantly, a small banner about the size of a foot long with a human heart painted in the middle and faintly emitting 5-colored light appeared. Next to it were 2 small banners the size of a palm. Mission banner. What a great mission banner. Not only can it be used as a defensive magic weapon, it can also wrap the whole body in battle to resist danger, and it can also be moved thousands or tens of thousands of miles away in a thought, and it also has 2 secondary banners. As long as the secondary banner is integrated into the earth vein, the Midust banner can be activated and directly teleported to the location of the secondary banner. Lu Changsheng was instantly surprised when he knew the details of this Midust banner. This spiritual treasure is not the battle treasure he wants. But in his opinion, its practicality and ease of use are far beyond any battle spiritual treasure. For so many years, it has been very troublesome to go back and forth outside. With this Midust banner, countless time will be saved in the future. If a secondary banner is integrated into the family earth vein, even if it is tens of thousands of miles away, it can be teleported back in a moment. If you get the Great Dream Fairy City, it will be very troublesome to go back and forth between the 2 sides. But with a Midust banner, I only need to integrate the 2 secondary banners into the Great Dream Fairy City and the Green Lake Mountain earth veins respectively, and the problem will be solved, which is equivalent to building a teleportation array. Lu Changsheng looked delighted and felt that this spiritual treasure was simply too suitable for him. The system finally gave a little power. However, this spiritual treasure also has limitations and shortcomings. If you encounter a domain of law, or a prohibition that blocks the void of heaven and earth, you will be disturbed and affected, and it will be difficult to break through the air and move. For example, Lu Changsheng's life magic weapon, the Yin-Yang Dao diagram, has the effect of blocking heaven and earth and suppressing the void. When you reach the level of Yuan Ying's Henshin, most people have this means. So when moving and teleporting, you may still face many problems. In addition, when using the Michin banner, except for specifying through the main and secondary banners, other times it is random movement, and dangerous places may appear. As for moving and teleporting through the main and secondary banners, it also consumes a lot of mana and spirituality. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. With a life-saving talisman to die for me, the Michin banner can escape, and my means of saving my life have been upgraded to another level. Lu Changsheng was delighted, and then looked at the Michin banner in front of him. Now he has a biggest problem. That is the mana consumed by the Michin banner. How terrible. After all, this is a spiritual treasure. A high-grade spiritual treasure that can only be used by Yuan Ying's engine. As a spiritual treasure, the Michin banner has a very high spirituality and has a simple consciousness, and can communicate with Lu Changsheng. The spirit of the Michin banner told Lu Changsheng that if his mana was insufficient, he could burn spirit stones, spirit veins, nectar and jade dew to replace it. If it was still insufficient, he could burn the essence of the spirit treasure and forcibly move it when he encountered a major crisis. Tisk, is this a spirit treasure? It's really thoughtful. Lu Changsheng exclaimed in his heart. With a spirit treasure by his side, he can be sure that he will be safe when hunting the deep-sea demon whale king even if an accident occurs. Immediately, Lu Changsheng came to the Changsheng hall to offer sacrifices to the spirit treasure. Originally, offering sacrifices to spirit treasures was very time-consuming and energy-consuming. But the spirit of the Michin banner took the initiative to cooperate with Lu Changsheng, making the offering and refining speed even simpler than that of magic weapons. Chapter 546, The Effect of the Mi Dust Banner, the Teleportation Array, and the Appearance of the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. It took Lu Changsheng 1.5 months to complete the ritual of the Michin banner. He exhaled lightly, held the 5-colored small banner in front of him, and prepared to try the effect. Normal mana was injected, and there was no movement. The yin and yang mana in the Qi Hai Danshan surged like a river, and the 5-colored small banner gradually glowed, turning into a colorful cloud, wrapping his body, as if invulnerable to all kinds of magic. Then, the colorful clouds were shining, and Lu Changsheng's figure flashed and disappeared, appearing at the edge of Zumi Cave Heaven. It's worthy of being a spiritual treasure. This mana consumption is completely beyond the control of a giant and cultivator. Even if I have the Xianun Bao Huang Lotus, the second Danshan, and my consciousness has reached the peak of Jiandan, it's barely enough, and I can only activate part of the power. Otherwise, controlling this spiritual treasure is equivalent to mastering the void magic, and with my third-level body refining, it's simply unsolvable. To use a spiritual treasure across grades, not only does it require strong mana, but also a strong consciousness. Even if Lu Changsheng met both conditions, it was very reluctant. At most, at the critical moment, this Mi Dust banner is used. Under normal circumstances, fighting with others or rushing on the road can't sustain this consumption at all. It is better to use the star disk, and the wind and thunder wings are practical. But when I break through the late stage of Jiandan, I think it will be much better. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, put the Mi Dust banner into the Qianqin Benying belt, walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven, and came to his own spiritual vein area. Further, Lu Quanzhong was practicing the Pluto art here. When he heard the movement, he immediately opened his eyes. After so many years of conditioning and recuperation, his condition has improved a lot. He is no longer pale and bloodless. It's just that his life has burned too much, and his hair is still gray, which is difficult to reverse. Quanzhong, how is your recent practice? Lu Changsheng asked. Replying to father, my Pluto art has been a small success, and I have the foundation of the 10,000 poisons true body. It is estimated that in 2 years, I can break through the second level. Lu Quanzhong said so. Well, if you lack resources, you can just tell my family directly. If the Pluto art breaks through the second level, it can refine the netherworld blood evil and completely eradicate it. Lu Changsheng thought that he could arrange his son to the Great Dream Fairy City. On the one hand, he had good abilities in fighting power. On the other hand, he was practicing magic skills and was not suitable to appear in the public eye. After a few caring instructions, Lu Changsheng sacrificed the small Michin banner, one of the secondary banners, and hid it into the earth vein. With Zumi guarding, there was no need to worry about interference. In fact, it was best for the secondary banner to be integrated into the earth vein of Zumi Cave Heaven. It was just that the difficulty of moving and transmitting would increase with a layer of cave space, resulting in an increase in the consumption of mana. It took half a month for the small Michin banner to completely blend with the spiritual vein and earth vein of Bian Peak. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng quietly left Qingzhu Mountain, and after escaping thousands of miles, the Michin banner appeared in his hand. Even though it was thousands of miles away, Qingzhu Mountain was protected by the family formation and isolated from the key, but the approximate position of the small Michin banner could still be sensed through the Michin banner. If you get lost in the future, you can still find the direction to go home through this key sensing. Michin. Lu Changsheng communicated with a Michin banner and asked about the cost of 1,000 miles. The spirit of the Michin banner said that the cost was not big. But to be on the safe side, Lu Changsheng still put 100,000 spirit stones into the Sumeru mustard seed space of the Michin banner, and then injected mana into it. The mana of the Qingyun Mountain lotus was like a river bursting its banks, pouring madly into the Michin banner. The small banner in his hand instantly turned into a colorful cloud, covering him and rolling towards the direction of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng only felt the void in front of him changing, penetrating through layers of ripples, and then the whole person appeared on the top of Bian Peak. Using the small Michin banner as an anchor point, collecting the Earth's energy, and pulling the energy, the mana consumption is completely different from directly activating it. With an anchor point, even if I have just formed a pill, relying on the Qingyun Mountain lotus, the second Ganshin, I can directly move 1,000 miles. Lu Changsheng let out a long breath with some fatigue, and had a general understanding of the effect of the Michin banner. 1,000 miles range can be completed in a single thought. If they are 10,000 or 100,000 miles apart, they need to burn spirit stones or spirit treasures. At this moment, Ling Xiao hurried over. She was in charge of the Qingzhu Mountain formation and had just sensed the fluctuations in the family formation. It's okay, I was just doing an experiment. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Experiment. Ling Xiao was surprised. The formation of Qingzhu Mountain has reached a quasi-third level. Even if it is not fully operational, it is difficult to shake. But just now, she felt that she was directly penetrated by a mysterious force, which was very shocking. Well, I have a treasure that can be teleported, so I tried the effect. Lu Changsheng did not hide it from his wife. Teleportation. Ling Xiao was very surprised. If so, when his family encountered such a method, wouldn't a family formation be equivalent to a decoration, as if nothing existed? I can only barely activate this treasure, and I set an anchor point at home, so I can do it. Lu Changsheng seemed to see what she was thinking and explained. Immediately, she held Ling Xiao's hand and chuckled. When the spiritual veins of Bishu Lake are upgraded, you will have to work hard on the family formation. The spiritual veins intercepted by Damangs have been brought back and integrated into Bishu Lake and Zumi Cave Heaven. When the spiritual veins of Bishu Lake are promoted to the top of the second level, Lu Changsheng will prepare to upgrade the family formation to the third level. The third level forbidden formation is a world of its own, without any weaknesses or defects. Even if Yuan Ying's engine is in front of you, it will take some time to break it. Why is it so hard? However, I am not sure about the third level forbidden formation. I will need to trouble Senior Honglian at that time. Although Ling Xiao has reached the level of a third level formation master. But it does not mean that a third level formation master can arrange a forbidden formation. Just like many second level upper grade talisman masters, they can't even draw second level lower grade forbidden breaking talisman. That's natural. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, and then thought of the matter of damming Fairy City and asked Ling Xiao about the arrangement of the teleportation formation. It is naturally much more convenient with a Michin banner. But if a teleportation array can be built, it will be more convenient. Although there are the key points of teleportation array in the inheritance of Xianyun's Henjin, a short-range teleportation array requires a third-level middle grade or even a high-grade array master to set up. And the materials for setting up a teleportation array are almost extinct and very rare. The arrangement, maintenance, and operation of a teleportation array all require a large amount of spiritual stones, and the practicality is very general. As for the long-range teleportation array, it is estimated that only a fourth-level array master can set it up. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "There has always been a legend of teleportation arrays in the world of cultivating immortals. However, the teleportation array has long been lost in Jiang State. In the inheritance that Lu Changsheng brought back from the Xianyun secret realm, there are the key points of the teleportation array. But after understanding it, she understood why the teleportation array was cut off. A short-range teleportation array of 30,000 to 50,000 miles requires a third-level array master to set up. And a teleportation array from arrangement to daily maintenance and operation requires an array master to sit in charge, which is very resource-consuming. As for the medium-range teleportation array of more than 100,000 miles, a fourth-level array master can set it up. Except for a very few powerful sects, this kind of teleportation array will be set up in a critical place. Other forces, even if they have inheritance, can only put it aside. Tisk. Lu Changsheng heard this and knew that the teleportation array was not something he should consider at his level at the moment. If you want to set up a teleportation array, just from Bihu Mountain to Beihu Mountain, or Hemming Mountain, I can study this simplified teleportation array. It's just that the materials for the teleportation array are very rare. I paid attention to it in my early years, but I have hardly seen it on the market. Ling Zixiao thought that Lu Changsheng wanted to set up teleportation arrays in several family spiritual places, and said with a smile, although the teleportation array is very time-consuming, energy and money, it is not worth it. But as a formation master, she still has a lot of interest and wants to try this lost and discontinued formation. I'm just asking casually. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, if a few teleportation arrays can be set up at home, it will naturally be much more convenient. But it will take so much time and resources, so forget it. In a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. It's almost time for Meng Wuhan and his wife to agree. Lu Changsheng did not delay. He informed his wife Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixiao and left quietly with Honglian. Although he spent a lot of time with his wives, concubines and children during this year, he still drew more than 200 third-level talismans, which was extremely diligent. In addition to his own talismans, Meng Xiaochen refined 3 third-level poisons for him. The main materials were not enough, otherwise, he could refine a variety of mixed poisons with better effects. Honglian refined 36 Kanghe pearls during this year and broke through to the second level of Jinden. Considering that she lacked magic weapons, Lu Changsheng also gave her the Starlight Disc. Now that he has the Wind and Thunder Wings and the Dust-filled Banner, the Starlight Disc is not of much use to him. In addition, God will not let down those who work hard. With Lu Changsheng's efforts, Meng Xiaochen successfully became pregnant half a month ago. Lu Changsheng is still looking forward to this child. After all, Meng Xiaochen is not only in the Jinden realm, but also has a 1,000-thread poison body. Half a month later, the Great Dream Fairy City. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Li. Meng Wuhan and his wife came to meet them not long after receiving the message from the two. Hello, fellow Taoist Wuhan, fellow Taoist Yunmen. Lu Changsheng and Honglian bowed to the two. Are you two Taoists ready? Meng Wuhan was wearing a feather robe and a dignified demeanor, quite like a master. Almost ready. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. Unless the other party is willing to wait for 3 to 5 years. Otherwise, it would not make much sense to give them a few more months to prepare. Okay, in that case, let's set off directly and talk while we talk. Meng Wuhan nodded and smiled. Immediately, the 4 of them left the Great Dream Fairy City and headed for the depths of the Great Dream Lake, which was shrouded in gray fog. On the way, Meng Wuhan told them his planned tactics. The 4 of them wanted to hunt the 4th-level Demon King, and a head-on battle was absolutely impossible. In the depths of the Great Dream Lake, the fog was hazy. Fighting here would suppress the consciousness and mana of the 4 of them. The deep-sea Demon Whale King was not only powerful in the deep sea, but could also escape directly back to the sea when in danger. Once it enters the eye of the sea, the strength of this deep-sea Demon Whale King is estimated to be increased. Therefore, if you want to hunt this deep-sea Demon Whale King, you must lead it out of its nest, and it cannot return to the eye of the sea in a short time. The plan of Meng Wuhan and the others is that the 4 of them will first cover up their mana and go to the eye of the sea. Then, by applying the puppets of the rainbow grass and the soul-dividing grass, they will enter the deep sea to lure the deep-sea Demon Whale King. As long as the other party swallows the puppet, the rainbow grass and the soul-dividing grass will affect their mind and stimulate their animal nature, then it will be much easier and they can lead them to the ambush. Half a month later, the 4 came to an uninhabited island. Lu Changsheng saw that the island was rich in spiritual energy, and there was a third-order micro-spiritual vein underneath. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Li, I named this island Whale Hunting Island, which means the place for hunting deep-sea demon whales. My husband and I have already set up a formation ambush on the island. When the time comes, We will lead the deep-sea demon whale king out of the sea and pass through these 3 islands. Each island has a killing formation, and this whale hunting island is the last one. Meng Wuhan continued to introduce his plan. What a big deal. Lu Changsheng's formation level is not high, he is only a 2nd level top formation master. But at a glance, it can be seen that the formation in front of him exceeds the 2nd level range and reaches the 3rd level. This shows that the couple Meng Wuhan in front of him not only understands the art of divination, but also understands formations. Fellow Taoist Wuhan is also a formation master. Lu Changsheng looked surprised. I have only studied formations a little bit, and my wife is a 3rd level top formation master. Meng Wuhan said with a smile, very stylish. The 2 Taoists are not only highly cultivated, but also so knowledgeable and talented. Wang admires them. Lu Changsheng praised. This is not flattery. Whether it is divination or formation, both are difficult skills with extremely high thresholds. But the couple in front of them, one is proficient in divination, and the other is a 3rd level top formation master. Fellow Taoist Wang, you are too kind. Meng Wuhan just smiled, introduced the situation here to Lu Changsheng, and took them to the remaining 3 islands. Only after all the planned processes were completed did the 4 people go to the eye of the sea in Damangs. At this time, the fog in Damangs became thicker and thicker, which greatly affected the senses of spiritual consciousness. Lu Changsheng released the golden-winged sky pang and signaled it to restrain its breath and observe the situation at high altitude. Fellow Taoist Wang's spiritual pet is extraordinary. Even though they had seen it once before, when they saw the golden-winged sky pang again, Meng Wuhan and his wife couldn't help but be surprised and looked at it twice more. It's also a chance in luck. Lu Changsheng smiled indifferently. Just like this, a month later, the 4 came to the eye of the sea in Damangs, the lair of the deep-sea demon whale king. On the way here, they encountered many monsters, even a 3rd level monster king. But as they approached the lair of the deep-sea demon whale king, there were not many 2nd level monsters except for some 1st level monsters. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Li. Meng Wuhan's feather robe cloak flowed with invisible luster, blending with his wife's aura, and looked at the 2 with a calm face, indicating to get ready. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Lu Changsheng and Honglian both looked solemn. Immediately, Meng Wuhan released a fish-shaped puppet, poured the juice of nichin grass and ihom grass into it, and dived into the water. Lu Changsheng saw that this was a top-level 2nd level, or quasi-3rd level puppet. And it was specially designed for this deep sea, and it was very sensitive in the water. I thought to myself that the Lord of the Great Dream City was really well prepared. In this way, time passed little by little. Seeing that the puppet's energy was exhausted, Meng Wuhan released another puppet into the deep sea to search and tempt the deep-sea demon whale king. But there was still no response. Lu Changsheng and Honglian were not impatient, and waited quietly. Hunting a 4th-order demon king is different from hunting an ordinary 3rd-order demon king. It requires caution and caution. It is normal to wait for a year or 2. Moreover, the deep sea is so big that Meng Wuhan and his wife only know that the deep-sea demon whale king is at the eye of the sea, but they are not sure of the specific location. The 4 did not dare to provoke through magic power, nor did they dare to dive into the water, so they could only use this method. In order to maintain the state, Meng Wuhan drove 3 puppets and asked his wife Yun Mengzhenren to drive the puppets to explore. After Yun Mengzhenren finished, it was Lu Changsheng and Honglian's turn. However, all the puppets were contracted by Meng Wuhan. It can be said that in order to hunt this deep-sea demon whale king, the other party spent a lot of money. If the hunt fails, with the financial resources of the other party, it is estimated that they will also suffer a lot. On this day, Honglian drove a puppet to explore in the deep sea. Suddenly, she felt a force like a black hole in the abyss destroying and swallowing the puppet. This is coming. She immediately opened her eyes and signaled to Lu Changsheng and the other 2. The next moment, roar. A deep and powerful roar came from the deep sea, like rolling thunder, causing the calm water surface to boil. At the same time, a heavy and oppressive breath gradually rose from the water, as if the world was collapsing, causing the breath in all directions to gradually solidify. It can be seen that in the seabed, a huge figure like an island quickly emerged from the water. The azure sea surface was dyed dark and deep at this moment, and thick water columns rushed up to the sky, forming a tornado hurricane. Puff puff puff. Seeing this, Meng Wuhan pinched his hands and controlled several puppets to shoot directly into the deep sea. Then he threw several jade bottles and sprinkled them into the seawater, flowing with a dreamy crystal luster. Run. After doing it, he immediately shouted to Lu Changsheng and Honglian, and then took his wife to drive the magic weapon to escape towards the designed route. Lu Changsheng did not hesitate, holding Honglian's waist, with the wind and thunder winds surging behind him, and the whole person shot out like a ray of lightning. Boom boom boom, as soon as Meng Wuhan's puppet entered the water, it exploded under the might of the deep-sea demon whale king, emitting a strong smell of neon grass. As a fourth-level demon king, the deep-sea demon whale king is naturally not as easily affected as ordinary demon beasts and third-level demon kings. But as the overlord of this ocean, it has never been provoked like this. And as a demon beast, it is very sensitive to breath. I still remember the breath of Meng Wuhan and his wife, and remember that the two provoked me in my early years and even hurt me. Roar. The deep-sea demon whale king roared and roared, full of murderous intent. The angry voice echoed between heaven and earth, setting off layers of tsunamis, tornadoes and hurricanes, and dispersing the thick mist on the sea. The huge body of more than 100 feet floated out of the water, sweeping thousands of feet of huge waves and breaking through the air towards the four people. On the dark blue body, dark black magic patterns flickered, exuding a terrifying luster that frightened people's hearts, forming a rapid and turbulent void turbulence. Even though they were far away, Lu Changsheng and the other three could clearly feel its heavy oppression, like dark clouds and gloomy clouds, a terrifying pressure that could overturn heaven and earth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, The Power of the Spirit Summoning Talisman Suppresses the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. Is this the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, the fourth-level Demon King? Lu Changsheng's eyes were piercing, emitting two golden rays. He looked at the huge figure in the sea and was shocked. He realized the gap between the third-level Demon King and the fourth-level Demon King. The huge body and the majestic demonic energy formed an invisible field. The void was twisted, squeezed, and chaotic in all directions, so that all the creatures within the field range would be disturbed and affected. Even though they were so far apart, Lu Changsheng's blood and magic power were affected a little, and there was some sluggishness. There was also the whale swallowing infinite essence, sweeping countless tornadoes and hurricanes, and setting off huge waves, like the terrifying power of a world-destroying natural disaster, which was simply terrifying. Anyone who saw this scene and power would feel insignificant and fearful. Golden Pen. Lu Changsheng immediately shouted to the golden-winged Xiangpeng in the sky, motioning him to come down to meet him. Otherwise, at his speed, it wouldn't take long before he would be caught up by the deep-sea demon whale king. Cry. The golden-winged Skypeng let out a long cry, no longer concealing its demonic power. Its entire body was aglow with golden light, and it flew straight down from the sky. A pair of wings that looked like clouds hanging from the sky stretched out in the air, cutting through the void, revealing a peerless sharp aura. Roar, roar, roar. The demon kings have always been at odds with each other. Especially the flying demon kings like the golden-winged Skypeng and the sea demon kings like the deep-sea demon whale king. Seeing the golden-winged Skypeng, the deep-sea demon whale king immediately regarded it as a provocation, knowing that Lu Changsheng and the other four had deliberately come to provoke him. The huge tail suddenly rose up, emitting a faint luster, and then slapped down heavily. Boom boom, the ocean wailed, and billions of waves splashed, forming layers of waves, slapping the sky, sweeping towards the golden-winged Skypeng and drowning it. If it were an ordinary third-level demon beast, or a water demon beast, facing such an offensive, the bloodline would be suppressed, and I'm afraid it would be directly timid. But as a true spirit-level blood demon beast, the golden-winged Skypeng was fierce and tyrannical, fearless, and even aroused a bit of ferocity. Ruo Jinayang's vertical pupils looked coldly at the deep-sea demon whale king, bursting with a breathtaking cold luster. However, the golden-winged Skypeng did not fight back. It was shining all over, riding the wind and waves, tearing through layers of void, and flying towards Lu Changsheng. Buzz! Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's robes fluttered, and a light golden luster appeared behind his head. The whole person was solemn and sacred. Then the 100 refining treasure body art was activated, and the third-level physique was revived. With a rumbling sound, A platinum-colored hill appeared in his hand and was thrown towards the deep-sea demon whale king. SHH. A sharp explosion sounded in the air. During the flight, the platinum hill grew to several feet in size, glowing with a gorgeous luster, and then heavily smashed on the huge body of the deep-sea giant whale king. However, this magic weapon, which was almost of the third grade upper grade, only made a dull sound when it fell on the ladder, and did not even break the skin. Friend Wang, this deep-sea demon whale king has a strong body, and ordinary magical weapons can hardly cause damage. Meng Wuhan and his wife were a little surprised when they saw this scene. I didn't expect Lu Changsheng to be a physical cultivator. However, this deep-sea demon whale king is a fourth-grade demon king, has a heavenly bloodline, and continuously absorbs essence from the world. Unless the Yuan Ying's engine comes in person, he will be invincible. I know. Lu Changsheng just tried to test the specific situation of this deep-sea demon whale king to facilitate subsequent combat. Human, you are looking for death. The deep-sea demon whale king was completely enraged by Lu Changsheng's behavior and roared at him with murderous intent. The sound shook the world, containing a terrifying sound wave attack, which made people's magic power and blood surge and their brains explode. At the same time, on the back of the whale with a magic pattern flowing, a faint light like a black hole burst out and broke through the air towards Lu Changsheng, containing the breath of destroying everything. Yin-Yang diagram, Yin-Yang mysterious divine light. Lu Changsheng quickly sacrificed his own life magic weapon, placed it horizontally above his head, and emitted yin-yang black and white mysterious light. Honglian beside him also quickly sacrificed the star disk, and layers of starlight hung down, shooting out a bird burning with blazing flames, burning the faint light. Boom boom boom, the two of them attacked together, barely resolving such a common attack from the deep-sea demon whale king. At this time, the golden-winged sky peng came to Lu Changsheng and carried him and Honglian on his back. Go! Lu Changsheng signaled the golden-winged sky peng to fly towards the island and not to fight. Just after the simple confrontation, he knew that the deep-sea demon whale king in front of him was invincible. If the methods of Meng Wuhan and his wife didn't work later, he thought he could just break up and run away. Otherwise, even if he used the spirit summoning talisman, he would not be able to defeat this deep-sea demon whale king. Roar! The deep-sea demon whale king was very terrifying. The field fluctuated, sweeping huge waves, countless times more terrifying than any natural disaster tsunami, and the speed almost caught up with the golden-winged sky peng. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng immediately gave the golden-winged sky peng several third-level escape talismans. Meng Wuhan and his wife practiced a joint cultivation method, and the magic power and energy blended together, as if it was natural. The speed was far faster than ordinary giant and cultivators, and it also triggered a third-level top escape talisman. But even so, the speed was not as good. The two sides communicated, through small islands and reefs, fighting and retreating to provoke, and contain the deep-sea demon whale king. I don't know if it was affected by the previous Nichan grass and Dihom grass. This deep-sea demon whale king is full of beasts and has no reason at all. Faced with Lu Changsheng's attack and provocation, it angrily killed Lu Changsheng. But Meng Wuhan and his wife provoked it, and gave up Lu Changsheng and golden-winged sky peng, and killed Meng Wuhan and his wife. Despite this, Lu Changsheng, his four companions and his eagle were also struggling. As long as the distance was shortened, the sound waves, tsunamis and hurricanes would sweep over, and the dim light would be annihilated. If Lu Changsheng, Meng Wuhan and his four companions were not ordinary giant and cultivators, they would not be able to hold on for long. Even without the golden-winged sky peng to take him by the way, Lu Changsheng could not get rid of the deep-sea demon whale king in terms of speed. Boom boom boom, the ocean was boiling and roaring, and the deep-sea demon whale king faced the island in front of him and rushed over, smashing a spiritual island into pieces. Fortunately, this place was deep in the Great Dream Lake, and no mortal cultivators lived there, otherwise this battle would have directly killed all the people. Affected by the aura of the golden-winged sky peng and the deep-sea demon whale king, no other demon beasts or demon kings came to participate in the chaos. Otherwise, if 2 or 3 demon kings came, Lu Changsheng and Meng Wuhan would be thrown off balance. In this way, after a long time of maneuvering, Lu Changsheng and Meng Wuhan came to the first island where an ambush was set up. After such a long battle and provocation, the deep-sea demon whale king had lost his mind and only wanted to kill the 4 people and the peng in front of him. However, Lu Changsheng and the other 4 also consumed a lot of energy. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Li, next you need to lead the deep-sea demon whale king to the island, and we will activate the formation and seriously injure it. Meng Wuhan said to Lu Changsheng. Okay. The two parties had discussed this aspect before. To be on the safe side, Lu Changsheng still silently buckled the soul-descending talisman and the dust-missing banner into his sleeves. 9-9 Thunder and Fire Talisman Formation, Rise. Lu Changsheng stood on the golden-winged sky pang, pinched his hands, and cast 36 third-level talismans and 81 second-level talismans, and then bombarded the deep-sea demon whale king with a blend of ki. Honglian next to him dragged the starred disc in one hand and held the beast-taming ancient talisman in the other, waiting for the opportunity. Boom boom boom, 117 talismans exploded at the same time, and their power was almost comparable to that of quasi-4th-level talismans, spells and magical powers. However, this level of attack only caused some charring and traces of lightning and fire on the skin of the deep-sea demon whale king. However, this attack successfully made the deep-sea demon whale king roar and kill Lu Changsheng. The next moment, boom, a shocking explosion sounded. The island was smashed into pieces by the deep-sea demon whale king. In an instant, ripples appeared between heaven and earth, and several terrifying light beams bombarded the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king. Its strong and tough skin was directly broken at this moment, and blood flowed out. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw that Meng Wuhan and his wife Yun Meng's Henren's aura blended, as if they were integrated into the world, as if they were natural, blooming with endless brilliance, and their aura rose steadily. What a wonderful technique! The two people's cultivation and energy are almost integrated into one, and they have entered a state of unity between heaven and man. Honglian looked at the two people, her eyes burning like the vermilion bird, and exclaimed. Then, a purple dragon-carved bow with a thin bowstring appeared above the two people's heads. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Li, hold it for a moment. Meng Wuhan said to Lu Changsheng in a voice transmission. Immediately, a hazy figure whose appearance could not be seen appeared above their heads, slowly pulling the bowstring, and a purple arrow with a green luster slowly appeared. 9 treasures Ruai Bone, Spirit. Protective Divine Light. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng realized that the couple really had means, and he no longer concealed his shortcomings. Boom. The 9 treasures Ruai Bone on his chest intertwined and surged, bursting with a vast energy, raising his cultivation level step by step to the 6th level of Jinden. Heavenly Peng Fighting Dragon Picture. 108,000 feathers. The golden-winged Xian Peng also made a full-strength move. Above his head, a scroll of a sky rock fighting a real dragon was interwoven, forming countless golden sword feathers, and it rushed towards the deep-sea demon whale king. Honglian raised her hands lightly, and 36 Qinghe pearls appeared. However, she did not attack directly, but cleared the formation for Lu Changsheng and paid attention to the situation of Meng Wuhan and his wife. Boom boom boom. However, just approaching the field of the deep-sea demon whale king, under its sound-wave tsunami, Lu Changsheng felt his blood and ki shaking, and his magic power sluggish. He immediately cast 108 third-level talismans, forming a terrifying formation, crossing in front, and then the yin-yang diagram intertwined to form layers of black and white light curtains. Roar. The deep-sea demon whale king roared with murderous intent and anger, as if he wanted to directly hit Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged sky rock to death, and a giant whale demon shadow appeared above his body. Boom boom boom, Lu Changsheng's talisman formation, the protective divine light, and the layers of barriers formed by the yin-yang diagram were directly smashed into pieces by the deep-sea demon whale king. The golden-winged sky Peng's Xian Peng belonged to was also shattered under this attack, and it flew out with Lu Changsheng, with its blood and magic power surging. Honglian immediately cast a spell, using 36 Qinghe pearls to dissolve the remaining ki for one person and one pen. At this time, the bowstrings above Meng Wuhan and Yun Meng's Henren's heads suddenly shook. The light arrow burst out with extremely brilliant luster like thunder and lightning, and suddenly shot into the breathing hole on the top of the deep-sea demon whale king's head, making it roar. After hitting the target, Meng Wuhan's eyes were filled with joy. Then he sent a message to Lu Changsheng and Honglian, "Friend Wang, friend Li, it has been hit by my soul-sealing arrow, and the demon power will gradually become chaotic. Let's go." The murderous ambush they set up on the 3 islands on the way was only to seriously injure the deep-sea demon whale king, and they did not want to take action directly. Moreover, in the current state, they were not sure to kill this deep-sea demon whale king. This magic weapon is not simple. It should be forged for this deep-sea demon whale king. It seems that the couple had planned to attack this deep-sea demon whale king for a long time and made many preparations. Lu Changsheng immediately signaled Jin Shi Yuanpeng to leave, and took out several pills from the Qianqin Benying belt and swallowed them. Then he took out several spiritual medicines for Jin Shi Yuanpeng to take, and activated a third-level sweet rain talisman for himself and Jin Shi Yuanpeng. They may come from the East China Sea's Euxin world. According to ancient records, the human race in the East China Sea is weak, so the magic weapons and arrays are mostly aimed at sea beasts and demon kings. Hong Lian also saw that the magic weapon just now was very unusual, specifically targeting this kind of sea beasts and demon kings, and guessed aloud. It is very likely. Lu Changsheng took a few deep breaths and took advantage of this gap to adjust his state. Although the deep-sea demon whale king was injured, he became more angry and vowed not to stop until he killed Lu Changsheng and the other four. The magic patterns on its body became more and more dense, and the field aura became more and more terrifying, causing Lu Changsheng to be a little frightened. However, with a previous experience, he cooperated more harmoniously with Meng Wuhan and his wife, and restrained the deep-sea demon whale king. Boom boom boom, after a long time, the four people and one Peng came to the second island where they set up an ambush. A similar scene reappeared. This deep-sea demon whale king continued to be hit, and many more scars appeared on its huge body. Lu Changsheng didn't know the specific effect of the killing array, but he keenly noticed that the wounds of the deep-sea demon whale king seemed to be corroded. And I don't know if it was too angry, or the 2 waves of attacks, or the arrows and various juices on the way from Meng Wuhan before. This deep-sea demon whale king seemed to be a little slow, but its attack became more fierce. In the roar, endless light burst out, and when the tornado tsunami swept, the ocean stood up. Roar. A giant whale demon shadow as big as a mountain swooped towards Lu Changsheng and Meng Wuhan, submerging the sky. Lu Changsheng didn't think about it, and threw out a talisman that he had prepared long ago, and the yin-yang diagram on his head burst into black and white light. Golden-winged Sky Peng and Red Lotus also attacked together. Damn it, if the hunt fails, even if there is an agreed compensation, it will be your loss. Most of the talismans and elixirs that Lu Changsheng prepared for this trip have been consumed. Especially the third-level talismans, there are very few left. Such a hunt is simply a naked waste of money. Not far away, Meng Wuhan and his wife were not feeling well either. Even though they were well prepared, they were still a little embarrassed. The third island killing array continued to appear. This killing array had countless broken stones and gravel, breaking into the body of this deep-sea demon whale king. It can be seen that these 3 killing arrays not only seriously injured this deep-sea demon whale king step by step, but also restricted and affected its strength. However, when the 4 people and the rock came to the last whale hunting island, the deep-sea demon whale king, who had almost lost his mind, stopped. In the roar full of murderous anger, there seemed to be some fear, and unwillingness. What's going on? Lu Changsheng frowned, not expecting to lose the chain at the critical moment. This 4th-level demon king, even if he is affected by the neon grass, soul-falling incense and other means, his mind is confused, but as a demon beast, he is still sharp and instinctive to danger. It should have sensed the dangerous aura from the island in front of it. Hong Lian saw the scene and said in a low voice. Although the killing arrays on the 3 islands in front of him seriously injured the deep-sea demon whale king, they only injured him. It is far from endangering his life. But at this time, this killing array probably made him realize that his life was in danger. What should I do? Lu Changsheng frowned, unwilling to give up halfway. I can only continue to provoke him, so that killing and anger will blind his instincts. Hong Lian said so. Fellow Taoist Wuhan. Lu Changsheng looked at Meng Wuhan again and sent him a voice transmission to ask about the situation. Fellow Taoist Wang, this deep-sea demon whale king probably instinctively sensed something, and we must further interfere with its instinctive consciousness and lure it over. Meng Wuhan's face was solemn, and his judgment was the same as Hong Lian's. He asked Lu Changsheng, do you have any way to lure it over? Lu Changsheng was speechless. He didn't expect the other party to ask him. But seeing that the deep-sea demon whale king seemed to have the intention to withdraw, Lu Changsheng gritted his teeth and said, Jinpen, Hong Lian, be careful. Then the 9 treasures of Ruai bones intertwined with each other, and the aura of mana rose steadily, rising to the 6th level of Jinden. He held the spirit-suppressing talisman in his hand and rushed directly to the deep-sea demon whale king. Husband. Even though Honglian was confident in Lu Changsheng's strength and means. But seeing such behavior, she couldn't help but worry. After all, Lu Changsheng had just broken through the middle stage of Jinden not long ago, and it was already amazing to be able to fight with the combat power of the late stage of Jinden. Huh? Meng Wuhan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Changsheng to take the risk directly. However, when the two sides communicated before, Lu Changsheng said that he could burst out the peak combat power of Jinden. He chose to trust and immediately prepared with his wife. Roar. The deep-sea demon whale king saw that the prey that had been provoking him was actually delivered to his mouth, and his huge pupils were suddenly filled with a cold and murderous luster. The twisted field and endless dim light that squeezed the layers of space enveloped Lu Changsheng, and then the overwhelming tornado tsunami connected the sky and the sea, trying to drown Lu Changsheng. Fuck. Even though Lu Changsheng's current state was not weaker than the late stage of the True Den. But facing this heavy and oppressive terrifying power, he still felt heavy all over, his magic power was sluggish, and it was difficult to breathe. If it were an ordinary Jinden cultivator who had not practiced a body, he would probably have his flesh and blood torn apart and his body exploded to death. Soul Calling Talisman. Lu Changsheng activated the Soul Calling Talisman in his hand without hesitation. In an instant, a purple thunder crystal surged, forming a huge purple dragon phantom. Roar, roar. The dragon shadow appeared, coiled around Lu Changsheng, and roared to the sky, exuding a terrifying and awe-inspiring power. What is this? The art of possessing spirits. Honglian looked suspicious, thinking that this method was a bit like the method of possessing demons in the beast control. Meng Wuhan and his wife also looked suspicious, but were instantly surprised and knew that the situation was stable. Roar. Accompanied by the dragon roar, the shadow of the dragon suddenly drilled into Lu Changsheng's back spine. Lu Changsheng only felt an indescribable surge of power filing every inch of his flesh and blood, and it seemed that a long dragon roar came from his body. 7th level of Jinden. 8th level of Jinden. 9th level of Jinden. The peak of Jinden. As the purple light spread and the purple air evaporated, Lu Changsheng's breath rose steadily. In just a moment, the whole person changed drastically. The body was covered with purple scales, and the purple thunder light flashed all over the body, including the face. There was even a small purple crystal dragon horn on the forehead. Is this the effect of the spirit summoning talisman? Lu Changsheng felt the power and magic power filling his body. This was a power he had never experienced before. It felt like he could break the sky with just a raise of his hands and feet. But he knew that this was an illusion caused by the excessive increase in power in a short period of time. But it's enough to deal with the current situation. The suppression brought by the might of the deep-sea demon whale king's field dissipated at this moment. Lu Changsheng's eyes were filled with purple light, and he slapped his palm forward. Swish! The purple thunder crystal light surged, and a terrifying dragon claw emerged, tearing towards the deep-sea demon whale king, tearing off a piece of flesh from its wound. Roar! The deep-sea demon whale king roared at Lu Changsheng with murderous intent, and there was even a cold light of a hunter in his pupils. At this time, Lu Changsheng not only made it full of anger and murderous intent, but also a desire to devour it. Boom boom boom. The two sides fought fiercely, with heavy ghost light, sweeping hurricane tsunamis, purple crystal thunder roaring, and great momentum. At this moment, the world seemed to be divided into two distinct halves. On one side, there was the crystal thunder of brilliant purple light. On the other side, there were tornadoes and huge waves filled with ghost light. However, it can be seen that the deep-sea demon whale king, which formed the ghost light magic shadow, is still better. Sure enough, it is still a bit difficult to compete with this 4th level demon king. Lu Changsheng did not entangle with the deep-sea demon whale king too much. After provoking it with a blow, he tried to retreat and slowly lowered forward. At this moment, the murderous intent of the deep-sea demon whale king overwhelmed the danger from instinct. Seeing Lu Changsheng lying in the middle of the island, he immediately carried infinite power and huge waves and flew towards him. Friend Wang, quickly withdraw. Meng Wuhan saw this scene, his face was happy, and he shouted through voice transmission. Once they opened the formation, they could not distinguish between friend and foe. Buzz! The Michin banner in Lu Changsheng's hand burst into a rosy glow, and the whole person disappeared in a flash, appearing next to Honglian. Huh? Seeing this, Meng Wuhan and his wife did not expect that Lu Changsheng actually had such a magic weapon that controlled the power of the void. You know, facing the field of the deep-sea demon whale king, ordinary teleportation talismans cannot be used at all. They did not think much, and the couple's aura blended, and entered a mysterious state of heaven and man, activating the killing ray of the whale hunting island. Buzz buzz buzz, ripples in the void emerged, and invisible purple silk threads appeared like a fishing net, binding the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king, which was hundreds of feet long. Boom. At the same time, the moment the island was crushed by the deep-sea demon whale king, it exploded, and dragon-like silver chains appeared, piercing its broken flesh and blood body. Then, the deep-sea demon whale king was wrapped in a net of heaven and earth that was like a condensation of stars and gravel. This is the star god sand. It has the effect of interfering with and suppressing the demonic power, making it difficult for the demonic beast to self-destruct and use its innate magical powers. Honglian immediately recognized these star-like gravels and said in surprise, "This kind of gravel is very rare, and the two people in front of him actually collected so much?" The seal of eternal ages. Not far away, Meng Wuhan stood side by side with his wife, their aura blending, as if it was natural, as if it was a part of the world. At this time, their precious appearances were solemn, their looks, and their temperaments were simply not like humans. Especially their two eyes, which were sacred and indifferent, like gods overlooking the world. And above their heads, a faint figure like a god slowly appeared, several feet tall, exuding supreme pressure, holding a seal. This seal is complex and unpredictable, as if it came from the long river of history, eternity. Obviously, there is no intention of dominance, but there is a mighty force like the trend of heaven and earth, which is unstoppable. Roar, roar, roar. The deep-sea demon whale king roared and roared in the entanglement of silver chains and purple silk threads, and it was difficult to struggle free. As the sky gradually suppressed it like a mountain seal, it seemed to reveal fear and began to struggle desperately, with the magic patterns on its body flickering and the faint light blooming. But the more it struggled, the tighter the chains and silk threads became, causing the wounds on the skin surface to decay faster. This method. Lu Changsheng, who is like a human dragon, looked at this method. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the purple luster flowed. Even if he used the spirit summoning talisman now, he felt a bit of danger from Meng Wuhan and his wife. What kind of skill is this? It's so mysterious. The two of them are one, like a god, and it seems that they have condensed a soul shadow comparable to Yuan Ying's Henjin. Honglian also looked at the two, her beautiful eyes solemn. During this period, she has been paying attention to the situation of the two. But the more she looked, the more she felt that the two were not simple. They must have come from a top force, or obtained the supreme inheritance. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Li, please help to suppress this whale. Meng Wuhan's voice sounded, as if he was speaking at the same time as his wife Yun Meng's Hunren, overlapping and very strange. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Honglian, and then attacked together. However, Lu Changsheng did not exert much effort. In his current state, every time he used a little more magical power, he would consume more power of the spirit summoning talisman. But it was enough for Honglian and Jinchi Xianpeng to attack. Xianpeng fighting dragon map. 108,000 feathers. Jinchi Xianpeng's body was bright, like a burning sun, bursting out countless golden feather swords. Honglian smashed 36 Kanghe pearls at the deep-sea demon whale king. Boom boom boom. Whenever the deep-sea demon whale king wanted to struggle to escape, the soul phantoms above Meng Wuhan and Yun Meng's Henren's heads would raise their hands, revealing a terrifying power comparable to that of Yuan Ying's Henjin. Just like that, under the heavy attacks of the four people and one rock, the body of the deep-sea demon whale king was covered with scars, the light was dim, and the roar and struggle gradually became weak. Finally, the eternal seal on the sky came down with a bang, directly suppressing it. Buzz buzz buzz, the seal trembled, and there seemed to be a rumbling sound of collision inside. But as the phantom of the god above the heads of Meng Wuhan and his wife raised his hand and took the eternal seal in his hand, the seal instantly calmed down. At this moment, Lu Changsheng and Honglian seemed to hear the mournful roar of the deep-sea demon whale king coming from the seal. Chapter 548 Tianzu on Pin Pearl, Zuixuan. Such a method. Lu Changsheng was shocked as he watched the gradually dissipating spirit shadows above the heads of Meng Wuhan and his wife. In his early years, he had used similar methods to suppress the demon king, Feng Li Hao. But Fang Hao was only a 3rd-level demon king, and this deep-sea demon whale king was a 4th-level demon king. Even if he was seriously injured and restricted by various means, it was amazing to suppress him directly. The couple worked together, and they were no longer just competing with the nascent soul, but possessed the magical powers of the nascent soul. As the spirit shadows above the heads of Meng Wuhan and his wife Yun Meng Zhenren dissipated, the surging magic power of the two people blending with the world quickly faded. The indifferent eyes like those of gods gradually filled with emotions, and said to Lu Changsheng and the others, "Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists." It can be seen that the two had just used some kind of secret method to improve, and now they both revealed a sense of weakness and fatigue. But Lu Changsheng was not sure how weak they were, and whether they were really weak. This hunt was mainly due to the amazing methods of Taoist fellows Wuhan and Yunmen. Lu Changsheng untied the soul-suppressing talisman, and purple qi rose from his body. His physical strength and mana retreated like the tide, and he said with his hands folded. This was not an empty statement. If it weren't for Meng Wuhan and his wife using the juice of the rainbow grass, the soul-dipping grass, etc. to influence the mind of the deep-sea demon whale king, then they used a series of killing arrays to ambush and severely injure and restrict it, and the last amazing method, the hunt would never have been successful. In addition to these methods, Lu Changsheng suspected that the couple also used other unknown methods. Otherwise, the mind of a 4th-level demon king should not be so easily deceived and disturbed. Taoist Wang, you are polite. If it weren't for you and Taoist Li, the spirit pets were restrained throughout the process, and if it weren't for the last moment to take the risk to lure it, it would be difficult for us two to suppress this whale. Meng Wuhan's face was a little pale, and he said very humbly. However, while speaking, he secretly looked at Lu Changsheng, and his heart was also surprised. During this hunting trip, Lu Changsheng improved his cultivation level several times. Just now, he even used some 4th-level spirit attaching method to raise his cultivation, mana, and physical body to the peak of the Qingyun stage. However, with this method, the whole person only looked weak, without any serious damage to his vitality. And there was also the golden pen bird next to him. Whether in speed or combat power, it was far superior to many demon kings he had seen. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Li, we have all consumed a lot of energy. Why don't we adjust our breath and rest first, restore our mana, and then go to the lair of the deep-sea demon whale king? By then, if you two Taoists need it, you can also choose some materials from it. Meng Wuhan continued. The lair of an ordinary demon king has many natural treasures. This deep-sea demon whale king, as a 4th-level demon king, will naturally leave behind many rare treasures. Originally, according to the distribution of the discussion, these spoils belonged to the couple. However, after the matter was accomplished, the couple would leave, and their daughter would still be in the southern wilderness, which might trouble Wang Lin and his wife. So they were also willing to give some favors and sincerity. In that case, thank you, Taoist Wuhan. Lu Changsheng was not polite and bowed his hands to express his gratitude. In the lair of a 4th-level demon king, there is a high probability that there will be 4th-level natural treasures. Whether these natural treasures are useful or not, their value is here. Master Yunmeng pinched his hands and offered several array flags to form a gathering array, gathering the spiritual veins that had just collapsed on the island, and used them for the 4 people to meditate and regulate their breathing. This method is extraordinary. It can only be said that Master Yunmeng is worthy of being a top-level 3rd-level array master. Immediately, the 4 people sat cross-legged, took out elixirs from the storage ring, took spiritual milk, quickly adjusted their status, and restored their mana. After a few days, the 4 people recovered a little, and rushed towards the direction of the CI. Although the 4 were not in their peak state. But as long as they did not encounter a 4th-level demon king, there would be no big problem. A month later, the 4 came to the top of the previous CI. Meng Wuhan raised his palm lightly, and 3 dark blue round beads appeared in his hand. The eye of the sea is thousands of feet below the seabed. These are water-repellent beads. They can separate the seawater and reduce the consumption of mana. He handed 2 water-repellent beads to Lu Changsheng and Honglian. Thank you, fellow Taoist Wuhan. Lu Changsheng and Honglian also obtained several water spirit beads when they hunted the Demon King last time. But they didn't have time to refine them into water-repellent beads. The 2 held the water-repellent beads and activated their mana. In an instant, a blue glow formed, covering their bodies, and then they dived into the sea. Maybe this is the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king, so there are not many high-level demon beasts. Most of them are treasure fish and ordinary demon beasts. Many colorful coral reefs can be seen on the way. As he continued to dive in, Changsheng even saw a third-level coral reef. If it weren't for Meng Wuhan and his wife being here, it would be inconvenient, and Changsheng would have wanted to spend some time and move it away directly. Under normal circumstances, this kind of coral reef is not very useful. But if it is placed in the green water lake, it has the effect of nourishing spirit fish and treasure fish. It should be here. After a long time, the four saw a black hole that exuded vast pressure, like a vortex returning to the abyss. The four looked at each other, offered their magic weapons, cast several talismans, and entered the black hole. This is the lair of the deep-sea demon whale king. You can see many sea beast wreckages, as well as crystal mines, corals, spirit shells, pearls, etc. An invisible field formed in all directions, and ordinary key refining and foundation building cultivators probably exploded with blood and flesh. The same is true for spiritual objects. It is difficult for ordinary first and second level spiritual objects to appear here. I don't know if this deep-sea demon whale king has just been promoted to the 4th level demon king not long ago. Changsheng didn't see any rare treasures. Friend Wang, Friend Li can pick a few first. Meng Wuhan has already obtained the biggest gain of this trip, the deep-sea demon whale king, so he is very generous. Wainer. Changsheng remained calm and motioned Honglian to choose. The other party was a Yuan Yingzhenjin in his previous life, and his eyesight is much better than his. Immediately, Honglian walked around and picked up a 4th level water spirit bead, and then used magic to see a fist-sized, glowing white bead in the giant clam. Dao Iya Wuhan, I want this Shu Lingzhu and Tianzuan Pinzhu, right? Honglian looked at Meng Wuhan and said so. Of course. Meng Wuhan glanced at the white pearl in Honglian's hand and nodded gently. Then he looked at Changsheng again and made a gesture of invitation. Dao Iya Wang, please. Seeing Meng Wuhan was so generous, Changsheng was not polite and chose in the nest. Is this Biao Jing Ember? At this time, he saw a watermelon-sized azure crystal ore, stopped, and sacrificed a flying sword to cut the crystal ore. Clang. A gap appeared in the azure crystal ore. Then the gap recovered at a very slow speed. It is indeed Biao Jing Ember. Changsheng showed joy. Biao Jing Ember is a very rare refining material. After being damaged, it has the ability to self-repair, which is very suitable for refining puppets or defensive magic weapons. There is Biao Jing Ember here, and there may also be Biao sea worms. Changsheng looked around. In order for the green ghost soul crystal to form, a strange insect called green ghost sea worm is needed. This insect usually lives under the seabed, feeds on mud, coral, and spirit shells, and has no combat power, but when it breaks through and advances, it will slowly form green ghost crystal ember. If you can get a few sea worms to cultivate and gather more green ghost crystal ember, you may be able to create a few rare puppets or high-quality defensive magic weapons. Wang will take these green ghost crystal embers. If Taoist Wuhan sees green ghost sea worms, Wang wants to see if he can cultivate them. Changsheng pointed to the crystal ore on the ground and said to Meng Wuhan. Although the other party was generous, he was not a greedy person. Besides, he still needed the other party's cooperation to take over the immortal city afterwards. There is no need to take advantage of small things here and affect the senses. No problem. Meng Wuhan smiled casually, and then used his great magic power to collect all the natural materials and treasures here into the storage magic weapon. After collecting them, he continued to dig 3 feet into the ground to see if there were any omissions. Sure enough, after such a search, some omissions were found. During the process, several finger-sized insects with a blue transparent sheen appeared. Fellow Taoist Wang, there are 9 green sea worms in total. You take 5 and I take 4. How about that? This green sea worm is very rare and has great value for cultivation. Meng Wuhan also plans to cultivate a few. Thank you, fellow Taoist Wuhan. Changsheng smiled and arched his hands. He was quite satisfied with the harvest. Next, he discussed the matter of the Great Dream Fairy City with Meng Wuhan and his wife. The two parties signed a spiritual contract and made a vow to the inner demon. Changsheng was not worried that the two would regret it. Let's leave first. If the breath of the deep-sea demon whale king disappears for too long, other demon kings may come. Meng Wuhan said. Moreover, this sea, a deep sea of thousands of feet, even with the water repellent beads, will cause invisible pressure on them and consume a lot of mana. Fellow Taoist Wuhan doesn't want this CI spiritual vein. Lu Changsheng saw this and said with some surprise. In the previous discussion, the other party said that everything in the deep-sea demon whale king's lair belonged to them, so Lu Changsheng naturally included the precious spiritual veins. Like this CI, the water vein spiritual energy is rich and pure, revealing a spiritual energy far beyond the 3rd level, almost reaching the 4th level. Friend Wang, you are joking. Even the Yuan Ying's engine cannot move this CI. Besides, this CI affects the entire damage. The spiritual vein is being promoted to the 4th level. If it is destroyed, it will damage its own luck and even suffer a backlash from luck. Meng Wuhan shook his head and said, the way of divination pays great attention to luck. It is impossible to do things that damage luck. And the spiritual vein is bred by the great power of heaven and earth. If it is destroyed, it may damage its own luck. Like the 1st and 2nd level spiritual veins, it will not have any impact. When it reaches the 3rd level, there will be a certain impact. As for the 4th level spiritual vein, the impact is great. The biggest difficulty for the 3rd level spiritual vein to be promoted to the 4th level is to gather the luck of one side. Only by gathering enough luck of heaven and earth can the spiritual vein be promoted. Therefore, if you destroy the 4th level spiritual vein, you will definitely be backfired by the spiritual vein's luck and be plagued by bad luck. Although the spiritual vein of this CI has not been promoted to the 4th level, it has already transformed towards the 4th level. In another 100 years, it may be promoted to the 4th level. This CI affects the confluence of the Great Dream Lake into the Qingzhu Sea. Fellow Taoist Wang should try not to move it. Not only will it damage your luck, but it may also cause unknown troubles. Meng Wuhan seemed to see Lu Changsheng's thoughts and reminded him. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Wuhan. Lu Changsheng naturally knew that destroying the spiritual vein would damage his luck. However, as a dragon seeker, it is not so serious to split and intercept the origin of the spiritual vein through the means of finding dragons and acupoints. Otherwise, how could he dare to keep digging for spiritual veins like this? It was also because he saw that Meng Wuhan was indifferent to the spiritual vein of this CI, so he asked, thinking that if the other party didn't want it, he would come over later. But after being reminded by Meng Wuhan, he also gave up the idea. In the future, the Great Dream Lake will be his own territory, and there is no need to move around. Besides, his 2nd level dragon seeking technique was very reluctant to intercept the 3rd level spiritual vein, which was easy to waste. Facing such a 4th level spiritual vein, whether it could be shaken was another question. Fellow Taoist Wuhan, Wang Mu heard you mention the Qingzhu Sea several times. Is it the Qingzhu Sea you mentioned after passing through these layers of fog? At this time, Lu Changsheng asked Meng Wuhan indirectly. When the other party mentioned the Qingzhu Sea before, he wanted to know more about it, but he never asked. Yes, another 800 miles to the north is the sea area of the Qingzhu Sea. Meng Wuhan nodded slightly. He glanced at Lu Changsheng and said, if fellow Taoist Wang is interested in the Qingzhu Sea, Meng Mu can introduce it to you later. In that case, please trouble fellow Taoist Wuhan. Lu Changsheng nodded in response. Immediately, the 4 of them quickly left the deep sea and went back to the direction of the Great Dream Fairy City. 2 months later, the 4 of them returned to the Great Dream Fairy City. Although they encountered several demon kings on the way, they were safe. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Li, let's take a few days off first, and then we can talk about the handover of the Immortal City. My husband and I have some things to deal with. Meng Wuhan looked at Lu Changsheng and Hong Lian, and said with a bow. Of course. Lu Changsheng was not anxious. Since the end of the hunt for the deep-sea demon whale king, the 4 of them have been in a weak state. In the past few months, they have been traveling back and forth, and encountered many monsters on the way, and they have not had a good rest. Besides, the transaction of the Immortal City cannot be completed in a short time. This is the array plate of the Immortal City, Taoist, you can rest assured. At this time, Yun Meng's Yunren, who was wearing a lavender palace dress, smiled and handed a beautiful and gorgeous array plate to Lu Changsheng to show his sincerity. Fellow Taoist Yun Meng is polite. Lu Changsheng looked happy, bowed again, and then took the array plate. The magic power was injected, and the array plate in his hand instantly spread out like a spider web, spreading throughout the Great Dream Immortal City. This array plate is the main array plate of the Great Dream Immortal City. Although there are still many subdiscs, array devices, and large array centers, This main array disk has already expressed sincerity. Immediately, both parties said goodbye. Lu Changsheng and Honglian came to the third-level cave prepared by Meng Wuhan and his wife to rest. Honglian, what do you think of their situation? As soon as he entered the cave and set up a barrier, Lu Changsheng asked Honglian for their opinions. He was worried that his voice transmission would be heard by Meng Wuhan and his wife, so he kept his words in his heart. It's very unusual. The two of them must be from a top force, otherwise they wouldn't have such a foundation. Before, the soul phantom formed by the fusion of their ki was comparable to the combat power of Yuanying cultivators. And they seem weak, but their souls are not as weak as they appear. And their means of suppressing the deep-sea demon whale king are not to kill, but to imprison and suppress. It seems that they want to subdue this deep-sea demon whale king through means. Honglian's gentle and beautiful face said solemnly. During this trip, she has been on guard against the two of them, lest the two take advantage of Lu Changsheng's weakness to attack. Fortunately, the two abided by the contract and the inner demon oath. Subdue. The two were extraordinary, and Lu Changsheng naturally saw it. But he didn't expect Honglian to say that Meng Wuhan and his wife wanted to subdue the deep-sea demon whale king. How is this possible? A fourth-level demon king can only surrender if the Yuanying Great True Lord or the Huishan True Lord comes in person. Under normal circumstances, he would rather die than surrender. With their strength and means, if they want to hunt this deep-sea demon whale king, there is obviously a simpler way. But from the killing formations of the 4 islands, it can be seen that their purpose is not to kill this deep-sea demon whale king, but just to seriously injure it. Especially the last formation and chain, the Star God Sand, are all to suppress this deep-sea demon whale king, not to kill it. Honglian exclaimed. She didn't expect that the small Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world actually had crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In addition to Lu Changshen, there is such a couple. The strength of the couple is simply the appearance of the Yuanying. If before hunting the deep-sea demon whale king, she and Lu Changshen guessed that the two were trying to break through the nascent soul and sell the immortal city. Now, she feels that the two are most likely for other things, not for worrying about the failure of the nascent soul. Yes, and this hunting process, except for the last moment, was almost very smooth, and the whole process was in accordance with the plan of the couple. It should be difficult to achieve this point just by relying on the rainbow grass and the soul-changing grass to influence the mind. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, feeling that Meng Wuhan and his wife were extremely mysterious. In addition to the rainbow grass and the soul-changing grass, it should be related to the secret medicine they sprinkled into the sea, or the arrows they shot. Although Honglian has the soul of the nascent soul, she was affected by the mist of the Great Dream Lake at that time, and many of the methods were not clear enough. In addition, the methods of the two did not come from the Bianziuxin world, and they all seemed to target the sea beast demon king such as the deep-sea demon whale king, so it was impossible to determine for a while. Forget it, as long as the couple has no ill intentions, it has nothing to do with us. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Meng Wuhan and his wife are indeed mysterious. But as long as there is no malice and the transaction is normal, he doesn't care about the other party's background or purpose. Even if the other party shows sincerity and goodwill, he is willing to treat him with courtesy and maintain a friendship with him. Yet, Honglian smiled lightly. At the same time, Meng Wuhan and his wife Yun Mengzhenren returned to their palace. Husband, can you tell the background of this friend Wang and friend Li from this fight? Yun Mengzhenren looked at her husband and asked. Not only Lu Changsheng and Honglian were surprised by their situation. They were also very surprised by Lu Changsheng and Honglian. Since they have no malice and sincerely cooperate, their background has nothing to do with us. Meng Wuhan held his wife's hand, his eyes deep, and smiled indifferently. Then he raised his hand lightly, and a complicated and mysterious seal, as if it came from the long river of history, emerged. If we can subdue this deep-sea demon whale king, we will have more confidence in the trip to Qianqiu Palace and Xianlin Palace. He looked at the seal in front of him, then interlocked his fingers with his wife, slowly blended their auras, and activated the seal together. He said in a deep voice, Deep-sea demon whale king, I know you are awake. As long as you are willing to serve us for 100 years, after 100 years, we will set you free and even give you an unparalleled opportunity. After saying that, Meng Wuhan did not wait for the deep-sea demon whale king and the seal to respond, and directly put away the seal, and went with his wife to heal and recover. Although they did not appear to be extremely weak, they also overdrew their lifespans. At this moment, A heart-stirring sound of Dada came. "Dad, Mom, are you back?" I saw a beautiful figure walking over. Her black hair was like a waterfall, her hair was soft and scattered, and she wore a 5-color mask on her face. Except for a pair of cold and beautiful autumn water eyes, her true appearance could not be seen. Under the mask, through the beautiful neck that looks like white jade, you can see that her skin is white and white. A colorful dress that seems tight but not tight, loose but not loose, full of ethereal fairy charm, wraps her beautiful body, with graceful curves, elegant and hazy, which makes people think. Under the skirt, the slender and delicate jade feet are like holding a pippa, half covering her face, wearing a pair of high heels that are as bright as a dream, revealing her smooth and round ankles, with beautiful curves, wide and delicate. Although the woman's appearance is not obvious, she has a peerless posture. One glance would tell that the true face behind the mask must be full of the spirit of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and the moon, and a beautiful existence like the goddess of Luoshu. Zuixuan. When Meng Wuhan and his wife saw the person coming, they immediately smiled with gentle eyes. Chapter 549, Earn $1 million a year and take over the Immortal City. Half a month later. Demon Immortal City, Core Area Cave. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Li, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Meng Wuhan and his wife came to visit. After half a month of recuperation, the two looked much better. Standing side by side, they were a perfect match made in heaven. Haha, for cultivators of our generation, this amount of time is just a blink of an eye. Lu Changsheng said with a chuckle. As giant and cultivators, the four of them could meditate and regulate their breath in months. If they were seriously injured, it would basically take years. I saw that fellow Taoist Wang was interested in Xingzi before. This jade slip contains some information about Xingzi. Meng Wuhan handed over a jade slip and said, "Oh." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng took the jade slip and took a rough look with his spiritual sense. It introduced the general situation and power of Xingzi. Although it was not very detailed, it could be seen that Xingzi was many times more prosperous and vast than the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. "Thank you, Taoist fellow Wuhan." He didn't look at it for long, and bowed to Meng Wuhan to thank him. "Dao Ia Wang, now that the hunting of the deep-sea demon whale king is complete, our transaction is also complete, so the great dream fairy city belongs to you too. If it is convenient for you two Taoists now, my husband and I will introduce you to the situation of the fairy city. In another half a year, my husband and I will leave. During this period, you two Taoists can also familiarize yourself with the situation of the fairy city." Meng Wuhan, wearing a feather robe, with a handsome and calm face, said with a smile. "In this case, please trouble the two Taoists." Lu Changsheng paused in his heart, and immediately said seriously. The Great Dream Fairy City is divided into 3 parts. The outer city area enjoys the spiritual energy of the first-level spiritual vein, mainly for the life of key refining casual cultivators. The inner city area, depending on the area, enjoys the spiritual energy of the second-level spiritual vein, and is for key refining cultivators with certain strength and financial resources, or foundation-building cultivators. The main shops, restaurants, residences, etc. of the fairy city are all in the inner city. The core area covers an area of only more than 10 miles, and only some areas are open to the public. There are no shops here, mainly caves and residences, enjoying the second-level or third-level spiritual veins and spiritual energy. Most of the shops and residences in the outer city have been sold, and only these areas belong to the city lord's mansion. As for the inner city, like this Yunmeng restaurant, the Diamond Chamber of Commerce and these shops, they all belong to the city lord's mansion. As for the core area, except for some gifts and sales, they are basically under the name of the city lord's mansion. However, these caves are currently all rented out, or provided to our immortal city monks and some guest officials for worship. In order to avoid causing a commotion, the 4 people made simple disguises and walked in the immortal city. Meng Wuhan used his divine consciousness to transmit the sound to introduce the situation of the immortal city to Lu Changsheng and Honglian. In addition to the immortal city, there are many islands that belong to our immortal city. They will pay tribute every year and obey orders. If these islands are attacked by monsters, pirates, or robbers, the immortal city will also take action. After Meng Wuhan's introduction, Yunmeng Zhenren added lightly, the current income of the immortal city, as well as the industries under the name of the city lord's mansion, has a net income of 1 million spirit stones a year. The 2 Taoist friends are good at management. Lu Changsheng was pleased to hear this and praised out loud. This amount is similar to his estimate. So, such an immortal city is simply a gold-eating beast. At present, after deducting various expenses, the net profit of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain is only 30,000 to 40,000 spirit stones. Compared with the Great Dream Immortal City, it is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Thinking that this kind of immortal city will soon be his own industry, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but feel excited. In terms of the operation of the immortal city, my husband and I basically let the people take care of it. As long as they can do things well, the rest doesn't matter. Meng Wuhan chuckled. They need to practice on weekdays, so naturally they won't waste time and energy on management, and basically leave it to the people below to do. As a master of divination, it is difficult for the monks below to deceive him, and you can even observe the ups and downs of the fortune of the fairy city through divination. Therefore, over the years, there has been no problem in the Great Dream Fairy City, and it has been steadily rising. After introducing the general situation of the Great Dream Fairy City, Meng Wuhan brought Lu Changsheng and Honglian to the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion enjoys a top-level third-level spiritual vein environment. However, the spiritual vein is not large, and can only provide 2 late-stage giant and cultivators for cultivation. Friend Wang, Friend Li, this is Xiaohua, currently the housekeeper of the City Lord's Mansion, and most of the affairs of the City Lord's Mansion are managed by her. If you have anything in the future, you can also ask Xiaohua. At this time, Yun Meng's Henren pointed to a beautiful woman wearing a lotus dress and a plump figure and said, "Hello, friend Xiaohua." Lu Changsheng saw that the woman in front of him was a fake Dan cultivator, and nodded with a smile. "Hello, Senior Wang, Senior Li." Although Xiaohua's name sounds young, her actual age is around older than Lu Changsheng. Afterwards, Meng Wuhan and Yun Meng's Henren summoned the Xiancheng manager to announce the new city lord. New city lord. The cultivators who came were all core high-level people in the Great Dream Xiancheng. They looked at Lu Changsheng and Honglian with surprise and doubt, thinking it was very sudden. Boom. Facing the gazes of these people, Lu Changsheng and Honglian were very calm, and they all released the surging spiritual pressure of the Giant's Henren. We pay our respects to the city lord. The cultivators in the field were all heavy, breathing hard, and saluted respectfully. I will trouble you all in the future. My husband and I will take over as the city lords. The situation will remain the same and we will not treat you unfairly. Lu Changsheng's calm and indifferent voice was full of majesty. Although he was going to send his children to the Xiancheng, but his own strength was not enough to take over the Xiancheng. Moreover, he had just taken over the Xiancheng and the situation was unclear. It was best not to make any moves to avoid affecting the operation of the Xiancheng. It would be the best choice to continue to maintain the current system and wait until he was familiar with it before putting the core authority in his own hands. I will follow the order of the lord of the city. The cultivators present were very respectful. After all, facing 2 Giant's Henren, even if they had any ulterior motives, they would not show it. During the past 6 months, I have to trouble Taoist Wang and Taoist Li. When my husband and I leave, we will take away some spiritual medicines, materials, and utensils. The shops and the Chamber of Commerce will not be moved. After the other cultivators left, Meng Wuhan continued. The Taoist Yun Meng next to him handed 2 jade blocks to Lu Changsheng. There were information about the industry and personnel of the Great Dream Fairy City. The 2 Taoists are honest. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, not too fussy. When they signed the spiritual contract, the 2 said that they would hand over the fairy city within 1 year, and hand over the caves, rosters, formations, and industries under their names to them. Now leaving after 6 months is already early. Besides, they need some time to take over. There are 3 jade talismans here. If your daughter has any problems in the future, you can use these 3 jade talismans to find us. Lu Changsheng took out 3 third-level jade talismans from the storage ring and handed them to Meng Wuhan. In the previous transaction agreement between the 2, in addition to hunting the deep-sea demon whale king, there was another condition, which required the preservation of their daughter Xuangxun's cave for 100 years and providing resources worth 10 million spirit stones. And in his lifetime, he would help Xuangxun 3 times within his ability. Now that the immortal city has been delivered, Lu Changsheng naturally expressed his attitude. However, he was a little curious about why he hadn't seen the other party's daughter. Okay, please accept this token, Taoist Wang. My daughter may contact Taoist through this. Meng Wuhan accepted it with a smile, then took out a token from the storage ring and handed it to Lu Changsheng. "Please rest assured, Taoist friends," Lu Changsheng said seriously. Although this transaction was not small, he was very satisfied overall. Moreover, Meng Wuhan and his wife have always been sincere. Not only did they give him extra spoils, but they also provided information about the Qingzhu. Naturally, he was willing to take good care of their daughter. Fellow Taoist Wang, if fellow Taoist Li doesn't mind, you can directly use my and my wife's names to avoid some trouble. But after the news of the change of ownership of the Immortal City spreads, some people will come to test it after a while. Meng Wuhan saw that Lu Changsheng and Honglian were not bad people, so he kept showing goodwill. Although the Great Dream Immortal City is not as good as the Nine Heavens Immortal City and the Blue Luin Immortal City, it is also a piece of fat meat, and many people are thinking about it. Once the news of the change of ownership spreads, there will definitely be forces or scattered cultivators coming to provoke and want to grab the benefits. This is why they are not at ease to hand over the Immortal City to their daughter. If the Immortal City wants to operate steadily, it must have the combat power to deter the late stage of the Jinden. In this case, we, my husband and wife, will take advantage of the two Taoists. Lu Changsheng and Honglian looked at each other, bowed and smiled. When hunting the deep-sea demon whale king before, he saw that the couple Meng Wuhan in front of him had disguised themselves just like him. The names Meng Wuhan and Yun Meng Zhenren were probably pseudonyms. However, he and Honglian were pseudonyms, so in order to reduce trouble, he didn't mind using their identities directly. Immediately, Meng Wuhan continued to explain some matters of the Immortal City to Lu Changsheng and Honglian. For example, the trade between the three major immortal cities and the cooperation between the four major immortal gates. The four major immortal gates all have cultivators stationed in the Great Dream Immortal City. For example, in this war of reclamation, the Great Dream Immortal City also needs to give priority to providing some materials to the four major immortal gates. In short, these things can be completed by handing them over to the lower levels. As long as Lu Changsheng and Honglian can deter the villains, they don't need to worry about anything else. After the two chatted for a long time, Lu Changsheng and Honglian left the city lord's mansion and returned to their living cave. "Honglian, do you have any suggestions for the Immortal City at present?" Lu Changsheng knew that his management ability was average, so he listened to advice very much. "Just replace the maids and guards in the city lord's mansion. There is not much else to do for the time being." As Meng Wuhan and his wife said, the change of ownership of the Immortal City will spread in a few years at most. There is a high probability that cultivators will come to provoke and test. By then, as long as you show enough strength, everything else will not be a problem. Honglian said softly. When you just take over the Immortal City, the most taboo thing is to make drastic reforms. As for Lu Changsheng's thoughts, Honglian could guess a little. But the current strength of the Lu family's children is far from enough to take over the Immortal City. Yet, Lu Changsheng chatted with Honglian for a while, then took out a jade slip given to him by Meng Wuhan and checked it with his spiritual sense. Xingaiyu Palace, Penglai Island, Mermaid Island. 4 great cultivators, 7 sects of Zhenhe. After a moment, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes with emotion. According to the information on the jade slip, the area of Qingzhu is 10 times that of Jianghuo's cultivation world, with many Yuanying level forces, Yuanying cultivators, and transformed monsters. Unlike the southern wilderness of Zheng State, there is no distinction between good and evil among these forces. To sum it up, there is only one word: chaos. Just like warlords fighting each other, heroes and heroes are divided. In Qingzhu, except for some well-known large islands, there is no truly safe place for forces. Because of the vast sea, it is difficult to find traces after killing people and throwing corpses, which leads to groups of overseas robbers. Small islands not only have to face attacks from sea monsters, but also have to face looting and plundering by high-level cultivators, pirates, and robbers. Here, mortals and low-level cultivators not only submit to high-level cultivators, but even submit to the rule of monsters and beasts, becoming blood food for the monsters. In short, Qingzhu is a true law of the jungle. Anyone who believes that strength is king, lacks trust, and is indecisive will fight a battle before talking. Lu Changsheng handed the jade slip to Honglian. After reading the jade slip about the situation of Qingzhu, Honglian thought about it and felt that this was a good place. Compared with the Zheng State Xiuxin world, Qingzhu is obviously several times more prosperous and rich, with Yuanying resources. Although it is more cruel. But for the strong, Especially for cultivators like her who need a lot of resources, it is a good thing. The situation in Qingzhu Sea is somewhat similar to that in the East China Sea. I have seen in ancient books that there is a top force in the East China Sea cultivation world, called Sun Moon Star Palace, but there is a Star Moon Palace in Qingzhu Sea. Honglian said with interest. East China Sea, Qingzhu Sea. I can go and see it later. Lu Changsheng heard it and chuckled. He is not very interested in the East China Sea and Qingzhu Sea. However, if his strength is improved by a few levels, he doesn't mind going through Damangs and going to Qingzhu Sea. After all, Qingzhu Sea has so many Yuanying forces and Yuanying cultivators, which means there are many Yuanying resources. I only have one Yuanying spiritual object so far. If I want to break through the Yuanying in the future, I may have to go to Qingzhu Sea. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Although Meng Wuhan and his wife said that they would leave in half a year, only 3 months have passed at this time, and they said they would leave. During these days, the couple has been helping Lu Changsheng and Honglian to get familiar with the situation in the Immortal City. Last month, Lu Changsheng and Honglian even disguised themselves as Meng Wuhan and Yun Meng Zhenren appeared in the public eye. With Zhao Ahua, the general manager arranged by the two, the whole process was very smooth. The two Taoist friends are already familiar with the Immortal City. My husband and I have important things to do, so it is inconvenient for us to stay for a long time. We will meet again in the future. Meng Wuhan and his wife Yun Meng Zhenren said goodbye to Lu Changsheng and Honglian. I wish you Taoist friends Wuhan and Yun Meng a safe journey, break through the nascent soul, and live a long and healthy life. After such a long contact, Lu Changsheng has a good impression of the couple in front of him and sincerely congratulated them. Thank you for your good words, and I also wish you two Taoist friends to break through the nascent soul in the future and live a long and healthy life in the immortal way. Not only Lu Changsheng and Honglian think that the Meng Wuhan couple in front of them have the appearance of the nascent soul. Meng Wuhan and his wife also think that Lu Changsheng and Honglian have the appearance of the nascent soul. So they have the intention to make friends with the two. After saying goodbye, Meng Wuhan and Yun Meng Zhenren left the Great Dream Fairy City quietly. Except for Lu Changsheng and Honglian, and Zhao Ahua, the general manager of the city lord's mansion, no one knew that the two couples from the fairy city, who had been famous in Jiang Kingdom for hundreds of years, left like this. Honglian, you stay in the fairy city. I will go back and come back as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng and Honglian said after they checked into the city lord's mansion. They have been out for a long time and it is time to go back. Moreover, everyone in the Great Dream Fairy City is the same person as before, and there is no one who is a confidant. So Lu Changsheng is going to go back and bring a few people from home. With the Mission Banner and the Golden Winged Sky Pang, he can go back and forth at the fastest speed. During this period, even if the Fairy City is in danger, Honglian, as a third-level formation master, can solve it and wait for him to come. Don't worry, young master. Honglian nodded in response. Chapter 550, Lu Beixi awakens his bloodline inheritance. Going back and forth to the Immortal City. After Lu Changsheng left the Great Dream Fairy City, the Mission Banner appeared in his hand. Boom! The mana poured into the Mission Banner like a river bursting its banks. But the spirit of the weapon told Lu Changsheng that this level of mana was far from enough to teleport back to the Qingzhu Mountain. In that case, just spend money. Although it would only take about 10 days to go back at full speed, Lu Changsheng also wanted to try the real effect of the Mission Banner. Boom! The 100,000 spirit stones that had been injected into the Sumeru mustard seed space of the Mission Banner burned wildly. However, all these spirit stones were burned, but it was still not enough. Lu Changsheng injected another 100,000 spirit stones, and the Mission Banner burst into 5-color brilliance, turning into a colorful cloud that wrapped him and caused a wave of ripples like water waves. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the sky spun and the space changed. After a few breaths, a wave of space fluctuations suddenly appeared on the top of the Bian Peak. Lu Changsheng, wrapped in colorful brilliance, appeared and staggered. It was not a good experience to experience teleportation for the first time. Even with the protection of the Mission Banner, there would be compression and distortion caused by the space channel. The farther the transmission distance, the more serious the disorder in space. However, Lu Changsheng's body was strong, so there was no damage. It was just like car sickness and air sickness, and he felt a little uncomfortable. But this efficiency is really amazing. Lu Changsheng looked at the scene of Qingzhu Mountain in front of him, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. At this time, Ling Zixiao felt something again and rushed over. "My dear, you are back." After seeing Lu Changsheng, she looked happy. But she was a little confused. Why didn't she see Honglian? Zixiao. Lu Changsheng smiled and said that he had something to announce. He immediately called Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, and Meng Xiaochen to tell them about the Great Dream Fairy City. What? The Great Dream Fairy City? My dear, you and Senior Honglian have become the city lords of the Great Dream Fairy City. The women were all shocked and full of disbelief. You know, the three great fairy cities have stood in Jiangguo for many years. Even the predecessor of the fairy city was a top force. But now, the Great Dream Fairy City, one of the three great fairy cities, has become its own industry. Yet, Lu Changsheng did not elaborate on the process, but simply talked about the encounter and transaction with Meng Wuhan and his wife. However, the women all realized that their husbands had been planning and preparing for this matter for the past 6 months and the previous year, and it was not as easy as they said. My husband, now that you and Senior Honglian are going to take charge of the fairy city, what are your plans? Ling Zixiao asked. Since his family has obtained the Great Dream Fairy City, the main focus must be on the fairy city in the future. I plan to take you to live in the fairy city. There's Zumi guarding the Qingzhu Mountain, so it can operate normally. In the future, the children in the family can be slowly sent to the Great Dream Lake for training, taking over the core authority, or serving as the island owner. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Now that we have the Great Dream Fairy City, there is no need to spend too much energy on the Qingzhu Mountain. It's not that we like the new and dislike the old. After so many years of development, the Qingzhu Mountain has grown to its limit and it is difficult to go further. No matter what we do, there are people watching and we are restricted. It is better to focus on the Great Dream Fairy City. As for Qingzhu Mountain, it can be operated normally. It is still the family lands and the place where the children of the family grow up. Qingyun and Qingsong were frustrated in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range before. Why not give up the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range and go to the Great Dream Lake? Lu Miaoj said. Huh? What's going on? Lu Changsheng frowned and asked. It should be that Qingyun and Qingsong's identities were discovered, so they were attacked and targeted by other forces. Lu Miaoj said. Although the 4 major immortal gates prohibit conflicts and fights among major forces. But this prohibition only means that they cannot take action on the surface. Secretly, if your family members are training outside and encounter attacks, it is useless to know who did it unless there is direct evidence. Moreover, Lu Qingsong, Lu Qingyun and others have been attacked many times, and it is impossible to determine which family attacked. In addition to the Jin family and the Sima family, there are some families who want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, muddy the water, and interfere with the development of the Lu family. How are they doing now? They can be at home and go to the Great Dream Lake later. Lu Changsheng said immediately. Daughter Lu Qingyun practiced a Black Dragon Code, which is very suitable for the Great Dream Lake. He had planned to send his daughter and some children who practiced water-based skills to the Damangs to be the island owner. Although his son Lu Qingsong was less talented, he had managed the White Tiger Mountain and the Chamber of Commerce for so many years, and had certain management skills. With the talisman you gave me, I was only seriously injured, but I was safe. Lu Miaoj said softly. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, thinking about which children to take with him besides these 2 children. Now that he has just taken over the Immortal City, it is not easy to arrange a lot of people at once, and a transition is needed. Moreover, he prefers to throw his children there to hone them rather than simply handle affairs. After talking about business, Lu Changsheng cared about his wife and the situation at home. Especially Meng Xiaochen, who was pregnant for half a year and her belly was already bulging. Xiaochen, you have worked hard these days. Meng Xiaochen, who was pregnant, wore a loose purple dress, and her beautiful cheeks were plump, less cold and ethereal, and more gentle and bright. Lu Lang, Xiaochen is not tired. Meng Xiaochen reached out and gently stroked her bulging belly. Her beautiful eyes were full of maternal luster, and her face was full of happiness. Have you thought of the name of the child? She looked at Lu Changsheng with some expectation. Xiaochen, do you have any suggestions? Lu Changsheng held her slender hand and said in a warm voice. The name of the child must be decided by Lu Lang. Meng Xiaochen pouted and said, thinking that Lu Changsheng's naming is the importance of the child. Because there are too many children in the family, Lu Changsheng is now afraid of naming. After thinking for a moment, he said, or call it Lu Xiameng, Meng Ying Meng, and this child will be as cute as you, Xiaojun, in the future. As a cultivator, you can know the gender of the fetus early. The child in Meng Xiaojun's belly is a daughter. Although Lu Changsheng does not favor boys over girls, he still hopes to have a few talented sons in his bones. After all, it is not so distressing to throw a son out to grind and suffer a little, but it is easy to feel distressed for a daughter. If it was a daughter who would act cute and coquettish, it would be even harder to be cruel. Lu Lang didn't put any thought into naming her like this. Meng Xiaojun's beautiful eyes and tone were a little resentful. In her opinion, her daughter would definitely be able to stand on her own in the future and become the pride of the Lu family. How could she be given such a name? No way. I just hope that she will always be happy and worry-free. If you don't like it, your husband should think about it carefully. Lu Changsheng hugged Meng Xiaojun and coaxed her. Meng Xiaojun's eyebrows were bright, and her delicate and beautiful nose snorted softly. There were still business to do, so Lu Changsheng didn't keep reminiscing with his wife. After explaining some things to Lu Maiyuan, he found his son Lu Qingzhu. Greetings, father. Lu Qingzhu was dressed in a green robe and had a handsome face. He had matured a lot and had a calm demeanor. When facing Lu Changsheng, he behaved elegantly, showing both respect and not being unfamiliar. Yet, Lu Changsheng saw that his son's cultivation had broken through the 9th level of key refining, and nodded slightly. He immediately told the purpose of his visit, saying that the family development plan and policy needed to be significantly adjusted. Over the years, the Lu family has been actively opening up branch bases in the Qingyun Sect, expanding chambers of commerce, business, etc. Although the progress was delayed and slowed down by the war of land reclamation, it was still developing externally in general. Now that there is the Great Dream Fairy City, Lu Changsheng will focus on stability and cooperation in Qingzhu Mountain to maintain normal operation. In terms of development, all will be transferred to the Great Dream Lake. Father went to the Great Dream Lake not long ago and thought that this place is more suitable for family development. When the time comes to break through the foundation building, I will make arrangements. Lu Changsheng added. The Great Dream Lake. Lu Qingzhu knew the general situation about the Great Dream Lake. Although there is the famous Great Dream Fairy City, it is relatively remote and far away from the 4 major immortal gates, the prosperous Changsheng Fairy City, and the Qingyun Fairy City. Moreover, this is an endless water area with islands scattered all over the place. Transportation is very inconvenient and you may encounter aquatic monsters at any time. Yes, father. Although he didn't know the specific situation, his father had made a decision and he had no objection. Besides, given the current situation of the Lu family, it would be a good thing to have some time to settle down. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng asked his son, Zuaner, do you still learn the art of divination on your own? Father, you told me before that I should learn the art of divination after I have established my foundation, so I haven't practiced much these days. Lu Qingzhu said respectfully. In his early years, he had time to study his hobbies. Now that he is the head of the family, he has many daily affairs to deal with, and he has to practice on weekdays, so he has no time to learn other things. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, and then gave his son some caring guidance on his practice, then got up and left. He asked out loud because he saw that Qingzhu Zhenjin and Meng Wuhan both knew the art of divination. He believed that a top force must have a divination master no matter what. If his son has talent in this area, he can cultivate it well. But when he thought of the art of divination, he had a headache. The learning threshold is high, and the first level divination in the early stage, or even the second level divination, is not very useful. Except for the true Lord Qingyun, I haven't heard of any female cultivators in Jiang State who are proficient in divination. Otherwise, even if it means sacrificing their looks, they can try to recruit a few. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. It is too difficult to cultivate at home. The best way is to recruit from outside. But in the entire Jiang State's cultivation world, except for the 4 major immortal sects, no one has heard of anyone who is famous for the art of divination. Like the true Lord Qingyun and Meng Wuhan, if Lu Changsheng hadn't happened to meet them, he wouldn't have known that they knew the art of divination. This is normal. The art of divination consumes life and reduces fortune. Most people practice it for self-defense and to avoid danger. Only a very small number of people are willing to spend their life and fortune to divine for others. Even if there are such people, They are only in the small circle of high-end cultivators. Lu Changsheng shook his head. Although he is a giant cultivator, his combat power is comparable to that of the late giant cultivator. But he has not yet mixed into the circle of giant cultivators and has no connections in this area. Xiao Linger, Xiao Zai. After walking out of the Lu family mansion, Lu Changsheng swept to his spiritual sense and saw Bai Ling raising spirit fish in Qingzhu Mountain, and his daughter Lu Beixi was studying in the Lu family school. Soon, he came to Bishu Lake and shouted to Bai Ling, Xiao Linger. Brother. Bai Ling saw Lu Changsheng and threw herself into his arms with a look of surprise and longing. After the two of them talked about love, Bai Ling said that her daughter had dreamed of some inexplicable information when she was sleeping not long ago, which was a bit like blood inheritance. Blood inheritance. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. According to his and Honglian's guess, the blood concentration of his daughter Lu Beixi is likely to have blood inheritance. When she reaches a certain age, she will gradually awaken the blood inheritance. Unexpectedly, his daughter is only 5 years old and will awaken the blood inheritance. But this shows that his daughter is gifted. Soon, after his daughter finished class, he asked Bai Ling to bring his daughter over. Daddy. Lu Beixi usually has a cold face and is very cold. Except for his mother Bai Ling, he is not cold to anyone. Xiaoxi, do you miss Daddy? Lu Changsheng approached and rubbed his daughter's head affectionately. This daughter grew up very fast in her early years. When she was 2 or 3 years old, she was 5 or 6 years old like other children. But now she is 5 years old, and she still looks like 6 or 7 years old, not much grown. No. Although Lu Beixi was close to Lu Changsheng, he was not very enthusiastic. But Daddy misses you. This daughter can remember things early, and he has been busy in the past few years and rarely accompanies her. It is normal that his daughter is not intimate. He hugged his daughter and kissed her fair face, and asked her about her dreams. Lu Beixi said that it was very vague and she would forget it when she woke up. Moreover, he finally wrote down a talisman, but he didn't know how to say it, and he couldn't copy it. It seems that this blood inheritance is extraordinary. Lu Changsheng knew that some blood inheritances had restrictions and were difficult to pass on. Like the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra and the 9 Mysterious Talisman Sutra, if he hadn't passed it on through the system, it could only be passed on by word of mouth and there was no way to imprint it. However, if you want to engrave the Yin-Yang creation scripture and the Brahma demon true saint art, the jade slip will directly ignite and explode, making it difficult to bear. It's okay. If you remember anything and don't understand something, you can come and ask Daddy. Lu Changsheng pinched her fair and smooth cute face. He planned to take Bai Ling and his daughter Lu Beixi with him to the Great Dream Fairy City this time and teach and train them well. Okay, Daddy. Lu Beixi nodded his head seriously. Let's take Wangshu and Ling Xiao with us. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart and felt that the 2 children could be sent to the Great Dream Lake for a good tempering. But thinking that the Great Dream Lake is an endless water area, wouldn't this daughter be happy every day after going there? Alice. Lu Changsheng shook his head, without too much entanglement, and said something to Lu Miaoji and others, and then went to Qingyun Sect. This trip here is not just to visit Xiao Xiao, Zhao Qingqing, and Chu Qingyi. The Tainzuanpin orb that Honglian obtained from the lair of the deep-sea demon whale king is very compatible with Xiao Xiao's foundation and Yuhu's spirit body. It is helpful for her daily practice and even breakthrough of the Jinden. So Honglian gave this orb to Lu Changsheng, saying that it could be given to Xiao Xiao. Qingyun Sect. Qian Peak, Mingyu Residence. Demon Immortal City. Xiao Xiao was surprised when she heard Lu Changsheng's words. Unexpectedly, Damning Immortal City, one of the 3 major immortal cities of Jiang Kingdom, was actually changed to Lu Changsheng's hands. Well, I will be in Damning Immortal City for a long time next, and I will also take Wangshu there. Xiao, if you have any urgent matters, just crush this jade talisman, and I will come back as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng did not hide anything from Xiao Xiao and directly told her about Damning Immortal City. He also said that if there was any major movement information of the 4 major immortal gates, they could send a message to Qingzhu Mountain. In the early years, Meng Wuhan and his wife had relationships with the 4 major immortal gates. He and Honglian were in charge of the immortal city, and they must also have some information channels of their own. Xiao Xiao and Chu Qingyi of Qingyun Sect are good sources of information. Xiao, this is a treasure I got in the Great Dream Lake, which is compatible with you. After talking about things, Lu Changsheng handed the Qingzhu Mountain orb to Xiao Ziyu. Eternal life? Xiao Ziyu was very surprised and moved when she saw the gift in front of her, and her spiritual body Dao foundation seemed to resonate. With this Qingzhu Mountain orb, her breakthrough to the Jinden stage will be smoother. By then, she can appear in front of the world with the Lu Changsheng openly, and there is no need to wrong her daughter. Fairy. It's time to practice. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The yin-yang Dao seed condensed by Lu Changsheng for Xiao Ziyu needs to be continuously improved, so this trip is also with a mission. After the words fell, Lu Changsheng embraced the cold and holy fairy Ziyu into his arms, sniffed the fragrance of the holy lotus, approached her fair and flawless face, lowered his head and held the two soft red lips, and held the smooth and full with 5 fingers. After a moment, the fairy's hair was messy, the ribbon was untied, and the dress was scattered. The spring river tide was connected to the sea level, and the bright moon on the sea rose with the tide. Xiao Ziyu's beautiful eyes were full of affection, spring love and charm, full of moving charm. The cold and holy jade face and body, not only have gorgeous and shy pink, but also have holy and noble beauty, and can't hide the charming style. The red lips that seemed to be open but not opened, expressed the king's heart and my heart. As the saying goes, a pot of muddy water is a happy meeting, and everything is left to practice. After helping Xiao Ziyu practice, Lu Changsheng went to see Zhao Qingqing again, and then asked Chu Qingyu to meet. When telling the other party about his thoughts, Lu Changsheng asked him if Qingyun Sect had received the news that the owner of Damning Fairy City had changed. After getting confirmation, Lu Changsheng directly told the matter of Damning Fairy City. Dao Yalu is the new city lord of Damning Fairy City. Chu Qingyu said in surprise. Not long ago, Qingyun Sect received the news that the owner of Damning Xiancheng had changed. However, this matter was of great importance, and it was not confirmed for a while, or the couple Meng Wuhan deliberately released false news. I never expected that Lu Changsheng was the new city lord of Damning Xiancheng. However, considering Lu Changsheng's performance in Jin State and the other party's strength, it was reasonable for him to be in charge of a fairy city. But this kind of thing was too sudden. Well, I made a deal with Meng Wuhan and his wife. They were ready to leave and break through the nascent soul, so they traded the fairy city to me half sold and half given. Having known Chu Qingyu for so long, Lu Changsheng still trusted her and briefly explained the situation. Although the location of Damning Xiancheng is remote, Qingyun Sect will not sit idly by and watch a person of unknown origin take charge of the fairy city, especially at this critical moment. So in addition to some Jinden casual cultivators who may be greedy for the fairy city, Qingyun Sect is also likely to send people to test it. Fellow Taoist Lu should still be careful. Chu Qingyu pursed her red lips and reminded her. The change of ownership of the Great Dream Fairy City has no impact on their Qingyun Sect. But the war of reclamation is about to begin, and the Qingyun Sect will not allow unstable factors to appear during this period. Qingyi, what is the attitude of the Qingyun Sect towards the Great Dream Fairy City? Lu Changsheng asked. In this regard, Meng Wuhan and his wife mentioned it to him. As long as goodwill is released and it does not come from the surrounding demonic forces, there will be basically no problem. The Qingyun Sect does not mind that Jiangguo has more Jinden forces, and even welcomes this situation. Because in this way, Jiangguo can become more prosperous. But for uncontrollable and unstable factors, the Qingyun Sect may take thundering measures to directly curb them. Chu Qingyu said after a little thought. As the overlord of Jiangguo, the Qingyun Sect still has a broad mind and the demeanor of a ruler. It is happy to see 100 flowers blooming, rather than a single flower blooming. This can be seen from the willingness to be listed as one of the 4 major immortal gates with Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect. As long as fellow Taoist Lu explains the situation and shows goodwill, I think nothing will happen. If it really doesn't work, fellow Taoist Lu can consider telling the story of Jin State and Yinming Ghost Sect, but if the news gets out, it may attract Yinming Ghost Sect. Chu Qingyu continued. Unless they do something that angers the heavens and the people, or disobey the orders of the Qingyun Sect, the Qingyun Sect rarely intervenes. Just like when Qinglun Fairy City caused so many troubles, the Qingyun Sect did not intervene directly, and even stepped in to maintain and stabilize the situation in the Fairy City. Yet, seeing that Chu Qingyu's statement was similar to that of Meng Wuhan and his wife, Lu Changsheng nodded. Then the two of them talked about the past tenderly. It was just that the yin-yang key had been used by Xiao Ziyu not long ago, and it has not recovered yet. Fortunately, Chu Qingyu did not ask about this matter, but just bit her pink lips and kept silent. A few days later, Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyu parted ways. After returning to Qingzhu Mountain, he did not delay any longer. He took Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, Bai Ling, his daughter Lu Beixi, Lu Wangshu, Lu Lingxio, as well as Lu Qingyun, Lu Qingsong, and Lu Mingfang to the Great Dream Fairy City. As for Lu Miaoan, there were still some matters in Qingzhu Mountain that needed her to deal with. Moreover, if he wanted to take Lu Miaoan, Lu Miaohun, and choose Hansun on a long journey, his Shinetun Baoher on Lotus would be under load and could not be used as the second Danshan. Meng Xiaochen took into account that she was pregnant. Now the situation in the fairy city is uncertain, and the family has the Zuanshan Lingtang to gather the luck, so she should take good care of the fetus in Zumi Cave Heaven first, and talk about it after giving birth. With a Mission banner, he integrated another small Mission banner into the ground veins of the Great Dream Fairy City on this trip back, making it very convenient to travel back and forth between the two sides. Dad, is this your spiritual pet mount? Lu Wangshu saw the golden-winged skyrock, which was shining, majestic, and imposing, and his eyes immediately lit up and kept looking at it. Yet, Lu Changsheng glanced at her, released the carriage that had been prepared long ago, and let the golden-winged skyrock carry the carriage to the Great Dream Fairy City. Although Lu Lingxio, Lu Qingyun, Lu Qingsong, and Lu Mingfang knew that their father was not simple. But when they saw with their own eyes that their father was a Jindan's Henren and had a third-level spiritual pet, they were still shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. The main reason was that such things were too amazing. However, after knowing that their father was a Jindan's Henren, many doubts in their hearts were solved. They understood why there were so many foundation-building pills, rare resources, and inheritance of skills in their family. This trip to the Great Dream Fairy City, Lu Changsheng planned to send a few children there to gain experience first, but he did not tell them that he was the Lord of the Great Dream Fairy City. He just said that he knew the Lord of the Great Dream Fairy City, and that he would send them there to hone their skills. They could work in the Fairy City or choose an island. Hearing this, several people had no objection. Especially Lu Qingsong and Lu Qingyun, who looked ashamed. The family gave them the task of opening up a branch family in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, but they have been unable to complete it and have suffered setbacks outside. They thought that it was because they did too badly and failed in the mission that their father took this desperate measure to move them to another place. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.